Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 6226 to Chapter 6269. Doing such a heaven-defying thing was actually very exciting. While he was trembling with fear, he was also looking forward to it. He was looking forward to creating some miracles. As time passed, Lin Feng seemed to have parted the layers of clouds. He saw a majestic mountain peak. That mountain peak was too huge. It stretched for hundreds of miles and the mountain ridge was like a dragon. At the peak of the mountain, there was an incomparably huge palace. That palace was like the legendary Thousand Immortals Palace. It was sacred, glorious, immortal, and ancient. At this moment, Dong Huangtai's reincarnation was trying to get close to the main peak of the mountain. He should be trying to climb up. This palace is so extraordinary. This mountain is so huge. Where is this? Lin Feng was very surprised. Dong Huangtai's reincarnation should have recovered some of his memories. Therefore, he found some opportunities. This place was not simple. There must be many amazing things. However, after trying many times, Lin Feng could not determine where this place was. It was quite mysterious. Perhaps it was blocked. If his means were strong enough, he might be able to forcefully deduce where this place was. Lin Feng felt that his current level was not enough. Since he could not deduce where this place was, he could only deduce the future of Dong Huangtai's reincarnation. Suddenly, the scene changed, planets were decaying one after another. Even the void was decaying. Everything between heaven and earth seemed to be about to be destroyed. In the depths of the universe, it was entrenched in darkness. Countless cultivators charged into the darkness in the depths of the universe. Countless cultivators were never able to come out. Could it be one of the battlefields of the Doomsday Battle? Lin Feng's heart trembled. He felt that this time, he had really gone overboard. It seemed that he had used the divination of Dong Huangtai's future to deduce some terrifying things. Foreseeing the future was not necessarily a good thing. Dong Huangtai's reincarnation appeared. His back was still facing Lin Feng, so Lin Feng could not see his appearance clearly. He was surrounded by endless holy light and charged into the darkness in the depths of the universe. He killed 7 in and 7 out. In the end, he was bathed in blood in the darkness. It was inspiring and tragic. It was sad and lamentable. A peerless hero of a generation. From then on, they were completely strangers. Lin Feng sighed. The fate of Dong Huangtai's reincarnation should be the fate of countless people. However, could the future be changed? Lin Feng believed that man could conquer nature. Perhaps, some seemingly irreversible destinies can be reversed if we work hard enough. Just as Lin Feng was about to continue deducing the events of this period, something terrifying happened. Lin Feng's lifespan began burning madly. In just one breath, he was burning away 1 million years of his lifespan. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to burn more than 10 million years of his lifespan. Although Lin Feng's lifespan had reached 1 billion years, it still couldn't withstand this kind of burning. It wouldn't take long for his lifespan to run out. Backlash, divine retribution, this was a side effect of divining the future and divining fate. Perhaps he had gone too far this time, so the backlash and divine retribution he received were much more severe than normal. Damn it, what should I do now? Lin Feng's face was extremely gloomy. His lifespan was burning madly. In just a short while, Lin Feng had lost more than 100 million years of his lifespan. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Feng's lifespan loss was still accelerating. Even 1 billion years of lifespan couldn't withstand this kind of loss. He had to save himself. If he didn't think of a way to save himself, he would really die. Thinking of this, Lin Feng hurriedly activated his great fate art. Perhaps he could use it to resist the backlash and divine retribution. When the great fate art was activated, a powerful fate energy shrouded Lin Feng's body. Then, this fate energy tried to cut off the damage caused by the backlash and divine retribution on Lin Feng. However, it failed. Damn it. What a scam. At this critical moment, he couldn't drop the ball. However, despite the failure, Lin Feng realized that the speed of his lifespan loss had slowed down a lot. This meant that it wasn't useless. In fact, it was effective. However, the effect wasn't as great as he had imagined. But since it was effective, he could continue using this method. Hence, Lin Feng continued using this method to resist the divine retribution and backlash. As more and more fate energy surged in, these fate energy produced a shocking effect. Finally, these fate energy dissipated Lin Feng's divine retribution and backlash. Lin Feng had lost 230 million years of his lifespan. Even Lin Feng felt like cursing and swearing in the streets. This time around, he had lost too much lifespan. He would need to spend a lot of time to replenish the essence, spirit, and vitality that he had lost. However, he had finally obtained some clues about the reincarnation of the Donghuang Tai. This could be considered as a blessing in disguise. He didn't know where that place was. Where was it? If he could find that place, he might be able to obtain a great fortune. Lin Feng planned to go and check it out tomorrow. Who knew, he might be able to find out more about it. The next day, the earth shook violently. The energy between heaven and earth also became extremely chaotic. No one knew what had happened. The earth could be seen collapsing and cracking everywhere. It was as if an unprecedented earthquake had occurred. The sudden change made many people puzzled. They didn't know what had happened. One day later, a shocking piece of news spread out. It was said that a huge mountain range had appeared out of thin air 30,000 miles to the northwest. The mountain range was shrouded in white mist, and the main peak of the mountain range was 100,000 meters tall. The mountain ridge was majestic, and it looked like the body of a winding dragon. Some people even saw a huge palace at the top of the mountain. No one knew who had left the palace behind. It's said to be Mount Wangu that had disappeared for countless years. A shocking piece of news spread out. Mount Wangu was an extremely mysterious mountain range. It was said that this mountain range wasn't actually a mountain range of the 9 states universe, but a mountain range of the Kunlun universe. It was said that Mount Wangu had survived many eras. It was one of the most mysterious and ancient mountain ranges in the world. Such a mountain range had a huge secret. If one could find out some of the secrets, the benefits would be endless. Even though Mount Wangu had disappeared for countless years, there were still all kinds of rumors about Mount Wangu. One of the most famous stories went like this. It was said that a long time ago, there was an old man whose name was Yugong. There were 2 very tall mountains in front of Yugong's house. One mountain was called Taihang, and the other mountain was called Wangu. The 2 mountains just happened to block the entrance of Yugong's house. Every day, Yugong had to take a long detour to enter and exit his house. One day, when Yugong was eating, he suddenly said to his family, "Let's work together and move the 2 mountains that are blocking the entrance so that the road at the entrance can lead to the main road outside." What do you think? When his son and grandson heard this, they nodded in agreement and said, "Good. Good." However, Yugong's wife shook her head and said, "Impossible. You don't even have the strength to move a mound, and you want to move a mountain? Even if you can move it, where are you going to throw the dirt and stones that you dug out?" When Yugong and his children heard this, they all laughed loudly. "What's so difficult about that? We can throw it into the sea." The next day, Yugong, his son, and his grandson carried a hoe and a shoulder pole to the side of the mountain and began to dig. Yugong's neighbor, Xianxia, and her youngest son also excitedly helped Yugong with the work of moving the mountain. At this time, an old man called Zhilao couldn't help but laugh at them and say, "Yugong, you're really too muddle-headed. You're already so old, why do you still want to move the mountain? Even if you move until the day you die, you won't be able to move the mountain." When Yugong heard this, he smiled and said, "Zhilao, you're the muddle-headed one. Although I'm very old, I still have a son who can continue to do it. My son will give birth to a grandson, and my grandson will give birth to another son. Our children and grandchildren can keep on moving. As long as we move one layer of the mountain, there will be one less layer. One day, we will move these 2 mountains away. Is there any difficulty in the world that we can't overcome?" Zhilao didn't have anything to say, so he could only walk away. Later, when the mountain god and the sea god found out about Yugong's plan to move the mountain, they were afraid that Yugong's family would never stop moving the mountain and would move all the mountain and fill up the sea. They ran to tell the god of heaven. When the god of heaven heard this, he said, This Yugong is really persistent. Let me help him." The god of heaven sent two deities to carry Mount Wangu and Mount Taihang away and put them somewhere else so that they would no longer block Yugong's door. This story was now recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It was called Yugong Moving the Mountain, and now, the mythical Mount Wangu actually appeared. Many people didn't know why Mount Wangu appeared. However, it was the end of the world now, and countless opportunities would appear. Even the Supreme Divine Court and the Gate of Everlasting Life had appeared. Many people had also obtained opportunities from the Supreme Divine Court and the Gate of Everlasting Life. After Lin Feng heard the news about Mount Wangu, his expression was a little strange because he felt that the appearance of Mount Wangu might have something to do with him. After all, when Lin Feng was divining the future of Dong Huang Tai, he saw Mount Wangu. The appearance of Mount Wangu stirred up the clouds in all directions. Countless forces and countless cultivators went crazy because of it. There were countless shocking secrets hidden there, and many of them were even related to the Kunlun universe. There was also the mysterious palace at the top of the mountain. What was inside? Many cultivators headed in the direction of Mount Wangu, including Mu Xianyu. Mu Xianyu sent someone to tell Lin Feng that if her people brought the descendant of the Khanate life form, she would inform him as soon as possible. Mu Xianyu, on the other hand, went to Mount Wangu with her family members. No one knew when that guy would be brought to Mu City. Moreover, even if that guy really came, he would have to wait for Mu Xianyu to come back before he could ask him about some information about the White Lotus Valley. Now, Lin Feng also planned to go to Mount Wangu to see if he could get an opportunity. In Lin Feng's opinion, the appearance of Mount Wangu had an inseparable relationship with him. Did this mean that he and Mount Wangu were fated? If that was the case, maybe he could really get a great opportunity from Mount Wangu. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. After making the decision, Lin Feng quickly flew in the direction of Mount Wangu. On the way, he saw many people. Cultivators from various forces, rogue cultivators, and so on. There were even many forces that were rushing over from other layers of the world. There were also cultivators from overseas. News of all kinds of things in the heaven realm spread too quickly. Lin Feng estimated that the heavenly court would probably send experts over. Although the lords of the 33 heavens couldn't leave the heavenly court now, some of them had refined powerful doppelgangers. These doppelgangers, with the power of the heaven realm, could reach a battle strength that surpassed the realm for a certain period of time. Only this point. It was enough to wipe out countless cultivators. When Lin Feng flew towards Mount Wangu, he didn't expect to meet the 7 young experts of the demon race. However, there were many people around them now. After all, they were cultivators from the ancient demon shrine. Everywhere they went, many people would seek refuge with them and treat them as the center. It was the same after they came to Mu City. Many cultivators came to curry favor with the 7 of them. This even included some cultivators from large forces. Therefore, in a short period of time, the 7 of them had gathered 200 to 300 experts around them. It just so happened that Mount Wangu appeared. The 7 demon clan members felt that these cultivators could still be of great use, so they brought them along. The 7 of them didn't have any grudges with Lin Feng. However, Xianxia had a verbal conflict with Lin Feng before. Now that he saw Lin Feng rushing to Mount Wangu alone, Xianxia said sarcastically, "What? Mu Xianyu didn't bring you along? I thought you were following Mu Xianyu to live off her. Now it seems like you don't even have the right to live off her." Lin Feng said with a smile, "Mu Xianyu's living off her doesn't taste good. However, if it's your mother, your elder sister, or your younger sister's living off her, it'll probably taste better. Why don't you introduce them to me? I won't refuse anyone." Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people were in disbelief. They thought to themselves, is this kid crazy? He's alone outside and met such a large group of people, yet he dares to say such things to Xianxia? He wants to live off the women in Xianxia's family? Wouldn't Xianxia be angered to death? Xianxia wasn't a kind person. Anyone who offended Xianxia would definitely not have a good ending. Everyone looked at Xianxia. Indeed, they saw a murderous look in his eyes. Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Feng. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng could feel it. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Although the other party had more people, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of them. Moreover, if he summoned those undead, Lin Feng's side wouldn't be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. The only thing that made Lin Feng a little uncertain was the very ordinary-looking female cultivator. She seemed to be called Luli. She didn't look strong or ostentatious, but she gave Lin Feng an extremely dangerous feeling. Logically speaking, her cultivation shouldn't be so strong. After all, Lin Feng probably had the battle strength of a surpassing realm expert now. Therefore, generally, only some experts who had surpassed their realm could give him such pressure. However, this person also gave him such a dangerous feeling. What did this mean? Lin Feng guessed that this woman might have some hidden killing moves. She was a person who came out of the divine stone. He didn't know who her father was. The only thing he knew was that someone like her might have a terrifying father. Therefore, it was normal for someone like her to have some extremely heaven-defying means. Let's go. We still have to give face to Mu Xianyu, Luli suddenly said. Now, Xianxia wanted to attack Lin Feng. He even fantasized about how to torture Lin Feng to vent the hatred in his heart. But now that Luli had spoken, he couldn't help but frown slightly. If it was someone else who asked him to leave, he might not necessarily listen. However, since it was Luli, he had to be very careful because Xianxia knew how powerful Luli was. No, to be precise, Xianxia didn't know how powerful Luli was. Among these people, Luli was the one he was most afraid of. Consider yourself lucky. Xianxia coldly glanced at Lin Feng. Before Luli left, she looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way. Then, she flew away. The others didn't stop either. Very quickly, they all left. Xianxia initially wanted to kill Lin Feng to vent his anger. However, because Luli interfered, he didn't get what he wanted. This made him feel quite sullen. He said, "Luli, why did you stop me from killing that pretty boy?" Luli said, "You're not his match." When the others heard Luli, they were astonished because they knew that Luli wasn't a person who spoke without thinking. Since she said that Xianxia couldn't compete with Lin Feng, there must be some evidence. She wouldn't say such things irresponsibly. Xianxia was not to be underestimated. He had been cultivating in the wasteland world for 430,000 years. During this time, he had obtained the remains of a dead golden crow sacred ancestor. He then refined it into his body, completely fusing it with his body. To the dragons. His cultivation base was extraordinary. In addition, after the world changed, Xianxia had seized several great opportunities. Therefore, he was now a powerhouse who surpassed his cultivation level. Countless experts of the older generation couldn't even compare to Xianxia. Of course, the most important thing was, Xianxia wasn't just a powerhouse who surpassed his cultivation level. He was also a top genius. Challenging someone of a higher cultivation level wasn't difficult for him. Xianxia couldn't be treated as an ordinary top genius. Therefore, how powerful was someone like Xianxia? Luli actually said that Xianxia wasn't Lin Feng's match. This was unbelievable. He was just a human cultivator, and he was so young. Although his cultivation level wasn't bad, his battle prowess should be very different from a top genius like Xianxia. Xianxia was naturally not convinced. He sneered and said, "Luli, you're too arbitrary." Luli smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. There were some things that others might not believe even if she said it out loud. Luli was very clear about this. Since that was the case, why waste time to explain it? However, Lin Feng's appearance appeared in Luli's mind. She couldn't help but frown slightly. Luli had a feeling that Lin Feng wasn't a simple person. Although he looked harmless, didn't seem to be a threat, and many people thought that Lin Feng was just a pretty boy, Luli had a strong intuition that the real situation wasn't like that. However, Luli didn't think too much about this matter. They had already separated from Lin Feng, hadn't they? There shouldn't be any more interactions between them, right? If possible, Luli hoped that she wouldn't meet Lin Feng again. Otherwise, these idiots in front of her would think that they could deal with Lin Feng. At that time, wouldn't they need help? Luli's thoughts were very simple. Don't cause trouble. At this stage, he should seize the time and find opportunities to improve himself. Breaking through surpassing realms isn't easy. Luli couldn't help but mutter to herself. She felt that this matter was somewhat troublesome and urgent. Although the end of the era was incomparably dangerous, due to the great changes in the world, countless opportunities had appeared. Therefore, the end of the era should be the easiest time to break through. However, until now, Luli felt that her chances of successfully breaking through to the Transcendence realm were less than 1%. It was really a pitifully low success rate. Luli was now thinking of finding all kinds of powerful opportunities to increase her savings. She was too lazy to participate in other things. Lin Feng frowned as he flew in the direction of Mount Wanguo. He transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, don't you feel that the woman called Luli is very special? Yes. The Demon Lord responded and said, that woman is very scary. The Demon Lord then added, however, I don't know what methods she's hiding. It's best not to provoke someone with a trump card like that. It won't do us any good. Lin Feng nodded. He thought so too. However, Lin Feng wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. This time, he actually gave Luli face and didn't deal with Xianxia. If that guy dared to provoke him again, it didn't matter if they had many experts on their side. He would definitely kill Xianxia. Lin Feng was very fast. 2 days later, he saw Mount Wanguo. Mount Wanguo stretched for hundreds of miles. It was indeed huge. Just as he arrived at the outer region, Lin Feng felt that Mount Wanguo was extraordinary. For example, Lin Feng heard the sound of the great Tao and felt the rhythm of the Tao, the rhythm of the immortals, and so on. These were some phenomena that appeared when the great Tao laws appeared. Therefore, Mount Wanguo was definitely a holy land for cultivation. Lin Feng entered the range of Mount Wanguo and found that many cultivators were sitting cross-legged among the mountains. They had actually entered a mysterious state of enlightenment. Once they finished their enlightenment, they would definitely obtain great benefits. When these cultivators were in enlightenment, the laws of Mount Wanguo would protect them. Therefore, no one could hurt them. This way, they could be completely at ease and cultivate. Lin Feng even saw some cultivators being swallowed by Mount Wanguo. Several cultivators disappeared not far from him. Lin Feng went over to check and found that there was nothing special about that place. Lin Feng was very sure that he hadn't seen wrongly. This meant that those people had also obtained some opportunities, so their bodies had been swallowed by Mount Wanguo. Next, they would probably be rich. However, he didn't know what kind of amazing opportunities they would obtain. Lin Feng heard that Mount Wanguo hid many secrets of the Kunlun universe. Therefore, the opportunities obtained from this place were not comparable to those from other places. Lin Feng wouldn't envy others. Everyone had their own opportunities, especially at the end of the era. It was simply the time when heroes were fighting for hegemony. Who knew how many heroes would rise? Lin Feng continued to fly deeper. The deeper he flew, the richer the energy became. The immortal qi was almost liquid. Lin Feng even saw such a holy land for cultivation for the first time. It was really a heaven-defying place. Cultivating in this place would increase one's cultivation by more than 10 times or even dozens of times. However, when he was about to reach the central region of Mount Wanguo, Lin Feng found that he couldn't fly. What's going on? Lin Feng had a puzzled expression on his face. He was puzzled because this area wasn't a forbidden area. If it was a place where magic power was restricted, it would make sense that he couldn't fly. However, this place didn't restrict magic power, so he couldn't fly. Naturally, he was puzzled. The Demon Lord said the laws of order in this place should have changed the situation. Therefore, although the cultivator's magic power isn't restricted, he can't fly. This situation was more common in some famous mountains during the era of the titled gods. Because at that time, the titled gods would often choose famous mountains to build their own palaces and halls. These titled gods were all high and mighty figures that the world looked up to. Therefore, in order to show that they were different from others, they would often use some artificial means to change the influence of the laws of order on the world. Think about it. If someone were to come to his place and fly directly to his palace, wouldn't that make this titled god feel very embarrassed? What if they walked over? This is often able to maintain the supreme dignity of the titled god. It's equivalent to a psychological hint, and often, psychological hints are extremely important to cultivators. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Indeed, it was as the demon lord had said. Many times, psychological hints were indeed very important to cultivators. For example, if someone came to find trouble with the titled god, it would be hard to say who would win if the two of them were evenly matched. However, because they were in the titled god's territory and were restricted by the laws of order, the experts who came to find trouble with the titled god had no choice but to walk over. Along the way, they would be sullen, and it would have a great impact on their state of mind. When the real battle started, the state of mind would be extremely important to the outcome of the battle. Along the way, after a huge change in one's state of mind, one's combat power would probably decrease greatly. At that time, wouldn't one lose without a doubt? Lin Feng walked into the depths of the mountain and saw many cultivators entering the central region. Because the mountain range was relatively large, the cultivators were more scattered. Naturally, it was impossible that there were all kinds of opportunities here without any danger. In fact, this place was still extremely dangerous. Some places had terrifying restrictions. The restrictions in this place were relatively strange. Many of them were hidden in the void and were very difficult to discover. When these restrictions were touched, these restrictions would be revealed. At this time, it was very difficult for cultivators to solve the threat brought about by the restrictions. Therefore, many people died under the attacks of the restrictions. Of course, if they had stronger means, they might be able to escape successfully. In addition to these restrictions, there were many ant colonies living in Mount Wanguo. These ants were not ordinary ants, but a kind of extremely terrifying jungle killer ant. They were densely packed and there were countless of them. Wherever they passed, everything would be destroyed. Cultivators who were targeted by the jungle killer ant often found it difficult to escape. In fact, no place could only have opportunities without any danger, including Mount Wanguo. Lin Feng saw a cultivator climbing up a mountain in the depths of the mountain. This mountain was extremely steep and was almost vertical. If one could fly, it would be easy to go up. However, the key was that one could not fly. There was almost no place on the mountain that could be climbed. It was too difficult to climb up. The cultivator climbed more than 300 meters and then fell down. With a thump, he fell to the ground. He was a little embarrassed, but fortunately, he did not suffer too serious injuries. The cultivator stood up and then wanted to continue climbing this steep mountain. Lin Feng stopped and stood there to watch. The young cultivator ignored him and continued climbing. He failed again, but this time, he climbed more than 600 meters before falling down. This mountain was not particularly high, about 1,200 meters. It was a relatively low mountain in Mount Wanguo. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator and said, "Why are you so persistent in climbing this mountain?" The cultivator looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said, "Because I want to." Fine. He seemed to have a little temper. Lin Feng did not see anything special about this mountain. Could it be that the cultivator saw it? With that thought, Lin Feng also walked towards the mountain and began climbing. His movements were much faster than the cultivator's. Seeing Lin Feng quickly climb up, the cultivator's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and increased his speed. Lin Feng took the lead and climbed up. There was a huge platform at the top of the mountain, and there were many plants growing on it. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked into the depths of the mountain. His eyes suddenly focused. Lin Feng saw a plant shrouded in purple mist. That plant was simply too extraordinary, and its divine splendor was resplendent and holy as it gently swayed. Purple mist from the east was an auspicious sign. After seeing this, Lin Feng sped up and headed deeper. At that moment, the young cultivator also climbed up. He was very young, probably in his 30s, but because cultivators had long lifespans, he looked like he was only 18 or 17. In reality, Lin Feng looked like he was in his 20s, and perhaps his appearance would remain the same for a very long time. This time, he managed to climb up rather smoothly. Perhaps because he saw Lin Feng, his fighting spirit was stimulated, and he managed to climb up smoothly. When he reached the top, he saw the plant shrouded in purple mist. His face immediately lit up, and he quickly headed deeper. Lin Feng was the first to reach his destination. At that moment, he clearly saw what the plant was. It was actually a purple fruit, and it was very special. Lin Feng didn't know what it was, so he transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, "This should be the legendary Violet Moon Fruit." Violet Moon Fruit? Lin Feng was astonished. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing, and he didn't know what kind of fruit it was. What was its use? The Demon Lord said, "The Violet Moon Fruit absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, and it's rumored to be a top-grade sacred fruit for tempering one's body. Moreover, it's not as simple as tempering one's body. It's said that it can also reshape one's body and even change one's genetic composition." Genetic composition? That was a new term. Lin Feng asked, "What do you mean by genetic composition?" The Demon Lord said, "The human body is made up of microscopic substances, and experts who surpass their realm call these microscopic substances genes. Different genes contain different powers. For example, some genes can increase one's speed, some can increase one's strength, some can increase one's hearing, and some can allow one to be born with the ability to fly. It's like a human's blood, it's formed by countless genes. Blood formed by different combinations of genes will naturally have different abilities. Obviously, gene combinations can be improved unceasingly. However, it's extremely difficult to improve gene combinations. That's why countless cultivators think about how to improve their gene combinations. However, it's obviously very difficult for cultivators below the level of surpassing their realm, because they can't change their gene combinations. They can only rely on external items to improve their gene combinations, but things that can improve gene combinations are extremely rare. Violet Moon Fruit is something that can only be found by chance." After hearing the Demon Lord's explanation, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In that case, the Violet Moon Fruit was absolutely heaven-defying. The ability to reconstruct a body was already heaven-defying, not to mention that it could also improve a cultivator's gene combinations. If a cultivator's gene combinations were improved, all kinds of abilities could become even more powerful. For example, Lin Feng's immortal rebirth technique recorded in his immortal bloodline had a success rate of about 10%. If the gene combinations were improved, would the success rate increase again? This was a very likely thing. Lin Feng wanted to take the purple moon fruit, but at that moment, a terrifying chi filled the air and locked onto Lin Feng. A gigantic eagle was flying towards him. That eagle had a wingspan of 12 meters and was coldly looking at Lin Feng. Immediately after, a gigantic black python that was 7 or 8 meters long crawled towards Lin Feng. It was sticking out its tongue and coldly looking at Lin Feng. Immediately after, a third creature appeared. It was a gigantic ant. It was a black ant, a devil ant. It was 3 to 4 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters long. Its chi was also very terrifying, it couldn't be underestimated. It was probably because the Violet Moon Fruit had ripened that these 3 terrifying existences were attracted. The 3 terrifying existences locked onto Lin Feng. They didn't pay attention to the young cultivator behind him. They obviously felt that Lin Feng was a huge threat. As for the young cultivator behind him, they didn't care about him at all. What a terrifying chi! Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. These 3 creatures were absolutely terrifying, and Lin Feng felt that their state was a bit strange. They didn't break through to the next realm, which was certain. However, they seemed to be able to exert this level of combat strength. Could it be because of Mount Wangu? If that was the case, it would be too shocking. Mount Wangu was indeed worthy of being a divine mountain in the Kunlun universe. It was one of the most mysterious mountains, and the secrets it hid were enough to shock the world. The 3 terrifying creatures attacked Lin Feng at the same time. The giant eagle's wings vibrated, and hundreds of millions of wind blades slashed toward him. The black python opened its mouth and spat out a terrifying poison. The poison was so strong that even the void could not withstand it. The void collapsed. The poison quickly swept toward Lin Feng. The devil ant's body emitted waves of death ripples. Those death ripples all surged toward Lin Feng. The attacks of the 3 terrifying creatures were so powerful that even Lin Feng felt that it was very troublesome. However, Lin Feng wasn't really afraid of these 3 existences. There is no self, there is no other. Everything is illusory. Lin Feng said. Lin Feng displayed the top magic recorded in the Space Dao. This was the top secret technique that Lin Feng comprehended after his Space Dao had reached perfection. This secret technique was indeed incomparably powerful. When Lin Feng displayed this secret technique, his body suddenly became illusory. All kinds of attacks blasted toward him, but none of them caused any harm to Lin Feng. This was the first time Lin Feng displayed this secret technique. The power displayed by this secret technique made Lin Feng extremely excited. This kind of power was really quite amazing, and he was very satisfied. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that this secret technique couldn't actually resolve all attacks. It should be different from person to person. If the opponent was too strong and surpassed Lin Feng by too much, this secret technique would probably be broken by the opponent's attack. However, Lin Feng's fighting strength had surpassed his level with the help of the 9 Orifices Stone Man clone. The 3 terrifying creatures in front of him had just reached a similar level of fighting strength. They were on par with Lin Feng, so Lin Feng was able to resolve their attacks. Human King Fist. Immediately after, Lin Feng started attacking the 3 monstrous beasts. Lin Feng threw 3 punches in a row. Each punch contained an incredible amount of energy. His punches tore through the atmosphere and shook the earth. His punches were monstrously powerful. The Human King's fist was worthy of being called a peerless skill. Violent, invincible, unstoppable. Who could resist it? Who could compete with it? After the 3 terrifying creatures felt Lin Feng's attack, they couldn't help but be shocked. During this period of time, many people had entered the range of Mount Wangwu. They had fought with many experts and even many experts who had transcended eras. However, those experts were far inferior to them. Lin Feng. It was indeed unbelievable that a young human cultivator could be so powerful. He was the strongest person they had ever seen. The 3 terrifying creatures didn't dare to be careless. The giant eagle clawed at him. The black python's tail lashed at him fiercely. The ant demon formed a shield in front of him. Bang, bang. Bang, Lin Feng's 3 punches formed a terrifying fist intent and collided with the 3 powerful creatures. The 3 powerful creatures couldn't resist Lin Feng's fist intent. They were all sent flying. However, they didn't suffer any serious injuries. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He knew how powerful the Human King Fist was. However, the Human King Fist couldn't defeat the 3 creatures. Lin Feng felt that it shouldn't be a problem to defeat the 3 creatures. Even if their battle strength was similar, the Human King Fist was too powerful. It could definitely destroy everything in its way. What did it mean that it couldn't seriously injure the 3 creatures? Lin Feng felt that it might have something to do with Mount Wangwu. Was it because Mount Wangwu protected the 3 creatures and the laws of Mount Wangwu helped the 3 creatures to dissolve part of the power of the Human King Fist? If that was the case, that would be too deceptive. Lin Feng didn't attack the 3 terrifying creatures again because there was no need to. He should snatch the purple moon fruit first. Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the purple moon fruit. However, an extremely strange and powerful energy was produced around the purple moon fruit. That strange and powerful energy sent Lin Feng flying. You need a token to take the purple moon fruit. At that moment, the young cultivator said. You have a token? Lin Feng looked at the young cultivator. Yes. He took out a branch. It was the branch of the purple moon fruit tree. With that branch in hand, he could get close to the purple moon fruit. At that moment, the 3 terrifying creatures attacked again. Their target was the young cultivator, not Lin Feng. Obviously, the 3 creatures saw that the young cultivator had a way to get close to the purple moon fruit, so they panicked. Go get the purple moon fruit. I'll deal with these guys. Lin Feng said. The young cultivator nodded and quickly rushed toward the purple moon fruit. At that moment, Lin Feng launched a powerful attack. The first order, Lin Feng used a heaven-defying technique. In the void, countless chains of order appeared. These chains of order formed the first order and sealed the world. When the attacks of the 3 terrifying creatures came crashing down, all of them were blocked by the chains formed by the first rank. Then, the chains formed by the first order swept toward the 3 terrifying creatures. Bang! 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 3 consecutive violent collisions were heard. The 3 terrifying creatures were all sent flying. Got it. At that moment, the young cultivator had successfully plucked the purple moon fruit. He was very excited. Damn it, the three creatures were furious. Their killing intent was monstrous. Their aura began to rise crazily. Moreover, what surprised Lin Feng was that the three creatures began to absorb the power of Mount Wangu. Seeing this, Lin Feng grabbed the young cultivator and quickly rushed outside. He couldn't stay any longer. The creatures of Mount Wangu were at a great disadvantage. It wasn't because of their battle strength, but because these creatures could continuously absorb the power of Mount Wangu. Moreover, they could use the order of Mount Wangu to dissolve the attacks. Moreover, the purple moon fruit had already been plucked by them. There was no need to continue fighting with these guys, was there? Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast. He grabbed the young cultivator and rushed toward the mountain peak. It was only a mountain peak of more than 1,000 meters. Even if Lin Feng couldn't fly now, he wouldn't be injured if he jumped from this height. The three terrifying creatures' killing intent was monstrous. They quickly rushed toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. With a thought, the first order chains in the void swept toward the three terrifying creatures. The three terrifying creatures attacked to break the first order chain's attack. After the three terrifying creatures broke the first order chain's attack, they realized that Lin Feng had long disappeared. This infuriated the three terrifying creatures to no end. The three terrifying creatures roared angrily. They scanned the surroundings with their divine consciousness, but they still couldn't find Lin Feng and the young cultivator. In a cave, Lin Feng was looking at the gigantic eagle flying away, but he looked calm and unperturbed. He had set up a restriction here to isolate their auras. Therefore, the giant eagle couldn't find them at all. After the giant eagle left, Lin Feng looked at the young cultivator. "What's your name?" Lin Feng looked at the young cultivator and asked. "My name is Xiaodong Huang," the young cultivator said. He felt a little uneasy. He knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. Now, he was very worried that Lin Feng would kill him. "Xia Dong Huang? The Dong Huang from Eastern Emperor Tai?" Lin Feng asked. Xia Dong Huang said, "No, Huang has the word Hua next to it." Xia, Dong, Huang, Lin Feng read this name. He felt that this name wasn't that simple. The two words Dong Huang attracted Lin Feng's attention. He was also suspicious. Dong Huang. Dong Huang, it sounded like a homophone. Now that the reincarnation of Eastern Emperor Tai had appeared, Lin Feng guessed that the reincarnation of Eastern Emperor Tai should have come to Mount Wangu. Then, this guy called Xia Dong Huang had a homophone in his name. Was it really a coincidence? Why not search his soul? Maybe he could find something shocking? Look into my eyes. Lin Feng looked at Xia Dong Huang and said. Xia Dong Huang looked into Lin Feng's eyes. When his eyes met with Lin Feng's, Xia Dong Huang's eyes suddenly became confused. Lin Feng's divine consciousness surged into Xia Dong Huang's mind. "This is," the next moment, Lin Feng exclaimed. "A soul seed." Lin Feng found a soul seed in Xia Dong Huang's mind. This discovery shocked Lin Feng, but Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. After all, he had guessed that Xia Dong Huang was Dong Huang Tai's reincarnation. Now that he found out that Xia Dong Huang was really Dong Huang Tai's reincarnation, it wasn't too surprising. Lin Feng now had two paths in front of him. The first was to control Xia Dong Huang. The second was to act as if nothing had happened. Lin Feng felt that he didn't have any grudges with Xia Dong Huang. He couldn't control Xia Dong Huang just because he knew that Xia Dong Huang was Dong Huang Tai's reincarnation, right? Doing so, it was a little immoral. It went against Lin Feng's principles. However, Lin Feng found that Dong Huang Tai's soul seed was a little special. It didn't have any memories of the past, only various inheritances and clues to secret places. What was going on? Lin Feng was puzzled. Logically speaking, a soul seed should have memories of the soul. When the soul seed recovered, its memories would be reset. At that time, it would devour the host's soul and complete the last step of reincarnation. However, the situation before him only had inheritances and secret places. There were no memories of the soul. Lin Feng couldn't understand. Then, Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Could it be that there was trouble during the reincarnation? Was there a problem because of that? That was indeed a possibility. There was another possibility. When Dong Huang Tai reincarnated, he might not want his past self to revive. He just wanted his inheritances not to be destroyed, so his soul and memories didn't go through the reincarnation together. However, no matter what, Lin Feng knew that Xia Donghuang would never become Dong Huang Tai. Although he was Dong Huang Tai's reincarnation, he was Xia Donghuang, not Dong Huang Tai. Lin Feng's consciousness returned. Xia Donghuang's eyes recovered. He looked at Lin Feng and asked warily, "What did you do to me?" Lin Feng said, "I wanted to see if you were a bad person." Xia Donghuang scolded in his heart, "You're the bad person." However, he didn't dare to say those words out loud. Lin Feng continued, "Xia Donghuang, you're a good person. How about this? I'll take you as my disciple?" "Really?" When Xia Donghuang heard Lin Feng, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had already seen how strong Lin Feng was. He knew that even though Lin Feng wasn't very old, his cultivation level was incredible. If he could become Lin Feng's disciple, it would be extremely beneficial for Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang had already seen Lin Feng's strength. Xia Donghuang, naturally, he was more than willing. Of course. Yes, disciple Xia Donghuang greets master. Xia Donghuang hastily knelt down and kowtowed 10 times in front of Lin Feng. His forehead was bruised. Lin Feng sighed. Dong Huang Tai's reincarnation had become his disciple. Once Xia Donghuang fully awakened his memory seed, he would be able to recreate Dong Huang Tai's glory. Wait, in Lin Feng's opinion, Xia Donghuang was going to become even stronger. He might even surpass Dong Huang Tai. Having such an awesome disciple seemed to be a good thing. "Get up," Lin Feng said. "Yes, master." Xia Donghuang quickly stood up. He said, "Master, there are 5 violet moon fruits here. Please accept them." Lin Feng took 4 and gave the last one to Xia Donghuang. He let Xia Donghuang refine it. Xia Donghuang was overjoyed. It seemed that his master was quite generous. Lin Feng looked at Xia Donghuang and said, "Since you've become my disciple, I have to tell you some things." Lin Feng told him about his history and his enmity with the Heavenly Court, the Dragon Palace, the lost races of the epic, and the imperial family. He also told him what he wanted to do. After hearing this, Xia Donghuang was very excited and said, "Before I came to the Heaven Realm, I had heard of Master's reputation, but I didn't expect to become Master's disciple. In the future, I will definitely cultivate well, and in the future, I will definitely fight side by side with Master." Lin Feng patted Xia Donghuang's shoulder. "Not bad, not bad. I think highly of you. Now go and cultivate." "Yes." Xia Donghuang quickly replied. He found a place to sit down in the cave and ate the violet moon fruit. He quickly entered a state of cultivation. Lin Feng thought to himself. Xia Donghuang was a good cultivator. Lin Feng refined one of the 4 violet moon fruits and gave one to the demon lord. Lin Feng stored the remaining 2 violet moon fruits for the time being. A cultivator could only refine 1 violet moon fruit. Therefore, he kept 2 violet moon fruits. They might be of great use in the future. It was a good choice to trade with others or give them to others. Lin Feng also ate a violet moon fruit. Lin Feng then began to refine the violet moon fruit. The violet moon fruit turned into pure energy. Lin Feng absorbed all the pure energy. After absorbing the pure energy, Yi Zichen's body began to tremble. Lin Feng immediately felt it. His body seemed to be transforming. The first effect of the violet moon fruit was to rebuild a cultivator's body. Therefore, the transformation of the body was not particularly shocking. A large amount of impurities were expelled from Lin Feng's body. These impurities were very sticky and emitted a foul smell. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng would find it difficult to expel the impurities from his body. He would not even notice that there were impurities in his body. However, the violet moon fruit was too extraordinary. The pure energy contained in the violet moon fruit penetrated into every inch of his skin, bones, and marrow. Lin Feng's body was under this kind of deep level of refinement. It was constantly strengthening. The transformation of the body. It could greatly stimulate a person's potential. For a cultivator, it was very important. Lin Feng's body had completely completed a major transformation. In addition to his body breaking through from the 10,000 saint realm to the divine realm, the most important thing was that Lin Feng's body had expelled a large amount of impurities, which made Lin Feng feel unprecedentedly relaxed. His cultivation speed seemed to be much faster. The further refinement of the body brought about many benefits to him. He needed to gradually feel these benefits. Then Lin Feng found that a rather wonderful change was taking place in his body. It was like the recombination of microscopic substances, which was also the recombination of genes. This was a more perfect transformation. With the optimization of the gene combination, Lin Feng felt that his bloodline and body seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes. His understanding of Tao. It seemed to have undergone a huge transformation. This change was undoubtedly important to Lin Feng. Optimizing the gene combination. Although the term was very novel, some of the hidden benefits were enough to make people go crazy. After all the medicinal power of the violet moon fruit was absorbed, Lin Feng immediately found that his several bloodlines seemed to have become purer and stronger. This was the benefit after the gene combination was optimized. In addition, Lin Feng felt that the ability of the bloodline awakening was more powerful. Not to mention other things, for example, the success rate of the immortal rebirth technique had increased from 10% to 15%, which was a full 5% increase. The improvement this time was truly astonishing. Apart from that, Lin Feng also realized that his thinking abilities had become much stronger. His understanding of Tao, life, and everything else had become much clearer. Obviously, this was one of the benefits of the gene combination optimization. Therefore, the effect of this violet moon fruit was really amazing, which made Lin Feng very happy. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he used the body cleansing talisman to clean the dirt on his body. Xia Donghuang was still cultivating. Lin Feng waited for a few days before Xia Donghuang came out of seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, he also used the body cleansing talisman to clean the dirt on his body and then walked out. Master. Seeing Lin Feng standing in the forest outside, Xia Donghuang hurried forward and bowed to Lin Feng. Looks like you've improved a lot. Lin Feng looked at Xia Donghuang in surprise, because Xia Donghuang's speed of improvement was too fast. He had increased by more than a dozen levels by a small realm. The key was, the violet moon fruit could not increase a cultivator's cultivation level. It seemed that Xia Donghuang was not a simple person. There must be other reasons for his great increase in cultivation level. As expected of the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor Tai, the cultivation of the reincarnations of these experts increased so quickly that it was unbelievable. Xia Donghuang said, yes, the improvement this time is not small. Even I did not expect such an improvement. Let's go. Let's go inside and take a look. Isn't there a main peak? There might be something good in the palace at the top of the main peak. Lin Feng said. Xia Donghuang naturally had no objections. And so, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang went deeper into the mountain. On the way, Xia Donghuang asked Lin Feng many questions about cultivation. Although he was the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor Tai, he was still not the Eastern Emperor Tai, so there were many things that he was confused about. These questions were not a problem for Lin Feng. Lin Feng answered them one by one. There were many things that Xia Donghuang did not understand. 3 days later, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the main peak. They walked towards the top of the main peak. It was not easy to reach the 100,000-meter main peak. They also had to guard against restrictions and attacks from mutated beasts. When they reached a height of about 10,000 meters, Xia Donghuang had a strange expression on his face. Lin Feng sensed the change in Xia Donghuang's expression. He looked at Xia Donghuang and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Could it be that you have discovered something?" Xia Donghuang said, "Master, I feel like something is calling me." "Something is calling you?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Xia Donghuang was the first person to arrive at Mount Wangu. At that time, Mount Wangu hadn't been born yet. Therefore, Xia Donghuang, or to be precise, Donghuang Tai, probably had a deep relationship with Mount Wangu. As the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor Tai, Xia Donghuang might encounter many opportunities here. Lin Feng was overjoyed. It seemed that he was going to get rich with Xia Donghuang, his cheap disciple. For example, he had obtained the purple moon fruit because of Xia Donghuang. Another example was the opportunity that might appear in the near future. These were all things that could make people go crazy. Lin Feng said, "Let's follow this call and take a look." "Yes, master, follow me," Xia Donghuang said. Lin Feng followed behind Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang walked towards the mountain forest on the left. This main peak was not easy to walk on, and danger lurked everywhere. Even Lin Feng was more careful. They walked for a long time, went around a cliff, and then entered a mountain stream. This mountain stream appeared at a height of 10,000 meters. After arriving here, Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura. Lin Feng saw that outside the mountain stream, there was a stone tablet with the words Hidden Sword Valley written on it. "The thing that is calling me is in the mountain stream," Xia Donghuang said excitedly. Xia Donghuang said excitedly. After coming here, the feeling was too strong. He felt that there was something amazing in this place. And the name Hidden Sword Valley was very meaningful. What secrets were hidden here? "Let's go in and take a look," Lin Feng said. Xia Donghuang nodded and walked into the Hidden Sword Valley with Lin Feng. As soon as they entered the Hidden Sword Valley, Lin Feng saw 13 swords stabbed into the ground. Lin Feng didn't recognize some of the swords, but the aura they emitted was very terrifying. They were all swords that surpassed cultivation. In addition, there were 3 stone swords. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. They were actually the Skydark Sword, Skyswift Sword, and Sky Leisure Sword of the 36 stone swords. The sword in the middle emitted an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. It was an ancient treasure. The Grand Orient Sword is rumored to be ranked 3rd among the 72 divine swords of this epoch, second only to the Xianyuan Sword and Tianhuang Sword. The Grand Orient Sword. This opportunity clearly didn't belong to Lin Feng, but to Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang was the reincarnation of Don Huang Tai, so if the Grand Orient Sword appeared here, didn't that mean that Don Huang Tai had been here before? Could all the swords here have been left behind by Don Huang Tai? In other words, Don Huang Tai was actually a collector of swords. That was a pretty good hobby. Lin Feng was now thinking about how to collect the stone swords and the other swords. Lin Feng felt that it wouldn't be easy to collect them because he sensed great danger in this place. Lin Feng looked at Xia Donghuang and said, "Donghuang, the sword in the middle is the legendary Grand Orient Sword. It's a supreme treasure forged by Don Huang Tai, and it's the strongest treasure in his possession. It's equivalent to an ancient weapon. It's fated to be with you, so quickly go and collect it." "Master, I feel that there's something wrong with this place. We shouldn't rashly go and collect the Grand Orient Sword, right?" Xia Donghuang voiced his worries. It was normal for him to be worried because this place was indeed very dangerous. Even Lin Feng himself didn't want to try it, but Lin Feng felt that Xia Donghuang was fated to be with this place, so it shouldn't be too big of a problem for him to give it a try, right? Lin Feng said earnestly, "With me here to hold the fort for you, what are you afraid of? If you really encounter danger, I'll immediately save you and guarantee that you won't be hurt." Xia Donghuang cupped his fists and said, "Yes, I'll go and collect the swords now." Xia Donghuang was quite sensible and knew to collect the other swords, which saved Lin Feng a lot of trouble. Xia Donghuang walked towards the depths of the Hidden Sword Valley. When he was about 300 meters away, Lin Feng felt an incomparably terrifying killing intent spread throughout the valley. It seemed to be the killing intent that emanated from the Grand Orient Sword and the other 12 swords. It was so terrifying that even Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. One must know, traditionally speaking, an ancient artifact's full power was equivalent to a transcendent powerhouse. The Grand Orient Sword had been here for countless years, and it had become even more powerful after absorbing the power of Mount Wangu. Not to mention, the Grand Orient Sword was supported by 12 other swords. The power of the other 12 swords had long been connected to the Grand Orient Sword, so it was much more powerful than he had imagined. If the Grand Orient Sword went berserk, it could even kill someone above its level. Therefore, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat when he saw the Grand Orient Sword and the other supreme treasures acting up. Xia Donghuang's complexion was incomparably solemn. He could feel the aura of death. This feeling made his heart incomparably heavy. Xia Donghuang felt that if he continued to move forward, he might be killed by the murderous aura emitted by the treasured sword in the depths. However, when he recalled that his master, Lin Feng, had said that he would hold the line for him, Xiao Donghuang felt a lot more at ease. His master was such an amazing figure, so with him controlling the situation, what was there to worry about? He didn't have to worry, so he just had to move forward boldly. As he approached the depths of the valley, the killing intent emitted by the Grand Orient sword became more and more terrifying. Buzz, a terrifying killing intent slashed out from the Grand Orient sword. It was so terrifying that it instantly pierced through the void. After sensing the terrifying might of the killing intent, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. It was too terrifying, and it made his hair stand on end. Furthermore, this was only the first wave of killing intent. How could it be like this? He had just accepted Xiao Donghuang as his disciple, so he didn't want to see Xiao Donghuang die here. After all, Xiao Donghuang was the reincarnation of Donghuang Tai. Was he really going to die here? Just as Lin Feng was about to go and save Xiao Donghuang, Lin Feng saw a shocking scene. Xiao Donghuang's body swayed slightly, and the terrifying sword aura actually brushed past him. After that, the sword aura dissipated. "This brat is amazing," Lin Feng exclaimed. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but sigh in amazement. A moment before, his sword had clearly locked onto Xiao Donghuang, but Xiao Donghuang had managed to dodge it. Actually, Lin Feng was also astonished. He hadn't thought that Xiao Donghuang would be so strong. Just a moment ago, Lin Feng was worried that he wouldn't be able to save Xiao Donghuang. After all, Lin Feng was the one who tricked Xiao Donghuang into taking the treasured swords. Now that he saw that Xiao Donghuang was fine, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Xiao Donghuang continued walking inside. At this moment, the aura of the Grand Orient sword was even stronger than before. Lin Feng was worried that Xiao Donghuang would really be killed by the sword, so he wanted to call Xiao Donghuang back. However, at that moment, the demon lord stopped Lin Feng. He seems to have entered a mysterious state. "Let's keep watching." "Let's continue watching," said the demon lord. Lin Feng nodded when he heard the demon lord's words. However, he was always ready to lend a helping hand if Xiao Donghuang was in danger. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, the Grand Orient sword released sword aura that slashed towards Xiao Donghuang. Xiao Donghuang seemed to have really entered a mysterious state. He moved forward with a special footwork, and when the sword aura slashed towards him, Xiao Donghuang dodged them all. The other 12 treasured swords also released terrifying sword aura. The Grand Orient sword also released terrifying sword aura, and all the sword aura gathered together to form thousands of sword auras that slashed towards Xiao Donghuang. Lin Feng couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. This was a peerless killing move. How could he block it? What shocked Lin Feng was that when the dense sword aura was about to slash Xiao Donghuang, an illusory world suddenly appeared behind Xiao Donghuang. Within that illusory world was a monstrous cultivator dressed in imperial robes and wearing a crown. The monstrous cultivator was sitting cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating. When he saw the monstrous cultivator, Lin Feng was shocked. The monstrous cultivator was none other than Donghuang Tai. Was this the manifestation of a divine ability? Or was it a special ability that Donghuang Tai had passed on to Xiao Donghuang through his soul seed? Regardless, this ability seemed to be extraordinary. Donghuang Tai opened his eyes, and the dense sword aura quickly flew towards the illusory world. The sword aura floated beside Donghuang Tai, and the sword aura seemed to transform into a peerless divine sword that shook the void. Lin Feng couldn't help but be moved by this scene. Whoosh! Xiao Donghuang took advantage of this rare opportunity to rush to the Grand Orient sword, grab it, and pull it out. A terrifying power surged from the Grand Orient sword in an attempt to send Xiao Donghuang flying. The terrifying power instantly cracked the web between Xiao Donghuang's thumb and forefinger. Xiao Donghuang spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't let go of the sword's hilt. The Grand Orient sword didn't kill Xiao Donghuang immediately, so it wanted to launch a second attack to kill Xiao Donghuang. However, the sword absorbed a lot of Xiao Donghuang's blood, and the power that it was about to unleash dissipated. This scene attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Pour your magic power into the Grand Orient sword." Xiao Donghuang came back to his senses and didn't dare to hesitate. Powerful magic power surged into the Grand Orient sword, causing it to struggle. A powerful force formed within the Grand Orient sword that wanted to erase Xiao Donghuang's blood and magic power. If it was just his blood or magic power, the Grand Orient Sword would be able to easily erase them. However, the Grand Orient Sword didn't just contain Xia Donghuang's blood, it also contained Xia Donghuang's magic power. Facing enemies from both sides, the Grand Orient Sword was branded with Xia Donghuang's aura. It let out a series of sword hums and became Xia Donghuang's ultimate treasure. After Xia Donghuang refined the Grand Orient Sword, Lin Feng felt the terrifying killing intent in the surroundings dissipate. Lin Feng quickly went forward and put away the 3 stone swords and the other 9 weapons that transcended cultivation. He had obtained so many treasures, Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard the hums of the stone swords. Including the 3 stone swords he had just obtained, he had already collected 17 stone swords. There were still 19 stone swords whose whereabouts were unknown. There was no need to mention the power of the 36 stone swords. They were extremely effective against the lost races of the epic, and they were also effective against otherworldly life forms. Therefore, in Lin Feng's plan, the 36 stone swords were important treasures to kill the top experts of the world's imperial clan. They could even be relied on to kill the world ruler behind the scenes. Of course, Lin Feng wasn't sure if the 36 stone swords could really kill the world ruler behind the scenes. After all, no one had tried before. However, Lin Feng felt that it might be possible. Everything in the world had a counter. For example, the world ruler behind the scenes was almost immortal, but he was also restrained by some things. The 36 stone swords were the treasures that restrained the world ruler behind the scenes. Master, why do I feel as if this sword is a part of my body? It's as if it was my treasure in my previous life. I've obtained other treasures, but I've never felt this way. Xia Donghuang looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Clearly, Xia Donghuang didn't know that he was the reincarnation of Donghuang Tai. That was normal. After all, Donghuang Tai hadn't stored his memories of his previous life in his soul seed. Lin Feng said, "That's because you're fated with it. As for the deeper reason, it's not convenient for me to tell you now. Otherwise, I'll reveal the secrets of heaven. You'll know in the future." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xia Donghuang's heart trembled. Master is truly an unfathomable figure. Xia Donghuang couldn't help but respect Lin Feng even more. Lin Feng continued, "The Grand Orient Sword has great implications. If the cultivators of the ancient demon shrine find out about this treasure, they'll definitely come to snatch it. So, try not to expose the Grand Orient Sword in the future. If you really have to, do your best to kill your enemies, because the dead won't reveal your secrets. Yes, disciple will remember Master's teachings." Xia Donghuang hurriedly said. "All right, let's go." Lin Feng nodded and took the lead to rush outside. Xia Donghuang put away the Grand Orient Sword. After leaving the Hidden Sword Valley, Lin Feng found a secluded place for Xia Donghuang to heal. Xia Donghuang's injuries weren't too serious, and he was as good as new after 6 hours. Since it was already night, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang didn't continue their journey. Under the cover of night, Mount Wanwu wasn't safe. Therefore, it was better to be cautious. Woo-woo. Late at night, Lin Feng heard the sound of sobbing. It was a very soft sound, and not only did Lin Feng hear it, but Xia Donghuang also heard it. Xia Donghuang got up and looked at Lin Feng. "Master, I'll go check." Lin Feng nodded. Xia Donghuang went to check, but he didn't return. Lin Feng's expression became serious. Could something have happened to Xia Donghuang? Damn it, can't Master be less worried? Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. The sound of sobbing could be heard in the distance, and Lin Feng quickly arrived at the place where the sobbing was coming from. Lin Feng saw a woman appear in the forest in front of him. She was wearing a cyan dress, she was tall and graceful and had a beautiful face. She looked delicate and pitiful. She was crying. He didn't know why she was crying. Where was Xia Donghuang? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Xia Donghuang had just come here to find out what had happened, but now he was gone. Could it be related to that woman, a woman crying in the middle of the night on Mount Wanwu? Was she really that simple? It was hard to say whether that woman was a human or a ghost, although she was indeed very beautiful. Sometimes, ghosts could be charming. One couldn't be attracted by the other party's appearance just because they were beautiful and forget about the potential threats around them. If that was really the case, one would most likely die. At that moment, more than 10 cultivators rushed over from the distance. So it's a beautiful fairy crying here. A young master said. It's true. This woman is really beautiful. She's so captivating that even the moon and flowers would be ashamed. Let's go and see if we can help this fairy. The rest of the people also talked at the same time. These people saw that the woman was beautiful, so they pitied her and wanted to help her. The group of people walked towards the woman. Fairy, why are you crying here in the middle of the night? We are not talented, but we are willing to help you. A young master said. At that moment, the woman raised her head, and the group of people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They were completely stunned. They were a bit far away, and it was night, so they couldn't see the woman's face clearly. Even if they couldn't see clearly, because cultivators had night vision, they could roughly see the woman's appearance and knew that she was very beautiful. Otherwise, there wouldn't be people who described her as captivating that even the moon and flowers would be ashamed. Now that they came to the woman's side and saw her face up close, they finally understood how beautiful she was. This woman should only exist in the heavens. How many times could one see her in the mortal world? Perhaps this was the best way to describe this woman. The woman said charmingly, "Gentlemen, do you really want to help me?" At this moment, these young masters' hearts were bursting with joy. Such a peerless beauty was now asking for their help. If they helped the other party, they might be able to embrace the beauty. Thinking of this, the group of people suddenly felt their hearts warm up. Of course, we're willing to do anything for you, fairy. Climb a mountain of blades, dive into a sea of flames, as long as you say the word, we won't even frown. One by one, they patted their chests and promised. Lust was the price of a knife. Obviously, these people had been bewitched by the woman's beauty. Lin Feng hid in the dark, frowning as he watched what was happening. He wanted to see what would happen next. The woman said charmingly, "Thank you for your kind intentions, gentlemen. It's like this, I want to borrow something from you." "What is it?" the group of young masters asked curiously. "Your lives." The woman still spoke coquettishly. However, at that moment, in the ears of this group of young masters, her voice was filled with murderous intent and icy cold coldness. "There's something wrong with this woman. Hurry up and retreat," said a cultivator. The others nodded and planned to retreat, wanting to put some distance between them and the woman. In fact, it wasn't the first time they had suspected that there was something wrong with the woman. They had been suspicious for a long time, however, this woman was simply too beautiful. Although they felt that this woman might not be simple, these people still deliberately ignored this point. Of course, there might be another reason for this. There were more than 10 people on their side, and there was no lack of experts. With so many people together, if something really happened, they could take care of each other. The woman in front of them was indeed a bit strange, but these people were strong and daring. They also relied on their numbers, so they didn't think too much of it. But now, they wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Because at this moment, the woman gently waved her sleeve. Suddenly, an invisible force surged out and instantly enveloped all the cultivators. These cultivators instantly disappeared. Whirled in the sleeve, Lin Feng was startled. This woman's understanding of the Tao of space had reached an extremely profound level. Even someone like Lin Feng, who had cultivated the Tao of space to the Great Circle, would find it difficult to use the heaven and earth sleeve technique. But this woman had actually succeeded. She was truly extraordinary. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. What did this woman want to do with those cultivators? Also, Xia Donghuang had also disappeared. Was he also suppressed by this woman's heaven and earth sleeve? Now that he thought about it, there was indeed such a possibility. This woman was definitely scheming something, although Lin Feng did not know what she was planning. However, Lin Feng could roughly guess that this person was definitely up to no good by suppressing so many experts. Could it be that he wanted to kill those experts to achieve some sort of goal? The current situation seemed to be somewhat complicated, but no matter what, Lin Feng had already decided to make a move. He could not watch Xia Donghuang die in this woman's hands. Donghuang Tai's reincarnation had not even gotten the chance to show off before dying. That would make people speechless. Lin Feng walked out of his hiding place and quickly walked towards the woman. At this moment, the woman's back was facing Lin Feng as she cried softly. This move again, but it had to be said that this trick was actually very useful against male cultivators. After all, men knew how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Seeing such a delicate beauty crying there, even if they suspected that the matter might not be so simple, after hearing the sound of her crying, their hearts would soften. Therefore, it was normal for them to go up and comfort her, but once they got close to this woman, bad luck might come knocking. Who asked this woman to be so powerful? Lin Feng came behind the woman and pretended to ask, "Fairy, why are you crying here alone?" In fact, Lin Feng had wanted to suddenly attack the woman, but Lin Feng realized that he had been locked onto by her. In other words, although the woman's back was facing Lin Feng had no chance of succeeding in a sneak attack. Therefore, Lin Feng did not attack the woman. Instead, he first talked with her to make her lower her guard. Then, he would look for an opportunity to attack. The woman raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. Her face was indeed beautiful. Looking at it up close, the shock it brought to him was even more intense. However, what kind of peerless beauty had Lin Feng not seen before? Therefore, he was not like the others who were completely mesmerized by this woman. "Young master, do you really want to help me?" The woman looked at Lin Feng pitifully. If it were anyone else who saw this woman's weak and helpless appearance, even if they had a heart of stone, their heart would probably melt at this moment, right? Lin Feng sneered inwardly. This woman's words were exactly the same as what she had said to the others. Lin Feng was speechless. He really wanted to say, "Beauty, can you change your lines?" Lin Feng said. "Of course. I'm willing to do anything for you." The woman said, "Thank you for your kindness, young master. It's like this, I would like to borrow something from you." Damn, it was the exact same line again. Lin Feng said, "Let alone one thing, I can even borrow 10 things from you." The woman said sweetly, "You're so nice, young master. Take a look and see what this is." Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. The woman was slightly stunned. It was just a palm. There was nothing special about it. "What do you want me to see, young master?" The woman asked, puzzled. "Ha ha ha ha. This is. Eat my fist," said Lin Feng while laughing loudly. He threw a punch at the girl. The woman's gaze turned cold. She hadn't expected the person in front of her to suddenly attack her. However, her reaction speed was too fast. Just as Lin Feng's punch was about to land on her body, however, at that moment, the woman's body suddenly turned into a red cloud and disappeared. Lin Feng's punch hit nothing but air. What was going on? Lin Feng was stunned. At such a close distance, the woman had actually dodged his punch. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This woman's methods were truly strange and terrifying. A moment later, the woman appeared behind Lin Feng. Her gaze was cold. She waved her sleeve, and a strange energy surged towards Lin Feng. The heaven and earth sleeve was still a powerful technique. She wanted to suppress Lin Feng. Humph. Lin Feng naturally felt the terrifying aura coming from behind him. He sneered and used Space Dao. The surrounding void was imprisoned. The energy that wanted to devour Lin Feng also dissipated. First order, Lin Feng attacked, chains of order appeared and sealed the earth and sky. Lin Feng knew that this woman wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore, he first used the first order to completely seal off the woman's path of escape. First trap, then kill, that was Lin Feng's strategy. Then, Lin Feng used the Human King Fist, an invincible punch. Then, he charged towards the woman. The woman wanted to retreat, but the chains formed by the first order swept over. The chains formed by the first order were not as simple as sequence chains. They were supreme techniques that could compete with the 6 realms of reincarnation and the Human King Fist. Therefore, their power was incomparably terrifying. The woman did not dare to resist the sequence chains formed by the first rank either. She avoided the sequence chains formed by the first rank. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had already charged over. She had no choice but to resist Lin Feng's Human King Fist. With a wave of her sleeve, a distorted spatial world appeared in front of her body. She wanted to use this distorted spatial world to block Lin Feng's attack. However, she failed. This distorted spatial world couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack at all. Lin Feng's invincible punch shattered the distorted world. That punch continued to blast towards the woman. The woman slapped her palm at Lin Feng. Bang, accompanied by the violent sound of collision, the woman was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. As a divine ability with unparalleled attack power, the power that erupted from the human king fist was indeed unimaginably powerful. Even someone as powerful as this woman suffered a great loss. As her body flew backward, the chains of order swept towards her. Bang bang bang, the woman slapped her palm out one after another. She slapped her palm on the sequence chains one after another, but she still couldn't avoid all of them. She was sent flying by one of the sequence chains. Ugh, then, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her face became extremely pale. She couldn't help but glare at Lin Feng hatefully. Then, she turned into a red cloud and quickly flew into the distance. The red cloud was very special. She quickly rushed out of the sequence chains that Lin Feng condensed. Then, she rushed towards the forest in the distance. Naturally, Lin Feng wouldn't let this woman go. He quickly chased after her. The red cloud that the woman turned into was very fast, but Lin Feng was also very fast. Although Lin Feng couldn't fly now, in reality, whether he could fly or not didn't affect Lin Feng's speed much. He didn't need to fly to chase after the red cloud that the woman had turned into. He could just use ground shrink. The woman entered a canyon and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng also came here and searched carefully, but he didn't find anything. How strange, where was she, where did she go? Lin Feng frowned. Demon Lord, what do you think? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, she should still be here. Look carefully. Lin Feng didn't immediately search for the woman's whereabouts. This was because he knew that using normal methods wouldn't be able to find her. Since normal methods wouldn't work, he would have to use other methods. For example, could he make some deductions? After thinking about it, Lin Feng rejected this idea. He hadn't recovered from the backlash from before, and Lin Feng didn't want to suffer another backlash. What should he do? How about asking Great Sage Martin to help him search? Lin Feng took out the heart compass and said, Great Sage Martin, help me find the woman I was chasing before. Great Sage Martin appeared and said, this is Mount Wanguo, and it has an unimaginably powerful magnetic field. I don't dare to use any techniques here, or the magnetic field will destroy the compass needle. That was true. Magnetic fields had a great effect on compasses. Although the heart compass was extraordinary, it was still a type of compass. Magnetic fields could also cause serious damage to it. Great Sage Martin said, actually, if you want to find that woman, you don't need to use the heart compass. Oh? How do you do that? Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Great Sage Martin's words. Great Sage Martin said calmly, find that woman's aura. Wherever she's hiding, there must be some aura left behind. Lin Feng said, I've already used this method before, but it didn't work. No, it's actually useful. I know that she's hiding her aura very well, but in essence, no matter how well she hides her aura, it's impossible to completely hide it. You were looking for her aura before, but you couldn't find it. I'm guessing that she must have used some sort of technique to change her aura. Great Sage Martin said. Lin Feng nodded. He had thought of this possibility before, but what could he do? He still couldn't find a way to deal with this technique. Great Sage Martin's hand flashed, and a bottle appeared. What's this? Lin Feng looked at the bottle in Great Sage Martin's hand with a puzzled expression. Why was Great Sage Martin taking out a bottle at a time like this? Great Sage Martin said, there's a spirit bug in this bottle called a source spirit bug. This source spirit bug is very special. It's the source, and it can find the source of many things. Although that woman's aura has changed, what's the source of her aura? It's her aura from before. Using that aura and a special technique to change it, we can use the source spirit bug to find where she's hiding. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, then quickly release the source spirit bug. Great Sage Martin nodded and released the source spirit bug from the bottle. The source spirit bug began to search for traces of the woman's aura. 15 minutes later. The source spirit bug was lying on a large tree. Then, it raised its tail. The source spirit bug's tail kept wagging. Found it, said Great Sage Martin. said the great immortal Martin, taking the spiritual insect back. Lin Feng looked at the ancient tree. There was nothing special about the ancient tree. Lin Feng searched for a while, but he didn't find anything special. Could there be something else inside the ancient tree? Thinking of this, Lin Feng put away the heart compass. Then, his divine will enveloped the entire ancient tree, and he began to search. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. 10 times. After searching 10 times, he still didn't find anything. Could he have found the wrong place? Lin Feng frowned and continued to use his divine will to search the ancient tree. Suddenly, Lin Feng discovered a faint fluctuation. Lin Feng was surprised. A faint fluctuation was sometimes enough to make one's imagination run wild. Lin Feng locked onto the place where the faint fluctuation was coming from. He discovered that there was actually a hidden spatial node. It was hidden too deeply. He had searched so many times before, but he still hadn't found this spatial node. Lin Feng felt that. It was probably because he had searched the entire ancient tree again and again. Although he hadn't found the spatial node before, the energy that had escaped from his divine will had very likely come into contact with this spatial node. Therefore, this spatial node had finally revealed itself. Looking at this spatial node, Lin Feng was elated. Spatial nodes were usually connected to independent spaces. Evidently, that woman must have entered a space that was connected to this spatial node. Lin Feng did not linger as he entered the spatial node. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng found himself in a valley. Humph. A cold snort rang out. Lin Feng raised his head and saw that woman standing on top of a mountain peak, looking at him coldly. Looking at this woman, Lin Feng frowned. She seemed to know that he would definitely be able to find his way here. I have no grudges with you. Neither do I wish to have any grudges with you. My disciple from before should have been suppressed by you. Release him and I'll leave this place immediately. Lin Feng looked at the woman and said. To think that you would dare to bargain in the territory of Fairy Hong Yun. What a fool's dream. Even you will die here today. The woman replied coldly. Fairy Hong Yun? You're saying that you're Fairy Hong Yun? Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. Ever since the beginning of this era, Hong Meng, Hong Jun, Daoist Luya and Old Master Hun Kuan were born. After that, a number of horrifying existences were born. Of these existences, there were 7 that had to be mentioned. Why did he have to mention them? Because it was rumored that the 7 of them had obtained the Khanate Purple Qi. One must know that the first living being of this era, Hong Meng, was born from the Khanate Purple Qi. Now that the 7 of them had obtained the Khanate Purple Qi, one could imagine how frightening their cultivation states would be with the help of the Khanate Purple Qi. Among the 7 of them, there was one called Fairy Hong Yun. Generally speaking, cultivators would not give themselves names that were taboo. For example, the name Fairy Hong Yun was a taboo to begin with. Therefore, this name could not be given casually. Who knew what sort of calamity might befall them if they were to give themselves such a name? Therefore, Lin Feng had the feeling that this celestial Hong Yun was really related to the legendary celestial Hong Yun, but Lin Feng didn't think they were the same person. There was a reason why he didn't think so. After all, how strong was the legendary Fairy Hong Yun after obtaining the Khanate Purple Qi? Even though this Fairy Hong Yun was extremely strong as well, she was clearly nowhere near the level of the legendary Fairy Hong Yun. However, on second thought, Lin Feng wondered if there was some reason why Fairy Hong Yun's cultivation state had dropped significantly. If that were the case, then this Fairy Hong Yun before him could very well be the legendary Fairy Hong Yun. There was another possibility as well. Lin Feng felt that this was more likely. This Fairy Hong Yun before him was actually a reincarnation. Furthermore, she had awakened the memories of her past life, and her cultivation state was growing at a steady pace. Lin Feng looked at the woman and asked, You mentioned that your name is Fairy Hong Yun. What is your relationship with the legendary Fairy Hong Yun who obtained the Khanate Purple Qi? Fairy Hong Yun replied proudly, I am the reincarnation of that Fairy Hong Yun. Seems like I guessed it right. Lin Feng was taken aback. Back in the day, Fairy Hong Yun had participated in the Great War between the Xianxia lifeforms. This was something that was recorded in the legends. There was a high chance that she had fallen in the Great War. It was said that when Fairy Hongyun fell, many Xiantian life forms were heartbroken. This was because back then, in the eyes of many Xiantian life forms, Fairy Hongyun was equivalent to a goddess. Was there a lack of suitors around a goddess? Of course there were. Every single goddess would be surrounded by many bootlickers. The era of Xiantian life forms was no exception. The original body of Fairy Hongyun was merely formed from the first red cloud of this era. What's more, you're just a reincarnation? Do you think that you can do anything to me? Lin Feng sneered. Fairy Hongyun wasn't angry at all. She continued, the formation that I've set up is the great formation of the 12 capitals heaven demons. Do you really think that you can stand a chance against such a formation? What? Lin Feng's expression changed. The 12 heavenly baleful formation was one of the most powerful formations born in this era. It was even more powerful than the immortal extermination grand formation of the Age of the Gods. In the past, countless Xiantian life forms had died under the attacks of this grand formation. Lin Feng had naturally heard of this kind of formation before. However, Lin Feng had never seen such a grand formation before. It was rumored that after the end of the Xiantian era, the 12 heavenly fiends formation had been lost. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. To think that there were still people who knew of the 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation. Fairy Hongyun was indeed someone who knew a lot of tricks up her sleeves. However, Lin Feng soon thought of something else. It was said that this 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation was set up by dozens of top-class spirit formation masters back in the day. With a certain heavenly master as the anchor, the formation could only be activated after expending countless precious materials. And right now, Fairy Hongyun was just a single person. How could she activate a formation as such? Wasn't that just bullshit? Lin Feng felt that the 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation here was at most a simplified version of the 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation. If it was the complete 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation, there was no doubt that it would be extremely powerful. However, if it was the complete 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation, Lin Feng would have nothing to worry about. After all, Fairy Hongyun wouldn't be able to activate it at all. As for the simplified version, its power would be greatly reduced. In fact, he didn't have to worry too much about it. At the thought of this, Lin Feng was relieved. Humph. Trying to trap me with a simplified 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation? Today, I'll let you know how strong I am. Lin Feng snorted coldly as he dashed towards Fairy Hongyun. Fairy Hongyun laughed coldly. A simplified version of the 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation? Killing you won't be an issue at all. The moment she finished her words, she activated the 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation. Rise of the Fiend Gods. Annihilate the heavens and earth. Countless formation runes intertwined with one another. Within the formation runes, one after another, frightening fiend gods were formed. These fiend gods let out a low growl. Following which, these fiend gods pounced towards Lin Feng one after another. Each and every one of these fiend gods seemed as though they could shatter the heavens and earth with just a wave of their hands. A fighting strength of this level was truly shocking. The strength of these fiend gods was truly formidable. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but be taken aback by this. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the attacks of these fiend gods at all. Human King Fist, bam. Bam, Lin Feng's godly fist was invincible as he sent a fiend god flying with a single punch. These fiend gods couldn't do anything to Lin Feng at all. 12 Citadel Heavens. Suppress. Annihilate. Break. Destroy. Activating the 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation, Fairy Hongyun unleashed an even stronger attack. The 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation formed 12 illusory heavens. Legend had it that back in the Great War between the Khanate beings, the 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation didn't form illusory heavens, but real heavens instead. When the 12 Citadel Heavens came crashing down, countless living beings couldn't withstand it and their bodies exploded as their essence spirits were destroyed. Some of the living beings that didn't die were devoured by the 12 Citadel Heavens before being trapped and killed within. Naturally, Fairy Hongyun's simplified version of the 12 Citadel Heavens demons formation couldn't form real heavens. All she could do was form illusory heavens. However, in reality, even these illusory heavens were extremely frightening. Feeling the vibrations from the illusory heavens, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but turn grim. At this moment, Lin Feng didn't dare to hold back at all. Panga's imprint, armor of the gods, true dragon runes, sage bone, the magic lotus, golden dwarf, stone golem clone and immortal lotus all surged into Lin Feng's body. Instantly, Lin Feng's strength reached the pinnacle. At the same time, Lin Feng executed his human king fist with all his might. Breaking the heavens with a single punch, Lin Feng's body shot up into the sky as he punched out towards the 12 citadel heavens. A bedazzling radiance surged out from Lin Feng's fist. This pinnacle punch of Lin Feng's could be described as destroying the heavens and earth. Poof, Lin Feng's single punch tore through layer after layer of heavens as he charged out of the 12 citadel heavens. However, the 12 citadel heavens were completely destroyed by Lin Feng. Following that, Lin Feng leaped through the forest swiftly as he headed straight for Fairy Hongyun. How could this be? Fairy Hongyun's face was filled with disbelief. Even though this was just a simplified version of the 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation, it was more than enough to deal with some cultivators who were above their cultivation states. Evidently, Lin Feng's cultivation state wasn't all that high. In Fairy Hongyun's opinion, Lin Feng might be able to make use of certain things to raise his fighting strength to a state that was above his cultivation state temporarily. However, a fighting strength that relied on external means like that wasn't enough to break through the 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation. However, it was only at this moment that Fairy Hongyun realized how wrong she was. Lin Feng had broken through her 12 Citadel Heavens Demons formation. Not only that, he had done it in a rather relaxed manner. Shock. Inconceivable. Unbelievable, all sorts of emotions were intertwined within her. However, Fairy Hongyun snapped back to her senses quickly. Even though Lin Feng was charging at her aggressively, there was no way she could take on Lin Feng's sharpness head-on. Therefore, she turned around and darted into the depths of her cave. This was the place where she had secluded herself after her reincarnation. As long as she entered her cave, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to do anything to her. However, Lin Feng didn't give her the chance to do so. His speed was simply way too fast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Fairy Hongyun and sent out a punch towards her. Sensing the horrifying aura behind her, Fairy Hongyun's face changed immediately. This punch of Lin Feng was a huge threat to her. Therefore, she had no choice but to stop in her tracks and take on Lin Feng's attack head-on. Fairy Hongyun retaliated with a punch of her own. Bam! Accompanied by a loud collision sound, Lin Feng and Fairy Hongyun's attacks collided violently. Lin Feng was unscathed, however, Fairy Hongyun was sent flying by Lin Feng. After all, she was already injured previously, causing her fighting strength to drop significantly. Therefore, it was naturally tough for her to take on Lin Feng in his peak condition. First Order, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Lin Feng struck out once more. The First Order formed a frightening chain of order that locked down the heavens and earth. Fairy Hongyun had nowhere to run. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation formed 6 mysterious stone doors that descended from the heavens and suppressed down. First Order and 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Coupled with the human king fist that you've mastered previously, to think that you would know so many heaven-defying skills. But I, Fairy Hongyun, am not to be trifled with. Fairy Hongyun glared at Lin Feng coldly. She started chanting. Red clouds swirled. Purple clouds rumbled. Red clouds and purple clouds mixed together. Thereafter, a lotus formed by the fusion of red and purple appeared. This was an energy lotus. A lotus infused with the connate purple chi. Lin Feng was taken aback. Even though this Fairy Hongyun was a reincarnated body, she had mastered the connate purple chi as well. At the beginning of this era, there were only 7 strands of connate purple chi. Therefore, the connate purple chi could be used in many different ways. Evidently, Fairy Hongyun's usage of the connate purple chi had reached a godly state. The red-purple immortal lotus rose into the sky. Then, it bloomed instantly, bam, following which, a frightening amount of energy rippled out as the red-purple immortal lotus exploded. This method was equivalent to harming one's enemy while harming one's self. After the explosion of the red-purple immortal lotus, Lin Feng's 6 Paths of Reincarnation and First Order weren't completely destroyed. However, the power of the 6 stone doors and the chains of order were greatly reduced as they were pushed back. Grabbing this opportunity, Fairy Hongyun dashed out of the 6 paths of reincarnation and the chains of order. This woman's methods were truly incredible. Fairy Hongyun didn't dare to stay any longer as she raised her speed to the maximum and dashed towards the depths of the 9 paths of reincarnation. However, at this moment, suddenly, Fairy Hongyun let out a cry of agony before collapsing onto the ground headfirst. Apparently, when Fairy Hongyun was creating the red-purple immortal lotus to break through Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation and first order, Lin Feng had already attempted to activate the Great Curse Art. The success rate of using the Great Curse Art against someone like Fairy Hongyun wasn't high. Lin Feng had to activate it dozens of times before he succeeded. The Great Curse Art had damaged Fairy Hongyun's soul. This was the reason why Fairy Hongyun was in so much pain. She knew that she was in a dangerous situation. Bearing with the intense pain in her head, she dashed forward. However, Lin Feng had already caught up to her. Instantly, he sent out a series of talismans towards Fairy Hongyun. Fairy Hongyun wanted to retaliate. However, she eventually failed and was suppressed by Lin Feng. You. Fairy Hongyun was stuttering. Fairy Hongyun was starting to get a little incoherent. She had not expected that she would one day become someone's prisoner and end up in a situation as such. Her state of mind was in a mess right now. How could she resolve this crisis before her? Fairy Hongyun's heart was in a mess right now. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, you're the reincarnation of a powerful being from the Xianxia era indeed. If not for the fact that my methods are stronger, I might not have been able to suppress you. Behind me, there's a bunch of Xiantian life forms who have returned from their tribulations. I'm sure you don't want to offend them, right? I can release that disciple of yours. Let's both take a step back. How about that? Fairy Hongyun tried her best to calm herself down before stating her terms. Lin Feng chuckled coldly. Before the war, she thought that she had everything under her control and was high and mighty. Now that she was a prisoner, she still dared to make such arrogant demands. There was only one sentence that could describe her, that was, a person like her had no self-awareness at all. This left Lin Feng speechless. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Do you think that you have the right to make such demands in front of me right now? Fairy Hongyun's face darkened. What do you want then? Kill me? Do you know who my master is? Who is it? Lin Feng was puzzled. Hongjun. Fairy Hongyun replied. Hongjun? Lin Feng could not help but furrow his brows. He suddenly thought of a legend. It was said that after Hongjun became a saint, he would preach about the Tao in the Jade Firmament Palace. Countless living beings would head over to listen to his preaching. For example, the three pure ones, Ku and Peng, and many other existences would head over, including Fairy Hongyun. Initially, he had thought that it was just a legend. But now, it seemed like things weren't that simple. There was a high possibility that it was real. Since it was real, then, Fairy Hongyun could indeed be considered as Hongjun's disciple. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Hongjun has been missing for God knows how many years. Do you think that Hongjun can intimidate me? Fairy Hongyun replied. My master isn't missing. He's merely roaming the universe in search of a new breakthrough. He'll be returning soon. I'm one of the 7 legacy disciples of my master. Think about it. If you were to kill me and my master were to find out, how would he feel? Are you threatening me? Lin Feng squinted his eyes and looked at Fairy Hongyun. Fairy Hongyun replied. I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you the truth. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. I don't think that there's a need for us to fight to the death, right? What do you think? Lin Feng laughed coldly. Yes, you're threatening me. I hate it when people threaten me. So what if it's Hongjun? No matter how strong Hongjun is, there are many things that he has to be wary of. Furthermore, in the eyes of the sovereign race, Hongjun is nothing much. He's just someone who was born in this era. Compared to our sovereign race, his background is way too weak. If not for the fact that my ancestor, the primogenitor sovereign, had awakened him back then, would he still be where he is today? Even if Hongjun were to appear now, it's hard to say whose side he would stand on. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Fairy Hongyun's face changed slightly. She had already discovered that Lin Feng was a descendant of the sovereign race. She had also heard of the stories between the primogenitor sovereign and Hong Jun. However, no one had verified these stories, and Hong Jun had never mentioned anything about it either. But now that this was mentioned by the descendant of the sovereign race, it seemed like it could be verified. Therefore, Fairy Hong Yun could not help but feel uneasy in her heart. Hee. However, it's true that I don't want to kill you anymore. I've thought of another way to deal with you. Lin Feng changed his tone. What are you trying to do? Fairy Hong Yun's face changed. Lin Feng laughed coldly. Seems like you know fear as well. And here I thought that you didn't. You'll know what I'm going to do very soon. Fairy Hong Yun gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Feng. Actually, she did have someone she liked back then. However, due to various reasons, she missed out on that person. She thought that perhaps she could wait for him to appear once more. If that person were to appear once more, she would definitely take the initiative and boldly express her feelings for him. In the past, she was a little shy. Furthermore, women were usually reserved. Therefore, she did not do so. But right now, there was no need for her to care so much anymore. Life was long, really long. But it was short. Whatever one wanted to do, they would do it. She did not want to have any regrets. She did not want to leave any regrets behind. In fact, even for a peerless being like Fairy Hong Yun, it seemed like she could not break free from the entanglement of emotions. The emotions of humans were way too mysterious. Who could cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires? It was way too difficult. In fact, there were times when even Buddhas would develop emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, Buddhas had to meditate in order to cut off all the thoughts in their hearts. But now, Fairy Hong Yun felt extremely sad. She was already an impure person. If that person were to appear once more, how could she still have the face to say those words? All of this was thanks to Lin Feng. Fairy Hong Yun. She hated Lin Feng so much that she could only grit her teeth. At this moment, Lin Feng was strolling around the cave of Fairy Hong Yun. Naturally, a cave located at the main peak of Mount Wangu was not simple at all. The immortal qi in this place was almost 100 times more than the outside world. Cultivating in a place like this would indeed yield twice the results with half the effort. Furthermore, Lin Feng realized that there were many murals within the cave. All of them were murals of cultivators cultivating. Looking at the murals, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. What was up with those murals? Could it be that there were many supreme martial arts recorded within? Thinking about it, that was indeed a possibility. At this moment, Fairy Hong Yun walked out. She looked both seductive and pure. To think that 2 completely different auras would appear on a single person. That was strange indeed. However, Fairy Hong Yun was able to control these 2 different auras perfectly. However, Fairy Hong Yun looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. Cold, it was a very cold chill. Lin Feng replied, if you do something wrong, you'll be punished. Fairy Hong Yun's face was cold as she ignored Lin Feng. I've always treated my women well. You can choose to submit to me, and I won't mistreat you. Lin Feng said. Fairy Hong Yun gritted her teeth and replied. Dream on. You and I are irreconcilable. Also. Remember this. I'm not your woman. Lin Feng did not continue on this topic with Fairy Hong Yun. Lin Feng said, who painted these murals? If my guess is correct, the contents of these murals should be some inheritance, right? Fairy Hong Yun replied, I don't know who left behind these murals. That's because these murals were already here when I arrived. Furthermore, I did not manage to find any clues regarding these murals. However, Mount Wangu was originally a godly mountain of the Kunlun universe. Therefore, these murals might have been painted by some powerful beings of the Kunlun universe. Lin Feng frowned slightly. For Lin Feng, the Kunlun universe was an extremely mysterious place. Anything that was related to the Kunlun universe, be it people or things, would seem to have an additional layer of mystery to them. Lin Feng did not continue asking about the contents of these murals. Perhaps these murals might contain some supreme martial arts or skills. However, Lin Feng did not have the time to spend on them. Lin Feng looked at Fairy Hong Yun and asked, how long have you been cultivating here? Fairy Hongyun replied, ever since the ancient era, I've been fully awakened. Then, I came to Mount Wanwu by chance. Since then, I've never left this place. However, most of the time, I've been in a deep sleep. Lin Feng said, seems like you've recovered quite a bit of your cultivation. Furthermore, Mount Wanwu is a very special place. I'm sure you must have obtained a lot of benefits from this place. Fairy Hongyun did not reply. She seemed to have acknowledged Lin Feng's words silently. Lin Feng continued, do you know who left behind the palace at the peak of the main peak? Fairy Hongyun replied, no. Lin Feng continued asking, have you entered it before? Fairy Hongyun replied, no. That palace has always been shut. However, it has trembled a few times. When the palace trembled, I went to check it out. However, it has never opened. Perhaps it won't open this time either. Lin Feng replied, no. I think it's the exact opposite. This is because we're already at the end of the ancient era. Therefore, some opportunities that might not appear in the past will appear now. For example, that palace at the peak of Mount Wanwu. Perhaps it might open this time around. Fairy Hongyun continued, that palace might very well be related to the Kunlun cosmos as well. If that palace were to be opened up, there might indeed be many treasures within. At this point in time, countless powerful beings would definitely start killing one another over the treasures within. By then, there would definitely be a lot of people who would die. At this point, Fairy Hongyun's eyes lit up. Lin Feng was speechless. Fairy Hongyun. What the hell was she thinking? Was she clinging on to the dead? Lin Feng suddenly recalled that Fairy Hongyun had captured quite a number of people previously. What was her motive? Lin Feng asked. What are you trying to do by capturing so many people? Cultivate the blood spirit skill. Fairy Hongyun replied. Perhaps she did not know what sort of mystic skill the blood spirit skill was. She continued, the blood spirit skill is an extremely heaven-defying mystic skill. This mystic skill can form a blood spirit. This blood spirit can continuously devour the souls of others to increase its own strength. At the same time, this blood spirit can also unleash extremely terrifying soul attacks. This is definitely a heaven-defying mystic skill. Are you interested? I can impart this blood spirit skill to you. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Based on Fairy Hongyun's description, Lin Feng could roughly guess that this blood spirit skill should be an extremely evil mystic skill. This mystic skill required a large amount of blood, flesh and essence of cultivators to cultivate. Therefore, Fairy Hongyun used all sorts of methods to suppress these foreign cultivators. Lin Feng had no interest in a mystic skill like this. It was way too evil. Even if he cultivated it, it wouldn't do him any good. Said Lin Feng. I advise you to give up. If you really manage to condense a blood soul, it will become stronger and stronger. Will your soul be able to suppress it then? Perhaps in the early stages, the blood spirit might be able to help you. However, in the later stages, when you can no longer suppress the blood spirit, it might just devour your soul and take over your body. By then, it would be too late for you to regret. Fairy Hongyun replied, since I dare to form a blood spirit, I naturally have a way to deal with it. You don't have to worry about that. TSK. Her words were full of thorns. However, Lin Feng could understand her intentions. Let my disciple out now. Lin Feng said. Fairy Hongyun nodded her head and released Xia Donghuang. The moment he saw Lin Feng, Xia Donghuang became emotional. However, he soon felt a little guilty. His master had sent him here to check out the situation. Yet, he was plotted against and suppressed by someone. Xia Donghuang wasn't doing this out of pity. It was because he pitied Fairy Hongyun. However, who would have thought that there would be a trap waiting for him? In the end, he even had to trouble his master to come and rescue him. This made Xia Donghuang feel too ashamed to show his face. Lin Feng waved his hands dismissively. If you have anything to say it later. Xia Donghuang nodded his head and said nothing more. Lin Feng looked at Fairy Hongyun and said, Fairy Hongyun, think about what I've said to you previously. If you agree to be my concubine, you will realize that this is the best decision you've ever made in your entire life. Fairy Hongyun laughed coldly, ignoring Lin Feng's words completely. Right now, she hated Lin Feng so much that she could only grit her teeth. She had to agree to Lin Feng's request. Wasn't that a joke? It was already good enough that she didn't rush up to Lin Feng and fight him to the death, she would endure it for now. Once she recovered and broke through her shackles, she would look for Lin Feng for revenge. Fairy Hongyun had already made up her mind long ago. Looking at the cold expression on Fairy Hongyun's face, Lin Feng did not say anything more. Lin Feng knew what Fairy Hongyun was thinking about. Therefore, it was better not to provoke her. Lin Feng walked out of the room. Xia Donghuang followed closely behind Lin Feng. Soon, they left Fairy Hongyun's place. After they came out, Lin Feng patted Xia Donghuang on the shoulders and said, "Some things don't need to be explained. Just be more careful in the future. Especially when you meet beautiful women. You have to be careful. Beautiful women are often hard to grasp. It's hard to determine what kind of person they are." Xia Donghuang nodded his head and replied hurriedly, "I'll definitely remember your words, master. From now on, I'll hide as far as I can from any woman I see." Lin Feng laughed bitterly, "You don't have to do that. Just interact with each other as you should. It's just that there are many times when you have to be more careful." Judging from Xia Donghuang's expression, he did not seem to have heard the last part of Lin Feng's words. However, Lin Feng did not say anything else. The most important thing right now was to cultivate. He had to let the various godly skills of the Donghuang Tai reappear in the world once more. As for women, it was better not to think about it for now. After this incident, women were probably as ferocious as tigers in Xia Donghuang's heart. There was an 80% chance that he was traumatized. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang found a place to rest. Next day, the two of them continued their journey, heading towards the peak of Mount Wangu. Along the way, they saw many people heading towards the peak as well. However, there were many places that were extremely dangerous. Many people had died here. However, there were also people who had obtained opportunities. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang headed towards the peak of the mountain. Everything went smoothly for them. They did not meet with any dangers. However, they did not meet with any opportunities either. 3 days later, the two of them arrived at the peak of the mountain that was 100,000 meters tall. When they arrived, there was already a large number of cultivators gathered here. Lin Feng saw a group of people from the demon race. Those cultivators from the demon race also saw Lin Feng. Among these cultivators from the demon race, some of them sneered. For example, Jin Yanshu's gaze towards Lin Feng revealed a dense killing intent. There were also some people who looked indifferent. They did not want to provoke Lin Feng. For example, Lu Li did not want to provoke Lin Feng. In addition to these people from the demon race, Lin Feng also saw some familiar faces. For example, Mu Xianyu had also arrived here. There were dozens of experts around her. They should be the top experts of the Mu family. Now that Mount Wangu had appeared, these experts could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. They had all come to Mount Wangu, wanting to fight for the opportunities here. P.S. In the past week, Mantu's son has caught a cold and has been coughing badly. He is only 8 months old. Mantu is very upset. His wife is also having a high fever. This chapter was rushed out by the hospital. There is no table. I wrote it on my lap for a few hours, from 7 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. I am so tired that I can't lift my head. Life is not easy. Please subscribe to the original version. Everyone, come to QQ to read or subscribe to the original version of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant Technique. The foreign beings, the lost races of the epics, the cultivators of the world of the mastermind, the cultivators of the Sky Court, the hidden families, etc. There were quite a number of forces that were gathered here. When the Great War began, there would definitely be a fierce battle. Who knew how many people would die by then? Some would be buried, while others would rise. This was the case whenever a great opportunity was born. Not long after, Fairy Hongyun arrived as well. Other than Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang, no one else knew who Fairy Hongyun was. Therefore, even if they caught sight of Fairy Hongyun, they would probably only think that this woman before them was pretty. However, they did not know just how powerful this woman was. More and more people arrived. All of them had their eyes fixed on this palace of the Outerverse. The palace was more than 300 meters tall, and took up an area of tens of mu. With such a gigantic palace, everyone was looking forward to seeing what would happen within. However, there were no signs of the palace opening up. There were powerful seals around it. If this were to carry on, who knew when it would open up? It was only after 3 days that a cultivator arrived. This was a young cultivator. Emperor Qi circled around his body, and he looked extremely valiant, just like a young king of immortals. The moment he arrived, he took out a crystal treasure sword. Arriving before the palace, he inserted the crystal treasure sword into a groove within the palace. Rumble, 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 the entire palace started to shake violently. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Since this person was here with a token, this meant that the cultivator in front of him, whose body was surrounded by the aura of an emperor, was the one who had the deepest connection with this palace hall on the summit of Mount Wangu. Who was he? Countless people were curious and envious. If there was truly a heaven-defying opportunity here, this person would have the greatest chance of obtaining it. None of them wanted to see a top-tier genius stepping on them to rise up. This was especially the case for those powerful beings of the older generation. They had been fighting for so long, and had even crossed epochs after epochs. Yet, none of them could truly rise up. It would be strange if they didn't lose their composure when they saw those young cultivators soaring up into the skies. "Who are you?" an old cultivator asked. This was a cultivator from the lost races of the epochs. His aura was deep and frightening. Evidently, he was a top-tier powerful being. "I am the Taoist, born to uphold the heavenly Tao," the cultivator said proudly. Previously, Lin Feng had seen people like the evil child and the underworld child. Now, another Taoist had appeared. Since he dared to say that he was born from the great Tao, he naturally had a lot of confidence. Otherwise, he would definitely not dare to say these words. However, his luck was indeed very strong. Otherwise, he would not have obtained the crystal sword. With the token in hand, he would definitely be the first to enter. The probability of him obtaining the greatest fortune inside was too high. Many people's eyes turned red with jealousy. The gate of the palace was about 200 meters tall. Now, the gate was shaking violently. Then, the sound of intense friction could be heard. The gate began to slowly open. As the gate continued to open, many people began to approach the Taoist. Someone was about to attack the Taoist. After all, in many people's opinion, the Taoist might have obtained a lot of great fortune inside. If they took the opportunity to kill the Taoist, it would be hard to say who would obtain the fortune inside in the end. The Taoist looked indifferently at the cultivators who were gradually approaching him. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Lin Feng clearly captured the expression on the Taoist's face. It was obvious that the Taoist was not afraid at all. It would not be easy for these cultivators from the major factions to kill the Taoist. Buzz, meanwhile, terrifying light beams were fired from the enormous palace. The light beams felt like they were capable of destroying the heavens and earth. They locked onto the cultivators and rapidly scanned them. The cultivators sensed the terror of the light beams and retreated in horror. However, they realized that even if they retreated, they could not avoid the light beams. They could only choose to take them head-on. Bang bang bang, along with the violent collision sounds, many cultivators and the light beams collided fiercely. Some of the stronger cultivators were able to withstand the light beams, but most of the cultivators seemed to be struggling in the face of the light beams. Immediately, many cultivators suffered serious injuries. The second light beam quickly blasted over. In the face of the second light beam, many people's faces turned extremely ugly. This was because they were already exhausted from the first light beam, let alone the second light beam. Therefore, many cultivators died under the second light beam attack. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 cultivators died. Some extremely powerful cultivators successfully resolved the light beam attack and escaped. Even so, many people's faces were still extremely pale. The scene just now was really too frightening. He has the right to enter first. It seems that the greatest fortune in this place is very likely to be his, a cultivator said in a deep voice. His tone was very unpleasant, but there was nothing he could do. The cultivator in front of him was really too terrifying. He had a great connection with this place, so others could not do anything to him. Perhaps they could only be envious and jealous. Daozi was the first to enter the palace. After Daozi entered, the cultivators of the other major forces also flew into the palace. Many people even fought to be the first to enter the palace, and people kept dying. Lin Feng had already expected this situation, so he did not compete with the cultivators of the major forces to enter first. It was not because he was afraid of these people, but because there was no need to. In Lin Feng's opinion, whether they entered first or later, the result would be the same. After all, Daozi had already entered first. If they were not the first to enter, there was no harm in entering later. After most of the people had entered, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang walked towards the palace. After entering the palace, the first thing that appeared in front of them was an empty hall. This was the first hall. There were many corridors in the hall. Lin Feng took a look and saw 70 to 80 corridors. These 70 to 80 corridors led to different places. Many cultivators had entered the corridors to look for opportunities. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang chose a corridor and entered it. At the end of each corridor, there was a hall. However, many of the halls were sealed by restrictions. Many people were trying to crack the restrictions of the halls. Some of the restrictions were cracked, while others were not. Deep in each corridor, there was a staircase. The staircase led to a higher level. Lin Feng was not particularly interested in the halls below, so he did not crack the restrictions of those halls. However, it was obvious that most of the cultivators were cracking the restrictions below. That was because many cultivators were self-aware. They knew how strong they were, so they did not think about some of the top opportunities. Even if they obtained them, they probably would not be able to get out alive. Therefore, it was better to look for opportunities in the halls below. There were many people who had such thoughts. The higher they went, the fewer people there were. However, during this period, countless cultivators had rushed to Mount Wangu, so Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the 10th floor. They felt that there were a lot of people, and the number of people only decreased when they arrived at the 20th floor. Don't tell me this hall has a total of 33 floors? Xia Donghuang said. Lin Feng estimated the height of the floor they were on. He felt that this huge hall was indeed about 30 floors, but it was hard to say if it was the 33rd floor. After all, Lin Feng did not study architecture, so he could not make a specific judgment. However, if it was really the 33rd floor, then this number was too sensitive. This was the heaven realm. The heaven realm had 33 heavens. If this hall really had 33 floors, it would have formed a resonance with the heaven realm's 33 heavens. Was there any special connection between the two? Lin Feng didn't believe that there was no connection between the two of them. Lin Feng did not dare to guarantee the specific situation. Lin Feng said, perhaps there are a total of 33 floors. This hall is more special than we imagined. We can't let our guard down. Hearing this, Xia Donghuang nodded. This place indeed needed to be treated with caution. Although the number of people on the 20th floor was much lower than the ones below, it was only relative. In reality, there were still many people. Therefore, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang did not stop at the 20th floor. They continued to go up until they reached the 26th floor, where there were fewer people. Lin Feng decided to look around here and see if he could find some opportunities. Not long after, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang saw a large hall. There was a plaque in the hall with the words Great Desolate Hall written on it. When Lin Feng saw the words Great Desolate, he frowned. The Great Desolate seemed to be related to too many things. For example, it was related to the Great Desolate in the first layer of the celestial world. For example, it was related to the Great Desolate scriptures that Lin Feng had studied. Lin Feng's Great Desolate Sutra was a supreme immortal sutra created by Taiyuan. It was definitely an incredible unique skill. Lin Feng had only acquired a part of it. It was the only incomplete sutra among all the immortal and demon sutras that Lin Feng had acquired. It was said that the Great Desolate Sutra recorded the Taiyuan exalted soul-killing skill, created by Taiyuan. This was an extremely incredible soul-attacking skill. It was different from Luya's star-observing map that Lin Feng cultivated. Although Luya's star-observing map was also a soul-attacking skill, actually, Luya's star-observing map was more about suppressing. By contrast, Taiyuan exalted soul-killing skill was mainly about attacking. Lin Feng had cultivated some powerful soul skills. Some of them were very powerful, however, they could not reach the level of 6 paths of reincarnation, human king fist and first order. It was too rare to find a soul god art of this level. However, this Taiyuan exalted soul-killing skill had reached such a level. This was the most terrifying point. Therefore, it was very important for Lin Feng to complete the Great Desolate Sutra. Lin Feng studied the deployment spells of the Great Desolate Hall. Even though the deployment spells were extremely powerful, because they had been there for a long time, it was much easier to break them than it used to be. Of course, it was only for Lin Feng. If someone else tried to break the restrictions of the Grand Desolate Hall, there was an 80% chance that they would fail. In the following time, Lin Feng began to crack the restriction of the Great Desolate Hall. It took Lin Feng 6 hours to crack the restriction of the Great Desolate Hall. After that, Lin Feng revealed a smile. Now, he could enter the Great Desolate Hall to see what was inside. Lin Feng was actually looking forward to it. Xia Donghuang hurried forward and pushed the door of the Great Desolate Hall open. Then, he stood aside and waited for Lin Feng to enter before following Lin Feng into the Great Desolate Hall. The moment they entered the Great Desolate Hall, Lin Feng was attracted by a painting. The painting was hung on the wall of the hall. On the top of the painting were the words Great Desolate Painting. The content of the painting was actually very simple. It was a painting of mountains and rivers. However, the painting gave people a feeling of boundless grandeur. Lin Feng took a closer look and found that there seemed to be a boat in the depths of the river. There seemed to be a woman on the boat. Could it be Fairy Shuijian? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. The Taiyuan Immortal Lord and Fairy Shuijian were in love. However, due to some misunderstanding, Fairy Shuijian hated the Taiyuan Immortal Lord even before she died. She didn't know the truth of what happened back then, nor did she know that the Taiyuan Immortal Lord had sacrificed himself for her. It was a sad love story. However, no matter how sad it was later, at least in the beginning, from their meeting, acquaintance, mutual understanding, and love, it was all happy. Lin Feng tried to sense the painting with his spiritual will. Instantly, Lin Feng found that he seemed to have entered an ancient world. In this ancient world, he saw a young and handsome cultivator. That cultivator was none other than the Taiyuan Immortal Lord. When he was young, he passed by a certain place and saw Fairy Shuijian riding a boat downstream. One of them was a heaven's pride that didn't appear in millions of years. The other was the daughter of the everlasting hatred demon lord. That was the beginning of their relationship. All the images disappeared. Lin Feng found that he was still in the palace. Apparently, this scroll painting was specially drawn by the Taiyuan Immortal Lord in order to recall the scene when he met Fairy Shuijian in the past. Is the other part of the Great Wilderness Sutra in the scroll painting? Lin Feng couldn't help but whisper to himself. He tried to circulate the Great Desolation scripture. At that moment, something astonishing happened. It seemed like the Great Desolation map had some sort of resonance with Lin Feng. Surprisingly, it was flying towards Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw that, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed like the Great Desolation map really contained another part of the Great Desolation scripture. That was great. If he could comprehend the Taiyuan Immortal Soul-Slaying skill, it would be a great opportunity. Lin Feng grabbed the Great Map of Desolation. He then started to think, why would the Great Wilderness map appear here? Lin Feng couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think about it anymore. Lin Feng was never a person who would worry about nothing. When he was about to leave with Xia Donghuang, many cultivators entered the palace. At the sight of the Great Wilderness map in Lin Feng's hand, they slightly raised their eyebrows. Some of them seemed to want to fight for it. However, at the thought that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were young cultivators who dared to come here, they were afraid that they were not simple. Perhaps there was a powerful figure behind them. That was why they were so fearless. Many people were afraid of them, so they didn't make a move. Lin Feng ignored them and walked out with Xia Donghuang. However, at this moment, several cultivators walked in from outside. They were Lu Li, Jin Yanxiu, Long Sha, Tong Xing, and the others of the monster race. When they saw Lin Feng, some of them looked indifferent while some looked hostile. This map is good. Show it to me. Jin Yanxiu looked at Lin Feng and said. It's mine. I have the right not to show it to you," said Lin Feng indifferently. Immediately after, he put the map away. Jin Yanxu's eyebrows twitched slightly, and his eyes turned incomparably cold. He raised his voice and said, "I said, show me the scroll. Do you want me to repeat myself a third time?" Jin Yanxu's voice was filled with arrogance and unquestionable authority. It seemed that if Lin Feng dared to disobey him, he would deal with Lin Feng. This time, Luli didn't stop Jin Yanxu from going against Lin Feng. After all, this kind of thing could be done once. There was no need to constantly interfere in other people's affairs, right? As for the other cultivators of the monster race, they were also very interested in the great wilderness map in Lin Feng's hand. Although they didn't say anything, it was obvious that they supported Jin Yanxu. It was obvious from their cold expressions. As for Jin Yanxu, previously, he was worried that Luli would stop him. However, seeing that Luli didn't say anything, he immediately relaxed. Previously, Luli said that he was no match for Lin Feng, which made Jin Yanxu very angry. He felt that Luli had underestimated him. Later, he would let Luli know how wrong she was. At this moment, Lin Feng was speechless. Where did this guy get his sense of superiority from? Did he really think that he was very powerful? He was too arrogant. "I gave you face, but you didn't want it. Since that's the case, I don't mind teaching you a lesson today." Jin Yanxu looked at Lin Feng silently and then walked towards Lin Feng step by step. A powerful aura suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Jin Yanxu mockingly. He stood there without moving. He didn't even need Lin Feng to deal with someone like Jin Yanxu. "Who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of my master?" At this moment, Xia Donghuang stepped forward and stood between Lin Feng and Jin Yanxu. He respected Lin Feng's master very much. Seeing Jin Yanxu being so disrespectful to his master, Xia Donghuang was furious. His eyes were spitting fire. Jin Yanxu was slightly stunned. The others were also stunned. Lin Feng wasn't even 300 years old, but he had already taken in a disciple? Many people murmured. Wasn't this misleading the disciple? Then, everyone looked at Xia Donghuang strangely. They thought that Xia Donghuang must be blind to have a young cultivator like Lin Feng as his master. However, after a short moment of being stunned, Jin Yanxu came back to his senses. Jin Yanxu's eyes flashed with coldness. Xia Donghuang dared to question him. Xia Donghuang only had a few decades of life. In the eyes of countless people, he was probably the age of a child. After all, any cultivator in the world of cultivators could have cultivated for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. Moreover, since the great changes of the world, many beings who had transcended epochs came into being. Not to mention a cultivator with a few decades of life, even a cultivator with a few hundred years of life or a few thousand years of life was still a child in the eyes of those who had lived for a long time. No matter what, Jin Yanxu had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the peak of the younger generation, he couldn't be underestimated. But now, a cultivator with a few decades of life dared to provoke him? Wasn't this looking down on him? Wasn't this slapping his face? If he didn't teach this guy a lesson, he would lose all his face. How could Jin Yanxu tolerate this? An ant dares to compete with a dragon? A firefly dares to compete with the moon? Jin Yanxu looked at Xia Donghuang coldly. He stepped forward and walked towards Xia Donghuang. He looked at Xia Donghuang with cold eyes as if he was looking at a pitiful worm. Jin Yanxu's cultivation wasn't bad, so he didn't put Xia Donghuang in his eyes. Seeing Jin Yanxu's arrogant look, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This guy is too arrogant. Does he think that Xia Donghuang is an ordinary person? This fellow is the reincarnation of the great emperor of the demon race, the Eastern Emperor Tai. Although he is only a few decades old, the opportunities he has obtained, and some of the inherited memories in his mind are unimaginable to ordinary people. Kneel. Jin Yanxu's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he sent a palm strike towards Xia Donghuang. Jin Yanxu wanted to humiliate Xia Donghuang and trample on his dignity. Only in this way could he vent his anger. Xia Donghuang's expression was cold. Facing Jin Yanxu's attack, he also made a move. Xia Donghuang's right hand actually turned golden, and then he blasted a palm towards Xianxia. Heavenly Demon Palm. Heavens, it's a long-lost divine ability of the demon race. It's a supreme technique created by the Great Demon Emperor, Crimson Cloud Great Emperor. It's rumored that this technique was lost after the Great Emperor Tai's death. Now, it's reappearing in the world. Exclamations rang out one after another. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock. There were indeed many lost techniques in the demon race. Once these techniques reappeared in the world, they would definitely shock the world. Bang, along with the sound of a violent collision. Xia Donghuang and Jin Yanxu exchanged blows. Jin Yanxu was pushed back by Xia Donghuang's palm. Jin Yanxu's expression changed abruptly. Then, he felt a burning pain on his face. Regardless of what divine ability Xia Donghuang had used, one thing was undeniable. He, Jin Yanxu, a cultivator who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, was pushed back by a cultivator who had less than 60 years of life. It was a slap in the face. What a disgrace, I must kill him, or else, when people talk about me in the future, they'll be full of disdain. Mockery, Jin Yanxu's heart was full of hatred. Great Sun Immortal Breaking Technique. Jin Yanxu shouted coldly. Behind him, a vast world appeared. At the end of the vast world, there was a sun. At this moment, the sun slowly rose into the sky. After feeling the terrifying power contained in the sun, many people's faces turned pale with horror. This power, how terrifying! Jin Yanxu was naturally very confident in his technique. The corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. He believed. This was the ultimate technique that he had kept hidden for so long, it would definitely have an amazing effect. Demon suppressing the 8 Baron. Just as the sun was about to attack Xia Donghuang, Xia Donghuang made his move. Demon suppressing the 8 Baron, who could compete with him, in an instant, Xia Donghuang seemed to have become the master of the demon race. He was indeed the reincarnation of the Great Emperor Tai. Although there was still a big gap between him and the Great Emperor Tai's peak combat strength, he had already displayed the dominance of the master of the demon race. The moment demon suppressing the 8 Baron was used, it instantly broke Jin Yanxu's divine ability. After that formless energy slammed into Jin Yanxu's body and sent him flying. Barf, this time, Jin Yanxu directly spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong, many people sucked in a breath of cold air, mainly because Xia Donghuang was too young. He was so young, but he was already so terrifying. It was really inconceivable. How strong was his talent? Kneel. Xia Donghuang's voice was cold. The invisible force suppressed Jin Yanxu's body. Thump, Jin Yanxu directly knelt on the ground. Jin Yanxu felt endless humiliation, his face was contorted with rage. Trash like you dares to boast in front of my master? What a joke. You're not even qualified to carry my master's shoes. Xia Donghuang looked at Jin Yanxu with contempt. When had Jin Yanxu ever been humiliated like this? He felt like he was about to go crazy. A series of low growls came from his throat. Anger. Aggrieved. Hatred. Resentment. All kinds of emotions intertwined. But now, there was nothing he could do. This kid is too strong. I don't understand. How did he become that guy's disciple with such a strong cultivation? That guy probably can't beat him, right? If this kid becomes the disciple of a top expert, he will definitely soar in the future. He might even be able to use the opportunity at the end of the era to surpass his cultivation level. That's right, but now it seems like he's casting pearls before swine. Around them, many people were discussing. Everyone was shocked when they saw how strong Xia Donghuang was. Thinking that Xia Donghuang's master was a young cultivator like Lin Feng, many people felt sorry for Xia Donghuang. Many people felt that Lin Feng might have used some despicable means to trick Xia Donghuang, so Xia Donghuang had no choice but to become Lin Feng's disciple. Xia Donghuang might be unwilling, but the world of cultivators had always respected their masters. Since Xia Donghuang had already become Lin Feng's disciple, naturally, he had to respect his master. Little friend, how should I address you? At that moment, an old man stepped forward. He looked at Xia Donghuang with a smile. That's Dugu Hai from the Celestial Clan, right? Some cultivators exclaimed when they saw the old man. What? Du Guhai? He's the one who transcended 3 epochs? I heard that he once broke through to the Transcendence realm, but because he had a life-or-death battle with a mortal enemy, he managed to kill his enemy, but because his injuries were too severe, his cultivation fell from the Transcendence realm. That's right. Du Guhai was indeed a Transcendence realm expert in the past, but now his cultivation has fallen. However, it's said that after an epoch of hibernation, Du Guhai is planning to break through to the Transcendence realm again. After all, Du Guhai has experience in breaking through to the Transcendence realm. Besides, his clan has a celestial master, Xianming Gong Hua Tian. That celestial master should be able to get some good things for him to break through to the Transcendence realm again. That's why Du Guhai has a high chance of breaking through to the Transcendence realm again. It's been 3,000 epochs since the Great Reincarnation era. One expert after another is breaking through to the Transcendence realm, while we can only watch. How envious! Many cultivators whispered to each other and discussed. At the same time, Xia Donghuang cupped his fists in response to Du Guhai's question. Junior is Xia Donghuang. Du Guhai smiled and said, young friend. I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Heavens, Du Guhai wants to take that kid as his disciple? That kid is going to be lucky. It's just that he already has a master. Hehe, so what if he has a master? With Du Guhai backing him up, what can't he solve? That's true. If he can take an expert like Du Guhai as his master, he'll really be rich. Many people said enviously. However, there were some things that couldn't be envied. Sorry, I already have a master, said Xia Donghuang. Du Guhai said, young friend, that so-called master of yours shouldn't be qualified to be your master, right? I don't know what kind of tricks he used to become your master, but as long as you say the word, I'll make the decision for you today. Xia Donghuang was speechless. What nonsense are you talking about? Being able to become a master's disciple is the fortune of my past life. What was going on? Why did this kid say that? Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. Everyone had already witnessed Xia Donghuang's strength and talent. Such a person, perhaps only those old antiques who had fallen from a higher realm and crossed several eras, as well as those who had surpassed a higher realm, were qualified to take him as a disciple, right? As for his current master, what was he? Was he worthy? Could it be that that guy had some leverage over this kid, so he had to say something against his will? It had to be said that a cultivator's ability to imagine things was really strong. Many people felt that this should be the case. Du Guhai also thought so. Du Guhai directly swept past Xia Donghuang and looked at Lin Feng. He looked down at Lin Feng with a condescending gaze and said, I want you to remove your master-disciple relationship with this young friend, and then this young friend will become my disciple. You don't have any objections, right? Although it was a discussion. However, his tone didn't have the slightest intention of discussing with Lin Feng. It was a completely commanding tone. Xia Donghuang's nose was about to become crooked from anger. It was his ancestors' good fortune to be able to become his master's disciple, but this old guy actually came to cause trouble. Just as Xia Donghuang was about to say something, Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating that Xia Donghuang should remain silent. Xia Donghuang didn't dare to disobey Lin Feng, so he didn't say anything. Lin Feng looked at Du Guhai with a speechless expression and said, Are you crazy? Why did you come to me to feel superior? Junior, what did you say? Du Guhai's expression immediately became extremely unsightly. What kind of powerful person was he? Yet, he was being mocked by a junior like this. This was something that he couldn't accept. Naturally, this was something that he absolutely couldn't tolerate. Lin Feng said, Are you old and muddle-headed? Can't your ears work? You should go home and enjoy your old age. Don't mess around outside. Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Wasn't this too much of a mockery? But then, many people looked at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. Lin Feng had offended a strong cultivator like Du Guhai. Wasn't that the same as trying to kill him? Many people felt that Lin Feng was most likely going to die this time. You simply don't know life from death. Today, this old man must teach you a lesson and let you know that as a person, you should be humble. Du Guhai coldly looked at Lin Feng, only to see his body sway slightly. In the next moment, he had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Next, Du Guhai's palm slapped towards Lin Feng. Damn, what kind of speed is this? Teleportation? This is too fast. As expected of an expert who has fallen from a higher realm. It's really too terrifying. I can't keep up with his speed at all. That kid must be scared silly now, right? He's going to be unlucky. Many people cried out in alarm. Everyone couldn't help but mutter, thinking that this brat wouldn't be killed by Duguhai's palm, right? Many people felt that there might be such a possibility. Facing Duguhai's tyrannical attack, Lin Feng said speechlessly, "Do you still have to swallow your anger after being stepped on? I don't like others speaking to me in such a high and mighty tone." Hearing Lin Feng's words, many people curled their lips. Who do you think you are? How dare you say such words so shamelessly? What a joke, what a clown. At this time, Lin Feng punched. A punch swept towards Duguhai. Bang! Everybody could see that Lin Feng's punch wasn't fast, it didn't look powerful either, but it was faster than the other's punch. A punch landed on Duguhai's chin. Kacha! Duguhai's chin shattered, Duguhai's body flew out. Duguhai actually couldn't even take a single move from Lin Feng. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was too inconceivable. Everyone felt that their minds were unable to think. They were already on the 30th floor. After leaving the great desolate hall with his master, Xia Donghuang's heart had yet to calm down. He was still thinking about his master's stunning punch. It was truly too terrifying. It could destroy everything. Who could block such a terrifying punch? Even Duguhai seemed unable to withstand a single blow. Was Duguhai weak? Of course not. On the contrary, he was very strong. However, it was clear that his master was stronger. Xia Donghuang really wanted to have a battle prowess like his master, but he knew that it would take time and some luck. Otherwise, he might never be able to reach his master's level. Xia Donghuang wondered why his master hadn't stopped on the 27th to 29th floors. Logically speaking, there should be quite a few good things on the 3rd floor, right? Xia Donghuang was very curious about this, so he asked, "Master, why didn't we stop on the 27th, 28th, and 29th floors?" Lin Feng explained, "There's something wrong with those 3 floors." Xia Donghuang roughly knew that when his master said that something was not quite right, he probably meant that the 3rd floor was more dangerous. In fact, that was exactly what Lin Feng meant. After arriving on the 3rd floor, Lin Feng's blood flowed very quickly. This was the sudden inspiration ability. He could sense danger, but Lin Feng didn't know exactly what kind of danger there was. No matter what kind of danger there was, a cultivator should know how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Thus, perhaps there were some amazing opportunities on the 3rd floor, but were there few in this hall? Of course there were many. In fact, there were a lot of them. Since that was the case, it was better to avoid these great dangers and search for opportunities in other places. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang searched for opportunities on the 30th floor. Previously, Lin Feng had relied on the Dragon Search incantation to sense some special things, but now that Lin Feng had summoned the Dragon Rabbit, the Dragon Search incantation's senses were more sensitive on the lower floors. However, as they reached higher floors, the Dragon Search incantation's senses were more sensitive. It should be the influence of the magnetic field or the order laws of this place. However, Dragon Rabbit was not particularly affected. Dragon Rabbit, this little guy, had improved very quickly over the years. His realm had also improved very quickly. However, Dragon Rabbit was not good at fighting. Although his realm had improved quite well, in reality, his combat strength was extremely terrible. What it was good at was still searching for treasures. Dragon Rabbit brought Lin Feng to a few halls, but Lin Feng carefully sensed it and realized that every time he wanted to open these halls, the blood in his body began to flow at a much faster speed. This meant that this place was very dangerous, so dangerous that it could threaten one's life. In fact, this palace was too mysterious. Most of the palaces were very difficult to open. Those that were difficult to open might hide some great opportunities, but they might also hide extremely terrifying dangers. Of course. Even the palaces that could be opened were the same. Perhaps there was an opportunity inside that was enough to make one's heart palpitate, but there was also a possibility that it was dangerous enough to lose one's life. Lin Feng and the rest did not open the 30th hall, but Lin Feng and the rest found that other cultivators were trying to open the 30th hall. Some cultivators even chose the hall that Lin Feng thought was extremely dangerous. However, danger and opportunity sometimes coexisted. Who knew whether or not there would be an amazing opportunity after opening the palace? If one's methods were powerful enough to resolve the danger in the hall, they might be able to obtain the opportunities in the hall. Lin Feng opened a few halls on the 31st floor. In these halls, Lin Feng obtained many things. For example, in one of the halls, there was actually a space of its own. There were piles of high-grade immortal stones that were as huge as mountains. In total, there were more than 10 billion high-grade immortal stones. This was too much. Even if the lords of the 33 heavens knew that there were so many high-grade immortal stones in this place, they would go crazy. However, these high-grade immortal stones were now Lin Feng's. With 10 billion high-grade immortal stones, one could even buy ancient weapons, right? Of course, treasures like ancient weapons had a price but no market. No one would sell such treasures. In addition to the 10 billion high-grade immortal stones, Lin Feng also found a large number of immortal and sage-grade immortal pills. These pills were incomparably precious. There were all kinds of immortal metals and immortal stones piled up like mountains. God knew how many divine weapons and immortal weapons could be forged from them. There were even many materials for forging sacred weapons. If these materials were forged into powerful treasures, one could equip an army of more than 1 million cultivators. What made Lin Feng the happiest was that Lin Feng found an invisibility cloak. Lin Feng had heard of this treasure before. The forging method was very complicated and the materials were extremely difficult to find. According to Lin Feng's information, this invisibility cloak should be made from the silk of the heaven-concealing immortal silkworm and then refined through thousands of processes. Once a cultivator wore the invisibility cloak, they could become invisible. Such an ability was extremely heaven-defying. At that time, it would be extremely easy to deceive everyone. Of course, this invisibility cloak was not omnipotent. Some methods could still detect the invisibility cloak, such as some special universal mirrors, demon-revealing mirrors, or cultivators who were proficient in the Tao of space, or some stronger cultivators. They could detect the invisibility cloak, but so what? The invisibility cloak was enough to have an astonishing effect in most situations. That was enough. When they reached the 32nd hall, the dragon rabbit brought Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang to a few large halls. However, Lin Feng felt that those halls were too dangerous, so he did not break the restrictions on them. Xia Donghuang seemed to sense something and brought Lin Feng to a large hall. Xia Donghuang said, "Master, I feel that something inside is calling out to me." Oh? Lin Feng was surprised. It seemed that Xia Donghuang had another opportunity, as expected of the reincarnation of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Opportunities came one after another. Lin Feng said, "Open the restrictions on the hall and see what's inside." Xia Donghuang nodded. The restrictions here were very complicated. Xia Donghuang was actually very proficient in formations, but it would be difficult for him to break the restrictions here on his own. However, it would be quite good for him to help Lin Feng. Xia Donghuang helped Lin Feng. Lin Feng began to break the restrictions here. More than an hour later, the forbidding aura was broken. The door to the hall opened. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang entered the hall. The hall was empty. There was nothing at all. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were very surprised. This should not be the case. Try to sense it carefully and see if you can find anything, Lin Feng said. Xia Donghuang nodded and closed his eyes, trying to sense it carefully. He tried again and again. Suddenly, Xia Donghuang's eyes lit up. He walked inside and placed his hand on a wall. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the wall separated on its own, and a groove appeared with a white jade box in it. Xia Donghuang took the white jade box out. The groove closed immediately. Xia Donghuang looked at the box in his hand. He opened the box in his hand. Then, there was a golden bone in it. Lin Feng was very surprised when he saw the golden bone. His heart trembled slightly. Could it be Donghuang Tai's core origin bone? He thought about it carefully. It was really possible. Donghuang Tai's core origin bone was extraordinary. If Xia Donghuang obtained this treasure, he would enter a stage where his combat power would soar, but he did not know who put it here. There was also the Grand Orient sword from before. He did not know who put it on Mount Wanguo. Put it away. We'll refine it when we get out, Lin Feng said. Xia Donghuang nodded. It was indeed not the time to refine these things. Lin Feng had obtained the Great Wasteland map, but he had not comprehended it. The most important thing now was to find as many opportunities as possible and leave this place. Lin Feng always felt that this palace was a bit evil. He did not know if there would be any evil things in the future. Therefore, it was best to find opportunities as soon as possible and leave. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang came to the 33rd floor. Now, many people must have entered the 33rd floor. For example, the Daozi was the first to enter. After Lin Feng entered the palace, he did not find the Daozi. Obviously, the Daozi should have come to the 33rd floor. In addition, the experts from the behind-the-scenes world and other forces had probably come here. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang walked towards the deep corridor. It was too quiet here. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang's footsteps were scattered. The surroundings were also gloomy. After coming to this place, Lin Feng had an extremely uncomfortable feeling. This feeling was very bad. Moreover, the corridors here were different from the corridors on other floors. First of all, there were more corridors on the other floors. The lowest floor had more than 40 corridors, but there was only one corridor here, which made people feel strange. In addition, the corridors in this place were full of twists and turns, and no one knew where they led to. It was easier to get lost here, just like walking in a maze. They came to the end of the corridor. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang found that there was a wall in front of them. There was no hall, no other way, and no stairs leading to the upper floor. It seemed that this palace really only had 33 floors. Could it be that there was a special connection between this place and the 33rd floor of the Heaven Realm? Lin Feng was puzzled. Moreover, where were the people who came in before? Where did they go? This was also what made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. Master, look, blood. At this moment, Xia Donghuang's voice sounded. Lin Feng looked towards the end of the corridor and saw a large amount of blood flowing out from the wall. The blood was very evil, as if it had a life of its own. It swept towards Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang quickly. The blood seemed to want to pull Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang into an unknown world. What a strange blood! Upon seeing the blood that was filled with evil energy, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The blood here was indeed very strange. Since they couldn't figure out what was going on with the blood for the time being, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang quickly retreated, putting some distance between them and the blood. The blood contained evil energy, so it was best to treat it with caution. Otherwise, who knew what would happen? However, at this moment, the evil blood also surged into the corridor behind them. The blood quickly rushed toward Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. The situation, it was very dangerous. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He had a feeling that something was wrong, but Lin Feng couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Lin Feng used his Eye of Origin to observe his surroundings. He discovered that the blood around them had disappeared. An illusion? Lin Feng was shocked. With his current strength, ordinary illusions wouldn't be able to affect him at all. However, the illusion here caused Lin Feng to fall into an illusion. It was obvious how strange the illusion here was. Lin Feng then discovered that the surrounding void seemed to be overlapping. It was really strange. Master, what should we do now? Xia Donghuang's expression turned ugly. His voice was very anxious. The illusion here was too strange and terrifying, so Xia Donghuang couldn't see through the illusion. However, Lin Feng could see through the illusion. He gently tapped Xia Donghuang's forehead. Xia Donghuang felt as if someone had opened his mind. He discovered that all the blood had disappeared. There was nothing strange in the surroundings. Xia Donghuang let out a long breath. Then, his heart trembled slightly. He said, "Could it be an illusion?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, it's an illusion. Moreover, I discovered that there's a folded space in this place. When we came in earlier, didn't we find nothing? I think that we've most likely entered a folded space. That's why we're lost in this place. We have to leave through the folded space. No wonder we didn't see any cultivators. Why did we enter a folded space?" Xia Donghuang was somewhat puzzled. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He actually had an answer in his heart, but Lin Feng didn't know if it was right or not. Said Lin Feng. Maybe they were lured here by some unknown cultivator, said Lin Feng. Xia Donghuang's expression changed slightly. If that was really the case, didn't that mean that an unknown existence had been watching them from the beginning, but they hadn't discovered anything? It was quite scary when he thought about it. How alert, said someone at that moment. Lin Feng wasn't surprised, as if he had expected that voice to appear. Said Lin Feng. If you want to talk to me face to face, we'll have to see if you have what it takes. Lin Feng grabbed Xia Donghuang and jumped into the air. The next moment, they entered a sealed space. This sealed space was chaotic, and in the chaos, there seemed to be an unknown existence hibernating. In fact, this was a distorted space. After Lin Feng discovered that the outside world was a folded space, he used his mastery of the Tao of space to sense the folded space. Then, he inadvertently discovered this distorted space. And when that voice came out, Yi Zichen was stunned. Lin Feng discovered there was a slight energy fluctuation coming from this distorted space. Although he didn't know if the voice just now came from here, it was very likely. But Lin Feng had the feeling that it was possible, so he grabbed Xia Donghuang's hand and they entered the distorted space. We're here. Why don't you show yourself? Lin Feng said. Clang, deep in the chaos, there was the sound of chains colliding. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Could it be that this existence was imprisoned here? Then who was it, a creature from the Nine States universe, or a creature from the Kunlun universe? Lin Feng had too many doubts in his heart. The next moment, the chaotic energy distorted. It turned into the appearance of a human face. This was obviously not the main body, but a manifestation. Senior, how should I address you? Lin Feng asked. My name is Zhu Tian. The face said. Lin Feng had heard of Judas before, but this was the first time he had heard of this so-called Zhu Tian. Lin Feng asked, are you related to Judas? Zhuyin was referring to the legendary torch dragon. It had a human face, a dragon body, and a candle in its mouth. It had two eyes, one for the sun and the other for the moon. It was very powerful. When it opened its eyes, the sky was bright. When it closed its eyes, it was dark. But if it opened both eyes at the same time, the earth would be scorched by the intense heat. Judas didn't eat or drink. It held a candle in its mouth, and the divine light it emitted illuminated the earth. The ancients believed that Judas's blowing caused strong winds. Therefore, they believed that in winter, it blew hard, and in summer, it exhaled gently. Of course, this was just a myth. Whether or not that was the case, no one knew. Zhu Tian said, I have nothing to do with Judas. Lin Feng asked, then, are you a creature of the Jiuzhou universe or the Kunlun universe? The Kunlun universe. Zhu Tian said. Even though Lin Feng had been mentally prepared, hearing Zhu Tian admit that he was a creature of the Kunlun universe still shocked him. The Kunlun universe was mysterious and unfathomable. Who knew how ancient this Zhu Tian was? Are you trapped in this place? Lin Feng asked. Yes. Zhu Tian didn't deny it. Lin Feng asked, who trapped you here? Zhu Tian said, it's someone from the Kunlun universe who cannot be revealed. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He asked, what do you want me to do for you? Zhu Tian said, I want to ask you about someone. Who? Lin Feng asked. The sovereign progenitor. Zhu Tian said. Lin Feng asked, why are you looking for him? Zhu Tian said, perhaps he is the only one who can help me plead with that existence and let me out. When Lin Feng heard Zhu Tian, he was astonished. Zhu Tian was probably a strong cultivator who could astonish the earth and shake the gods. If he wanted to escape, he would need the sovereign progenitor's help. In that case, the person who imprisoned Zhu Tian was probably an unimaginable existence, right? Who imprisoned Zhu Tian? There were too many powerful existences in the Kunlun universe. Lin Feng didn't know much about the Kunlun universe, but he knew a little about it. For example, Yi Xian was one of the most powerful existences in the Kunlun universe. His ancestor, the sovereign progenitor, was also a cultivator of the Kunlun universe. There were also some powerful people, such as Yi Xian's descendant, who was also a powerhouse of the Kunlun universe. However, it was clear that Lin Feng knew too little. The Kunlun universe was the oldest and most powerful universe. There were definitely more powerhouses than he had imagined. However, from Zhu Tian's words, it was clear that his ancestor knew the person who had imprisoned Zhu Tian. If the sovereign progenitor spoke up for him, perhaps he could save Zhu Tian. However, Zhu Tian didn't say who the other party was or what grudges they had. Lin Feng wasn't going to be a good person. Of course, he knew what to do. On the surface, it was best to feign civility with the other party. Lin Feng said, I can tell my ancestor about this, but my ancestor seems to have gone to the Kunlun universe. This is the 9 states universe. I don't know when I'll be able to contact him. He went to the Kunlun universe? Zhu Tian frowned slightly. Then, he said, he'll come back sooner or later. When he comes back, help me tell him about this. Of course, I won't let you return empty-handed. Hearing Zhu Tian's words, Lin Feng's mood improved a lot. If there were benefits, he could really consider mentioning it to the sovereign progenitor when he met him in the future. If there weren't any benefits, he would just say a few perfunctory words to Zhu Tian. After all, Lin Feng had no obligation to help him. He would mention this to the sovereign progenitor in the future. As for whether or not he would agree to help, the sovereign progenitor should have his own plans. Lin Feng asked, what benefits can you give me? I can see that your essence, qi, and spirit are somewhat exhausted. If you want to recover, you'll need some time. I have primal chaos origin qi here that can help you recover quickly. Zhu Tian said. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Previously, when he had divined the whereabouts of the Eastern Emperor Tai's reincarnation, he had divined some things about Mount Wangu. He had suffered a backlash and heavenly wrath, losing more than 200 million years of his lifespan. During this time, Lin Feng's essence, qi, and spirit hadn't recovered very well. This wasn't good for Lin Feng's cultivation base. This matter had been very troubling for Lin Feng. Now that he had found a solution, how could Lin Feng not be happy? Hurry up and give me the primal chaos origin qi. Lin Feng said. Zhu Tian nodded. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of energy. Sealed within the ball of energy was a strand of primal chaos origin qi. Lin Feng refined the primal chaos origin qi. In an instant, Lin Feng's essence, qi, and spirit began to recover rapidly. It didn't take long for Lin Feng's essence, qi, and spirit to return to their peak. His essence, qi, and spirit were filled with vitality. Because Lin Feng hadn't completely absorbed the energy of the primal chaos origin qi, Lin Feng's lost essence, qi, and spirit were replenished. As Lin Feng continued to absorb the energy of the primal chaos origin qi, Lin Feng's essence, qi, and spirit began to rise. His lifespan had increased by 100 million years. Apart from the increase in his lifespan, Lin Feng's soul had also risen from the 3rd heavenly layer to the 5th heavenly layer of the 10,000 saints layer. This time it was a pleasant surprise. At that moment, Zhu Tian continued, of course, I know that the primal chaos source qi isn't enough. How about this, I can give you a keepsake. This keepsake has something to do with the treasures on the 33rd floor. Oh? Is that so? Not bad, not bad. Hurry up and give me the keepsake. Lin Feng said. Zhu Tian passed the keepsake to Lin Feng. Lin Feng discovered that the keepsake was a pendant. It looked very ordinary. What's this? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Although the pendant looks ordinary, its origin isn't. The owner of the pendant is the owner of this hall. You must be curious as to why there are 33 floors in this hall, right? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. The 33rd floor of the hall. The 33rd floor of the celestial world. What was the connection? Zhu Tian said, in the beginning, when the world was created, the celestial world evolved. The celestial world wasn't actually the 33rd heavenly layer. Later, some experts of this era entered this hall and discovered some secrets. Then, they changed the order of the celestial world. At that time, the celestial world hadn't fully evolved, so they changed the order of the celestial world and changed the order of the celestial world. Lin Feng was astonished. He hadn't thought that the origin of the 33rd floor of the celestial world would be related to this hall. There was too much karma involved. Lin Feng asked curiously, who's the owner of this hall? He's called the Master of Kunlun. He's the owner of the Kunlun Mountain in the Kunlun universe. He's a peerless expert, but later on, problems arose in his cultivation and he walked on the path of evil. Zhu Tian said. You weren't sealed here by the Master of Kunlun, were you? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Zhu Tian shook his head. Of course not. The Master of Kunlun disappeared. Rumor has it that he was killed. Later on, the 33rd floor of the hall was taken by the expert who sealed me. Later on, the treasure was given to his disciple. His disciple came to the 9 continents universe for some reason, but in the end, he died on Mount Wangu. In the end, the 33rd floor of the hall was lost on Mount Wangu. Lin Feng said, so you've been trapped here for countless years. Yes. Zhu Tian said helplessly. Lin Feng said, when I see the sovereign ancestor, I'll tell him about saving you. But whether he helps you or not, it's not up to me to decide. At most, I can pass on a message. I understand. Zhu Tian said. Send us away, Lin Feng said. Zhu Tian nodded. He chanted a few incantations, and Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang disappeared without a trace. After Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang disappeared, Zhu Tian said gloomily, I originally wanted to take over this guy's body and refine him into my clone, but I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. But if he can help me escape, it's not a bad result. Swish. With a flash of light, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang appeared in the hall outside. Lin Feng used his Eye of Origin to look and found that the overlapping space had disappeared. They successfully came out of the overlapping space. Master. Something's not right with that guy. I keep feeling that he has evil intentions. Xia Donghuang transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. He had used this method because he was worried that Zhu Tian would overhear their conversation. Lin Feng replied, that's right. He probably wanted to attack us before, but maybe he thought that we weren't easy to deal with, so he didn't. Xia Donghuang said, then does Master still want to help him pass the message? Lin Feng said, of course, why not? When the time comes, we can take the opportunity to suppress this guy. He might be a good helper. Master is really far-sighted. Xia Donghuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't flatter me. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Xia Donghuang chuckled and said, I'm telling the truth. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang walked deeper into the hall. They walked along the corridor and arrived at the deepest part of the hall. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang entered the hall. When they arrived, they immediately discovered that there were more than 100 experts gathered in the hall. In the center of the hall, there was a ball of energy floating. It was unknown what was inside the ball of energy. The ball of energy distorted the void. Cultivators who wanted to get close to the ball of energy would be pushed back by an invisible force. Therefore, these cultivators had no way of getting close to the ball of energy. The cultivators who came here were all experts from top forces. Some forces were even allies. However, at this moment, the cultivators from these forces were clearly divided. Lin Feng also saw the cultivator who called himself Daozi. He was holding a crystal sword in his hand. The crystal sword was a token. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive. Although this guy came with a token, it seemed that he did not obtain the opportunity here. He had also obtained a token. However, he did not know whether his token or the Daozi's token was more useful. Many people looked coldly at Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. When they saw that they were two young cultivators, they did not pay much attention to them. They all looked away. Buzz. At this moment, the ball of energy in the center of the hall shook violently. Whoosh. Suddenly, the ball of energy flew out of the hall. Catch it. The eyes of many cultivators from the major forces lit up. These cultivators all moved, wanting to catch the ball of energy. However, the ball of energy was too terrifying. All the cultivators were sent flying, including the Daozi who was holding the crystal sword. He wanted to take the ball of energy, but he was also sent flying. How can this be? The Daozi's face became extremely gloomy. This treasure is mine, said Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw the ball of light flying towards him, he opened his big hand and released a monstrous amount of qi which immediately moved towards the ball of light to oppress it. The ball of energy was unwilling to be suppressed by Lin Feng. It shook violently. The powerful force directly dispersed Lin Feng's spiritual power and sent Lin Feng flying. This scene made Lin Feng's expression change abruptly. The ball of energy wanted to leave quickly. How could Lin Feng let it leave so smoothly? Lin Feng directly took out the heaven-devouring jar. He didn't know if the heaven-devouring jar could devour this thing. Lin Feng activated the heaven-devouring jar. A powerful devouring force immediately surged out and enveloped the ball of energy. The heaven-devouring jar was a treasure that was more special. It could produce an extremely powerful devouring force and was specialized in devouring all kinds of magic treasures. Many magic treasures might be far superior to the heaven-devouring jar, but they would still be devoured by the heaven-devouring jar. This was mainly because of the principle of mutual promotion and suppression. Some of the abilities of the heaven-devouring jar. It was very effective against many treasures. Sure enough, after the ball of energy was enveloped by the devouring force released by the heaven-devouring jar, it began to fly towards the heaven-devouring jar. The ball of energy struggled again, but this time it couldn't break free from the heaven-devouring jar's devouring force. It was directly swallowed by the heaven-devouring jar. However, before Lin Feng could heave a sigh of relief, something terrifying happened. The heaven-devouring jar actually swelled up as if it was about to explode. Seeing this, Lin Feng was shocked. What was going on? Wasn't this too strange? Could it be that the ball of energy was about to burst the heaven-devouring jar? If that was the case, the heaven-devouring jar was very likely to be destroyed. Lin Feng's expression became extremely gloomy. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of the token that Zhu Tian had given him. He didn't know if that token could help him in absorbing the ball of energy. Lin Feng took out the talisman and it flew into the celestial absorbing jar. When they sensed the chi of the talisman, they were astonished. That ball of energy actually calmed down. Lin Feng's face immediately lit up with joy. This keepsake was really useful. He quickly put away the heaven-devouring jar. As for what was inside the energy ball, he didn't know. It wouldn't be too late to explore after they got out. Lin Feng had just put away the heaven-swallowing jar when Daozi charged over with his crystal sword. Hand it over. Daozi looked coldly at Lin Feng. Are you dreaming? Lin Feng sneered. Die. The Daozi's voice was cold as the crystal sword in his hand slashed towards Lin Feng. This sword instantly tore through the void with terrifying power. Moreover, Lin Feng vaguely felt that the crystal sword seemed to have some special connection with this palace, although Lin Feng didn't know what kind of connection there was. Therefore, in the face of Daozi's attack, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. He took out the epic war spear and swept it at Daozi. Clang, the sound of a violent collision was heard. Lin Feng's epic war spear collided with the crystal sword in his opponent's hand. A powerful force. It shook the void. The surrounding void began to crumble. Lin Feng and Daozi were both pushed back a dozen meters by the powerful force. At this time, the cultivators from the other forces also charged towards Lin Feng. Obviously, these cultivators wanted to join forces to deal with Lin Feng. With so many experts and Daozi, it wasn't easy to deal with them. However, Lin Feng didn't want to fight with these people right now. He already had the treasure. There was no need to continue fighting with these people. Even if he could defeat them all, what good would it do him? Only a fool would do that. Let's go. Lin Feng waved his hand, and powerful magic power surged out and enveloped Xia Donghuang. Then, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang quickly rushed outside. Chase! A group of experts roared in exasperation. Especially Daozi. He originally thought that the opportunity here should belong to him, but he didn't expect that it would be snatched away by Lin Feng. This huge difference infuriated him greatly. Moreover, since his debut, Daozi had never suffered a loss. Now that he had suffered a loss at the hands of an unknown cultivator, Daozi was furious. Chase, he must catch up to Lin Feng. Not only must he catch up to Lin Feng, he must snatch the treasure back, he must also kill Lin Feng. That was the only way, only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. A group of people quickly chased after Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang, but Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang left first. Moreover, Lin Feng's speed was too fast, and these people couldn't catch up with Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang at all. Lin Feng and Xiaodong Huang didn't make any stops along the way and quickly left the 33rd floor of the palace. Although there were many other opportunities on the 33rd floor of the palace, Lin Feng didn't intend to explore these opportunities. He should leave the opportunities to others. He had already obtained enough opportunities. After Lin Feng and Xiaodong Huang left the 33rd floor of the palace, they quickly disappeared without a trace. At this time, a group of experts came out of the 33rd floor of the palace, but they couldn't find the whereabouts of Lin Feng and Xiaodong Huang. They used their divine senses to search, but they couldn't find any aura of Lin Feng and Xiaodong Huang. This was because Lin Feng had used the Great Fate technique to completely conceal his and Xiaodong Huang's aura, so it was obviously unrealistic for these people to chase the two of them all the way by relying on their auras. Lin Feng and Xiaodong Huang left Mount Wanwu. When they left, there were still cultivators rushing over and then excitedly entered the range of Mount Wanwu, wanting to obtain opportunities here. Lin Feng and Xiaodong Huang found a secluded place in a mountain forest outside to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Feng first took out the energy light mass. He still didn't know what was inside the energy light mass. That energy light mass gradually restrained the energy outside. The thing inside appeared in Lin Feng's sight. At this time, Lin Feng saw that the thing inside the energy light mass was actually a stone. It was a very irregular stone. Seeing this stone, Lin Feng was a little confused. The most awesome opportunity was actually a stone. Wasn't this too funny? Was there a mistake? He thought about it. There was definitely no mistake. Then what was going on? Could it be that there was really something special about this stone? Lin Feng used his divine senses to sense it and found that this stone seemed to be ordinary. Lin Feng touched it with his hand. The texture of the stone seemed to be no different from ordinary stones. Lin Feng planned to use his blood to refine it and see if he could find anything special about it. Lin Feng dripped a drop of blood on the stone. The drop of blood was quickly absorbed by the stone. However, Lin Feng still didn't have any connection with the stone. Damn, there's still no connection after absorbing my blood. This is strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Demon Lord, do you recognize the stone? Lin Feng asked through voice transmission. The Demon Lord was very knowledgeable. Perhaps he really did recognize it. The Demon Lord looked at it for a long time and said, I don't recognize this stone, but I have heard that there is a type of stone in the Kunlun universe with an unimaginable origin. Could this stone be the legendary stone? What stone? Lin Feng asked. That stone is called Mount Tai Stone, the Demon Lord said. Mount Tai Stone? What kind of stone is that? Is there anything special about it? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Demon Lord said, speaking of Mount Tai Stone, I have to mention Mount Tai. Rumor has it that the center of the Kunlun universe is a blue planet, and in the center of this blue planet is a mountain called Mount Tai, the place where the Son of Heaven performs his pilgrimage. When the ancient Son of Heaven of the Kunlun universe performs his pilgrimage, he would climb Mount Tai to pray for blessings. Mount Tai Stone comes from Mount Tai, so it is also called the Pilgrimage Stone. Of course, there are so many stones on Mount Tai, but the Pilgrimage Stone is very rare. The Pilgrimage Stone has many uses, but it is said that its greatest use is to allow a cultivator's soul to break through and surpass their realm. After hearing this, Lin Feng's breathing became rapid. Allow a cultivator's soul to break through and surpass their realm, was it that awesome? Damn, what a good thing. Lin Feng suddenly felt that he had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity. Although there were some good things like this in the world, they didn't belong to him. He could only stare and envy. However, this Mount Tai stone in front of him truly belonged to him. At this time, the Demon Lord continued. Actually, the ancient sons of heaven of the Kunlun universe who can climb Mount Tai to perform the pilgrimage are all powerhouses who surpass their realm. These ancient sons of heaven represent the orthodoxy of the Kunlun universe. However, I heard that there is a reason why these ancient sons of heaven climbed Mount Tai to obtain the Mount Tai stone. It is because, according to rumors, the area below Mount Tai is where the Lord of Mount Tai cultivates. If you want to enter the cultivation area of the Lord of Mount Tai, you must have the Mount Tai stone. The Mount Tai stone is the only token. The Demon Lord's words shocked Lin Feng. What kind of person was the Lord of Mount Tai? Even the ancient sons of heaven needed to have a token to see him? It sounded a little too awesome. Lin Feng asked, who is this Lord of Mount Tai? Is his status higher than the ancient sons of heaven of the Kunlun universe? The demon lord said, let's put it this way. The Kunlun universe has existed for who knows how many epochs, and who knows how many ancient sons of heaven have appeared. However, there has only been one Lord of Mount Tai. Lin Feng said in shock, then this Lord of Mount Tai has lived for too long. The demon lord said, that's right. However, if the Lord of Mount Tai has only lived for a long time, then the ancient sons of heaven might not necessarily be afraid of him. After all, the ancient sons of heaven are high and mighty, and they look down on the heavens. However, these ancient sons of heaven are still incomparably respectful to the Lord of Mount Tai. After the pilgrimage, they even look for the Mount Tai stone and have an audience with the Lord of Mount Tai. Do you know why? I don't know. Lin Feng shook his head. The demon lord said, this is because the Lord of Mount Tai controls the order of death. The order of death? Lin Feng's pupil shrank. The demon lord nodded and said, yes, the order of death. Look at the evolution of the 9 continents universe. It's actually based on the order of the Kunlun universe. Not only the 9 continents universe, but the other universes also evolved using the Kunlun universe as a template. Therefore, the main universe can only be the Kunlun universe, and not the other 3 universes. Moreover, no matter how the other 3 universes evolve, they can't have a complete order like the Kunlun universe. Although the ancient sons of heaven of the Kunlun universe are incomparably powerful, they aren't immortal. They can die, and they can even be killed by others. After ordinary cultivators die, their souls don't have the right to go to the Lord of Mount Tai. However, after the ancient sons of heaven die, their souls will definitely go to the Lord of Mount Tai and become his spirits. Lin Feng's eyebrows twitched violently. In other words, the Lord of Mount Tai was equivalent to the underworld king of hell in the 9 continents universe. However, the spirits controlled by the Lord of Mount Tai were the spirits of the most powerful cultivators who had died. For example, the spirits of those who had surpassed their cultivation level. Of course, the Lord of Mount Tai's status was many times higher than the underworld king's. After the underworld king died, he might not even have the right to go to the Lord of Mount Tai. Lin Feng said. The Lord of Mount Tai should have some other abilities, right? The demon lord said. Rumor has it that the Lord of Mount Tai also controls the true cycle of reincarnation. The true cycle of reincarnation? How do you understand that? Lin Feng was puzzled. The demon lord said. Look, in the 9 continents universe, many people say that after people die, they reincarnate. However, this theory doesn't hold true. After a person dies, their soul disperses very quickly. They completely die, and their Tao disappears. How can they reincarnate? Some powerful cultivators' souls don't disperse. Their souls turn into powerful spirits and are then taken into the underworld realm by the netherworld envoys. Most of those dead souls became food for the strong cultivators of the hell world. A few of them who were related to the hell world, or who were extremely strong, became hell's soldiers, or became free people. As for the so-called cycle of reincarnation, it's pure nonsense. Of course, there are some strong cultivators who reincarnate, but their reincarnation isn't a normal process. Their reincarnation is actually a disintegration of their corpses. Their soul seeds are preserved, and then they enter the newborn's brain and hibernate there. However, this isn't a traditional reincarnation. A true reincarnation is to become a completely different person. If there's an opportunity, they might remember some things from their previous life, but their soul will still be their own. What about those disintegrated cultivators? Once the soul seed awakens, it will devour the soul of the reincarnated body and take over that body. This is completely different from reincarnation. However, it seems that the Lord of Mount Tai can really make people reincarnate. Furthermore, it's said that even if a person's body and soul were to be destroyed, the Lord of Mount Tai would still have a way to gather that person's soul and help them resurrect. Or, he might even have their soul reincarnate. Thus, for a person who has been dead for a very long time and cannot be resurrected no matter how many methods are used, in the eyes of the Lord of Mount Tai, resurrecting them is not something difficult. The Lord of Mount Tai is awesome. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. All these years, Lin Feng had always wanted to revive Huihan. He even wanted to revive his third uncle Lin Xiong and his good friend Zi Xiao, who had died to save him. However, he hadn't succeeded. Maybe he would succeed in the future. But what if he failed? Could he take the Mount Tai stone to the Lord of Mount Tai, and then ask the Lord of Mount Tai for help, even though the people who went to see the Lord of Mount Tai were basically the ancient emperors of the Kunlun universe? However, there was no rule that said that people who weren't ancient emperors couldn't go see the Lord of Mount Tai. Of course, Lord of Mount Tai was a super big shot in the Kunlun universe. However, he was still too far away from Lin Feng. Therefore, it was not the right time for Lin Feng to consider these things. He would think about it later. As for the energy contained in the Mount Tai stone, Lin Feng would definitely not make a breakthrough now. Because Lin Feng's soul was still far away from breaking through the Transcendence realm. Therefore, Lin Feng would not absorb the energy in the Kunlun stone to improve his soul. When his soul reached the Transcendence realm, it would not be too late to refine the energy in the Kunlun stone. By then, Lin Feng's soul would be able to break through the Transcendence realm. Lin Feng put away the Kunlun stone and took out the Great Wilderness map. Lin Feng planned to study the Great Wilderness map carefully. As for Xiaodong Huang, Lin Feng told him to enter secluded cultivation. Xiaodong Huang had gained a lot of opportunities, including the Grand Orient Sword, an ancient weapon. Of course, he needed to spend some time digesting these opportunities. Lin Feng's spiritual mind invaded the Great Wilderness map. He tried to comprehend the Great Wilderness Sutra recorded in the Great Wilderness map. After a long time, Lin Feng finally comprehended the Great Wilderness Sutra from the Great Wilderness map. This made Lin Feng very happy. He finally got the complete Great Wilderness Sutra. Lin Feng ran the Great Wilderness Sutra over and over again. After completely integrating the Great Wilderness Sutra, Lin Feng successfully comprehended the Taiyuan Supremacy soul-cutting skill from the Great Wilderness Sutra. This abhijna was equivalent to the 6 paths of reincarnation, the human king fist, and other top-tier abhijnas among the many abhijnas. Therefore, after gaining this divine sense, Lin Feng was greatly helped. Therefore, Lin Feng was very happy. Not long after Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Xiaodong Huang also came out. After they came out, Mount Wanwu was still there. The opportunities on Mount Wanwu would probably last for a while, but Lin Feng and Xiaodong Huang did not plan to stay there any longer. They returned to Mu City in a low-key manner. Lin Feng returned to Mu City to wait for Mu Xianyu's return. He wondered if the cultivator Mu Xianyu had sent out to search for the descendant of the Xiantian life form had succeeded. Everything would only be known after Mu Xianyu returned. In the following period of time, all kinds of news about Mount Wanwu spread throughout Mu City. In fact, it wasn't just Mu City. The cultivators in the other ancient cities were also talking about the reappearance of Mount Wanwu. Any cultivator who felt that they were strong had already gone to Mount Wanwu. Most of the cultivators who stayed in the city were not strong enough. In addition, Mount Wanwu was really dangerous. These cultivators were worried that they would die if they went there. Therefore, they did not go to Mount Wanwu. There were also a small number of cultivators who had some things to deal with and could not leave, so they did not go to Mount Wanwu. The news that came one after another made people envious. For example, a certain expert had obtained a great opportunity on Mount Wanwu. However, there were also some news that was full of sorrow. For example, a certain expert had died on Mount Wanwu due to bad luck. Perhaps some of the cultivators' relatives had also died on Mount Wanwu. Therefore, sometimes, some cultivators would drink and chat. When they talked about the news on Mount Wanwu, some people would burst into tears. Mount Wanwu continued to appear for 3 months. It was not until 3 months later that Mount Wanwu disappeared. After the disappearance of Mount Wanwu, there was a big news that said that some of the palaces on Mount Wanwu had imprisoned extremely terrifying creatures. Those creatures seemed to be the imprisoned evil spirits of the Kunlun universe. Many experts had been killed by those evil spirits of the Kunlun universe. This news caused quite a stir. Lin Feng also heard this news. He could not help but think of the palaces that made him feel dangerous. Could it be that the evil spirits of the Kunlun universe were the existences in those palaces that made him feel extremely dangerous? He thought about it. This possibility seemed to be quite high. Now, many people were in a state of panic. It was mainly because those evil spirits were too powerful. It was said that they could increase their strength by constantly devouring the flesh and soul of cultivators. This was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. In fact, many creatures of the foreign realm had this ability. Ordinary creatures of the foreign realm would not target the cultivators of the heaven realm. Firstly, they were not strong enough. Secondly, those creatures of the foreign realm had not been suppressed, so their cultivation had not fallen. They did not need to devour the flesh and soul of cultivators to quickly recover their cultivation. However, the evil spirits of the Kunlun universe who had escaped from the palaces on the 33rd floor did not have these considerations at all. They were very powerful. Now that the end of the era had arrived, they would definitely try their best to recover their cultivation as soon as possible. However, this was obviously not an easy task. However, no matter how difficult it was, if they devoured enough flesh and soul, they could still do it in a relatively short period of time. If this really happened, then the third level would definitely be filled with bloodshed. After Mu Xianyu returned, the first thing she did was to pay a visit to Lin Feng. Mu Xianyu did not mention some of the things that happened on Mount Wangu. In fact, she had seen Lin Feng, but that was all in the past. Now, their goal was the same, and they both wanted to go to the White Lotus Valley. Lin Feng was looking forward to obtaining the 9th type of heavenly fire. This was an extremely important matter to him. Have you found that person? Lin Feng asked. Mu Xianyu said, I just came back and received the news that the person has been found. That guy was not very cooperative and was controlled by my people. I estimate that he will arrive in Mu City in a few days. When he arrives, I will send someone to inform Lin Gongzi to go over. Lin Feng said, alright, then I'll have to trouble you, fairy. Mu Xianyu did not stay at Lin Feng's place for long and quickly left Lin Feng's residence. After waiting for 5 days. On this day, Mu Xianyu sent someone to deliver a letter to Lin Feng, saying that the person had been brought to Mu City. Mu Xianyu also sent a beast carriage to pick up Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang rode the beast carriage sent by Mu Xianyu and arrived at the Mu clan's trading firm. The servant girl brought Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang to the living room, where Mu Xianyu was sipping tea. Lin Feng clasped his fists in greeting. Mu Xianyu smiled and said, please have a seat. After Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang sat down, a servant girl served them tea. Mu Xianyu said, that person has been imprisoned since he arrived, and I haven't seen him yet. Since Lin Gongzi is here, I will send someone to bring him over. Alright. Lin Feng said. Mu Xianyu ordered, and then a subordinate went to pass on the message. Not long after, a cultivator was brought over. This cultivator looked quite young, and after arriving, he immediately started cursing, you guys are too much. I am the descendant of Xianxia Immemorial Venerable, and you guys actually used such vulgar means to deal with me. Be careful, or I will make you suffer. Lin Feng saw that this person's footsteps were unsteady and his face was pale, so he knew that this person had a bad character. Moreover, Lin Feng remembered some of the things that Mu Xianyu had said to him before, and he knew that this person's character was not very good. However, as long as he could get some information from this person, it was enough. As for the other things, it did not matter. Lin Feng did not care what kind of person this person was. I heard that your ancestor, Xianxia Immemorial Venerable, was an expert born in the White Lotus Valley? Mu Xianyu did not waste time talking nonsense with this cultivator, and directly asked. Seeing how beautiful Mu Xianyu was, the cultivator's eyes suddenly lit up, and he walked over to Mu Xianyu as if he was very familiar with her. When he arrived next to her, he revealed a mischievous expression and said, so the fairy is looking for me. If I knew earlier that the fairy was so beautiful, I would not have run away and would have rushed here long ago. However, may I know the fairy's name? That guy was looking at Mu Xianyu evilly. Lin Feng knew what that guy was thinking. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel sad for that guy. He didn't even know what kind of person he was. He was acting recklessly. Lin Feng knew that Mu Xianyu looked weak, but in reality, she was a ruthless and decisive person. Mu Xianyu gently waved her sleeve and a powerful force ruthlessly slammed into the cultivator's body. The force directly sent the cultivator flying. Wah! The cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground with a plop. He held in pain, and looked at Mu Xianyu with hatred, resentment, and fear. This kind of person was actually the kind of person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Mu Xianyu said coldly, I asked people to give you so many immortal stones, and you also agreed to come here. I have always liked to deal with people who keep their promises, and obviously, you are not one of them. However, even so, I have decided not to argue with you about what happened before. However, you have to remember that you have to answer my questions, and not talk nonsense with me here. Yes, 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 I will remember. The cultivator hurriedly replied. He was not without shrewdness, and he knew that he could not fight Mu Xianyu head-on right now, as it was too disadvantageous for him. He would submit to Mu Xianyu first, and if there was a chance in the future, it would not be too late to take revenge on Mu Xianyu. Answer my question from before. Mu Xianyu said. The cultivator replied, my ancestor was indeed an expert born in the White Lotus Valley. Mu Xianyu then asked, then, do you know how to find the White Lotus Valley? Hearing Mu Xianyu's question, Lin Feng could not help but look at the cultivator. He did not know if this cultivator had a way to find the White Lotus Valley. If he could not find it, then the clues would be completely lost. At that time, he would definitely miss the opportunity to find the White Lotus Valley's heavenly flames. The cultivator knew that the person in front of him wasn't easy to get along with. If he said that he didn't know, who knew if the person in front of him would change his mind and kill him? Sometimes, the matters of the cultivation world were simple, but sometimes, it was very complicated. One shouldn't believe everything that others said. The cultivator said, I know how to get there, but I have a condition. Mu Xianyu said, tell me, I'll take you there. Once we get there, you must let me go and not kill me, the cultivator said. He was obviously worried that Mu Xianyu would plot against him, which was why he had made such a condition. However, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Mu Xianyu looked deeply at the cultivator and said, all right, I promise you. By the way, what's your name? My name is Chao Chong. All right, you've worked hard on this journey. Go and have a good rest. We'll set off for White Lotus Valley the day after tomorrow. Mu Xianyu said. No problem. Chao Chong hurriedly said. A few guards took Chao Chong away to rest. When will we set off the day after tomorrow? Lin Feng asked. Mu Xianyu said, how about we set off early in the morning? All right, if there's nothing else, we'll be taking our leave. Lin Feng said. Mu Xianyu nodded and personally sent Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang off. After leaving the Mu clan's trading company, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang found a place to enjoy a sumptuous meal before heading back to their residence. When they were halfway there, Xia Donghuang said, Master, look at the people walking towards us. They don't seem right. Lin Feng looked over and frowned slightly. There was indeed something strange about those people, but Lin Feng couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. What are you looking at? Do you want to die? A fierce-looking cultivator glared fiercely at Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. That's right, it's them. Lin Feng suddenly realized who these people were. Back on the 33rd floor, Lin Feng had sensed a dangerous aura outside some of the halls. These people's auras were similar to the ones he had sensed outside the halls. Lin Feng had heard that some of the halls had been opened, and the imprisoned evil spirits of the Kunlun universe had broken out and started a massacre. Could these people be evil spirits of the Kunlun universe? Of course, however, these fellows concealed their auras well. Most people would not be able to detect their true identities. F***ck. Of course. Xia Donghuang of course, Xia Donghuang of course, and Xia of course, the young people's temper. Lin Feng also used to be a young man. But when Lin Feng thought about it, it didn't seem right. I'm not even 300 years old yet, okay? This evil spirit of the Kunlun universe had never been insulted like this before. It immediately flew into a rage and sent a palm strike at Xia Donghuang. However, Xia Donghuang wasn't an ordinary person. He was already very strong, and he had obtained a fortuitous encounter some time ago. Most importantly, he had obtained the Grand Orient Sword, which was an ancient artifact. After all, the Grand Orient Sword was a supreme treasure refined by Xia Donghuang's previous incarnation, Donghuang Tai. Xia Donghuang could probably use the sword's power for his own use. That way, his battle prowess would soar. These evil spirits of the Kunlun universe were indeed powerful, but they had just broken out. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't escape from their current weakened state. Therefore, in the face of the Kunlun evil spirit's attack, Xia Donghuang kicked it. Xia Donghuang's kick landed hard on the Kunlun evil spirit's abdomen. The Kunlun evil spirit couldn't withstand Xia Donghuang's kick and was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away before falling to the ground with a thud. The rest of the evil spirits of the Kunlun universe were enraged. They all looked murderous and wanted to tear Xia Donghuang apart. Before they could do anything, Xia Donghuang shouted, "Everyone, these outsiders are saying that the people of Mu City are third-class citizens." I just retorted, "And these outsiders want to gang up on me." Xia Donghuang usually looked very honest, but in fact, he was also a black-bellied person. His words were undoubtedly like poking a hornet's nest. Cultivators were sensitive by nature and had a deep sense of identity with the region. Now that the cultivators of Mu City were being called third-class citizens, how could these cultivators tolerate it? One by one, they surrounded him angrily. Although these evil spirits of the Kunlun universe were powerful, this was Mu City, a famous city with many strong cultivators. If they were outside, they wouldn't be afraid of these cultivators. However, they had to be careful in Mu City. Once their identities were exposed, the restrictions of Mu City would activate and trap them inside. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't fight against a city, right? Therefore, they had to endure it. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Everyone, don't listen to this guy sowing discord. It's our people who were beaten up, okay? The leader of the evil spirits of the Kunlun universe hurriedly explained loudly. Xia Donghuang said, "Everyone, old and young, some of you should have seen that it was their people who started the fight, right? If I didn't have some strength, wouldn't I have been beaten up badly? Is it wrong for me to retaliate? Are these outsiders saying that the people of Mu City deserve to be beaten up? We can't resist or fight back, right? If the people of Mu City dare to resist or fight back, even if the other party started the fight, it's still our fault. They can't bully the people of Mu City like this. There's nothing to say. Beat these outsiders to death." At this moment, a cultivator shouted loudly. "That's right, beat these guys to death. Let them know that the people of Mu City are not to be trifled with." Then, someone echoed. Many cultivators swarmed forward and instantly surrounded the evil spirits of the Kunlun universe. Then, they punched and kicked them. The evil spirits of the Kunlun universe were aggrieved. They wanted to fight back, but they held themselves back. They couldn't expose themselves. Therefore, the evil spirits of the Kunlun universe were beaten up badly. They were almost crippled. Moreover, their storage rings were snatched away during the chaos. They were all gnashing their teeth in hatred. At this moment, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang had already returned to their residence. Of course, this was just a small matter. Lin Feng didn't take it to heart. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On the appointed day, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at the Mu clan's trading firm early in the morning. 15 minutes later, Mu Xianyu also arrived. This time, Mu Xianyu brought more than 20 guards with her. They were all experts of the Mu clan. The group didn't stop and quickly left Mu City. When they arrived outside, Mu Xianyu took out a flying shuttle. This flying shuttle was more luxurious and could seat about 100 people. The flying shuttle flew quickly according to the route that Chao Chong had given them. The third level of the heaven realm was not peaceful during this period of time. It was mainly caused by the appearance of Mount Wangu. This was because the third level of the heaven realm had many special and precious resources. These resources were controlled by the demon clan and some of the top forces in the third level. The other forces usually wouldn't come to the third level of the heaven realm. After all, the demon clan had a strong control over the third level of the heaven realm. It was obviously not a wise move to offend the demon clan. Therefore, many of the precious resources in the third level of the heaven realm were difficult for the cultivators of the other forces to obtain. They might be able to buy some on the black market, but the quantity was limited and the price was too high. Those big forces weren't spendthrifts. Naturally, they didn't want to bleed again and again. With the help of the appearance of Mount Wangu this time, many cultivators from great forces poured into the third layer of heaven realm. It was unrealistic for the demon clan to expel the cultivators from these forces. After all, there were too many forces. The demon clan could only turn a blind eye to them. After the opportunity of Mount Wangu passed, these people would leave obediently. The demon clan's thinking was too idealistic. After the opportunity of Mount Wangu passed, those forces didn't immediately withdraw. It wasn't easy to gather so many forces. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shouldn't they clean up before leaving? If they didn't clean up, this trip would be in vain. Hence, many external forces had joined together. These forces had formed alliances of various sizes. They had specifically chosen places with precious resources and then snatched those resources by force. Of course, these forces also had a bottom line. They knew that in the third level of the Heaven Realm, it was best not to completely offend the demon clan and some other big families. Therefore, these alliances didn't start a massacre. However, even if they didn't start a massacre, many people still died. In addition, precious resources were robbed. The demon clan and many other big forces were furious. Things became more and more intense, and the conflict became more and more intense. Later on, many forces knew that this matter was a little difficult to control. Anyway, they had obtained a lot of good things. It was time to retreat. However, many people discovered that the furious demon clan and many big forces of the third level of the Heaven Realm had directly blocked the teleportation channel. It was obvious that the demon clan and some other big forces didn't want to let them go just like that. The fighting became more and more intense. On the way, Lin Feng and the others saw many battles between the demon clan and the foreign cultivators. Many foreign cultivators were killed. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't really sympathize with these foreign cultivators. If you ran to other people's territory and obtained the opportunity here, you could just leave. Why were you still jealous of other people's things, blinded by greed? Therefore, even if they were really killed, they deserved it. One could survive a heaven-sent disaster, but one couldn't survive a self-inflicted disaster. What a famous saying. But how many people remembered these famous words in their hearts? They had long forgotten about it, right? Lin Feng and the others weren't interested in participating in these battles. Their main goal was the White Lotus Valley. A month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at a primitive ancient forest in the northwest of the third level of the Heaven Realm. This primitive ancient forest was called the Dark Swamp. The reason why it was called the Gloomy Swamp was because there were swamps everywhere in this primeval forest. One must be very careful here because there might be some terrifying creatures hiding in the swamps. Those terrifying creatures were often very dangerous. In addition, there were all kinds of strange poisons in the swamps. Antidote pills. Not omnipotent. However, for Lin Feng, he wasn't afraid of poison. Firstly, it was because of his physique. Secondly, now that the white jade toad had awakened, even if Lin Feng was poisoned by some extremely difficult poison, as long as he summoned the white jade toad and handed the matter over to it, the white jade toad could easily deal with this poison. This was the terrifying part of the white jade toad. After entering the dark swamp, Lin Feng and the others flew out of the flying shuttle. Obviously, they couldn't take the flying shuttle in this place. It was too big of a target and too dangerous. Moreover, there were many restrictions. It was easy to trigger the restrictions, and it would be very troublesome. Lin Feng and the others flew carefully towards the depths. Although they encountered some dangers along the way, these dangers weren't enough to pose too much of a threat to Lin Feng and the others. They came to a mountain range in the depths of the dark swamp without any danger. This mountain range was continuous and stretched for dozens of miles. Lin Feng and the others entered the mountain range and flew towards the depths of the mountain range. However, after flying for a while, Lin Feng found that there was a powerful restriction above the mountain range. The group quickly descended. They chose to walk towards the depths of the mountain range. There were many strange plants growing in the mountain range, and there were even many spiritual herbs growing there. However, Lin Feng wasn't very interested in those spiritual herbs, so he didn't plan to collect them. Finally, they arrived in the depths of the mountain range. There was a gigantic valley there, but there was a terrifying deployment spell. Lin Feng's heart started pounding when he saw the deployment spell. "This place is the White Lotus Valley," said Chao Chong. The restrictions here seem to be very complicated, said Mu Xianyu, frowning slightly. It is indeed complicated. Lin Feng nodded. Even he only had a 10% chance of breaking the restrictions here. Said Chao Chong, I'll take you inside. All right. Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu looked at each other and nodded. Chao Chong led the way, and the others followed behind him. The group followed Chao Chong into the area covered by the restrictions. Chao Chong knew the special route, so Lin Feng and the others didn't get attacked by the restrictions. Lin Feng felt that this wasn't Chao Chong's first time here, otherwise, he wouldn't be so familiar with the route. In fact, Lin Feng thought that Chao Chong would use this opportunity to attack them, but Chao Chong didn't attack them. Instead, he smoothly led Lin Feng and the others out of the restrictions. Lin Feng was very surprised. Not only was Lin Feng surprised, but Mu Xianyu was also very surprised. The script was different from what they had imagined. This Chao Chong. Could it be that he really didn't want to plot against them? Perhaps so. After entering the White Lotus Valley, Lin Feng and the others saw a huge white lotus. It was a stone lotus, a white stone. It was indeed a bit special. Moreover, the white stone was in the shape of a lotus, which was even rarer. This white lotus was carved, right? Asked Xia Donghuang. Said Chao Chong. Said Chao Chong, it wasn't carved, it was formed naturally. Oh? Naturally formed? That's really strange. Lin Feng said. Said Chao Chong, I heard that this white lotus is very mysterious. It seems to be alive. Is that so? Mu Xianyu was very surprised. She tried to use her divine sense to sense the white lotus. She wanted to see if it was really alive. Lin Feng also tried the same thing. If this white lotus really had a life of its own, then this matter would not be so simple. Would something amazing be born from the white lotus flower, for example, lotus seeds? If this white lotus really gave birth to lotus seeds, then the value of these lotus seeds would definitely be unimaginable. Of course, it could also give birth to something else. Just as Lin Feng and the others were trying to sense if the white lotus was still alive, Chao Chong suddenly jumped up and landed directly on top of the white lotus. Then, he sat down cross-legged. Chao Chong, what are you doing? Said an expert from the Mu family coldly. Said Chao Chong sinisterly, a bunch of idiots, did you think that I would easily bring you in? Do you know anything about this white lotus? Do you know how terrifying this white lotus is? As his voice fell, Chao Chong began to chant an incantation. Then, something terrible happened. That white lotus had actually been resurrected. The white lotus emitted an extremely terrifying aura. That aura made even Lin Feng feel a huge pressure. Ha 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 ha, you can feel the white lotus's aura. You guys are dead today, but I have always been a person who has a tender heart for the fairer sex. Mu Xianyu, you can live, but as long as you kneel on the ground and swear allegiance to me, I will love you well. Chao Chong's incomparably evil eyes looked at Mu Xianyu. He couldn't wait to eat Mu Xianyu. Courting death. Mu Xianyu's voice was cold. With a wave of her right hand, a silver flying sword flew out from her sleeve and quickly slashed towards Chao Chong. Insignificant skill. Chao Chong revealed a disdainful expression. At this moment, that white lotus slightly moved, and a terrifying power vibrated out. That terrifying force bombarded Mu Xianyu's silver flying sword, and the silver flying sword was immediately sent flying. What a powerful force, this white lotus has become a spirit. Lin Feng said in a dignified voice. At this moment, the energy in the void became extremely chaotic. Back off. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The group of people quickly retreated, wanting to distance themselves from the white lotus, but at this moment, the void condensed into a lotus made of energy. Those energy lotuses gushed out an extremely evil energy, and that evil energy enveloped everyone. That evil energy made everyone feel as if there was no way for them to control their own bodies. Then, one by one, the cultivators' bodies uncontrollably flew towards those energy lotuses, and finally landed on top of them. Then, everyone felt that they couldn't use their spiritual power, and their bodies couldn't move. Those energy lotuses were too strange, they actually imprisoned everyone. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The white lotus was really strange. As expected of a terrifying thing that had been nurtured for countless years. Once it exploded, the power it displayed was absolutely shocking. Even Lin Feng was moved. Ha 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 ha, you've been sealed. Actually, this is the first time I've used the White Lotus. I know that the White Lotus is extremely powerful from the scriptures, but I didn't think that it would be so powerful. The White Lotus is really awesome. Cao Chong laughed in an incomparably proud manner. His arrogance made people want to slap him 3 times. Anyone who saw Cao Chong like that would be speechless. He really looked like a villain who was intoxicated with success. Humph. Do you really think that you can trap us with a mere White Lotus? Suddenly, a cold laugh was heard. It was Lin Feng. He had opened his mouth to speak. Cao Chong also looked at Lin Feng. Actually, Cao Chong didn't have a deep impression of Lin Feng. He only knew that Lin Feng was Mu Xianyu's friend. Cao Chong had even thought that Lin Feng might be Mu Xianyu's lover. However, he didn't have any evidence to prove it. Lin Feng usually kept a low profile. Therefore, Cao Chong didn't know much about Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was still young. In Cao Chong's opinion, Lin Feng was so young, how strong could he be, but now, he was actually boasting shamelessly in front of him. How ridiculous. Why were there always so many people in the world who obviously didn't have any strength but still wanted to show off? How foolish and ridiculous. Was it really that fun to deceive oneself? However, in the next moment, Cao Chong's eyes widened because he saw that the energy lotus that had trapped Lin Feng was quickly swallowed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng had successfully escaped. This. Cao Chong couldn't believe his eyes. Cao Chong simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was truly inconceivable, causing him to be extremely shocked. How did you break the energy lotus? Cao Chong asked in disbelief. Lin Feng couldn't even be bothered to answer him. If he couldn't even break a single energy lotus, then wouldn't Lin Feng's battle prowess, which transcended realms, become a joke? Lin Feng flicked his finger and sword chi flew out and slashed at the energy lotuses. Attacking the energy lotuses from the outside was much easier than attacking them from the inside. Therefore, the energy lotuses were easily destroyed by Lin Feng. Everyone was freed from the trap. Cao Chong's face was very ugly, but soon he sneered and said, "Do you think you won't die like this?" Right now, the White Lotus flower's true power hasn't been released yet. When it's fully released, you'll know just how terrifying it is. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Chong continued to chant, wanting to increase the power of the White Lotus flower. This White Lotus flower was indeed strange. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at the White Lotus flower. What they needed to do now was to remain still. However, at that moment, Mu Xianyu, who was beside Lin Feng, sneered and said, "Cao Chong, you may be able to control this White Lotus flower, but we also have a way to prevent it from attacking us." Hearing Mu Xianyu's words, Lin Feng's spirit was slightly shaken. It seemed that Mu Xianyu also had some hidden methods. What kind of powerful methods were they? Lin Feng looked at Mu Xianyu and saw that there was something in her hand. It was an energy crystal ball, and inside it was sealed a drop of blood. Lin Feng didn't know whose blood it was. Mu Xianyu chanted an incantation. The drop of blood quickly vaporized and turned into a bloody mist, which then quickly flew towards the White Lotus flower. All of the bloody mist was absorbed by the White Lotus flower. At that moment, the White Lotus flower, which had been violently fluctuating, became incomparably calm. This scene really surprised Lin Feng. It seemed that Mu Xianyu had really made ample preparations for this trip. Moreover, she also had some special things on her that were closely related to the White Lotus flower. For example, the energy crystal ball that Mu Xianyu had just taken out and the blood sealed inside it. How can this be? Cao Chong found that he couldn't control the White Lotus flower anymore. He couldn't accept this at all. He roared hysterically. His eyes were bloodshot. He was filled with hatred, anger, and fear. Cao Chong knew that this time, he was definitely done for. His body couldn't help but tremble. "Catch him," Mu Xianyu ordered. "Yes, miss." Immediately, several experts from the Mu family rushed towards Cao Chong. Cao Chong directly jumped down from the White Lotus flower and fled towards the depths of the White Lotus Valley. However, his wish was not fulfilled. He was intercepted. Several experts from the Mu family were tyrannical in strength. Besieging Cao Chong was a piece of cake. Cao Chong was beaten until he vomited blood. Then, he was suppressed. Spare me, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I was possessed for a moment. I did something wrong. Since I didn't contribute much, but I still worked hard on this journey, please spare my worthless life. Cao Chong begged. However, this guy's begging was completely useless. Mu Xianyu looked at Cao Chong indifferently and said, I didn't want to take your life before. You brought us here and left honestly. This was the best choice. You didn't want to harm us. Now, it's too late to say anything. Remember, if there's a next life, don't do such a thing. Otherwise, your death in the next life may be more miserable than this one. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Xianyu waved her hand and several cultivators immediately pulled Cao Chong away. Bitch! I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse you, ah. Before he could finish cursing, he couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Cao Chong was stabbed to death by a cultivator. Lin Feng glanced at Mu Xianyu. She looked gentle and weak, but she was very decisive. No wonder that she was able to oppress all her brothers and sisters. She had become the first person of her generation to become the leader of the Mu clan. Haha, under Mu Xianyu's oppression, the younger generation of the Mu family would probably never be able to rise again. Mu Xianyu looked at Lin Feng and revealed a charming smile. She explained, I've heard of this white lotus before, but the news I received said that the spirit of this white lotus died a long time ago. So when I heard Cao Chong say that this white lotus was still alive, I was really shocked. As for the blood sealed in the crystal just now, it was actually the blood of a Xiantian life form. The white lotus was born in the valley of the white lotus, and the Xiantian life form was also born in the valley of the white lotus. Therefore, I thought that if the white lotus absorbed the Xiantian life form's blood, it would probably not attack us again. So, I tried it and found that it was exactly as I imagined. As you can see, the result was just as I imagined. The white lotus played an extremely amazing role. Lin Feng said, this white lotus is a stone lotus, and it has a life of its own. Could it have formed something inside it? Mu Xianyu said, if that's the case, it's indeed possible, but it's hard to say right now. We need to test it before we can know. Let's see if we can make the white lotus open on its own. Lin Feng nodded. Mu Xianyu walked towards the white lotus and whispered something in its ear. Lin Feng couldn't hear it clearly, but when Mu Xianyu's voice fell, something astonishing happened. The white lotus slowly opened. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He looked at the white lotus with anticipation. He didn't know if there was anything worth looking forward to inside the white lotus. Not long after, the white lotus completely opened. Lin Feng looked at it and saw that there was a fist-sized crystal inside. He didn't know what it was. The only thing he could be sure of was the fist-sized crystal. It should be able to increase his cultivation. When Lin Feng saw the fist-sized crystal, he felt his cultivation becoming restless. This was a sign that he was about to break through. He hadn't even absorbed the crystal's energy, but his body was already having such a big reaction. This was extremely shocking. If he absorbed the crystal's energy, his cultivation would definitely increase by an astonishing amount, right? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little moved. Mu Xianyu was obviously very happy. She said, this should be the legendary white lotus crystal. It said that it's something that's very difficult to form. Once it's formed, it'll definitely be a rare treasure. Looks like our luck isn't bad to actually obtain this. Lin Feng touched the white lotus crystal and discovered something strange. Although the white lotus crystal looked like a crystal, it was actually very soft. But in reality, the white lotus crystal was very soft, unprecedentedly soft. It was a little strange. However, this didn't hinder the white lotus crystal's use. Mu Xianyu took out a dagger and cut off the white lotus crystal. The white lotus flower's lace immediately closed. Then, Mu Xianyu divided the white lotus crystal into many small pieces. She and Lin Feng each had 2 pieces, while the others each had 1. It had to be said that Mu Xianyu was indeed bold. She was even willing to share such a good thing with her subordinates. No wonder so many people in the Mu family were so loyal to her. In fact, this was how a superior should be. All the benefits were taken by himself. If the subordinates didn't get any benefits, then who would follow you? Everyone understood this logic, but there weren't many people who could truly share good things with their subordinates. Thank you, young miss. After receiving the White Lotus crystal as a reward, these Mu family experts were all very excited. They all bowed to Mu Xianyu and thanked her. Now that Mu Xianyu wanted them to die, Lin Feng reckoned that many of them would be willing to die for Mu Xianyu. Although Mu Xianyu was a woman, she was indeed very charming. Everyone, don't be so polite. I never mistreat my own people. Mu Xianyu smiled. This method of buying people's hearts was indeed clever. One had to know that these cultivators had a high status in the Mu family. At the very least, they were in the middle of the Mu family. After returning, he would help Mu Xianyu spread the word. Then, many people in the Mu family would join Mu Xianyu. Some of the older generation experts of the Mu family felt that Mu Xianyu was a woman, so they were not willing to give her power. However, after Mu Xianyu won the hearts of many experts of the Mu family, the older generation experts of the Mu family had no choice but to give her power. Lin Feng and the others did not refine the White Lotus crystal. They temporarily kept the White Lotus crystal. Now was not the time to refine the White Lotus crystal. Let's go deeper into the valley and take a look. Lin Feng said. Mu Xianyu nodded. The group of people walked deeper into the valley. As they went deeper into the valley, the temperature became hotter and hotter. Lin Feng felt that his heavenly fire was also emitting waves of violent fluctuations. They were getting closer and closer to the heavenly fire in the White Lotus Valley, but what kind of heavenly fire was inside the White Lotus Valley? It would be best if it was a higher level heavenly fire. Of course, it did not matter if it was a lower level heavenly fire. Regardless of its level, it was already extremely heaven-defying. When they reached the central region, Lin Feng saw a huge cave. Inside the cave, flames were constantly spewing out. After arriving here, the fluctuations of the 8 heavenly fires in Lin Feng's body became even more intense. Heavenly fire. It was in the depths of the cave. Even Lin Feng's state of mind could not help but become somewhat excited at this moment. If he refined this heavenly fire, he would have 9 heavenly fires. 9 heavenly fires. Ask yourself, 10,000 worlds, 4 great universes. Since ancient times, how many people had refined 9 heavenly fires? Lin Feng did not know if he was the first person, but whether or not he was the first person, people like him were definitely rare. Lin Feng said, the heavenly fire is dangerous. I can go in alone. Mu Xianyu said, then I will go in to look for something. Lin Feng knew that Mu Xianyu had her own goal this time. However, Lin Feng did not ask Mu Xianyu what she was looking for. He nodded. Mu Xianyu left with the experts of the Mu family. Lin Feng looked at Xia Donghuang and said, guard outside for me. Yes, master. Xia Donghuang hurriedly replied. Lin Feng immediately walked into the cave. The rocks in the cave had turned fiery red, and the temperature was extremely high. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying fluctuation was emitted from the depths of the cave. Lin Feng could not help but become vigilant. Not long after, a ball of fire flew out from the depths of the cave. In the raging fire, there was a pair of cold eyes, coldly looking at Lin Feng. After seeing the terrifying creature in the raging fire, Lin Feng could not help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Because, the creature in the raging fire was actually a fire qilin. This was Lin Feng's first time in his life, the second fire qilin he saw. The rise of Lin Feng in his youth had a lot to do with the fire qilin. Therefore, the relationship between Lin Feng and the fire qilin was that of a teacher and a friend. Now that the fire qilin was with the Great Rock King, the Peacock King, and the others, it was unknown if it would come to the Heaven Realm in the future. After not seeing the fire qilin for a long time, he really missed it. Thinking about the scene when he was with the fire qilin, Lin Feng really missed it. After all, that was Lin Feng's youth. Back then, he had experienced too many things with the fire qilin. At that time, he was not very mature. However, people had all walked through this age. Now that he saw the same kind of creature as the fire qilin, he felt rather emotional. This fire qilin was the Holy Spirit of the Flames. Lin Feng was not particularly surprised that it appeared in the place where the heavenly fire was hidden. This fire qilin clearly felt Lin Feng's aura, so it wanted to kill Lin Feng, the intruder. Facing this incomparably powerful fire qilin, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. Roar. A deep roar, scorching flames, and a ferocious aura assaulted Lin Feng's face. The fire qilin had already charged over quickly. It raised its claws and slapped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew how terrifying a creature like the fire qilin was. Therefore, facing this fire qilin in front of him, Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. He punched towards the fire qilin. Bang! Accompanied by the violent sound of collision, Lin Feng and the fire qilin collided fiercely. Although this fire qilin was very powerful, there was still a certain gap between it and Lin Feng. After all, the current Lin Feng had the combat strength that surpassed his realm. And now, there might be some cultivators or creatures that had the combat strength that surpassed their realm. However, it was not so easy to meet them. This fire qilin was not a match for Lin Feng. It was very normal. Of course, this fire qilin was still very powerful. It was only pushed back by Lin Feng's attack and wasn't injured. Lin Feng estimated that this fire qilin could probably fight evenly with some cultivators who were infinitely close to the Transcendence realm. If the fire qilin's body, bloodline, and other factors were taken into consideration, it could even suppress those cultivators. The fire qilin didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. It turned around and rushed towards the depths of the forest. However, Lin Feng didn't give the fire qilin the chance to escape. He quickly chased after the fire qilin and launched a punch towards it. Lin Feng wanted to suppress this fire qilin. After all, fire qilins were too rare. Suppressing this fire qilin as a mount wasn't a bad idea. Although Lin Feng already had a mount, such as the three-headed viper, the three-headed viper's strength was still lacking. If he had a mount like the fire qilin, man and horse became one. His battle strength would definitely soar, right? The fire qilin found that it couldn't escape and could only meet Lin Feng head-on. It was once again sent flying by Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward and used the 8 divine seals to seal the fire qilin. The fire qilin suddenly let out a burst of angry roars. It kept struggling, trying to break free from Lin Feng's seal. Its eyes were burning with anger. If eyes could kill, Lin Feng would have been cut into pieces by the fire qilin's eyes. It had to be said that this fire qilin was really wild, but it was understandable. After all, this fire qilin had never been tamed by anyone and didn't have much contact with the outside world. Such creatures often had a strong wild nature. To tame this kind of creature wasn't something that could be done overnight. However, Lin Feng wasn't particularly anxious. He temporarily sent the fire qilin into the time and space. Now was not the time to tame this fire qilin. Now. The most important thing was to refine the heavenly fire here. Thinking that he was about to refine the 9th type of heavenly fire, Lin Feng suddenly felt extremely excited. He quickly walked inside. Soon, Lin Feng came to the deepest place. The deepest place was the belly of a huge mountain. In the belly of the mountain, flames were burning fiercely. This place was densely covered with heavenly fire. The core source of the heavenly fire was in the center of the mountain. To Lin Feng's surprise, Lin Feng saw a skeleton there. He saw the skeleton sitting cross-legged. Because only the skeleton was left, it was impossible to tell what he looked like. However, his skeleton was relatively large. It should be a cultivator with a tall and burly figure. Who was this? Lin Feng was puzzled. Could it be that this cluster of heavenly fire was left behind by this dead cultivator? Thinking about it carefully, this was very likely. Lin Feng then thought that since this was the White Lotus Valley, could the expert who died here be one of the Khanate lifeforms of the White Lotus Valley? Back then, there were various versions of legends about the Khanate lifeforms of the Valley of White Lotus. Of course, the most widely circulated and accepted version was that the experts of the Valley of White Lotus had all died in a great battle between the Khanate lifeforms. However, since the skeleton of a cultivator appeared here, one thing could be confirmed. This kind of widely known rumor could not be believed completely. For example, this cultivator in front of him. He did not die in a battle between Khanate lifeforms. Then how did he die? Buzz. Suddenly, a wave of energy rippled out from the depths of the flames. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two rays of light lit up at this time. They were the eyes of the skeleton. This sudden change was not expected by Lin Feng, so Lin Feng could not help but be startled. He originally thought that the skeleton had awakened and wanted to attack him, but Lin Feng quickly discovered that the skeleton did not have any hostility. Obviously, it would not attack him. This made Lin Feng feel relieved. However, the skeleton walked towards Lin Feng. You are indeed not bad to be able to suppress the fire, Qilin. After so many years, you are the first person to do so. The skeletal being said. Lin Feng thought to himself. It seemed that suppressing the fire Qilin was a test for the skeleton. Do you want the heavenly fire? The skeletal being asked. Lin Feng did not immediately answer the question. Instead, he frowned slightly. The skeleton's condition was not quite right. It did not seem to be a real skeleton. It was as if an obsession had not dissipated and was controlling the skeleton. However, Lin Feng still nodded. Yes. If you want the heavenly fire, you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Help me kill someone. The skeletal being said. Kill who? Lin Feng asked. Kill Xianxia. The skeletal being said. Xianxia. His surname is Chao. Lin Feng suddenly thought of Chao Chong. He did not know if this Xianxia was related to Chao Chong. Perhaps, was there really a relationship? Lin Feng asked. Who is this Xianxia you speak of? The skeleton said, I was born in the Valley of the White Lotus. Xianxia was also born in the Valley of the White Lotus. Back then, there were 5 of us in the Valley of the White Lotus. We roamed the Valley of the White Lotus together, and as our cultivations continued to improve, the 5 of us made a name for ourselves. The skeleton paused. The skeleton continued, back then, the world called us the 5 heroes of the Valley of the White Lotus. Around the end of the Xiantian era, many great opportunities appeared. Before these opportunities appeared, many people thought that breaking through to the next level was impossible, but after these opportunities appeared, many people felt that breaking through to the next level was not completely impossible. This is one of the reasons for the Great War of the Xiantian era. Of course, there were many reasons for the Great War of the Xiantian era. In addition, the imperial family of the Black Hand world added fuel to the fire, which led to the outbreak of the Great War. Countless cultivators died tragically. However, the 5 heroes of the Valley of the White Lotus were not bad, and the 5 of us had always been very united, so we lived in peace. I'm sure you know that many times, danger and opportunity coexist. The 5 heroes of the Valley of the White Lotus continued to break through, and we all saw the hope of breaking through to the next level. However, breaking through to the next level was really too difficult. Countless people dreamed of this day and night, but in the end, they still failed. This is enough to explain many problems. At that time, the reputation of the 5 of us gradually rose, and a group of experts gathered around us. Our group was one of the main forces against the world of the Black Hand. We fought against the world of the Black Hand while sharpening our cultivations, looking for opportunities to break through. Lin Feng said, at that time, you already discovered that the world of the Black Hand was causing trouble, right? The skeleton creature nodded and said, that's right. At the beginning, we didn't discover it, which led to many tragedies. Fortunately, we woke up. Our cultivator army was not large, but it was very powerful. We repeatedly inflicted heavy losses on the world of the Black Hand's elite army. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart trembled. This Xiantian cultivator army was really fierce. No wonder the imperial family of the world of the Black Hand had deliberately planned to get rid of these Xiantian cultivators. If they didn't get rid of these Xiantian cultivators and allowed them to continue breaking through, there would definitely be many Xiantian cultivators who would break through to the next level. In the future, these Xiantian cultivators might be able to overturn the imperial family of the world of the 9 provinces' absolute rule. Therefore, the imperial family of the world of the Black Hand decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. The skeletal being continued, I don't know how they managed to contact Xianxia. Xianxia is ranked 2nd among the 5 of us, and I'm ranked 5th. He has a lot of ideas, and many battle plans, plans to recruit experts, and plans to train the cultivator army were all proposed by him. That's why he's so strong, and we all trust him. Even boss relies on him a lot. But who would have thought that he would reach an agreement with the imperial family of the world behind the scenes? Although I don't know what kind of agreement they reached, I can guess. I guess that the imperial family of the world behind the scenes will help him break through to the next level, so he chose to betray us. We've been together for so many years, we're almost like brothers, but he betrayed us just like that. He led us into a trap, and countless people died tragically. Big brother, third brother, and fourth brother also died tragically. I escaped with some secret techniques, and then fled to the White Lotus Valley. Before I died, I used a secret technique to move the White Lotus Valley away. Since then, the White Lotus Valley has disappeared without a trace. As for Chao Chong, who was killed by you before, he accidentally came to the hidden place of the White Lotus Valley. I discovered his bloodline, and when I found out that he was an enemy, I wanted to kill him, but I discovered that his fate was somewhat strange. It seemed that at some point in time, he would attract the person I was looking for, and that person would be enough to help me take revenge. Now, I know that the person I've been waiting for has finally appeared. Lin Feng knew that even if he didn't want to, he had to agree because he was sure that the cultivator had done something to the celestial fire. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to obtain the celestial fire. Said Lin Feng. I can help you kill Xianxia, but I don't know where he is, said Lin Feng. He's currently in the wasteland world, and he's the ruler of the wasteland. He rules over a region of the wasteland. What the? After hearing that, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Xianxia was that strong, he was the ruler of the wasteland world. Lin Feng was clear about that. The ruler of the wasteland world wasn't someone ordinary transcendence level cultivators could compare to. Every ruler of the wasteland world had their own strengths. Asking him to kill a ruler of the wasteland world? Wasn't that the same as asking him to die? Of course, I know that it's difficult for you to kill a ruler of the wasteland. However, no matter how difficult it is, these are my conditions. I won't change them so easily. The skeleton continued, of course, I know that it's difficult for you to kill a ruler of the wasteland. However, no matter how difficult it is, these are my conditions. I won't change them easily. However, let's drag this out a bit longer. It's not realistic to ask you to kill the ruler of the wasteland right now. How about this? Wait until you're strong enough to go to the wasteland, then you can help me kill him. What do you think? Lin Feng nodded. Alright, it's settled then. Now, let's talk about the heavenly flame here. What kind of heavenly flame is it? The skeleton said, the heavenly flame here is extremely terrifying. It's the 6th-ranked universal flame. It's a heavenly flame born in the void of the universe. The universal fire, the 6th-ranked heavenly flame, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. The ranking was too high. Lin Feng knew that if he could refine a heavenly flame like this, it would be very helpful to him. Thus, he was determined to obtain it. Fortunately, the fortune here belonged to Lin Feng, so he didn't need to fight with others. No one would try to snatch it from Lin Feng. If anyone dared to try and snatch it from him, Lin Feng would fight with his life on the line. Lin Feng asked. Can I refine the heavenly flame now? The skeleton said, not yet. You need to swear an oath to avenge us. Once you've done so, you can refine the heavenly flame. Even though Lin Feng didn't want to make an oath, the skeleton didn't want to, so Lin Feng nodded and said, alright, I'll make an oath, said Lin Feng, alright, I'll make an oath. Lin Feng raised his right hand to the sky and began to swear, I, Lin Feng, swear an oath. Once I'm strong enough, I'll go to the wasteland and kill that bastard Xianxia. I'll avenge the seniors of White Lotus Valley and the Xiantian lifeforms who died in vain. Alright, you've sworn an oath. I hope you can quickly raise your cultivation and go to the wasteland to kill that bastard Xianxia. The skeleton said. Alright. Lin Feng nodded. The skeleton chanted an incantation and made some hand seals. Runes condensed and flew into the mountain, fusing into the core of the heavenly flame. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Lin Feng knew that the skeleton had removed some of the special methods he'd set up, so Lin Feng could refine the universal flame without worry. He didn't need to worry about the backlash from the methods the skeleton had set up. Now, the heavenly flame is yours. My will has reached the end of its life, and I can't hold on any longer. As soon as it finished speaking, the skeleton's body fell apart, and many bones piled up on the ground. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. There were many things in life that were helpless, and many things that were sad. A person's life was destined to be intertwined with love, hate, affection, hatred, and all sorts of other emotions. But how many people could have a good ending? Too many extraordinary people died with hatred in their hearts. For example, the experts from White Lotus Valley who had died were probably like this. Lin Feng walked towards the universal flame. He had successfully devoured the universal flame. Perhaps it was because of the skeleton, but the universal flame didn't struggle at all. Lin Feng then began to refine the universal flame. Everything went smoothly. Lin Feng successfully refined the universal flame. After Lin Feng refined the universal flame, something amazing happened. Lin Feng discovered that the 9 heavenly flames had formed an extremely close connection. Then, these heavenly flames vaguely condensed into a large array. After sensing this situation, Lin Feng's face suddenly lit up with excitement. It seemed that the 9 heavenly flames were forming a connection. This was a good sign. These heavenly flames were naturally led by the universal flame. Countless runes intertwined, and these heavenly flames formed the 9 extreme heavenly flames immortal slaughtering array. This was an extremely heaven-defying array that could kill experts who had surpassed their realm. Lin Feng couldn't help but secretly estimate his own combat strength. Now, even if he didn't borrow the origin of the Stone Man avatar, he still had the power to kill experts who had surpassed his realm. This feeling was extremely special. It was difficult to describe with words. This was a kind of excitement that came from the depths of his heart. Even if he didn't show it on his face, he was now extremely excited. He was almost dancing with joy. For Lin Feng, this time. It was equivalent to a major transformation. This meant that from now on, Lin Feng could rely on his own means. He had truly stepped into the ranks of the top experts. Of course, after refining the 9th heavenly flame, Lin Feng had obtained many benefits. For example, Lin Feng's realm had also improved to a certain extent. Originally, Lin Feng was at the 6th level of the Dao Saint realm. Now, he had risen to the 8th level of the Dao Saint realm. Although it was only an increase of 2 small realms, for someone like Lin Feng, even if it was only an increase of 2 small realms, the increase in his combat strength was definitely unimaginable. Therefore, this time, the benefits that Lin Feng had obtained from refining the 9th heavenly flame were simply too shocking. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of the mountain. Even in the belly of the mountain, Lin Feng could sense it. Mu Xianyu and many experts of the Mu family had gone to the depths of the White Lotus Valley. He didn't know what they were doing, but could it be that the fluctuation coming from the depths of the valley was related to Mu Xianyu? Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. Seeing Lin Feng come out, Xia Donghuang hurriedly said, "Master, I don't know if there's a problem in the depths." Lin Feng said, "Let's go inside and take a look." The two of them quickly rushed towards the depths of the White Lotus Valley. In the deepest part of the valley, there was actually an abyss. The abyss was about 100 meters long and 40 to 50 meters wide. Demonic chi continuously surged out from the abyss, and they couldn't see what was going on down there. At this moment, more than 10 experts of the Mu family escaped from the abyss, all of them pale. Lin Feng asked, "Where's Mu Xianyu?" "Ah? The young miss didn't come out?" These people looked at each other. They looked around, and indeed, they didn't see Mu Xianyu. Their expressions became unsightly. Lin Feng asked, "What happened?" One of the Mu family's experts said, "Not long after we went down, we sensed demonic chi surging in the depths of the valley. It was an extremely terrifying aura. We sensed danger and quickly rushed up, but the young miss still hasn't appeared. Could something have happened? No, we can't just sit here and wait for death. Let's go down and take a look. Let's go. Let's go down and save the young miss." The others chimed in as well. These people were extremely loyal to Mu Xianyu, and Lin Feng knew this very well. Therefore, even if it meant risking their lives, they wouldn't hesitate. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The aura below was too terrifying. Although these Mu family's experts were quite strong, They would face unimaginable danger if they went down. If they really went down, they might be killed. Lin Feng said, "It's hard to say what's going on down there. If so many people go down together, it might not be a good thing. How about this, I'll go down and take a look. If I need your help, I'll call for you." The group of people also knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was very strong. When they heard Lin Feng's words, they all cupped their fists and said, "We'll have to trouble Lin Gongzi." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and quickly flew down. The demonic qi was surging violently. The aura was also very terrifying. Could it be that this place imprisoned a demon? Maybe it was really possible. Lin Feng sped up. It didn't take long for him to reach the bottom. When he reached the bottom, he saw the corpses of 4 cultivators. These corpses were not the corpses of others, but the corpses of the experts of the Mu family. It seemed that these were the experts of the Mu family who couldn't escape and finally died in this place. Lin Feng walked over and checked the corpses of the 4 experts of the Mu family. He didn't find any special wounds on their bodies. He didn't know how these people died in this place. However, no matter how these people died in this place, one thing was certain. There were definitely some unknown and terrifying existences hidden in this place. Lin Feng didn't see Mu Xianyu's corpse here, which was a good thing, because it meant that Mu Xianyu might still be alive. Lin Feng didn't want to see a delicate beauty like Mu Xianyu die in this place. Although Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu didn't have any intimate relationship, Lin Feng knew how to take care of a beauty. A beauty couldn't die so unjustly and miserably. A beauty should live and do nothing. Just looking at her was very pleasing to the eye. Lin Feng put away the storage rings of the Mu family experts. In fact, the wealth of the Mu family experts didn't necessarily arouse Lin Feng's interest. What really interested Lin Feng was the white lotus crystals in their hands. 4 people, 1 white lotus crystal each. In total, there were 4 white lotus crystals. Including the 2 white lotus crystals that Lin Feng obtained before, Lin Feng had 6 white lotus crystals. These white lotus crystals were good stuff. They could increase his cultivation. Lin Feng felt that after he went out, he would settle down for a period of time. After his realm stabilized, he could continue to refine the white lotus crystals and increase his cultivation. Lin Feng continued walking deeper into the forest. The deeper he went, the more uneasy Lin Feng felt. With his current cultivation, it was reasonable to say that he shouldn't have such an uneasy feeling, unless the existence inside was unimaginably strong. Not long after, Lin Feng came to the deepest part. After arriving, Lin Feng found a stone tablet and nothing else. The key was, where was Mu Xianyu? How did Mu Xianyu disappear? This was too strange, wasn't it? Along the way, he didn't see Mu Xianyu. Could it be that her soul was scattered and her body and soul were destroyed? It shouldn't be, after all. The cultivation of the Mu family experts couldn't be compared to Mu Xianyu. They were only dead and their bodies were intact. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that Mu Xianyu wouldn't end up with her body and soul destroyed. How could Mu Xianyu's disappearance be explained? Lin Feng looked at the stone tablet in front of him. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. He saw a picture on the stone tablet. Lin Feng walked towards the stone tablet and looked at it. There were pictures of mountains and rivers, there were many different kinds of living creatures on the stone tablet. However, the quality of the picture was extremely blurry. However, there was one picture that was very clear, as if it had just been imprinted on it. The picture was of a woman, and that woman was Mu Xianyu. Damn, what was going on? Mu Xianyu entered the stone tablet. It was an extremely strange scene. At that moment, an eye suddenly appeared on the stone tablet. It was completely black, there was no white in it at all. At that moment, that eye was looking at Lin Feng. When Lin Feng and that eye looked at each other, Lin Feng suddenly had the impression that his head had been cut open by a sword. That kind of pain was excruciating. Lin Feng felt like he was going to die. An unimaginably strong force wanted to completely destroy Lin Feng's soul. Just by looking at each other, they encountered such a dangerous situation. This was too scary, wasn't it? Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. However, Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary person. At this critical moment, he activated Luya's stargazing chart. In an instant, the intense pain disappeared, Lin Feng's consciousness returned. He looked at the stone tablet in front of him. To Lin Feng's surprise, the eye on the stone tablet had disappeared. Not only did the eye on the stone tablet disappear, but the murals on the stone tablet were also disappearing. Even Mu Xianyu's picture had disappeared. The situation was too strange. Did this mean that after all the murals disappeared, Mu Xianyu would never have the chance to come out? Wasn't this too much of a scam? Even though Lin Feng was a knowledgeable person, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He decided to take the risk and enter the world of the murals. He wanted to see if he could bring Mu Xianyu out. He prayed that he wouldn't die inside. Lin Feng couldn't help but pray. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the murals that were about to disappear. Before all the murals on the stone tablet disappeared, Lin Feng had successfully entered the world of the murals. Swish, with a flash of light, Lin Feng found himself in a forest. He didn't know where exactly he was. Lin Feng looked at the forest and frowned slightly. This should be the world in the murals. It actually formed a world of its own. This was really strange. Lin Feng chose a direction and flew quickly. He remembered seeing many creatures in the murals. He even saw cities, tribes, villages, and so on. This meant that the world in the murals was similar to the outside world. He could go to some towns to find out more about the situation here. Then, he would see if he could find out more about Mu Xianyu. About a day later, Lin Feng saw a town appear in front of him. A large number of residents had gathered in the square in front of the town. They were conducting a sacrificial ceremony. There was a statue on the altar. The statue was of a very valiant man, but this man had 3 eyes. He looks like a 3-eyed cultivator. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. These people were very focused during the ceremony, so they didn't notice Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at them and understood what they were doing. They were praying for rain. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The people here. They were all ordinary people who didn't know how to cultivate. No wonder they needed to pray for rain. If they were cultivators, summoning wind and rain would be a piece of cake. After praying for rain, someone saw Lin Feng, an uninvited guest. A group of people walked over, led by an old man. This old man was the town's mayor. The old man looked at Lin Feng and said, "Young master, you look unfamiliar. Where are you from? Where do you plan to go?" Lin Feng said, "I came from a very distant place, but I got lost here. I want to ask you where the nearest ancient city is." In fact, Lin Feng wanted to find out if these people knew anything about Mu Xianyu, but Lin Feng saw that they were ordinary people, so he didn't ask. Even if he did, they definitely wouldn't know. The old man said, "Go west for 3 months, and you will see an ancient city. That city is where the god lives." Lin Feng knew that the god the old man was talking about was the 3-eyed cultivator. 3 months was a journey for ordinary people. If Lin Feng flew there, he would be able to reach it very quickly. "Thank you, old man. I won't disturb you any longer," Lin Feng said. "Young master, take care." The old man waved his hand. Before leaving, Lin Feng gave them a rain shower. The residents of the town immediately became excited. Countless people shouted that a miracle had happened, and that a miracle had happened. Lin Feng headed west. He was extremely fast. Ordinary people would need 3 months to reach the ancient city, but Lin Feng only needed an hour to reach it. This ancient city was called Limitless City. It was huge. Many people were rushing over from all directions. Lin Feng entered Limitless City and saw a huge square in front of him. There was a temple in the square. The name of the temple was Temple of the Everlasting Heavenly Holy Divine Lord. This limitless celestial sage was the cultivator with 3 eyes. The people here seemed to be limitless sacred temples people, so countless people would go to the temple every day to pay respects to Limitless Sacred Temple. Lin Feng went around the square and went straight to the trading company to ask for information. This place should be the main city. Since it was the main city, he should be able to find out a lot of information here. He should also be able to find out about Mu Xianyu. Everlasting Trading Company. Everlasting City's largest trading company. People came and went here. Countless people came here to trade, buy things, sell things, inquire about information, or peddle information. After Lin Feng arrived at the Everlasting Trading Company, a servant girl came to ask about Lin Feng's purpose. Lin Feng said that he wanted to inquire about some important information and sent an elder to receive him. The servant girl saw that Lin Feng had an extraordinary aura and knew that he was a big shot. She didn't dare to neglect him. She first led Lin Feng to a living room to rest and then went to report to the elder of the Everlasting Trading Company. Not long after, a woman came in. She looked to be about 33 years old and had a charming appearance. She was a cultivator in the heavenly god realm. Her cultivation wasn't very high. Actually, on the way, Lin Feng realized that he hadn't seen any real strong cultivators. That female elder of the Everlasting Trading Company, whose strength wasn't that high, was already considered a rare and powerful cultivator among all the cultivators. The place they were in was the world in the mural. It was a small world created by someone else. It was very different from the outside world. Therefore, their cultivation speed in this small world would definitely not be as fast as outside. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of something. Did these people know that they were actually living in a small world created by someone else? Lin Feng thought of another thing. Was the seemingly vast world outside also a small world in the eyes of another group of people? Did that group of people look at them like how he looked at the cultivators in the murals? They felt that they were very weak and didn't know anything. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. This couldn't really happen, right? If such a situation were to occur, then, in that case, this matter was indeed frightening. Young master, I'm really sorry for making you wait. The female elder said apologetically. Her voice was gentle and pleasant to the ears. Her voice was very pleasant to listen to. Lin Feng said, "Fairy is too polite. I didn't wait for long. Besides, it's my honor to be able to wait for such a beautiful fairy." Hearing Lin Feng speak so nicely, the female elder couldn't help but smile. She looked at Lin Feng with a very gentle gaze. This woman's charm was quite strong. After taking a seat, she smiled and asked, "Young master, may I know what information you're looking for this time?" "It's like this, I'm looking for information about a woman. She's about 1.72 meters tall, or even taller. She's very tall and graceful. Her skin is very white, and she has an oval face. She has big eyes, a high nose bridge, cherry-like lips. Her facial features are very beautiful, and she's gentle as water." Lin Feng began describing Mu Xianyu. "I know this woman," said the woman. The female elder said. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he asked, "May I know where this woman is?" The female elder said, "It's said that this woman's origins are very mysterious. She was discovered by the Holy Emperor of the Everlasting Sacred Sect, and he took a liking to her and wanted to take her as his concubine. She's currently in the city lord's residence, waiting to be married. Tomorrow, the Holy Emperor of the Everlasting Sacred Sect will come and take her as his concubine." "What? There's such a thing?" Lin Feng's face darkened. Was the Holy Emperor of the Everlasting Sacred Sect a pervert? Whenever he saw a beautiful woman, he wanted to take her as his concubine. Bah, how shameless, he hadn't even taken Mu Xianyu as his concubine yet. Who did the Holy Emperor of the Everlasting Sacred Sect think he was? He actually wanted to take Mu Xianyu as his concubine. How shameless. What kind of existence is the Holy Emperor of the Everlasting Sacred Sect? Lin Feng asked. When she mentioned the Holy Emperor of the Everlasting Sacred Sect, the female elder had a look of worship on her face. She said, "The Holy Emperor of the Everlasting Sacred Sect is as strong as a creator. The entire world and countless living things were created by the Holy Emperor of the Everlasting Sacred Sect." Lin Feng was speechless. "Beauty, have you been brainwashed?" However, he had seen so many people go to the temple to pay their respects to the Holy Emperor of the Everlasting Sacred Sect, so it was normal for the people here to be brainwashed. The female elder asked, "Young master, you're inquiring about that woman. Could it be that you have some sort of relationship with her?" Lin Feng thought, this female elder's question seems casual, but she's probably already suspicious of me. Lin Feng said, "It's like this, I've seen that woman 3 times before, and I feel that she's so beautiful that she doesn't seem like an ordinary woman. That's why I fell in love at first sight. That's why I want to know her identity and see if I have a chance." The female elder said, "Young master, please don't say such things in the future. Since that woman is going to become the holy emperor of the everlasting sacred sex concubine, she's no longer someone who can covet her. Fortune and misfortune come together, and misfortune comes from the mouth. If others find out about this, I'm afraid you'll lose your life because of it. Thank you for the warning, Elder. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, actually, I feel that you're very beautiful and have a good temperament. Do you have someone you like? Why are you asking that? Lin Feng's question was too direct. The female elder blushed. She couldn't be considered extremely beautiful, but she was still pretty. A beauty like her, in addition to her high status, would definitely have many suitors. Among those suitors, there was no lack of outstanding young men. Logically speaking, when faced with Lin Feng's question, she shouldn't have lost her composure. However, she didn't know why she had lost her composure. Maybe it was because Lin Feng's qi and qi were incomparable. Actually, the female elder had guessed correctly. There were many handsome people in the world, but qi and qi could only be cultivated slowly through experience and experience. Lin Feng had experienced many things, and he had established many powerful organizations. He held great authority and had been in a high position for a long time. His temperament had been cultivated over a long period of time, and it was enough to mesmerize countless peerless beauties. There were goddesses, naturally, there were male gods. Lin Feng looked at the female elder who had lost her composure and said, I'm thinking that if Fairy doesn't have a good fate, maybe the two of us can make a good story. Said the female elder while biting her lips. She then rolled her eyes and looked at Lin Feng with a cold expression. She then said, I have nothing to do tomorrow night. Haha, that's good. I have nothing to do tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, I'll bring Fairy to tour the city, Lin Feng said with a smile. The female elder didn't say anything. Lin Feng stood up, left the consultation fee, and left. This person is so mysterious. The female elder thought to herself. Tomorrow. It was as if she was looking forward to it like never before. Late at night. Outside the city lord's mansion. A cultivator walked out from the darkness. It was none other than Lin Feng. Mu Xianyu was going to get married tomorrow, so Lin Feng naturally couldn't wait any longer. He would take action tonight to save Mu Xianyu. As for the matter of inviting the female elder to tour the city, he only wanted to take the opportunity to mess up the female elder's state of mind and not think too deeply about his relationship with Mu Xianyu. After all, if that female elder really suspected something and reported it, it might not be so easy to save Mu Xianyu. Not to mention anything else, if he transferred Mu Xianyu away, he might not be able to find Mu Xianyu. At that time, wouldn't he be so depressed that he would vomit blood? The restrictions outside the city lord's mansion were actually quite powerful, but these restrictions couldn't stop Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng put on the invisibility cloak and instantly disappeared without a trace. Then, Lin Feng used the stone scripture to silently pass through the restrictions. Inside the city lord's mansion, there were many cultivators patrolling. There were also demon-revealing mirrors and heavenly mirrors floating above the courtyards, monitoring the surroundings. However, these methods couldn't find Lin Feng's trace. The invisibility cloak could block 99% of detection. Only some special treasures, extremely powerful cultivators, or cultivators who were extremely proficient in the Tao of space could find some clues. Lin Feng went all the way and finally came to a beautiful building in the depths. It was heavily guarded and decorated with lanterns and streamers. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that this was probably the place where Mu Xianyu was going to get married. Lin Feng saw that the lights were still on in the room of the beautiful building. He sneaked in. He found that the room was divided into 2 compartments. In the outer compartment, there were 20 maidservants standing. Lin Feng blew a breath of air. The bodies of the 20 maidservants all fell to the ground, motionless and unconscious. Lin Feng immediately walked towards the inner compartment. After entering the inner room, he saw a well-dressed woman in a bright red wedding dress sitting on the bed. This woman could not move at all. Apparently, her body was restrained. This woman was none other than Mu Xianyu. In the inner compartment, there were 2 old maidservants. One on the left and one on the right, they were all closing their eyes and meditating. Lin Feng flicked his fingers and 2 invisible and intangible qi attacked the 2 old women. The two old women's bodies suddenly became soft and limp and fell down on the ground. After seeing the two old maidservants fall, Mu Xianyu was obviously extremely shocked. Lin Feng took off the invisibility cloak and his body suddenly appeared. Lin Feng, Mu Xianyu immediately shouted excitedly after seeing Lin Feng. In fact, after all these years of scheming against each other, Mu Xianyu had long become a woman who didn't like to show her emotions. No one knew what her inner world was like. But no matter what kind of woman Mu Xianyu had become, there was one thing that couldn't be changed. After all, women belong to the weak. Especially. Many women valued their chastity very much. This was bound to cause them to reveal their weaknesses many times. Mu Xianyu was the same. She was swallowed by the mural world and then suppressed by someone. She even wanted to become that person's concubine. But she couldn't resist. This was the first time that Mu Xianyu felt so weak and powerless. But what could she do? She couldn't do anything, and even the right to commit suicide had been taken away. Mu Xianyu was on the verge of despair, and her mind was in a complete mess. And at this time, Lin Feng appeared. Before, no one had ever been able to enter her heart. But now, her inner world had been opened up to Lin Feng. Of course. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of messy things were going through Mu Xianyu's mind right now. The most important thing was to leave this place as soon as possible. Lin Feng said, "I'll help you undo the restrictions first, let's go now." Mu Xianyu hurriedly nodded. When Lin Feng tried to undo the restrictions on Mu Xianyu, he found that something was wrong. The restrictions on Mu Xianyu's body were very special and not easy to undo. Judging from the way the restrictions were set up, this Wuji Tianxing Divine Lord was really an awesome person. Of course, Lin Feng knew that he was an awesome person, and he had never underestimated this existence. After all, when those eyes appeared, even Lin Feng was tricked. If it wasn't for Lin Feng having some powerful means, then Lin Feng might have died in the hands of the other party. So in the face of such a terrifying existence, how could he not be careful? Lin Feng said, "The restrictions are a bit complicated. It might take some time to undo the restrictions here. Let's leave here first and then find the other party to undo the restrictions here." "That's good," Mu Xianyu said. Lin Feng put on the invisible cloak again, then looked at Mu Xianyu and said, "Sorry for the offense." The moment he finished speaking, he picked Mu Xianyu up. This was the first time Mu Xianyu had such contact with the opposite sex. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush, and she didn't dare to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a gentleman and magnanimous. He and Mu Xianyu quickly left without stopping, and directly left Wuji City. Not long after, the city lord's mansion was in a complete mess, because the people of the city lord's mansion discovered that the bride-to-be was missing. The bride-to-be was the concubine of the Wuji Tianxing Divine Lord, and now the bride-to-be was missing, so, the city lord's mansion mobilized everyone to search for the bride-to-be's whereabouts. This matter caused an uproar in the city. But no one knew how the bride-to-be ran away, and no one knew where the bride-to-be ran to. Only the female elder of the Wuji Trading Company thought of a possibility. But she didn't dare to say it out loud. She didn't want to be involved in this matter. Who knew what would happen if she was involved in this matter? If that guy really saved that woman, then that woman is really lucky. The female elder of the Wuji Trading Company couldn't help but think. She was actually envious of Mu Xianyu. She thought that if she could really have a relationship with Lin Feng, it would be a good thing, right? Unfortunately, it seemed impossible now. The Wuji Tianxing Divine Lord soon found out about this matter, and he was furious. In the world he ruled, his concubine had actually disappeared without a trace, the guests had all arrived. His concubine had run away, and the wedding was cancelled. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Could it be that he's behind this? The Wuji Tianxing Divine Lord thought of someone, and that person was none other than Lin Feng. He remembered that he had attacked Lin Feng before, wanting to kill Lin Feng. But he had failed. After that, he hadn't continued to attack Lin Feng. Now it seemed that this person had most likely entered the world he had created. After all, this world was too big. Even if it was created by the Wuji Tianxing Divine Lord, he had a lot of things to deal with himself, so naturally, he couldn't know everything that had happened in this world. Only a true creator would have such an ability, right? But obviously, the Wuji Tianxing Divine Lord didn't have this ability. The Wuji Tianxing Divine Lord couldn't take this lying down, so he sent a large number of cultivators to search for Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu's whereabouts. For a moment, the entire world was immersed in an oppressive and tense atmosphere. While the outside world was in chaos, Lin Feng was in a secluded cave, helping Mu Xianyu break the seal on her body. Mu Xianyu's seal was a bit special, but Lin Feng was very skilled. Therefore, with Lin Feng's help, Mu Xianyu was able to break it. Mu Xianyu's seal was finally broken by Lin Feng. The order of this small world is very complete. It won't be easy for us to leave, Mu Xianyu said worriedly. Lin Feng had also considered this matter and was worried about it. Indeed, as Mu Xianyu had said, it wasn't easy for them to leave this world. It was easy to enter but difficult to leave this world. There might be an exit, but it was obviously extremely difficult to find one. Lin Feng didn't know where to look for it. This was giving him a headache. Mu Xianyu said, with the everlasting sacred God's control over this world, it's only a matter of time before he finds us. Lin Feng asked, what's the cultivation level of this everlasting sacred God? If possible, we can fight him. Mu Xianyu said, his soul has definitely surpassed the transcendence realm, but his cultivation level is still a bit lacking. However, this world is created by him and countless people believe in him. The laws of order and the power of faith can provide him with a powerful fighting strength. Therefore, there's no problem for him to surpass the transcendence realm, and he's not even an ordinary transcendence realm cultivator. And the most important thing is that this world is created by him, so it can definitely suppress the fighting strength of foreign cultivators. For example, if we really face the everlasting sacred God, then he can use this world to suppress our fighting strength. At that time, our fighting strength will be greatly restricted and we'll definitely suffer a great loss. Mu Xianyu's words resonated with Lin Feng. For them, dealing with the everlasting sacred God wasn't an easy task, but the everlasting sacred God was someone they had to face. How to deal with the everlasting sacred God was indeed an extremely troublesome matter. Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, whether we want to face the everlasting sacred God or not, there's a high probability that we will. This is a reality we have to face. But since we have to face him, then let's fight. It's not necessarily impossible to deal with him. Mu Xianyu said, if we really decide to deal with this guy, then we have to be careful of his soul attack. However, if you can delay him for a while, then maybe I can find a way to severely injure him. If we can injure him, then the situation will be very advantageous for us. It seemed that Mu Xianyu still had some hidden methods. If she didn't have a choice, she wouldn't even tell Lin Feng about it. However, Lin Feng could understand, because this method might not be easy to use. Moreover, it was a life-saving method, so it was normal that Mu Xianyu didn't want to reveal it easily. Lin Feng said, before we meet that guy, we should try our best to find a way out. If we can find it, then we won't have to face with him. Okay. Mu Xianyu nodded. After Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu left, they began to look everywhere for a way out. They saw many cultivators looking for them, but it was very difficult for them to find Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu. In the next half a month, Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu went to many places, but they still couldn't find a way out. This small world's laws of order were really too powerful. The entire small world was shaped like an iron bucket, and there was almost no flaw to be found. However, Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu didn't give up. They continued to look for a way out. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. They still couldn't find a way out, but the everlasting sacred God found them. When the everlasting sacred God saw Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu, his expression became extremely gloomy. Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu had embarrassed him, so he was naturally very angry. Therefore, when he looked at the two of them, his eyes were filled with killing intent. You really know how to hide, but in the end, you were still found. Have you thought about the consequences? The everlasting sacred God looked at Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu with a cold expression. Lin Feng didn't answer the everlasting sacred God's question. Instead, he said, why is an expert like you hiding in the world you created instead of going out to fight for all kinds of opportunities? It really makes me feel very strange. The everlasting sacred God sneered and said, these so-called opportunities are nothing to me. I have so many believers, and by relying on the power of faith, I can do things that others can't. I can break through to a realm that others want to break through but can't. After hearing the everlasting sacred God's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly. He said, "Why do you have to make it sound so dignified? If I'm not mistaken, the reason you're hiding in your world is because of your cowardice. You're afraid of facing the end of the world. At the same time, you feel that you can't be the absolute ruler in the outside world. There are too many people stronger than you, but you enjoy the feeling of being the absolute ruler. Therefore, you'd rather hide in your world than go out. To put it bluntly, you're acting like a coward. I think you won't deny what I've said, right? You're talking nonsense." The everlasting sacred God looked at Lin Feng gloomily, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Lin Feng looked indifferent and said, "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know very well. You're courting death," shouted the everlasting celestial saint furiously. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. A gigantic hand condensed in the air. The energy palm fell from the sky, ruthlessly slamming towards Lin Feng. Mu Xianyu's eyes lit up slightly. She knew that Lin Feng's main goal wasn't to mock the everlasting sacred God. Lin Feng wouldn't do such a thing at this time. Lin Feng's main goal was to disturb the everlasting sacred God's state of mind. Everyone had a weakness. When exposed, one would be flustered and exasperated. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. For example, the everlasting sacred God's true situation was as Lin Feng had said, but the everlasting sacred God had been avoiding this matter. Now, he had been exposed. It would be strange if he didn't get angry. Once his state of mind was disturbed, his fighting strength would be greatly affected. Facing the attack of the everlasting sacred God, Lin Feng looked indifferent. He slammed his palm towards the energy palm condensed by the everlasting sacred God, instantly shattering the attack. At the same time, Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the everlasting sacred God. As for Mu Xianyu, she stood in place and began to use her ultimate move. Lin Feng was too fast. He quickly arrived in front of the everlasting celestial saint and condensed his human king punch. He threw a punch at the everlasting celestial saint. "An ant dares to fight with me? You're overestimating yourself." The everlasting sacred God looked at Lin Feng mockingly. He didn't see Lin Feng as a real opponent, so he didn't think much of Lin Feng. Facing the attack of Lin Feng's human king's fist, the everlasting sacred God slammed his palm towards Lin Feng, and a picture of the everlasting sacred God appeared on his palm. The picture of the everlasting sacred God shook slightly, and it seemed like it could destroy the universe. Its power was truly tyrannical. Bang! Lin Feng and the everlasting sacred God collided. The everlasting sacred God's attack was broken by Lin Feng's human king's fist, and the everlasting sacred God was sent flying by the powerful force. "Hee, is this what you're so proud of? Don't you feel like you've been slapped in the face?" Lin Feng mocked. The everlasting sacred God's face darkened. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. Lin Feng's words were like slaps to his face. The everlasting sacred God didn't say anything, but he activated the power of order. When the power of the laws of order spread out, it enveloped the entire world. Lin Feng realized that his fighting strength was starting to drop. As for the everlasting sacred God, he was activating the power of the laws of order. At the same time, he was absorbing the power of faith from the heaven and earth. The fighting strength of the everlasting sacred God started to skyrocket. His strength was increasing and decreasing. This was extremely disadvantageous for Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew that he had to bring out his trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to deal with this guy. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the 9 heavenly flames flew out. The 9 heavenly flames formed the 9 heavenly flames immortal slaughtering formation. The power of this heavenly flames formation was extremely horrifying, as though it could destroy the heaven and earth. It was said that it could kill existences that were beyond their cultivation state. However, whether or not it could be done had yet to be verified. The 9 heavenly flames immortal slaughtering formation enveloped the everlasting sacred God within. The 9 heavenly flames immortal slaughtering formation formed all sorts of horrifying attacks. For example, the God of Flames, the Blade of Flames, etc. All of these attacks were blasting towards the everlasting sacred god. There was nothing special about these attacks, but the key was that the power of these attacks was immense. Even if it was the simplest attack, as long as the power was great enough, it could destroy everything. For example, Lin Feng had once read a story in a Tao scripture. It said that there was a Xianxia life form who used axes. He knew 3 moves. However, the power of these 3 moves was way too horrifying. Basically, there were very few people who could withstand these 3 moves of his. Therefore, even though the attacks of the 9 heavenly flames immortal slaughtering formation weren't complicated, their might was truly terrifying. Even the everlasting sacred god who was trapped in the 9 heavenly flames immortal slaughtering formation had to deal with it tiredly. This scene clearly roused Lin Feng's spirits. The might of this 9 heavenly flames immortal slaughtering formation was truly formidable. To be able to trap the everlasting sacred god directly. Lin Feng then took out several ancient weapon-grade treasures and blasted them towards the everlasting sacred god who was trapped in the 9 heavenly flames immortal slaughtering formation. He wanted to get rid of this guy in one go. However, what Lin Feng didn't expect was that the everlasting sacred god actually had an ancient weapon-grade defensive magic treasure. He activated this defensive magic treasure. This alms bowl-like defensive magic treasure's shape was indeed a little strange. However, its defensive power was truly formidable. The light beam that descended from this magic treasure protected the everlasting sacred god. Lin Feng's attacks and the attacks of the 9 heavenly flames immortal slaughtering formation were all blocked by this powerful defensive magic treasure. Of course, it couldn't continuously block so many powerful attacks, but blocking for a period of time wasn't a problem. At this time, the everlasting sacred god began to chant an incantation. When he saw this guy chanting an incantation, Lin Feng's expression became dignified. Because the everlasting sacred god's methods were very strange, he was especially good at soul attacks. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally had to be on guard. Lin Feng's soul entered the primal chaos ancient lamp to prevent himself from being ambushed by the opponent. But even so, Lin Feng still felt as if there was an invisible force that was constantly invading his mind. Not good. When he felt this invisible force, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. He tried to quickly retreat and create a sufficient distance. The farther he was, the weaker the attack would be. However, it was all too late. This invisible force caused serious damage to Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng felt as if his head was about to split open. He couldn't help but let out a painful scream. His body fell rapidly from midair towards the forest below. It had to be said that the Wuji Celestial Saint's soul attack was extremely terrifying. Even Lin Feng found it difficult to deal with it. The main reason was that the Wuji Celestial Saint's soul attack was too strange. It could silently cause serious damage to the soul of others. For example, Lin Feng was already on guard against the Wuji Celestial Saint, but he was still injured by the Wuji Celestial Saint's soul attack. The Wuji Celestial Saint's soul attack was indeed extraordinary. When Lin Feng's body fell down, the Wuji Celestial Saint seized this rare opportunity to quickly rush out of the Great Heavenly Fire Array. If Lin Feng was still in control of the Great Heavenly Fire Array, it wouldn't be easy for him to rush out. But now, after Lin Feng suffered a soul attack, he couldn't control the Great Heavenly Fire Array anymore. Therefore, the Wuji Celestial Saint smoothly rushed out of the Great Heavenly Fire Array. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. He wanted to seize this rare opportunity to kill Lin Feng. The situation was very dangerous, but at this critical moment, the well-prepared Mu Xianyu finally moved. 3 runes appeared between her eyebrows. The first rune quickly disappeared. To be precise, that rune seemed to have been withdrawn into her body, and then turned into a powerful energy that integrated into Mu Xianyu's body. A move that she had prepared for such a long time to use was naturally no small matter. Mu Xianyu's chi rose sharply. She took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Feng. Then, she protected Lin Feng behind her and attacked the Wuji Celestial Saint with her palm. Bang! The Wuji Celestial Saint and Mu Xianyu fiercely collided. The Wuji Celestial Saint was unexpectedly sent flying by Mu Xianyu. It's a life rune. I didn't expect you to have such a technique. The Wuji Celestial Saint's eyes suddenly sank. He originally thought that he could kill Lin Feng, but Mu Xianyu had ruined it. This made his mood even worse. At this moment, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He had already suppressed the soul attack that the Wuji celestial saint had used on him. I admire you. Your Excellency's soul attack is really terrifying. Lin Feng sighed. His heart was not calm. The Wuji celestial saint's soul attack could be described as mysterious and unpredictable. This technique made Lin Feng feel a little scared. Fortunately, Lin Feng's skills were extraordinary, otherwise, he would have been in great danger. There are even more powerful soul attacks. I will kill you first, then I will deal with this woman. This woman wants to die, but it won't be that easy. I will torture her before I kill her. The Wuji celestial saint's eyes were twinkling with killing intent. This guy was incomparably evil. Everyone knew what he meant by torture. What should we do? Asked Mu Xianyu while looking at Lin Feng. Even though she had used the life rune to increase her fighting strength, she didn't have any confidence in facing the Wuji celestial saint's soul attack. She had seen how powerful the Wuji celestial saint's soul attack was. Even Lin Feng had been defeated by it, let alone her. Furthermore, the soul attack that Lord Wuji Tianxing was about to use was an even more powerful soul attack. That was the most terrifying part. In other words, the soul attack that she and Lin Feng were facing was much more terrifying than the previous soul attack. In the end, the reason why they were facing such a dangerous situation was because their soul strength hadn't risen to a higher level. If their soul strength had risen to a higher level, no matter how powerful the soul attack was, they would have been able to fight back. But now, it was hard to say. Don't worry, I have a solution, said Lin Feng. Mu Xianyu's eyes lit up. She knew that Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person who liked to talk nonsense. Since Lin Feng had said that he had a solution, he must have really found a solution. Mu Xianyu didn't ask what the solution was. She focused all her energy on the Wuji celestial saint. She had to end the battle quickly because she couldn't last long in that state. Moreover, once that state disappeared, she would enter a weakened state. Sometimes, if you gained something, you would lose something. For example, Mu Xianyu was facing a situation like that. Therefore, she had to defeat the Wuji celestial saint before that powerful state disappeared. Otherwise, the situation would become extremely bad for her and Lin Feng. Mu Xianyu was very clear about that. At this time, the Wuji celestial saint's new attack was ready. It was still silently attacking Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu. This guy's soul attack was really too powerful. This time, Lin Feng's solution was actually very simple. His solution was to use the puppet technique to block the opponent's soul attack. Lin Feng had practiced the puppet technique before, but he didn't use it much. But this didn't mean that Lin Feng wasn't good at it. In fact, it was the opposite. Lin Feng was quite good at it. Lin Feng quickly took out two little puppets. He used the Great Destiny technique to apply the soul aura of Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu to the two little puppets. In this way, the aura of the two little puppets became the soul aura of Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu. The two little puppets floated in front of Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu. When the opponent's soul attack came, the target was the two little puppets, not Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu. Bang! Bang! The two little puppets exploded. Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu didn't suffer any injuries. The puppet technique and the Great Destiny technique really played an important role. It prevented Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu from being hurt. Seeing this, the Wuji celestial saint's expression became extremely ugly. He hurriedly continued to use powerful soul attack techniques to deal with Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu. However, he needed time to prepare his attack. These attacks couldn't be released with just a thought. In particular, the more powerful the attack, the more difficult it was to prepare it. This was also something that everyone knew. Lin Feng didn't give the Wuji celestial saint a chance. The 9 heavenly fires were still floating in the void. Under Lin Feng's control, the 9 heavenly fires seemed to have turned into 9 huge fireballs. They fell from the sky and smashed towards the Wuji celestial saint. This move was called meteor fire. Normally, it would summon some fireballs to smash towards the enemy. Although it was powerful, it wasn't considered to be nature-defying. However, Lin Feng didn't summon ordinary fireballs. They were fireballs formed by the 9 heavenly fires. The power of the fireballs formed by the 9 heavenly fires was terrifying. Most importantly, when the 9 heavenly fires smashed down one after another, the power of the 9 heavenly fires would repel each other. Once the heavenly fires repelled each other, they would explode instantly. The resulting power was absolutely terrifying. It was the same this time. The 9 heavenly fires fell one after another and smashed into the Wuji celestial saint's body. Then, the 9 heavenly fires exploded. After seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The energy of the explosion dispersed and they saw the Wuji celestial saint appear. He only had one arm left. Half of his body had exploded. His injuries were extremely serious. I actually suffered such a serious injury. I want you to die. I want you to die. Ultimate soul abstruse. The Wuji celestial saint roared furiously. Not good. Retreat quickly. Lin Feng's expression changed. He felt that he was in trouble. Even if he used the puppet technique and the fate technique, he wouldn't be able to resist the soul attack. This guy's ultimate soul abstruse was absolutely terrifying. If Lin Feng's soul strength had reached the transcendence realm, he might have been able to use the soul attack he had mastered. But now, Lin Feng's soul strength hadn't reached the transcendence realm. While Mu Xianyu and Lin Feng were retreating, Lin Feng threw out dozens of puppets. Those puppets exploded one after another. At most, they only resisted for a moment. It was obvious how strong the enemy's soul attack was. It made Lin Feng's heart jump. Fortunately, those puppets played a key role. They helped Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu resist the majority of the attack. Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu had already run far away. Only a small part of the attack hit them. Although their souls had suffered a certain amount of damage, their injuries weren't serious. At most, they just looked a little pale. Damn it. The Wuji celestial saint's expression was extremely ugly. He had used his most powerful technique, but he hadn't been able to kill Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu. He knew that he was in trouble. That kind of technique had a cooldown time. After using it once, he had to rest for a while before he could use it again. It was similar to Lin Feng's patching heaven technique. Therefore, the Wuji celestial saint didn't hesitate to turn around and run. Life deprivation! Shouted Mu Xianyu at that moment. She also used her most powerful technique. An invisible force descended from the sky and enveloped the Wuji celestial saint who was running away. The Wuji celestial saint's blood started flowing out 100 times faster. His lifespan also started flowing away 100 times faster. Shit, that's awesome! Exclaimed Lin Feng. Bitch, I'm going to kill you. The Wuji celestial saint knew that he was in big trouble. He couldn't stop his life from flowing away. He couldn't stop his blood from flowing away. If this continued, he would die. He had a feeling that he would die soon. He didn't want to die, so he wanted to kill Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu. Especially Mu Xianyu, she was a great threat to him. He had to kill Mu Xianyu first and then deal with Lin Feng. The ancient weapon-grade defensive Dharma treasure above the Wuji celestial sages had quickly charged over. Help me stop him! Shouted Mu Xianyu. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't need Mu Xianyu to tell him to stop him. As long as he could stop him for a while, he would definitely die. Lin Feng continued using the 9 great celestial flames to create a great celestial flame spell, trapping the Wuji celestial saint. Lin Feng knew that the Wuji celestial saint's soul attack was very powerful, so he summoned 100 small people. The small people floated around Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng had expected, the Wuji celestial saint had to deal with him first if he wanted to escape from the great celestial flame spell. His soul attack destroyed the small people one by one. Lin Feng kept taking out new ones. When the everlasting celestial holy emperor saw that, he was so annoyed that he almost coughed up blood. You're too shameless! Cursed the Wuji celestial saint furiously. He had never felt so aggrieved before. Lin Feng's methods were extremely shameless, but they were very useful. His soul attack was ineffective again and again. The Wuji celestial saint was losing more and more blood, and his lifespan was also decreasing. Before long, the Wuji celestial saint's body had withered, and his qi had become very weak. He was no longer a threat to Lin Feng and the others. At that moment, Mu Xianyu couldn't hold on any longer. Her face was extremely pale. She said, "I can't hold on any longer. Hurry up and suppress him." "All right." Lin Feng nodded. He entered the Great Celestial Flame spell and suppressed the Wuji Celestial Saint. The guy's blood was almost dry, and his lifespan was almost gone. He was completely done for. "I hate it. I was tricked by you two despicable people. You didn't dare to fight me directly, so you only knew how to use despicable methods. Don't you think you're shameless? People like you won't be able to reach the end of the path of cultivation." The Wuji Celestial Saint cursed angrily. Lin Feng sneered. "A battle between cultivators isn't about the process, but the result. Actually, you also understand this principle. You just don't want to accept it because you're the loser. But it doesn't matter. Whether you accept it or not, it won't change the fact that you're the loser, and your words won't affect us." Lin Feng didn't pay any more attention to the guy. Lin Feng went to Mu Xianyu's side. Seeing her pale face, Lin Feng's heart ached. He asked, "How are you feeling?" Mu Xianyu smiled bitterly. "I don't feel good. I want to rest. Let me take a look at your body." Lin Feng probed Mu Xianyu's body. He was shocked. Mu Xianyu's meridians were all twisted. Just activating a life rune had caused so much damage to her body. Fortunately, she hadn't suffered any further injuries. If she had, it would have caused irreparable damage to her body. Lin Feng didn't want to see that happen. Lin Feng temporarily suppressed the Wuji Celestial Saint in the 4 vicious cauldrons. He also put away the heavenly flames, various magic treasures, and the ancient defensive magic treasure that the Wuji Celestial Saint had given him. That ancient weapon was Lin Feng's. Regarding the other things, no matter what other treasures that guy had, Lin Feng didn't want them. They all belonged to Mu Xianyu. Lin Feng picked Mu Xianyu up and quickly left. Mu Xianyu leaned her head against Lin Feng's chest. She suddenly sighed. His embrace was so warm, so comfortable, and so safe. How good would it be if she could stay in his embrace forever? Mu Xianyu was shocked by this thought. She became shy and stole a glance at Lin Feng. When she saw that Lin Feng hadn't noticed the change in her expression, she felt relieved. Lin Feng found a secluded cave and let Mu Xianyu recuperate. Mu Xianyu ate some healing pills and sat down cross-legged. She began to refine the pills and recover her damaged meridians. Lin Feng took out the ancient defensive magic treasure. Lin Feng's divine mind invaded it. The Wuji Celestial Saint had left a part of his divine mind in it, but it couldn't pose any threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng erased the divine mind that the Wuji Celestial Saint had left in it. Then, Lin Feng refined the ancient defensive magic treasure. Magic treasure name, Glazed Sky Cup. Grade, Ancient Weapon. Forger, Glazed Sky Demon Venerable. In addition to these contents, Lin Feng also received other feedback. It turned out that this treasure wasn't refined by the Wuji Celestial Saint. Instead, it was a supreme treasure that he had obtained by chance. Moreover, this treasure was a top-notch defensive treasure that he had forged 37 eras ago. The history of this treasure was really long. It had actually existed for such a long time. Perhaps only ancient weapon-level treasures could exist for such a long time. If it were other treasures, they would have been destroyed long ago. For example, a sacred weapon-level treasure might be able to exist for 2 or 3 eras. However, if the sacred weapon-level treasure still couldn't completely transform after 2 or 3 eras, then this sacred weapon-level treasure would most likely be destroyed. Lin Feng didn't lack defensive treasures. He had 3 sacred weapon-level defensive treasures on him. They were the ruler's armor, the phoenix shield, and the sacred armor. But to be honest, although the sacred weapon-level defensive treasures were powerful, they were far inferior to the ancient weapon-level defensive treasures. Lin Feng's 3 sacred weapon-level defensive treasures couldn't be compared to an ancient weapon-level defensive treasure. In fact, against experts who surpassed their realm, sacred weapon-level defensive treasures weren't enough. After all, cultivators of this level were too powerful. However, ancient weapon-level defensive treasures were definitely enough. Therefore, to be able to obtain an ancient weapon-level defensive treasure today was really a heaven-defying opportunity. However, Lin Feng was really speechless about the shape of this defensive treasure. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like an alms bowl. Why would such an awesome treasure be made like this? Could it be that the expert who made this treasure had some special hobby? He really couldn't understand. Since he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it. After Lin Feng sacrificially refined this treasure, he began to familiarize himself with this defensive treasure. At this moment, Mu Xianyu was still in seclusion to heal her injuries. After waiting for about 3 days, Mu Xianyu had recovered. Seeing that Mu Xianyu had recovered, Lin Feng was very happy. We haven't interrogated that guy yet. Let's interrogate him now, Lin Feng said. Okay, Mu Xianyu replied. Thus, Lin Feng released the Wuji Heavenly Sage Divine Lord who was suppressed in the 4 ferocious cauldrons. His qi and blood were in a mess. Although he wasn't dead, his battle strength had dropped too much. After seeing Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu, he began to curse Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu. Looking at him like this, it was absolutely impossible to get any information from him. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that he should directly search this guy's soul. Lin Feng mentioned this idea to Mu Xianyu, and Mu Xianyu had no objections. Therefore, Lin Feng began to search the limitless celestial Saint God's soul. This guy was the creator of this world, so no one would set up a powerful restriction in his soul. As long as no one set up a powerful restriction, there was no need to worry about his soul being destroyed by some restrictions. Therefore, Lin Feng could search his soul without worry. You dare to soul search me? You'll die a horrible death. Your fate will be 10 times, no, 100 times worse than mine. The limitless celestial saint cursed furiously. He hated Lin Feng so much that he gnashed his teeth. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Lin Feng, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Lin Feng sneered, ignoring the limitless celestial saint's curses. He searched the limitless celestial saint's soul and found some important soul memories. For example, the cultivation method of the ultimate soul mystery. Lin Feng had seen how terrifying this soul technique was before, so he was very interested in it. Now that he had finally obtained the complete cultivation method, it really made him feel incomparably happy. It was a happy thing. In addition, Lin Feng also found the coordinates of the exit in the limitless celestial saint's soul memories. Lin Feng also found something that surprised him. This discovery was related to the stone tablet outside. In the limitless celestial saint's memories, this stone tablet was extremely extraordinary. However, even the limitless celestial saint didn't know the exact origin of this stone tablet. However, the rise of the limitless celestial saint was inextricably linked to this stone tablet. Do you need to search his soul? Lin Feng looked at Mu Xianyu and asked. No need. Mu Xianyu said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, then killed the limitless celestial saint with a palm strike. Then, Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu flew out. After they came out, Mu Xianyu said, I want the stone tablet. She didn't mention the glazed sky cup, obviously knowing that this ancient weapon-level defensive treasure had been taken by Lin Feng. Her goal was this stone tablet. In fact, Lin Feng had already guessed that Mu Xianyu's ultimate goal was this stone tablet. However, Mu Xianyu probably didn't expect that so many things would happen in the process of obtaining this stone tablet. She even almost died in the world inside the mural. However, the final result was not bad. No matter if it was for Lin Feng or for her, it was the best. Lin Feng knew that this stone tablet was not simple, but Lin Feng didn't ask about its origin. One shouldn't be too greedy, right? Lin Feng felt that he had already obtained a supreme treasure like the glazed sky cup and a powerful soul attack technique like the ultimate soul profound meaning. He should be satisfied. Okay, this stone tablet is yours. Lin Feng said straightforwardly. Mu Xianyu happily put away the stone tablet. They looked around and found that the surroundings were sealed by powerful restrictions. The restrictions here were very special, and they were formed by the order laws. It was probably something that the limitless celestial saint had done before. This way, others couldn't easily break in. After Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu came out, they saw an extremely anxious Xia Donghuang and a group of experts from the Mu clan. When they saw Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu come out, they were extremely happy. During this period, they had repeatedly tried to force the restrictions below, but in the end, they all failed. There was even an expert from the Mu clan who returned to the clan to ask for help. But now that Lin Feng and Mu Xianyu came out safely, they were naturally very excited. "Let's go," Lin Feng said. Everyone quickly nodded. They didn't stay here and quickly left this place. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang followed Mu Xianyu and the others back to the Mu city temporarily. Lin Feng needed to go into seclusion for a while to stabilize his realm and digest what he had gained during this period. Therefore, it was not appropriate to leave the third level of the Heaven Realm now. Moreover, the third level of the Heaven Realm was a world controlled by the Demon Clan. It was safer here than in other places. After returning to the Mu city, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang both went into seclusion. Lin Feng entered the time and space to cultivate. It took him a year and a half to completely stabilize his realm. After his realm was completely stabilized, Lin Feng continued to refine the 6 white lotus crystals that he had obtained previously. Lin Feng's realm broke through from the 8th heaven of the Dao Saint realm to the peak of the 10th heaven of the Dao Saint realm. The effect of these white lotus crystals was quite good. The next step was to prepare for breaking through to the Immortal Sage realm. After the Immortal Sage realm, there were still the Myriad Sage realm, the Divine realm, and the Holy Lord realm. After completing the breakthrough, it was the 7 small realms of the Quasi-Transcendence realm. If he could break through to the Quasi-Transcendence realm, he wouldn't be far from breaking through to the Transcendence realm. However, the matter of breaking through to the Transcendence realm was not something that Lin Feng was thinking about now. Lin Feng was thinking about how to break through to the Immortal Sage realm. He went into seclusion for another half a year and completely consolidated his realm. Now, as long as he had enough opportunities, he could break through to the Immortal Sage realm. But, where were the opportunities? The main reason was because Lin Feng was really difficult to break through. If it was someone else, they might be able to help them break through to the Immortal Sage realm with some good opportunities. After stabilizing his realm, Lin Feng didn't come out of seclusion. He began to cultivate some powerful abilities, such as the ultimate soul mystery that he had obtained previously. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. He had been in seclusion for 3 years. In fact, only 3 months had passed in the outside world. Actually, when Lin Feng was in seclusion, the Wu sisters had come out for a short while. However, at that time, Lin Feng was in seclusion, so he didn't communicate with the Wu sisters. When Lin Feng came out, the Wu sisters had already gone into seclusion again. The Wu sisters. Because they were the reincarnation of Xian and Vi of the 9 heavens. Therefore, the methods they had were very powerful. Every time they went into seclusion, the increase in their combat strength was unimaginable. Currently, they were cultivating in Lin Feng's time and space. With the various resources here, their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. In the future, they would definitely be able to become Lin Feng's right-hand men. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Xia Donghuang was still in seclusion. Lin Feng didn't disturb him. Knowing that Lin Feng had come out of seclusion, Mu Xianyu invited Lin Feng to come over for a gathering. A servant drove a beast carriage over. Lin Feng boarded the beast carriage. An hour later, they arrived at their destination. Lin Feng realized that he wasn't in the Mu clan's shop or the Mu clan's shop. Instead, he was in a beautiful courtyard. Mu Xianyu was waiting for Lin Feng in the front yard. Since she had some feelings for Lin Feng in the world of the murals, Mu Xianyu had been examining her inner world for the past few months. She felt that her life should be about constantly striving, constantly becoming stronger, and then doing everything she could, leading the family to survive when the era was destroyed. Personal feelings. It was too extravagant for her. It wouldn't be long before the era was destroyed. Therefore, the only thing she could do now was to focus all her energy on cultivation and not on personal feelings. Although Mu Xianyu had never experienced these things. But Mu Xianyu knew how destructive feelings could be to a person. For example, during this period of time, she only had some feelings for Lin Feng, and often missed Lin Feng. If the two of them were really together, How could that be? She still had the mood to cultivate. Indeed, many times, the way a woman treated her feelings was completely different from how a man treated his feelings. Mu Xianyu felt that Lin Feng was her evil creature. It was her inner demon. Perhaps today, she should get rid of this inner demon. Lin Gongzi, long time no see. Mu Xianyu said with a smile. Yes, long time no see. Fairy is still so beautiful. Lin Feng said with a smile. Mu Xianyu smiled and said, young master still likes to make people happy. Today, let's gather as old friends, play the zither, drink some wine, and chat. How about it? No, Lin Feng said. Young master is not satisfied with this servant's arrangement? Mu Xianyu asked. Lin Feng said, I heard that fairy is very good at playing the flute. Other than playing the zither, how about playing the flute? Mu Xianyu said with a smile, of course, today, young master is in charge. This servant will agree to any request of young master. Mu Xianyu said and winked at Lin Feng. Oh, she's quite naughty. He didn't realize that Mu Xianyu was so naughty before. Women indeed had many personalities. Drinking while listening to the pleasant sound of the zither and the flute, it was really a great enjoyment. Lin Feng didn't know how much he had drunk. He was not drunk even after 1,000 cups. But today, he was drunk. Then, he felt that he had a dream. In the dream. Red Luan Mountains. In the dream. White arms folded. Unwilling to wake up from the dream. Until he woke up in the morning. Looking at the plum blossoms. Lin Feng was a little absent-minded. Was it because of drinking, or something else? After tidying up, Lin Feng stood up. He found a jade tube on the table and used his divine sense to invade it. Immediately, he saw an illusory figure. It was none other than Mu Xianyu. Lin Feng, I was willing to do what I did yesterday. Don't worry, in my life, you are the only man. But from now on, it's time for our mortal fate to end. Let's not meet again in the future. I hope that you will have a bright future. It was a short sentence. Lin Feng rubbed his head, feeling a headache. What did Mu Xianyu mean? She didn't want to contact him anymore. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Lin Feng didn't think that he would have a deep relationship with Mu Xianyu, and Lin Feng could sense it. Mu Xianyu also didn't want to have a deep relationship with him. However, many times, things didn't develop as one imagined. This time was like that. Lin Feng thought about the whole thing. He felt that it might be because he entered the world of the murals and risked his life to save Mu Xianyu. It touched Mu Xianyu's inner world. As for Mu Xianyu, she was soft on the outside but strong on the inside, with a decisive personality. She knew what she wanted and what her responsibilities were. So, in the end, she chose a path that she thought was right. As for what happened last night, Lin Feng didn't know why she did that, but there was no need to guess. Everything is fine. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He didn't look for Mu Xianyu, because Lin Feng understood Mu Xianyu. He knew that since Mu Xianyu had already made up her mind, she wouldn't easily change her mind. Since that was the case, there was no need to disturb her. After Lin Feng returned, Xia Donghuang came out of seclusion. Looks like your cultivation has improved quite a bit. Lin Feng said with a smile as he looked at Xia Donghuang. Yeah, I've improved quite a bit this time. Xia Donghuang was also very happy. Lin Feng said, let's go, let's leave Mu City. Xia Donghuang naturally had no objections. He didn't ask where Lin Feng was going. In any case, no matter where Lin Feng went, Xia Donghuang would follow Lin Feng. 5 days later, they arrived at a small town. During this period of time, the chaos in the third level of the heaven realm had gradually subsided. The foreign powers had contributed all sorts of treasures and resources that they had snatched. They had also given the demon clan, as well as the many great powers in the third level of the heaven realm, an astronomical amount of immortal stones as compensation. This matter was too aggrieving. However, the third level of the heaven realm was not their territory, so they could only endure it for the time being. However, it was unknown if there would be further conflicts because of this matter. However, in Lin Feng's opinion, there was an 80% chance that there would be more conflicts. It was just that he didn't know if those great powers would join forces to attack the third level of the heaven realm. However, since the demon clan and many other powers in the third level of the heaven realm dared to attack those foreign powers, they obviously had some terrifying methods. When Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were eating in a restaurant, they actually bumped into a group of demon clan cultivators. This group of demon clan cultivators was none other than Lu Li, Long Sha, Jin Yanxiu, and the others. Jin Yanxiu looked at Lin Feng with fear and dread in his eyes. Previously, when he saw that even an expert like Du Guhai was killed by Lin Feng with a single punch, what was he in front of Lin Feng? He was sad that Lin Feng did not personally target him. In Lin Feng's eyes, he was probably just an ant. Dealing with an ant. There was no need to go through so much trouble, was there? Lin Gongzi. Lu Li took the initiative to walk over. Originally, Long Sha, Jin Yanxiu and the others did not want to come over. After all, their relationship with Lin Feng was not good, and they did not want to have any further contact with Lin Feng, this great killing god. However, Lu Li walked towards Lin Feng and greeted Lin Feng. Although Lu Li kept a low profile, these people knew how terrifying Lu Li was. In their hearts, they were a little dissatisfied with Lu Li walking towards Lin Feng. However, they did not dare to say anything. They could only brace themselves and walk towards Lin Feng. Lin Gongzi, Long Sha, Jin Yanxiu, and the others bowed to Lin Feng when they arrived. They didn't want to greet Lin Feng, but they didn't dare to. Now that they knew that Lin Feng was someone they couldn't afford to offend, it was better for them to pretend to be subservient in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, then looked at Lu Li and smiled. Fairy Lu Li, please have a seat. Thank you, young master. Lu Li said with a smile. Although she looked ordinary, she had a very unique temperament. It was elegant and otherworldly, like an orchid in a secluded valley. It made people feel very comfortable. Lu Li sat next to Lin Feng. As for Long Sha, Jin Yanxiu, and the others, Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to them and didn't invite them to sit. Besides, they weren't qualified to sit here. Only Lu Li, who kept a low profile, attracted Lin Feng's attention. Although he didn't know who Lu Li was, she was definitely a powerful person. Lu Li smiled. I didn't expect to see you here, young master. It just so happens that we're going somewhere. Are you interested in coming with us? Oh? Fairy Lu Li, where are you planning to go? Lin Feng asked curiously. Ice Valley. Lu Li said. Ice Valley? Where is that? Lin Feng was puzzled. He wasn't familiar with many places in the celestial world, such as this Ice Valley. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of it. Lu Li replied, it's located in the depths of the ocean. That place is covered in ice and snow, and there's a valley called the Ice Valley. Previously, I killed a heavenly court cultivator and found some clues related to the Ice Valley from his storage ring. There's a legendary ice flower in Ice Valley. This ice flower absorbs the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the chi of ice. It takes millions of years to mature. I heard that a flower of ice has already matured, but that place is too dangerous. That's why the cultivator didn't move. He's probably looking for allies, but the situation on Mount Wangu didn't attract him. He must have already headed to Icefall. Now that I've received news about Icefall, I know that it's not a simple place. Danger lurks everywhere. It's still not safe for just us to go. Thus, I'm inviting Lin Gongzi to go with us. We'll share the fortune then. How about it? After hearing Lu Li's words, Lin Feng was immediately moved. This was because Lin Feng's realm was already on the verge of a breakthrough. The only thing he lacked was the opportunity to break through. The flower of ice could only mature after 1,000 years. The energy it contained was so abundant and pure that it would definitely be able to help him break through his current realm, right? Therefore, Lin Feng decided to accept Lu Li's invitation. Alright, we can go and have a look together. I wonder when Fairy Lu Li will depart. Tomorrow. Lu Li said. Alright. Lin Feng replied. Lu Li then said, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, let's have breakfast at this restaurant and then depart. What do you think? No problem. Lin Feng nodded. Then we won't disturb Lin Gongzi's meal. Lu Li stood up. Take care. Lin Feng stood up to send her off. Lu Li and the others left. After enjoying the feast, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang didn't stay and directly returned to their residence. The next morning, they met up with Lu Li and the others at the same restaurant. After a simple breakfast, the group set off. Lu Li and the others summoned their mounts. For example, Lu Li's mount was a red-crowned crane, Long Sha's mount was a three-headed demon tiger, and Xianxia's mount was a skysplitter condor. It seemed that these people didn't have the habit of riding the ancient void ship. This might have something to do with their identities as Yao. Yao preferred to be close to the world. Thus, even if it was a long journey, they preferred to ride their own mounts instead of the ancient void ship. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't force them to ride the ancient void ship. The minority had to obey the majority. Thus, Lin Feng summoned his new mount, the Fire Qilin. When he was in seclusion, Lin Feng had taken the opportunity to tame the Fire Qilin mount. When they saw Lin Feng summon the Fire Qilin mount, many people's mouths twitched violently. The Fire Qilin was considered an extremely high-level Yao, and it was extremely rare. Lin Feng actually got his hands on a Fire Qilin mount. How extravagant! When the other mounts saw the Fire Qilin mount, they trembled in fear. As for the Fire Qilin, it glanced at the mounts with disdain. Its cultivation was too strong, even stronger than Long Sha, Xianxia, and the others. Naturally, it looked down on the mounts of these people. It even looked down on Long Sha and the others. Damn it, as expected of Vicious Lin's mount. This mount is so cool, Long Sha, Xianxia, and the others couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Vicious Lin was the nickname they gave Lin Feng in private. However, they didn't dare to say this nickname out loud. Xia Donghuang also summoned his own mount. This guy's mount was actually a dragon horse beast, which was an extremely rare exotic beast. Its combat strength wasn't strong. This was because the dragon horse wasn't good at fighting. The dragon horse's strongest point was its speed. Once the dragon horse charged forward, it was unbelievably fast. Among all the beasts, there weren't many that could compete with the dragon horse in terms of speed. It could even be described as a phoenix's feather or a qilint's horn. This was why the dragon horse was so terrifying. Everyone rode on the dragon horse and flew towards the overseas world. The overseas world of the third level of the heaven realm was a little special. This was because in the other levels, the strongest faction in the overseas world was definitely the Dragon Palace. However, it was different in the third level of the Dragon World. The strongest faction here was the White Peacock Island. The White Peacock clan had an extremely long history and had a strong foundation. A month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the overseas world. On the way, Lu Li said, "Follow me to the White Peacock clan's territory." Previously, Lin Feng didn't know that the White Peacock clan existed in the overseas world. It was only now that he knew that the White Peacock clan existed in the overseas world of the third level of the Heaven Realm. Lin Feng had heard a lot about this clan. However, he didn't have much interaction with the White Peacock clan. Perhaps the only interaction was that the 9th Heavenly Emperor had the bloodline of the White Peacock clan. However, this guy wasn't willing to admit this, and the White Peacock clan didn't admit that the 9th Heavenly Emperor was related to them. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about the White Peacock clan being hostile towards him. In fact, even if they were hostile towards him because of the 9th Heavenly Emperor, so what, they didn't know his true identity. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the sea area where the White Peacock clan lived. Lu Li's identity was mysterious, but she shouldn't have anything to do with the White Peacock clan. This was because Lin Feng didn't detect the White Peacock clan's bloodline in Lu Li's body. Therefore, Liu Li probably came to the White Peacock clan for some reason. When the patrolling guards of the White Peacock clan saw Lin Feng and the others, they quickly flew over. Although these cultivators were also cultivators of the White Peacock clan, their bloodline wasn't particularly pure. It was obvious that their status in the White Peacock clan wasn't particularly high. Probably only those pure-blooded White Peacock clan cultivators were the true core of the White Peacock clan. The other party asked Lin Feng and the others about their intentions, and Lu Li said that she wanted to see Bai Su. From her name, one could tell that she was a female cultivator. It seemed that Lu Li was here to visit a friend. Could it be that she wanted to pull Bai Su along? Thinking about it, it was possible. This was because the place that Lin Feng and the others wanted to go had to pass through the sea area ruled by the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace didn't like foreign cultivators entering the sea area ruled by them. If Lin Feng and the others went through there, they might be attacked by the Dragon Palace cultivators. With Lin Feng and the others' strength, they might not necessarily be afraid of the Dragon Palace cultivators, but there was no need to incur the Dragon Palace's hatred. After all, the Dragon Palace's power was actually extremely huge. If the Dragon Palace mobilized the cultivator army to deal with Lin Feng and the others, then Lin Feng and the others would be in endless trouble. If there was a White Peacock clan cultivator by their side, it would be a different situation. The White Peacock clan was so powerful that even the Dragon Palace was afraid of them. Therefore, if there was a White Peacock clan cultivator by their side, it would save them a lot of trouble. A guard went to report. Not long after, the White Peacock clan cultivator called by Su flew out quickly. This White Peacock clan female cultivator called by Su was extremely tall, had a beautiful face, and a charming temperament. She looked like a vixen. After seeing Luli, she was very happy and said, "Luli, I didn't expect you to come here to find me. Let's go in and talk." Okay. After seeing Bai Su, Luli also seemed to be happy. She nodded and everyone flew towards the island where the White Peacock clan lived. There didn't seem to be a lot of White Peacock clan members. When they arrived at the island's residential area, they didn't see many White Peacock clan cultivators. However, thinking about it, it was normal. After all, the White Peacock clan was a clan with an extremely powerful bloodline. Such a clan naturally wouldn't have many people. Bai Su brought everyone to a living room. After taking a seat, a servant girl served spirit tea. Luli introduced Lin Feng and the others to Bai Su. Bai Su nodded to everyone. Her attention wasn't on Lin Feng and the others, but on Luli. She looked at Luli and said with a smile, "Luli, why did you come to the overseas world?" Luli didn't beat around the bush and said, "It's like this. This time, we plan to go to the ice valley to look for the ice flower. On the way, we will pass through the territory of the Dragon Palace. You also know that the cultivators of the Dragon Palace are very strict with their territory. They don't like people trespassing on their territory. This time, we want to invite you to come with us. It would be best if we don't run into the cultivators of the Dragon Palace. If we do, then when the cultivators of the Dragon Palace see you, they will definitely be afraid. Also, you can come with us to look for the ice flower. What do you think?" Bai Su said, "The ice flower is indeed a good thing. I can accept your invitation, but recently, our White Peacock Island and the Dragon Palace have been fighting over a high-grade immortal stone mine overseas, so our relationship is not good. The Dragon Palace has also set up a great formation of the heavens and earth. Any cultivator who passes through their territory will be discovered by the Dragon Palace, no matter if they use special treasures to conceal themselves or if they pass through openly. Then, they will be expelled. If you insist on trespassing, you may even be killed by the cultivators of the Dragon Palace. It's not like this hasn't happened before. Although I will go with you, once the people of the Dragon Palace discover us, I can't guarantee whether they will give us face or not." Bai Su didn't say too much. However, in the eyes of Lin Feng and the others, the Dragon Palace should still give Bai Su face. Since Bai Su had agreed to this matter, she should have some confidence in it. Of course, sometimes, even if one had some confidence, one shouldn't say too much. One should leave some leeway to avoid being slapped in the face. Said Luli, "If they don't give you face, then we will think of another way." Bai Su nodded and said, "All right." At this moment, a servant girl walked in and said, "Miss, the guest rooms prepared for the guests have been cleaned." Bai Su said, "You must be very tired after traveling for such a long time. Now, go to the guest rooms and rest. I will hold a welcoming dinner for you in the evening." Lin Feng and the others thanked her. Bai Su led everyone to the guest rooms and then everyone returned to their rooms to rest. The banquet in the evening was very sumptuous. Several young people from the Bai family also attended the banquet. They were probably dragged by Bai Su to accompany the guests. The guests and the host were happy. After dispersing, they returned to their rooms to rest. However, Luli did not return to her room. Instead, she left with Bai Su. Their relationship should be quite good. After meeting for a long time, they should have a lot of secrets to talk about. Lin Feng and the others rested on the White Peacock Island for 3 days. 3 days later, Lin Feng and the others set off for the Ice Valley. Half a month later, they entered the sea ruled by the Dragon Palace. On the second day of entering the sea ruled by the Dragon Palace, in the sea, huge waves surged to the sky. Seeing this, Baisu said, "Everyone, be careful. The people from the Dragon Palace are here." Hearing Baisu's words, everyone immediately became alert. Huge waves soared to the sky. On each wave stood many experts from the Dragon Palace. The huge waves were densely packed. It was unknown how many experts from the Dragon Palace had come. The person in the lead was a cultivator in his 30s. He had 2 dragon horns. Obviously, he was a cultivator from the Dragon Clan. "Baisu, what are you doing in the territory ruled by the Dragon Palace?" The cultivator from the Dragon Clan looked at Baisu and said coldly. Baisu said, "We need to pass through the territory of the Dragon Palace to go to a place to do something. Your Highness, the 6th Prince, please let us pass." "Humph," the cultivator from the Dragon Clan, who was called the 6th Prince by Baisu, snorted coldly and said, "Do you think I can let you pass with just a sentence? Hurry up and leave with your people. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Baisu frowned slightly and said, "Anyway, if the people from the Dragon Palace want to go to the inland world, they have to pass through the territory of the White Peacock clan. We don't have as many rules as the Dragon Palace. Whoever wants to pass through our territory can do so. However, I think it's time to change the rules. From now on, the people from the Dragon Palace are not allowed to pass through our territory. This is called giving them a taste of their own medicine." Hearing Baisu's words, the 6th Prince's face became ugly. Lin Feng's heart moved slightly. Logically speaking, the 6th Prince should give Baisu face. But he did not give Baisu face. It seemed that this matter was not that simple. Perhaps it was because Baisu had a personal grudge with the 6th Prince, therefore, the 6th Prince did not give Baisu face at all. Obviously, Baisu was not easy to bully. Baisu's words made the 6th Prince unable to get off the tiger. It was not a wise move to completely offend Baisu. However, if he let her go like this, wouldn't it be equivalent to slapping himself? Baisu probably knew that the 6th Prince was in a difficult position, so she decided to give him a way out. Baisu said, "Your Highness, we can actually be friends. Besides, aren't we neighbors? It's normal for neighbors to have some small conflicts, but there's no need for us to take these small conflicts to heart, right? Let's each take a step back, and everything will be fine. What do you think?" The 6th Prince looked deeply at Baisu and said, "Fairy Bai is right. It's just a small conflict, so there's no need to take it to heart. I hope that we'll have a chance to work together in the future." "There will be plenty of such opportunities," Baisu said with a smile. The 6th Prince nodded and waved his hand. The surrounding Dragon Palace cultivators opened up a path for them. Lin Feng and the others took this opportunity to leave quickly. After they left, the 6th Prince looked at the few undersea generals beside him and said, "Bring a group of elites and follow me. We'll secretly follow these people and see what they're up to." Clearly, the 6th Prince was suspicious of Lin Feng and the others' motives. If it were other Dragon Palace cultivators, they would probably turn a blind eye to it because they were afraid of the White Peacock clan. However, the 6th Prince was different. He had a grudge with Baisu. Although the two of them had made peace for the time being, they had temporarily reconciled, but this was only on the surface. In reality, there was no possibility of reconciliation. Therefore, the 6th Prince wanted to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. He wanted to see what Lin Feng and the others were up to. If there were no benefits, he wouldn't show himself. If there were benefits, he wouldn't mind coming out and snatching away Lin Feng and the others' opportunities. His wishful thinking was extremely good. Lin Feng and the others quickly flew towards the depths of the sea. Luli asked, "What grudge do you have with the 6th Prince?" Baisu said, "Actually, it's not much of a grudge. It's just that in the past, there was a dispute because of some opportunities. Logically speaking, whoever is stronger will get the opportunity, and this matter should be over after the matter is over." However, this sixth prince is not like this. This person is extremely narrow-minded. After the opportunity was taken by me, he harbors hatred in his heart and still hates me even now. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, he's really narrow-minded. If he frequently went to snatch some fortuitous encounters, only for those fortuitous encounters to be taken by others, wouldn't he die of anger? Baisu said with a smile, that's right. This sixth prince is too narrow-minded. He's far inferior to his brothers. His only advantage is that he's from a good family. Lin Feng asked. Oh? Did he come from a good family? It seems that his mother's identity is quite extraordinary. Baisu nodded and said, there are 33 layers of heaven, and each layer has a dragon palace. Apart from these dragon palaces, there's also the Holy Dragon Palace, which governs the 33 layers of heaven. His mother came from this Holy Dragon Palace. Luli said, no matter how good one's background is, it's useless if one's abilities aren't strong enough. In the world of cultivators, what matters is one's own strength. For example, although this person's cultivation is quite good, it's not at the top. Baisu said, indeed, he's not at the top, but he can't be underestimated because it's said that he has some trump cards. I've asked around before, and it said that he has a clone refined by an ancient expert. Later on, he obtained it. His cultivation might not be that strong, but his clone is too terrifying. So, if you underestimate him, you'll be in great danger, said Lin Feng. Along the way, Lin Feng and the others talked about many things. Most of the time, it was Lin Feng and the others who asked Baisu. It was probably because Lin Feng had a lot of questions, and people like Long Sha and the others basically didn't ask her any questions. Therefore, Baisu paid more attention to Lin Feng. It was just that she was a little surprised. She didn't know why these people from the monster clan would be together with Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang from the human clan. They're probably friends, Baisu thought. Half a month later, Lin Feng and the others left the sea area ruled by the Dragon Palace. When they left the sea area ruled by the Dragon Palace, they had already arrived at the deepest part of the sea. This place was close to the South Pole. Therefore, the temperature was extremely cold. However, to Lin Feng and the others, the cold temperature didn't affect them much. 7 days later, Lin Feng and the others entered the South Pole's glacial world. In the glacial world, heavy snow was falling. It was truly 1,000 miles of ice, and 10,000 miles of snow was falling. Exhaling. In an instant, it would freeze into ice. The temperature was really low. Lin Feng estimated that it was around -3 to 400 degrees. Actually, they hadn't gone deep into the South Pole yet. The deeper they went, the lower the temperature. Only powerful cultivators could reach such a place. Ordinary cultivators couldn't reach such a place at all. Their bodies couldn't withstand this kind of cold at all. The ice valley was in the depths of the South Pole. Therefore, after coming to the South Pole world, Lin Feng and the others didn't stop at all and flew all the way into the depths. From time to time, they could see some creatures in the South Pole world, such as snow dragons, white bears, and other creatures. Many of them had extremely heaven-defying combat strength. Lin Feng and the others didn't provoke those terrifying creatures. Many creatures in the South Pole probably knew that Lin Feng and the others were not to be trifled with. Therefore, after seeing Lin Feng and the others, these creatures didn't provoke Lin Feng and the others. 5 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived outside the ice valley. The ice gorge was an extremely huge valley, and it was covered in ice. Lin Feng and the others walked into the ice valley, but not long after entering the ice valley, they saw ice sculptures in front of them. When they got closer, they were shocked to discover that those ice sculptures weren't ice sculptures at all. They were clearly cultivators who had been frozen here. Luli said with a serious expression, "It seems that someone has already been here, but in the end, they were frozen here." Everyone nodded, and their expressions became somewhat solemn. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt that the order laws here seemed to have changed. Then, everyone felt an extremely cold aura rush towards them, directly enveloping Lin Feng and the others. It was a bone-chilling cold. It was as if it wanted to freeze Lin Feng and the others. This situation was extremely bad. Many people's expressions couldn't help but change. In the next moment, The bodies of Long Sha and the others began to freeze. Even Lin Feng's body was about to freeze. It was really strange. In the face of such an incomparably dangerous situation, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly took out the sky fire, and the sky fire enveloped everyone. With the protection of the sky fire, the cold quickly retreated. Then, the ice on Long Sha and the others, who were half frozen, began to melt quickly. This is the sky fire. Bai Su was a little surprised. She knew how precious and rare the sky fire was, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to have it. Lin Feng nodded, and didn't say much about the sky fire. He said, "This place isn't simple. Everyone, be careful." Everyone nodded. This place was indeed more dangerous than they had imagined. They had to be careful. Otherwise, they might really die here. Lin Feng and the others walked towards the depths. Not long after, Lin Feng suddenly saw some skeletons in front of him. When they saw those skeletons, everyone couldn't help but frown. This place was covered in ice and snow. Even if a cultivator died, his body wouldn't rot. So, they shouldn't appear in the form of skeletons. However, the dozens of corpses in this place had turned into skeletons. How did their flesh and blood disappear? Things were a little strange. What was going on? Lin Feng and the others were filled with doubts. Rustle, 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 rustle. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard. Everyone became vigilant and looked around. Look, what's that on top of the surrounding hillsides? Xianxia said loudly. Everyone looked over and saw that there seemed to be something climbing down from the hillside. It was densely packed and snow-white. Because the surroundings were covered in snow, those things were hidden in the snow, so they couldn't see them clearly. When those things approached Lin Feng and the others, they realized that the things hidden under the snow were actually spiders. These spiders were not big, only about the size of a thumb. But, these spiders, there were too many of them, all the snow was rolling, and one could imagine how many spiders there were below. It's a snow spider. Rumor has it that this is an extremely terrifying spider, because the snow spider's body has a special kind of ice power. As long as one is bitten by a snow spider, this kind of ice power will invade one's body, instantly freezing one's meridians and blood vessels. Cultivators will instantly die. Those people from before must have been eaten up by these snow spiders. Bai Su's expression became incomparably solemn. Because snow spiders were social creatures, they knew how to fly and could even shuttle back and forth in the void. Furthermore, they were not afraid of fire attacks. Even the heavenly fire could not harm them. On the other hand, the snow spider's ice power was able to suppress the heavenly fire. There were not many powers that could restrain the heavenly fire. But today, Lin Feng had encountered one. Therefore, these snow spiders were able to pose a great threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "There are too many snow spiders. Is there anyone who has a way to restrain them? If there is no way to restrain the snow spiders, we must quickly retreat. Otherwise, we will be in great danger." At this moment, the snake female cultivator named Su Yuzhu said, "I have a way to restrain these snow spiders." Hearing Su Yuzhu's words, everyone's eyes could not help but light up. Su Yuzhu did not say anything else. She directly took out a porcelain bottle. Su Yuzhu opened the bottle, and an extremely unpleasant smell immediately escaped from the bottle. After smelling that smell, Su Yuzhu was shocked. Lin Feng had a feeling of retching. This stimulation was really great. The rest of the people probably had the same reaction. The snow spiders also smelled this smell. When they smelled this smell, the snow spiders immediately let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. The huge group of snow spiders actually became extremely restless and moved. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng and the others revealed a look of joy. It seemed that this thing could really restrain the snow spiders. The snow spiders began to retreat. Not long after, the snow spiders disappeared without a trace. "Hurry up and cork the bottle," Xianxia hurriedly said. This guy was obsessed with cleanliness and had already begun to roll his eyes. If he smelled this smell for a while longer, Xianxia would probably be suffocated to death. It was only after Su Yuzhu put the cork back on the bottle that the pungent smell disappeared. The air was finally fresh. "What is this?" Lin Feng asked curiously. He wondered if he should make a deal with Su Yuzhu later and exchange for something in the porcelain bottle. Maybe he would need this thing at some point in the future. For this kind of thing, it was better to be prepared. Su Yuzhu said, "This is the urine of a pure gold baboon." Pure gold baboon? No wonder. Rumor has it that one of the pure gold baboon's food is the snow spiders. However, it seems that the pure gold baboon has gone extinct, Luli said. Su Yuzhu said? Indeed, it might be extinct. Lin Feng and the others continued to walk deeper into the forest. After experiencing the crisis brought about by the snow spiders, they did not encounter any other dangers for the rest of the journey. There might be no other dangers. After all, a mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. There was a group of snow spiders in this place. These snow spiders were too terrifying. Even an extremely powerful creature would be helpless in the face of so many terrifying snow spiders. Lin Feng and the others arrived at the deepest part of the forest. When they arrived, they saw more than 10 ice flowers growing on the rock wall. These ice flowers were the size of a palm and were snow-white in color. Under the reflection of the sun, they were magnificent and very beautiful. After seeing these ice flowers, Lin Feng and the others became excited. They finally found the ice flowers. Lin Feng and the others quickly flew towards the ice flowers, wanting to pick them. However, at this time, the entire mountain shook violently. Then, the huge mountain turned into a huge stone man. Lowly existences, how dare you peep at the ice flowers? You are courting death. Eternal roar, roar. Suddenly, the gigantic stone man let out an earth-shattering roar. His roar actually formed a sound wave attack that contained destructive power. Then, the sound wave attack violently bombarded Lin Feng and the others, sending Lin Feng and the others flying. What a powerful stone man! Lin Feng was shocked. This was a stone man. With such a huge body, it was no wonder that his combat strength was so terrifying. Eternal freeze. Suddenly, the powerful stone man attacked again. I seal heaven and earth. Many people's bodies began to freeze again. This time, the situation was much worse than before. Unseal the heavenly fire. Lin Feng took action. He took out the black flame god incinerating fire to resist the ice seal technique. The heavenly fire that Lin Feng took out earlier was the black flame god incinerating fire. As for the other heavenly fires, Lin Feng did not take them out. Firstly, there was no need. Secondly, Lin Feng did not want to expose all his trump cards. The heavenly fire helped everyone unseal the ice flowers. Let's go. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded and quickly rushed in the direction of the ice flowers. Sweeping fist in all directions. The gigantic stone man attacked again and punched Lin Feng and the others. Dense amounts of fist shadows condensed and moved towards Lin Feng and the others. Bang bang bang, a series of violent collisions rang out. Lin Feng and the others collided with the fist shadows formed by the giant stone man. Lin Feng and the others were sent flying. How terrifying, one person going against so many of them. This combat strength was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng and the others rushed forward many times. Each time, they were sent flying. They could not get close at all. Heavenly silkworm net. At this moment, Xianxia took out a treasure. It was a treasure forged from a million-year heavenly silkworm net. The heavenly silkworm net directly enveloped the giant stone man. The giant stone man's body was bound by the heavenly silkworm net. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He was the fastest. In a few breaths, he rushed over and plucked all the ice flowers. Break! The giant stone man roared and tore the heavenly silkworm net apart. My heavenly silkworm net! Xianxia immediately wailed. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He did not take out this treasure immediately because he was worried that it would be destroyed by the giant stone man. Now, it was really destroyed by the giant stone man. This was one of his most powerful treasures. In many life and death battles, this treasure had played a huge role. Now that it was destroyed, his heart was bleeding. Lin Feng saw that the giant stone man was free and quickly rushed outside. The giant stone man punched at Lin Feng. This punch formed an extremely powerful fist intent. It enveloped Lin Feng, making it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. Lin Feng turned around and punched the giant stone man. It was like two planets colliding. Lin Feng and the giant stone man were sent flying at the same time. Damn it. My dragon elephant arm's strength is 7 times stronger, but I'm still at a disadvantage. This giant stone man is crazy. Lin Feng was shocked. He felt that his right arm had lost all feeling. The giant stone man's strength was simply shocking. Let's go quickly, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. He was the first to run away. The giant stone man's body was invincible, and its battle strength was too terrifying. If they continued fighting with this guy, they might die here. Everyone knew how terrifying the giant stone man was, so they did not stop and quickly rushed outside. Although the giant stone man's battle strength was terrifying, its body was too big, so its speed was not particularly fast. Therefore, Lin Feng and the others shook it off. However, Lin Feng and the others just let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a crystal-like pearl flew out. The pearl emitted a divine light that enveloped Lin Feng and the others. In the next moment, Lin Feng and the others disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already inside the bead. Ha 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 ha, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You people are still my prisoners in the end, aren't you? Loud laughter rang out, and dozens of cultivators flew out. The leader was none other than the 6th prince. At this moment, the 6th prince had an extremely smug expression on his face, as if he was a villain who had achieved success. He did not know what kind of magic treasure this bead was, but it was indeed powerful. It formed a complete small world inside, and this small world had a powerful law of order. In fact, this small world was not big. There were no flowers, plants, trees, or anything else. It was white and misty. It was precisely because of this that the small world within this bead was so terrifying. Because, this meant that this bead was specially forged for battle. One could imagine what would happen to a cultivator trapped inside. The expressions of Lin Feng and the others became extremely solemn. The current situation was indeed not very beneficial for them. Dragon Pearl. Baisu's expression was gloomy. Obviously, this bead-like treasure was the dragon pearl that Baisu had mentioned. However, Lin Feng was not very clear about what kind of treasure the dragon pearl was. After all, he did not know much about these things. He guessed that they were some special magic treasure forged by the Dragon Palace or the Dragon Clan. Luli said, "Is this a dragon pearl forged from the universe's 7 killing stone?" "Yes." Baisu nodded. Long Sha and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that they had some understanding of the dragon pearl and knew how terrifying it was. Now that they were trapped inside it, all of their faces were as pale as paper. They probably felt that the possibility of escaping was not high. The world inside the dragon pearl was indeed terrifying. It had been a while since they entered, but Lin Feng was still unable to find anything out of the ordinary from the dragon pearl. In short, that's right, Lin Feng could not find a way out. This was somewhat troublesome. What should he do next? Is the dragon pearl very extraordinary? Lin Feng asked. Xiao Donghuang explained, "Master, the dragon pearl is indeed very powerful. It is said that once trapped by the dragon pearl, it is very difficult to escape. Cultivators can easily be trapped to death. Only the Heaven Realm's Holy Dragon Palace has the forging method for such a supreme treasure. In other words, no one has a way out." Lin Feng looked at everyone. Everyone nodded. Indeed, no one had a way to resolve the might of the dragon pearl. The situation was somewhat bad. Lin Feng's brows also became serious. As the saying goes, everything has its vanquisher. Now that they had encountered such a heaven-defying treasure like the dragon balls, it was indeed an extremely troublesome matter for Lin Feng and the others. Could it be that they were just going to sit and wait for death? Hee hee. How about we play a game? At this moment, the 6th prince's voice sounded again. What game? Lin Feng asked. Later, when you all kill each other, I'll let the one who wins leave, the 6th prince said. Lin Feng and the others fell silent. No one said anything. 6th prince continued, "I'm actually a very honest person. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, you have no other choice. You can only choose to believe me and make this bet with me. Do you think what I said makes sense? Long Sha and the others had gloomy expressions because they knew that Lin Feng, Lu Li, Bai Su and the others were extremely powerful. It was simply not something that they could contend against. If a great battle really broke out, these people would definitely be cannon fodder. They would be the first to be dealt with. Don't believe this guy's words, Long Sha and the others hurriedly said, their faces pale. They were really on tenterhooks now. They were afraid that Lin Feng and the others would deal with them. Thinking about their situation, the group of people was very depressed. No matter what, they were still top geniuses outside. Wherever they went, they were high and mighty figures. Now that they had ended up like this, how could they not be depressed? Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, we won't agree to this guy's request." Hearing Lin Feng's guarantee, Long Sha and the others were relieved. Since that's the case, you guys really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Let's see how you guys will die. The sixth prince's cold voice sounded. Then, the sixth prince sent out a few runes, which all flew into the dragon balls. Something terrifying happened. The air inside the dragon balls began to rapidly decrease. Humans could not leave the air. If they did, they would definitely die. Even extremely powerful cultivators could not leave the air for a long time. If they did not eat or drink, a cultivator could live for many years. But if they did not breathe, this cultivator would definitely die soon, because the human body needed to nourish its qi. Once the qi was depleted, the body would suffer extremely serious consequences. He's sucking the air out of the dragon balls. If all the air in the dragon balls is sucked out, we'll be in trouble. Xianxia said with a pale face. What do we do now? Su Yuju's face was also very pale. Everyone else was the same. Including Lin Feng. Their faces were pale and unsightly. Previously, Lin Feng and the others were also on guard against the sixth prince. If they really fought force with force, Lin Feng and the others would not be afraid of the sixth prince at all. However, who would have thought that the sixth prince would have such a strange treasure, such a treasure? The impact on Lin Feng and the others was too great, everyone's mood became more and more anxious. I don't care anymore. Let's fight. At that moment, Tong Xing, who looked like an 8 or 9-year-old child, shouted loudly. His voice seemed to be flustered and exasperated. However, his voice made Lin Feng and the others feel energized. What did Tong Xing mean by that? Could it be, did Tong Xing have a way to solve the problem they were in? They thought about it carefully. Perhaps it was true. Azurite looked at Tong Xing and asked, Tong Xing, do you have a way? My father left me a treasure. It's called the Violet Lightning Diamond. It's an extremely powerful forbidden artifact. It's said that whether it's a small world, a restriction, or a treasure, it can be drilled open with the Violet Lightning Diamond. Tong Xing said. Long Sha slapped Tong Xing's head and cursed, F***ck. Everyone's worried sick, and you're only taking it out now? Do you want to die? Tong Xing was depressed. I took out a treasure to save everyone from their misery, and you still dare to hit me. However, Tong Xing could not beat Long Sha, so he could only endure it for now. Tong Xing said, this forbidden artifact can only be used once. If you have a way to solve the crisis we're in, I won't have to take it out. After all, this treasure will be destroyed after it's used. If I encounter similar dangers in the future, won't I be dead? Tong Xing's thoughts were understandable. After all, such a treasure could save his life at a critical moment. If he could avoid using it, it would be best not to. Long Sha said, I've already used up my heavenly silkworm net. My heavenly silkworm net is much more valuable than your forbidden artifact. Lin Feng said, alright, stop grumbling. Tong Xing, take out your treasure now. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Long Sha quickly shut up. Long Sha hastily shut his mouth. He didn't want to offend Lin Feng, the god of slaughter. Tong Xing nodded and quickly took out the Violet Lightning Diamond. It was a treasure that looked like a drill bit, but it was surrounded by purple lightning. Judging from the appearance of the treasure, it should be extremely powerful, as expected of a top-tier forbidden artifact. Tong Xing activated the Violet Lightning Diamond. The Violet Lightning Diamond quickly arrived beside the Dragon Pearl's crystal wall. The Dragon Pearl's crystal wall was incomparably sturdy, and with the protection of the order chains, it was extremely difficult to break through. Lin Feng and the others looked at the purple thunder drill. They didn't know whether the purple thunder drill could break the dragon pearl or not. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, the violet lightning diamond spun rapidly and began to destroy the order laws. Then, something shocking happened. Under the rapid drilling of the purple thunder drill, a hole was drilled out of those incomparably powerful order laws. Violet lightning diamond. Awesome, Lin Feng and the rest were about to cheer. Damn it, the sixth prince naturally noticed this as well, and his face darkened. He activated the dragon pearl and began to attack Lin Feng and the rest. Roar. A loud dragon's roar resounded through the sky as numerous dragons formed and charged towards Lin Feng and the rest. The sixth prince wanted to destroy the violet lightning diamond. As long as the violet lightning diamond was destroyed, he could rest easy. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "Let's block the dragon pearl's attack together. Tongxing, activate the violet lightning diamond with all your might and break through the dragon pearl as soon as possible." All right. Everyone nodded. Then, everyone attacked with all their might. They blocked the attacks of the dragons. Of course, the sixth prince's method was not only to condense dragons from the dragon pearl to attack Lin Feng and the rest, but also many other methods. For example, the chains of order swept out a terrifying light of destruction, and so on. All kinds of attacks were extremely powerful, but in the face of these powerful attacks, Lin Feng and the rest did not panic. They neutralized all the attacks. On Tongxing's side, he also made great progress. The violet lightning diamond drilled through the order laws and the dragon pearl's crystal wall. However, only a hair-sized hole appeared on the dragon pearl's crystal wall. But this was enough. A small hole appeared. "We can leave now," Tongxing said excitedly. As long as they mastered the Tao of space. Even if it was a hair-sized hole, they could still successfully escape. Lin Feng waved his hand and a powerful magic power wrapped around everyone. Whoosh, then, they turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace. Not good. Seeing this scene, the sixth prince's expression suddenly changed. In fact, the dragon pearl's order laws and the crystal wall could complete self-repair. Now, the sixth prince was trying to quickly restore the dragon pearl's order laws and the crystal wall to its original state. This way, he would be able to trap Lin Feng and the rest inside. But it was too late. The next moment, Lin Feng and the rest had already appeared outside. After Lin Feng and the rest came out, the dragon pearl's order laws and the crystal wall were restored to its original state. Hoof, if I can take you in once, I can take you in a second time. The sixth prince looked at Lin Feng and the rest with a sneer on his face. He was extremely confident in his own methods. The sixth prince continued to activate the dragon pearl. He wanted to use the dragon pearl to trap Lin Feng and the rest again. God said, "The dragon pearl will lose its effect in 3 days, Lin Feng said, pretending to be mysterious. The sixth prince's face was full of sneer. He didn't care about Lin Feng's words at all. At this time, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and lightly touched the dragon pearl. The destiny energy entered the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl immediately dimmed. How is this possible? The sixth prince's face was full of disbelief. The rest of the people were also stunned. They didn't know what was going on. Holy shit, Vicious Lin is a real scammer. Long Sha and the rest couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. They secretly warned themselves not to provoke Lin Feng in the future. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Ha 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 ha, it seems that your dragon pearl can't be used now. Lin Feng laughed loudly. Even if it can't be used, we have so many people on our side. Isn't it a piece of cake for us to deal with you? The sixth prince was extremely confident in his subordinates. He waved his hand and his subordinates immediately surrounded Lin Feng and the rest. Attack, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Kill them. The sixth prince also gave the order. The two sides immediately started fighting. Although Lin Feng's side had fewer people, their fighting strength was extremely terrifying. Although the other side had more people and was very strong, their individual fighting strength couldn't compare to Lin Feng's side. Therefore, Lin Feng's side didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Lin Feng consecutively killed 7 or 8 strong cultivators. He displayed extremely strong fighting strength. Lu Li killed 5 or 6 strong cultivators. Although she kept a low profile, she was indeed very strong. Xia Donghuang and Baisu's cultivation levels were similar. They also killed 3 or 4 people. In addition, Long Sha and the others also displayed their might. At least, they killed one of the opponents. Damn it. The sixth prince's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. The person he hated the most and wanted to kill the most was naturally Lin Feng. First, it was because Lin Feng had consecutively killed several experts on his side. Second, it was because Lin Feng had previously broken his Dragon Ball, causing it to lose its effect. Therefore, the sixth prince quickly attacked Lin Feng. Inside his body, an extremely terrifying aura surged out. Lin Feng had heard from Baisu that the sixth prince had an extremely terrifying clone. Now, he should be activating this clone, right? Therefore, the sixth prince's fighting strength soared greatly. Lin Feng vaguely felt that the sixth prince's fighting strength had reached a level that surpassed his realm. Therefore, the sixth prince was extremely confident. Brat, going against this crown prince is simply like an ant trying to shake a tree. Today, this crown prince will let you know that in front of this crown prince, you are no different from an ant. The sixth prince looked at Lin Feng with contempt. In his opinion, killing Lin Feng was extremely easy, just like crushing an ant. After all, he had now reached a level that surpassed his realm. He had the capital to be arrogant. The sixth prince quickly rushed over and attacked Lin Feng with a palm. Lin Feng's face revealed a sneer. This sixth prince was too arrogant. Facing the sixth prince's tyrannical attack, Lin Feng punched towards the sixth prince. Bam! Accompanied by the sound of the violent collision, Lin Feng and the sixth prince fiercely collided. Lin Feng did not move at all, but the sixth prince was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. This is impossible. The sixth prince roared in disbelief. He now possessed a battle power that surpassed his realm, such a powerful battle power, how could he be defeated by Lin Feng? This was something that the sixth prince could not accept. The rest of the people were also extremely shocked. This was the first time that Lin Feng had displayed a battle power that surpassed his realm. This was the first time that Lin Feng had displayed a battle power that surpassed his realm in front of everyone. Therefore, whether it was Long Sha, Jin Yanxiu, or even Baisu, their hearts were filled with shock. Only Lu Li looked rather calm, because Lu Li had already roughly estimated Lin Feng's battle power. She guessed Lin Feng should have a battle power that surpassed his realm. It was just that he had never confirmed this matter. But this matter was confirmed. Lin Feng. He really possessed a battle power that surpassed his realm. So, Lu Li, who had already guessed this, had a very calm and composed look on her face. You're a frog in a well. Lin Feng looked at the sixth prince coldly. After hearing Lin Feng's ridicule, the sixth prince's face became even gloomier. From the sixth prince's body, an extremely strange fluctuation was emitted. It was obvious that the sixth prince was about to use some extremely powerful sacred art. This guy came from an extraordinary background, so he naturally had mastered many powerful methods. 9 dragons playing with Pearl. At this moment, the sixth prince's sacred art was ready. After the 9 dragons playing with Pearl was unleashed, a terrifying force directly smashed onto Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng knew that this terrifying power was released by the sixth prince. Lin Feng was sent flying by this terrifying force. However, Lin Feng realized that after the first wave of attacks, the second wave of attacks bombarded his body, not giving him any time to resist at all. 9 dragons playing with the pearl was a very special ability. When this ability was released, it would form 9 continuous attacks. These 9 continuous attacks would continue to bombard the target's body. The target's body had to endure 9 consecutive attacks, and these 9 attacks were so powerful. It was easy to imagine how severe the damage would be if all 9 attacks landed on the target's body. For example, Lin Feng. He had already been hit twice, and both attacks had dealt quite a lot of damage to him. Then, the third attack landed on his body. Fortunately, he had the protection of his armor. Otherwise, no matter how strong his physical body was, he would still be unable to withstand it. After all, he was still made of flesh and blood. If he were to withstand such a terrifying attack, he would definitely be severely injured. As for now, Lin Feng's injuries weren't particularly serious. However, Lin Feng also knew that his opponent's attacks were too strange. Each attack was stronger than the last. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of damage the next attack would cause, but he didn't know. However, no matter what kind of damage it would cause, Lin Feng decided to take measures to prevent his opponent's attacks from harming his body. Lin Feng's method was also very simple. When he was hit by his opponent's first attack, he began to prepare the heaven patching technique. When the third attack landed on Lin Feng's body, the heaven patching technique had been successfully prepared. Lin Feng then disappeared without a trace. As for the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth attacks, they all hit the air. They couldn't hurt Lin Feng at all. Seeing this scene, the sixth prince's face, which was originally full of pride, suddenly changed. This unique skill just now could be said to be one of his trump cards. He had used this unique skill time and time again. This time, he actually failed to deal with Lin Feng. This caused his expression to become extremely unsightly. At this moment, Lin Feng appeared behind the sixth prince and punched him. The sixth prince's reaction was still extremely fast. He turned around and punched back. Bang, the two sides collided again. The sixth prince, who was not fully prepared, was sent flying again. When his body flew backward, the first order condensed. Then, the first order swept fiercely at the sixth prince. Lin Feng's first order had extremely terrifying attack power. The damage it caused, ordinary people would not be able to withstand it at all. Even though the sixth prince had temporarily surpassed his level with the help of his clone's power, he still had to withstand the first order's attack. The damage he suffered was also extremely serious. The sixth prince couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face became as pale as paper. The first order continued to attack the sixth prince. The sixth prince looked horrified. He knew that he was definitely no match for Lin Feng. If he continued to fight, he would die. So, how would the sixth prince dare to stay any longer? He turned around and fled. Lin Feng was already prepared. When he saw that the sixth prince wanted to escape, he activated the first order and condensed many sequence rules. The densely packed first order rules directly sealed off the void. The sixth prince was trapped by these first order rules. Sixth prince, now you know what it means to be a turtle in a jar, right? Lin Feng walked toward the sixth prince step by step, a cold smile on his face. To deal with an extremely arrogant and conceited person like the sixth prince, the best way was to trample on his self-esteem. Let him go crazy and lose his mind. Then, it would be easier to kill him. Do you really think you've got me? Now, I'll let you have a taste of my most powerful technique. The sixth prince's face was slightly distorted. He was a proud person. Especially, ever since he obtained this clone, his combat strength had reached a level that surpassed his level. Who could compete with him? Therefore, he was even more arrogant. Now, however, his arrogance was being trampled under someone's foot. This made him extremely aggrieved. Right now, he really wanted to kill Lin Feng. He was trapped in this place by Lin Feng. It would not be easy to get out. In that case, he might as well use his most powerful technique. He might be able to kill Lin Feng. Two giant dragons appeared from the sixth prince's body. These two giant dragons looked like dragons. They were extremely evil. The two giant dragons entered the sixth prince's dantian respectively. The sixth prince's body began to change. Crackle, crackle, in his body, countless acupuncture points and bones seemed to be producing loud noises. These noises were like the sound of thunder. The sixth prince's body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he became more than 3 meters tall. Furthermore, he had grown 2 heads and 4 arms. Now, the sixth prince had 3 heads and 6 arms. However, the strange thing was, the sixth prince's 2 heads were the heads of the dragon tribe. His arms were the claws of the dragon tribe. The sixth prince had become a half-human, half-dragon monster. This should be an extremely special state. This state was very terrifying. Lin Feng could feel the surging power in the sixth prince's body. Ah! After the sixth prince transformed, he let out a series of painful roars. The power in his body seemed to be about to burst his body. This guy can't control his power, Lin Feng was surprised. This method was very scary. However, if one could not control this power, the situation would be extremely dangerous for the user. Lin Feng guessed. The sixth prince must have activated more power in order to kill him as soon as possible. For example, the current state of 3 heads and 6 arms was definitely much stronger than the state of 2 heads and 4 arms. The sixth prince was provoked by him. In his rage, he did not think about the price of activating 3 heads and 6 arms. Therefore, impulse was the devil. Lin Feng's psychological warfare. This time, it was quite successful. Go to hell, the sixth prince roared and charged at Lin Feng. Right now, he wanted to release the terrifying power in his body to his heart's content. However, Lin Feng did not choose to fight the sixth prince head-on. When the sixth prince charged at him, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. The sixth prince missed. Come out, the sixth prince roared angrily. I'm behind you. Lin Feng said. The sixth prince turned around and saw Lin Feng behind him. He charged at Lin Feng again, but when he reached him, Lin Feng disappeared again. The sixth prince missed again. Coward, you coward. You don't dare to fight me. The sixth prince roared in exasperation. Lin Feng appeared behind the sixth prince and said, I'm fighting with you, but you're too slow. You can't even touch my clothes. You're too weak. You really disappoint me. The sixth prince was furious. In his opinion, it was Lin Feng who did not dare to fight. Instead, he was mocking him for being too weak. He knew that Lin Feng was deliberately provoking him. However, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. The sixth prince attacked more than 10 times, but Lin Feng dodged them all. He could not release the power in his body. Finally, the sixth prince could not hold on any longer. Bang, 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 his body began to explode. No! The sixth prince screamed in fear. However, there was nothing he could do to stop it. The sixth prince's body exploded into minced meat. However, the sixth prince's clone did not die. The sixth prince's soul was attached to the clone. Then, the clone quickly escaped. Lin Feng couldn't let the sixth prince's clone escape. Lin Feng took a fancy to the clone. He did not want to refine the clone. The clone had been branded with more than one person's aura. If Lin Feng refined the clone, it might not be a good thing for him. This clone that contained the aura of many people's souls might affect Lin Feng's mind. Therefore, Lin Feng did not want to refine the clone. Although he did not want to refine it, however, he could let his own stone golem clone devour this powerful clone. Although Lin Feng's stone golem clone had temporarily reached a combat power that surpassed the realm, it was because Lin Feng's stone golem clone had borrowed the power of the heaven realm. However, if he left the heaven realm, Lin Feng's stone golem clone would definitely not be able to reach such a combat power. The clone that the sixth prince had obtained was very powerful. If Lin Feng's stone golem clone devoured this clone, it would definitely complete a transformation. Although it could not break through the realm beyond the realm. However, it was very possible to reach a combat power that surpassed the realm. After all, the clone that the sixth prince had obtained already had combat power that surpassed the realm. Lin Feng's stone golem clone was also close to surpassing the realm. It would be strange if he could not reach a combat power that surpassed the realm after devouring this clone. Moreover, he had devoured such a powerful clone. For Lin Feng's stone golem clone, not only would his combat power increase, but there were also many benefits. Therefore, when he saw the sixth prince's clone, he wanted to escape. How could Lin Feng let this clone escape? He quickly rushed over and threw a punch at the clone. The clone had no choice but to resist Lin Feng's attack. Bang, the two sides collided, and the clone was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Densely packed first-rank chains flew over at high speed, directly entangling the sixth prince's clone. Sixth prince, you're quite capable. Your original body was destroyed, but you managed to place Lin Feng in this clone. However, you still can't escape. Lin Feng sneered. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely fight the Dragon Palace to the death. Why don't we both take a step back? The Avatar said. You think I'm afraid of the Dragon Palace? Lin Feng sneered. Then, powerful magic power poured into the clone's mind. Lin Feng directly destroyed the sixth prince's soul. The clone immediately became an ownerless clone. Lin Feng sent the clone into the spacetime continuum. Lin Feng's stone golem clone. It began to devour this powerful clone. In this way, he could complete this incomparably important transformation. Dead. His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince has been completely killed. Even His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince is dead. What are we waiting for? Let's run. Run, run, run. We have to run. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. The cultivators of the Dragon Palace cried out in alarm, their faces full of fear. However, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Lin Feng and the others knew that today's matter had completely formed a grudge with the Dragon Palace. Since that was the case, the people of the Dragon Palace definitely couldn't let them leave. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Only then would the news not be leaked. Although the Dragon Palace would still suspect that the sixth prince was killed by Lin Feng and the others, but they had no evidence. In the absence of evidence, they wouldn't act rashly. If someone managed to escape, they would report this matter to their superiors. That would be bad. The other party had conclusive evidence, so they could openly make a move. Lin Feng joined the battlefield. Not long after, everyone was killed. Everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Get rid of these people's bodies and quickly leave this place, Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded, took the storage rings of the Dragon Palace cultivators, and then destroyed their bodies. Then, they quickly left this place. On the way, Lin Feng and the others distributed the flower of ice. There weren't many flower of ice, only a total of 18. This time, Tong Sheng and Long Sha both lost important magic treasures, 2 each. Su Yuju's pure gold baboon urine also played a huge role in scaring away the snow spiders. She also got 2 flower of ice. Jin Yanxiu, Wu Mugun, and Lu Zijing each got 1. Xia Donghuang got 1. Bai Su brought everyone to the South Pole smoothly. Along the way, she put in a lot of effort and got 2. As the initiator, Lu Li and Lin Feng, who contributed the most during the whole process, got 3 each. This kind of distribution was relatively fair, it was based on the amount of effort. Everyone was satisfied with Lin Feng's distribution. Lin Feng and the others returned to the White Peacock Island. They planned to cultivate on the White Peacock Island for a while. Especially Lin Feng, now he wanted to try to break through to the Immortal Sage realm. He didn't know if he could successfully break through. He needed to find a quiet place to cultivate in seclusion. The White Peacock Island was a good place. Lin Feng and the others went into seclusion. Lin Feng didn't immediately absorb the 3 ice flowers he had obtained. He wanted to consolidate his cultivation level first and then absorb the ice flowers. Lin Feng meditated in seclusion for a year. Lin Feng had finally broken through to the Celestial Saint layer, but he wasn't a real Celestial Saint yet. Because Lin Feng hadn't passed the Culpa test yet. After that, Lin Feng would become a real Celestial Saint. Actually, something like transcending a tribulation couldn't just be viewed as a tribulation. You should see it as an opportunity. Every time a cultivator transcended a tribulation, their body would undergo a transformation after being baptized by the lightning tribulation. Their understanding of the Tao would also deepen. In addition, cultivators could also absorb the power of laws in the lightning tribulation. All of these were extremely helpful to cultivators. Many cultivators weren't willing to transcend the tribulation because they were afraid of the lightning tribulation after hearing about it. The main reason was that they weren't confident in themselves. If they were confident in themselves, they wouldn't be afraid of the lightning tribulation. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he left the White Peacock Island alone and went to the vast sea to transcend the tribulation. The lightning tribulation descended as if it was going to destroy the world. It shocked everyone. In the world, only the lightning tribulation was eternal. Many experts in the sea region were alarmed. Looking at the lightning tribulation here, their hearts were filled with deep shock. Was he going to break through to the transcendence realm? Otherwise, why would the lightning tribulation be so terrifying? It was understandable for these cultivators to think so. Because Lin Feng's lightning tribulation was indeed too terrifying. It was the famous 3000 lightning movement transcendence tribulation. Many cultivators had to transcend this kind of lightning tribulation when breaking through to the transcendence realm. As the name suggested, this kind of lightning tribulation only had 3000 bolts. It was nothing compared to the hundreds of thousands of bolts of lightning tribulation in the past. However, although it was only 3000 bolts of lightning tribulation, it was unimaginably terrifying. The power of these lightning tribulations seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Countless cultivators were terrified. An expert said, "No wonder it's so difficult to break through to the transcendence realm. Not to mention that it's hard to find the opportunity to break through to the transcendence realm. Even if you're lucky enough to find the opportunity and try to break through to the transcendence realm, the lightning tribulation you face is too terrifying. It's simply despairing." This was the voice of countless cultivators. The lightning tribulation for breaking through to the transcendence realm was indeed terrifying. It was enough to destroy any expert. 3000 bolts of lightning tribulation descended. Lin Feng passed through one lightning tribulation after another. He was destroyed several times. However, Lin Feng relied on the Phoenix Nirvana technique and the Immortal Rebirth technique to revive. The effect of these two divine abilities was too great. If Lin Feng didn't have such heaven-defying methods, he wouldn't have been able to resist such a tribulation. However, there weren't so many ifs in this world. The truth was that Lin Feng had mastered the Nirvana resurrection technique. He successfully passed the 3000 bolts of lightning tribulation and broke through to the transcendence realm. In the end, he stopped at the first heavenly layer of the transcendence realm. After breaking through, Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly left. He returned to White Peacock Island. The next day, someone came to visit Lin Feng. There were a total of 3 people, 2 old men and 1 middle-aged man. They were all experts of the White Peacock race. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for successfully breaking through," the thin old man said with a smile when he saw Lin Feng. Obviously, the old man already knew that the person who underwent the tribulation a few days ago was Lin Feng. However, he didn't expect Lin Feng to be a guest of the White Peacock Island. After watching Lin Feng undergo the tribulation and returning, he saw Lin Feng enter the White Peacock Island. Only then did he know that Lin Feng was a guest of the White Peacock Island. The old man's aura had a trace of Transcendence Realm aura. Lin Feng had seen this state before. This thin old man wasn't simple. He should be a cultivator who fell from the Transcendence Realm. In fact, there were some cultivators who fell from the Transcendence Realm. There were many reasons. However, in summary, there were a few more common situations. First, when one grew old and their body weakened, their bloodline would collapse, and their cultivation would fall. Even Transcendence Realm experts couldn't stop themselves from dying of old age. Second, injury. Once a cultivator was injured, their body would be severely damaged. If they recovered quickly, their cultivation wouldn't fall. However, if they couldn't recover quickly, their cultivation might fall. Third, unstable cultivation. After breaking through a certain realm, one had to quickly stabilize the realm. If the realm wasn't stable, one's cultivation might fall again. For example, some cultivators in the past had relied on some opportunities to make breakthroughs in their cultivation during the transition period between the old era's destruction and the birth of the new era. During this period, breaking through was the easiest. However, due to the chaotic energy of heaven and earth, it was difficult for cultivators to stabilize their realm. Many people would fall again after breaking through. Of course, there were other situations when one's realm fell, so there was no need to talk about them here. As for the old man from the White Peacock race, the reason why his realm fell was probably because of his old age. Lin Feng felt that his bloodline had collapsed quite seriously. This was one of the important characteristics of old age. Of course, if he took advantage of the end of the era and seized the opportunity to break through to the Transcendence Realm again, he might be able to change his fate and let his body shine with new vitality. At that time, his lifespan would definitely increase greatly. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoist, you're too polite. I came to White Peacock Island as a guest this time and didn't visit you all. Please forgive me." The old man smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you're too polite. We didn't do our duty as hosts and neglected you. I hope fellow Taoist doesn't take offense." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, please don't say that. I'm living very comfortably on White Peacock Island." The old man nodded and then introduced himself. Then, he introduced the other old man and the middle-aged cultivator. This thin old man was called Bai Yuan Dao, and he called himself Scholar Jiashan. He was a supreme elder of the White Peacock race and was a powerhouse with a strong foundation. The other old man was called Bai Zongxi, and he was the previous patriarch. This middle-aged cultivator was the current patriarch, and his name was Bai Tianhai. At the same time, he was also Bai Su's father. Lin Feng also briefly introduced his identity. After the few of them sat down, they chatted about some things. Lin Feng smiled wryly. The three of them were trying to find out whether he was married or not. What did they think of Bai Sui? Did they want to betroth Bai Su to him? It was probably because they felt that he was young and the strength and potential that he had displayed were too great. The White Peacock race naturally hoped to be able to become allies with someone like him. Many times, the way the major forces formed an alliance was very simple and direct. That was through marriage. Through marriage, they formed an alliance. In fact, these major forces also knew that many times, even if two top forces really formed a marriage alliance, this alliance was not very reliable. But after all, there was the relationship of marriage. In the end, it could still play a big role. Lin Feng said that he already had a wife. He wanted to use this to stop the three of them. But who would have thought that the other party would actually say that it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? It was really shocking to Lin Feng. In the evening, the three of them set up a banquet to entertain Lin Feng. At the banquet, Bai Tianhai began to talk to Lin Feng about how good his daughter, Bai Su, was. He completely wanted to promote Bai Su to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a little helpless. Sometimes, when he thought about it, being born in a big family was not that happy. Many times, he would be very helpless. For example, Bai Su's life. She was beautiful, charming. The goddess in the hearts of countless people. But she couldn't control her own life. Her life was destined to be a life designed by the family. Lin Feng seemed to understand why Mu Xianyu wanted to take control of the family so much. She was actually very similar to Bai Su. She was born noble, beautiful. Countless people regarded her as a goddess. But if she had no power in her hands, she might also become a tool for the family to form a marriage alliance. Did she have a way to resist? Actually, if she really wanted to resist, she could leave home and leave the family. But would she choose to do so? Abandon her parents? Abandon her brothers and sisters? Grandfather, uncles, and all her relatives? Not everyone could be so heartless. In fact, a woman's mind was more delicate and valued feelings more. So, when one day, when they knew that they had become a tool for the family to form a marriage alliance, they would often choose to give in. And then become a tool for the family to form a marriage alliance. If the family was good, she would be fine. This kind of situation was too common in the world of cultivators. There were countless of them. The next day, Lin Feng went into seclusion again. In fact, he could have taken a break for a period of time. But Lin Feng was really worried that the other party would come to him again to talk about this matter. So it was better to hide. Out of sight, out of mind. The rest of the people came out of seclusion one after another. Half a month later, Lin Feng also came out of seclusion. Xia Donghuang had made a lot of progress this time. And he seemed to have awakened more terrifying supernatural powers. The current Xia Donghuang was indeed getting more and more powerful. After everyone came out of seclusion, Bai Su probably knew that everyone was about to leave, so she held a banquet to entertain everyone. He didn't know if it was because the elders in the family said something to Bai Su. Lin Feng always felt that the way Bai Su looked at him was a little strange. It was an indescribable feeling. But Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. Anyway, he was about to leave. After he left, many things wouldn't happen again. And he wouldn't have to worry about those things. After the banquet, he returned to his residence. Lin Feng washed up and went to rest. In the evening, Xianxia was still in the room. Lin Feng suddenly heard someone calling him. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. It was a woman's voice, calling his name over and over again. After hearing the other party's call, Lin Feng opened his eyes and saw darkness. He couldn't see his fingers. What was this place? Lin Feng was puzzled. He couldn't see anything. The only thing he could see was a pitch-black world. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng, but in the darkness, there were still people constantly calling Lin Feng. Lin Feng heard the other party's voice, but he couldn't see the other party. But the calling came from afar. At first, it was a little blurry, but gradually, the calling became a little clearer. What a familiar voice. Whose voice was it? Lin Feng thought. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. The calling became clearer. Yuji. It was Yuji's voice. The last time he saw Yuji was at the Dao Saint Palace. Later, Yuji returned to the 9 states. Since then, he had never seen Yuji again. More than 100 years had passed. Why did he hear Yuji's call in the darkness? Lin Feng was very puzzled. He didn't know what had happened. Everything in front of him looked a little strange. Yuji, where are you? Lin Feng asked. 9 mysterious ancient mountain, Yuji's voice sounded. Then, her voice disappeared. And Lin Feng opened his eyes. Was that a dream? Did Yuji talk to him in a dream? The sky was about to brighten. Demon Lord, have you heard of the 9 mysterious ancient mountain? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord said, I've heard of the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. Rumor has it that it's an ancient mountain that doesn't belong to this era. It exists in the void, so the news about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain has always been a rumor. Many people have tried to find the 9 mysterious ancient mountain, but no one has found it. Lin Feng frowned. Yuji had mentioned the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. She didn't say anything else. However, Lin Feng had a feeling that the 9 mysterious ancient mountain really existed. Yuji might be trapped in the 9 mysterious ancient mountain now. So, Yuji had told him in a dream to go to the 9 mysterious ancient mountain to save her. Lin Feng felt that this was the case. Lin Feng continued asking, don't you have any clues? In the 3rd layer, there's a place called the Demon Sky City. It said that the Demon Sky City was built on the foundation of the 9 mysterious city. Rumor has it that the 9 mysterious city is connected to the 9 mysterious ancient mountain, but I'm not too sure if it's true or not. You can go to the Demon Sky City and see if you can find any clues. The Demon Lord said. All right. Lin Feng nodded. The next day, Baisu came to Lin Feng's place and invited him to the White Peacock clan's holy land to cultivate for a while. The White Peacock clan's holy land was definitely extraordinary. If they cultivated there, they would be able to obtain many benefits. However, Lin Feng was in a hurry to go to the Demon Sky City. So, he obviously couldn't go to the White Peacock clan's holy land. Lin Feng said, thank you for the invitation, but I have some important matters to attend to, so I won't be able to go to the White Peacock clan's holy land this time. Lin Gongzi is leaving? Baisu asked. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Baisu asked, when are you leaving? In 2 hours. Lin Feng said. Baisu said, I'll send you off at that time. All right. Lin Feng nodded. After breakfast, Lin Feng bid farewell to Azurite and the others. Then, accompanied by Baisu, he flew out of the White Peacock Island. At the seaside, he bid farewell to Baisu and left with Xia Donghuang. Looking at Lin Feng's back as he left, Baisu sighed softly in her heart. She actually knew what her fate was like. She probably wouldn't be able to escape the fate of marriage. Baisu wanted to resist, but when she thought of her parents, she chose to compromise. A few days ago, when she came out of seclusion, she heard from her father that the clan wanted her to marry Lin Feng. When she heard this, Baisu was even a little happy. This was because she had an extremely good impression of Lin Feng. Young, handsome, powerful, humorous. Lin Feng seemed to have too many good points. So, Baisu felt that since she couldn't escape the fate of marriage, if the marriage partner was Lin Feng, it should be a good choice. However, after interacting with him, Baisu was a little melancholic. Because she realized that Lin Feng didn't seem to consider this matter. Now that Lin Feng had left, the marriage with him would also end here, right? Perhaps, there wouldn't be a chance to meet in the future, right? Thinking of this, Baisu couldn't help but sigh faintly. Her mood also became somewhat depressed. Demon Sky City was located in the northeast of the third level. This ancient city was one of the main gathering places of the demon clan. Of course, there were also many other clans, but compared to the demon clan, they were still lacking in numbers. The demon clan in Demon Sky City accounted for about 60% of the total population. The other clans together accounted for about 40% of the total population. 1 month later, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang arrived at Demon Sky City. Demon Sky City was very lively. After arriving, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang decided to find a place to rest. They found an inn and rented a courtyard in the villa area. After having a big meal at night, they went back to rest. The next day, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang went to the trading companies to inquire about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. Unfortunately, they went to many trading companies, but they could not get any information about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. According to these trading companies, the 9 mysterious ancient mountain only existed in legends. The results disappointed Lin Feng. He was a little depressed. If he could not get any information about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain in Demon Sky City, where else could he go to find information about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain? Therefore, Lin Feng settled for the next best thing. He wanted to see if he could get some information about the 9 mysterious city here. After all, Demon Sky City was built on the old site of the 9 mysterious city. Perhaps he could get some information about the 9 mysterious city from Demon Sky City. There was indeed some information about the 9 mysterious city. However, Lin Feng found that this information had nothing to do with the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. There were some old sites of the 9 mysterious city in Demon Sky City. For example, the famous old city wall. Another example was the Earth Temple. There were about a dozen of such old sites in total. Lin Feng decided to go to the old sites to take a look. Lin Feng went to the Earth Temple first. Many people thought that the Earth God was a minor god, but that was not the case. When heaven and earth were first created, the titled gods appeared one after another. The gods who controlled heaven and earth had the most respected status. And the Earth God, he was one of the gods who controlled the earth. Therefore, how could the status of the Earth God be low? Many people thought that the Earth God was a minor god. Obviously, it was because of some myths and strange ideologies that they thought that the Earth God was a minor god. Although countless years had passed, the Earth God temple was still filled with incense. Many people came to worship the Earth God. Most of the temples were built during the reconstruction of Demon Sky City. As for the original Earth Temple, it was located in the deepest part of the temple complex. If an ordinary person wanted to worship the Earth God, they could only worship in the Earth Temple at the front. If one wanted to pay their respects at the old site of the Earth Temple, they would have to pay 100 high-grade immortal stones as incense money. This was not a small sum. Therefore, there were very few people who went to the old site of the Temple of Earth to pay their respects. Sometimes, there would only be a few people in a day. Although this temple is filled with incense, it has been tainted by the aura of the secular world. It is no longer pure. Xia Donghuang said. The reason why Xia Donghuang said this was because the price of incense in this place was clearly marked. For example, going to these temples to offer sacrifices was clearly priced. They worshipped in different palaces. The amount of immortal stones spent was also different. In addition, the burnt yellow paper, incense, and other things were worthless. But here, the price was extremely high. Moreover, there were rules that stipulated that yellow paper, incense, and other things could not be brought in from the outside. It was no wonder Xia Donghuang said that this place was tainted with the aura of the secular world. Actually, Xia Donghuang had already tried his best to restrain himself and not speak ill of this place. He let Lin Feng speak. This temple. In fact, it had long become a tool for some people to wantonly amass wealth. However, it was enough to know these things. There was no need to point it out. Lin Feng paid 200 high-grade immortal stones. He entered the old site of the Earth Temple with Xiaodong Huang. There, he saw a few Taoist priests. After seeing these Taoist priests, Lin Feng was a little surprised. It was rare to see Taoist priests nowadays. Lin Feng suddenly thought of Taoist Wu Liang. He wondered what Taoist Wu Liang was doing. Probably sensing Lin Feng's gaze, one of the Taoist priests turned to look at Lin Feng. After carefully sizing up Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with coldness. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Logically speaking, these Taoist priests were all monks and had a mild temperament. He had only glanced at these people, and one of them was full of hostility towards him. Wasn't his temper too bad? Wasn't his temperament too vicious? Such a person. Could it be a Taoist priest? Could it be a fake Taoist priest? Lin Feng couldn't help but think in his heart. He ignored the other party. However, if these Taoist priests really dared to cause trouble for him, then Lin Feng definitely wouldn't mind sending them to hell. These Taoist priests quickly left. Lin Feng didn't find anything special at the Earth Temple, so he went to some other ruins with Xiaodong Huang. After visiting more than a dozen ruins, they found nothing, which made Lin Feng's heart a little heavy. Every time they delayed, Ji might be in danger. Hence, Lin Feng couldn't wait to find Ji. However, some things couldn't be done quickly just because Lin Feng was anxious. Lin Feng was very clear about this. That night, Lin Feng was thinking about every place he had visited. Bang! 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 Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Feng said. Xiaodong Huang walked in. What happened? Lin Feng looked at Xiaodong Huang. He knew that if Xiaodong Huang didn't have anything important to do, he wouldn't disturb him at this time. Master, do you still remember the Taoist priest we saw at the Earth Temple 2 days ago? Xiaodong Huang asked. I remember. What's wrong with these Taoist priests? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Xiaodong Huang said, when I came back from outside, I saw a Taoist priest sneakily sizing up our residence. When he saw me, he quickly walked towards another courtyard. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, he lives here and strolls around in the courtyard. There doesn't seem to be anything special about our courtyard, right? Xiaodong Huang said, yes, since he lives here, there's nothing special about our courtyard. However, I saw his eyes, and they flickered with a strange light. It seemed to be greed, killing intent, and something else. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, then it's interesting. These Taoist priests don't know us, so why are they targeting us? There's definitely something fishy about this. How about this, let's go to that courtyard, capture that Taoist priest, and interrogate him. Xiaodong Huang said, I can deal with him myself. Lin Feng said, I wonder how many Taoist priests there are in that courtyard. These Taoist priests aren't simple. Let's go and take a look. Xiaodong Huang thought for a moment and then nodded. He and Lin Feng walked towards the courtyard. They were about 100 meters away from the courtyard. The door to the courtyard opened. A Taoist priest. He walked out. Lin Feng realized that the Taoist priest who walked out was the same Taoist priest who looked at him coldly in the Earth Temple. When the Taoist priest saw Lin Feng and Xiaodong Huang, he roughly knew that Lin Feng and Xiaodong Huang's target was him. So, the Taoist priest didn't even think about it and turned around to rush outside. There really is something wrong. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. He didn't like to take the initiative to cause trouble, but if someone came looking for trouble with him, then Lin Feng wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Catch him. Lin Feng said. Yes. Master. After receiving Lin Feng's order, Xiaodong Huang quickly rushed towards the escaping Taoist priest. Xiaodong Huang's speed was very fast, much faster than the Taoist priest. He slapped towards the Taoist priest. When the Taoist priest saw Xiaodong Huang charging towards him, his face immediately revealed a sinister smile. Xiaodong Huang was less than 60 years old. At such a young age, how much cultivation could he have? Therefore, the Taoist priest really didn't put Xiaodong Huang in his eyes. He slapped towards Xiaodong Huang. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, the Taoist priest and Xiaodong Huang fiercely collided. Xiaodong Huang was completely fine. Instead, the Taoist priest was sent flying by Xia Donghuang. His strength couldn't compare to Xia Donghuang's to begin with. Xia Donghuang attacked with all his might. And this Taoist priest thought that he was infallible, so he only used 30% of his strength when dealing with Xia Donghuang. As a result, the gap between the two sides was even greater. After receiving Xia Donghuang's palm strike, the injuries were not light. Xia Donghuang's body flashed, and he arrived in front of the Taoist priest, and once again struck out with his palm. "What are you doing? I have no enmity with you, so why are you attacking me? Let me tell you, I am from Tianyi Dao. If you offend Tianyi Dao, no one in the world can save you." The Taoist priest shouted angrily, wanting to use Tianyi Dao to intimidate Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang did know about the Tianyi sect. It was said that this force was the top Taoist sect in the heaven realm, and it was under the jurisdiction of the master of the 33 heavens. But so what? Xia Donghuang ignored this person's threat. The power of that palm strike was not reduced at all. The Taoist priest's expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only meet Xia Donghuang head-on. Now, he was injured. In addition, his battle strength was no match for Xia Donghuang's, so he couldn't withstand Xia Donghuang's terrifying palm strike. The Taoist priest was once again sent flying by Xia Donghuang. This time, his injuries were even more serious. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He fell to the ground and couldn't move. "You're dead, you're dead. You offended the Tianyi sect, so you're dead for sure." The Taoist priest looked at Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang with resentment. "Take him back," Lin Feng said. "Yes," Xia Donghuang replied and directly lifted the Taoist priest up. Just now, Lin Feng used his divine will to search the courtyard where the Taoist priest lived and found that there was no one else inside. Therefore, there was no need to search. He just needed to take the Taoist priest back and carefully interrogate him. Back at the residence, Xia Donghuang was in charge of interrogating the Taoist priest, while Lin Feng sat to the side and watched. "Speak, why are you spying on us?" Xia Donghuang said. "Kill me if you have the guts." The Taoist priest sneered. He was quite courageous. "Hee," Xia Donghuang sneered and said, "Don't you know that the greatest pain in this world is not death, but a life worse than death? It's fine if you don't say anything. I have a way to make you talk." Xia Donghuang said and took out a porcelain bottle. Then, Xia Donghuang pried open the Taoist priest's mouth. He poured the contents of the bottle into the Taoist priest's mouth. The Taoist priest wanted to struggle, but he couldn't. He felt as if there were countless little bugs crawling into his body through his throat. "What did you feed me?" The Taoist priest looked at Xia Donghuang in horror. Xia Donghuang chuckled and said, "What I fed you is good stuff. These things are called God-eating bugs. These bugs will burrow into your organs, brain, muscles, blood, bone marrow, and constantly gnaw on your body. However, you won't die immediately. You'll be gnawed on for 49 days before you die. During these 49 days, you'll feel that it's a blissful thing to be killed." As soon as Xia Donghuang finished speaking, the Taoist priest began to scream. Even Lin Feng was shocked. These God-eating bugs were so powerful, how did it work so quickly? It was truly inconceivable. "Kill me, kill me." The Taoist priest wailed in pain. Because of the pain, his entire face was distorted. "Answer whatever I ask you. That way, I'll give you a quick death," said Lin Feng. Xia Donghuang said. I'll speak. The Taoist priest replied in pain. "Why are you spying on us?" "Master sent me to spy on you because he recognized your teacher's identity," said Lin Feng. "You recognized my master's identity? So you're waiting for the people of the heavenly court to come?" "It has nothing to do with the heavenly court. We recognized your teacher because our sir captured a Taoist priest some time ago. That Taoist priest was from the mountain-moving Taoist priest's lineage. Sir wanted to kill him, but that Taoist priest said that he had a friend who had endless wealth, magical treasures, divine abilities, and so on. That Taoist priest said that he was willing to help our sir deal with his friend. Our sir asked him to draw a portrait of that cultivator. Our sir discovered that the Taoist priest's friend was somewhat similar to Lin Feng, who was wanted by the heavenly court. After asking carefully, we found out that they were the same person. Originally, we wanted to bring that Taoist priest back to the heavenly court to deal with him. Who would have thought that we would meet you here? Lin Feng asked. Was that Taoist priest called Taoist Wu Liang? Yes, yes, yes. He said that he was called Taoist Wu Liang. When he was captured by our sir, he wanted to establish a relationship with our sir so that our sir would let him live, but our sir ignored him. The Taoist priest hurriedly said. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He really hadn't thought that Taoist Wu Liang would be captured by the Tianyi Dao's Taoists and even betray him. That damned Taoist priest was really a good friend. This was a huge mansion located in the wealthy district of Demon Sky City. The owner of this mansion was the Tianyi sect. The Taoist teachings of the 33 heavens started from the Taoist three purities, but after they became strong, they began to suppress Taoism. Orthodox Taoism was very rare in the celestial realm. Only the Tianyi sect, which was neither orthodox nor evil, was left. Of course. The reason the Tianyi sect was able to survive had nothing to do with the nature of the sect. The main reason was that the people of the Tianyi sect had chosen to side with the 33 heavens. Since then, glory and wealth, a high and mighty status, everything was within reach. Currently, the Tianyi sect was the strongest among the Taoist sections. In a secret room, Taoist Wu Liang was trapped here. His hands and feet were bound, and his magic power was sealed as well. Thus, he had no way of escaping. Taoist Wu Liang was lying on the ground with his legs crossed. He had a carefree look on his face, and he didn't seem like a prisoner at all. This guy was rather optimistic. Click. At that moment, the door to the secret room opened, and Taoist Wu Liang stood up. A Taoist walked over with a lunchbox. What's good to eat today? Taoist Wu Liang smiled wickedly. The Taoist placed the lunchbox on the ground and said, "Take a look and you'll know." Taoist Wu Liang opened the lunchbox. There were 4 dishes and a jug of wine inside. The 4 dishes were crystal lobster, braised lion's head, stewed divine bird with immortal mushrooms, and steamed bear paw. The wine was also good wine. The reason why Taoist Wu Liang's food was so good was because Taoist Wu Liang had bribed him with a treasure. Otherwise, who would care if he lived or died? It was fine as long as he didn't starve to death. Taoist Wu Liang began to eat and drink. He looked at the Taoist Wu Liang and asked, "Do you want to drink with me?" The Taoist Wu Liang said, "Not interested. You can drink by yourself." Taoist Wu Liang said, "It's too boring to drink by yourself. Let me tell you, you really don't know how to enjoy life." The Taoist Wu Liang disdainfully glanced at him. The Tianyi sect emphasized fasting. They felt that only then could one pursue the great Tao of heaven and earth. No matter what, Taoist Wu Liang was still a Taoist Wu Liang. He was indeed not liked by the Taoist priests of the Tianyi sect. However, when he thought about the treasures that the immeasurable Taoist had bribed him with, he didn't say anything unpleasant. He glanced at Taoist Wu Liang and said, "It's easy to find someone to drink with you. Someone will be here soon. Who can come and drink with me?" Taoist Wu Liang asked doubtfully. The Taoist priest replied, "It's none other than your friend." Taoist Wu Liang was shocked. Then, this guy became excited. He knew what Lin Feng was capable of. If Lin Feng was really here, it would be hard to say what the outcome would be. At this moment, a violent energy fluctuation came from outside. The Taoist priest was shocked. He didn't know what had happened, so he quickly left the secret room and walked outside. When he arrived outside, he saw cultivators fighting in the distance. One side of the battle was his fellow disciples. On the other side, they were 2 young cultivators. The Taoist priest naturally recognized the 2 cultivators. The 2 of them were none other than Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. The Taoist priest hurriedly flew over, wanting to support his fellow disciples. However, just as he was halfway there, he saw his fellow disciples being killed one by one. In the blink of an eye, only Uncle Master Taoist Xianxia had not been killed. This Taoist Xianxia. It was none other than the lord that the Taoist priest who had been monitoring Lin Feng had mentioned. The Taoist priest who was monitoring Lin Feng was a Taoist priest outside the organization. Taoist priests from other sects who had joined the Tiani sect were called outside Taoist priests. He was not an orthodox Taoist priest of the Tiani sect. He was considered an in-name disciple of the Tiani sect, so he could only call Taoist Xianxia Lord. He was not qualified to call him Uncle Master. However, the Taoist priest in front of him was qualified to call him Uncle Master. Seeing how ferocious Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were, the Taoist priest was shocked and turned to flee. At this moment, Xia Donghuang was already rushing over. As for Lin Feng, he was dealing with Taoist Xianxia. This person relied on several powerful magic treasures to deal with Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was too powerful. 2 magic treasures had already been destroyed by Lin Feng. "It's all a misunderstanding," Taoist Xianxia hurriedly said. He originally wanted to say a few harsh words, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it. He was mainly worried that he would anger Lin Feng. At that time, he would definitely not have a good ending. It was better to say something soft. Maybe Lin Feng's heart would soften and he would let him go. However, this time, his wishful thinking was wrong. Lin Feng had no intention of letting him go. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Misunderstanding my ass." Lin Feng's divine fist was invincible and directly bombarded several powerful magic treasures. Taoist Xianxia could at most do 6 things at once. This ability was indeed very extraordinary. After Lin Feng destroyed 2 powerful magic treasures, he still didn't have 4 powerful magic treasures. Taoist Xianxia urged these magic treasures to attack Lin Feng and said loudly, "Our Tiani sect has great power. If you let me go, I can secretly form an alliance with you. When the time comes, if the Lord of the 33 heavens wants to deal with you, I can leak the news to you in advance." "Heh. There's no need." Lin Feng sneered. His fists collided with the magic treasures one after another. The magic treasures were destroyed one by one. Taoist Xianxing's 6 powerful magic treasures were all destroyed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of Taoist Xianxing and punched him. "I'll fight you to the death." Taoist Xianxing's face was full of ruthlessness. Now, he had no choice but to fight with his life. Lin Feng was too strong. He was so strong that his soul was trembling. If he had known that Lin Feng was so strong, how could he provoke Lin Feng, this killing god? Now he regretted it to death. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. So, it was too late to regret now. Taoist Xianxing's body was burning. He wanted to use burning his blood essence to increase his battle strength to fight against Lin Feng. This method was indeed not bad. His battle strength increased very quickly. It was much stronger than before. But so what, against Lin Feng, it was still not enough, the difference was too far. He and Lin Feng exchanged a punch and was directly sent flying by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's figure flashed and instantly arrived beside him, punching out a second time. Taoist Xianxing didn't even have time to dodge Lin Feng's second punch. His body directly exploded. He died on the spot. At the same time, Xia Donghuang also successfully killed another Taoist. All the Taoist priests had been killed. Lin Feng then walked towards the secret room where Taoist Wu Liang was imprisoned. Taoist Wu Liang had been paying attention to the situation outside. Not long after, Lin Feng came in. After seeing Lin Feng, Taoist Wu Liang said with snot and tears, "Good brother. You're finally here. I knew you wouldn't leave me in the lurch." Lin Feng looked at Taoist Wu Liang speechlessly and said, "Alright, stop pretending. You're eating and drinking here, your life is not bad, so don't pretend to be miserable in front of me, it's useless." Taoist Wu Liang hurriedly said, "Brother, you don't know, this is the last wine. Those guys wanted to kill me, so they served me with good wine and dishes for my last meal. If you had come a step later, you might have had to collect my corpse." As Taoist Wu Liang spoke, he secretly wiped away his tears. He glanced at Lin Feng and saw that Lin Feng was looking at him with a cold smile. Taoist Wu Liang muttered to himself, knowing that Lin Feng was not easy to fool. Taoist Wu Liang said, "Brother, hurry up and let me out." Lin Feng opened the door of the secret room and let Taoist Wu Liang out. He then removed the shackles on Taoist Wu Liang's legs and handcuffs. Taoist Wu Liang stretched his body and said, "It feels so good to be free." He then looked at Lin Feng and said, "Brother, don't blame Big Brother for selling you out. Big Brother had no choice. Those people wanted to kill me, so I could only think of a way to survive. You don't want to see Big Brother get killed, right? Moreover, I know that you're very powerful, and those Taoists definitely aren't a match for you. Just as I guessed, those Taoists were killed by you." Lin Feng asked, "How were you captured by those guys?" Taoist Wu Liang said, "Didn't I go to the Tianyi sect's sacred land for a stroll? I also found some good stuff while I was there." When Lin Feng heard that, he was speechless. Lin Feng guessed that Taoist Wu Liang had gone to the Tianyi sect and dug up the tombs of some of their ancestors. This was Taoist Wu Liang's old profession. Practice makes perfect. This guy could be considered a weirdo. He had dug from the Tianwu continent all the way to the celestial world. He was the #1 tomb raider. Taoist Wu Liang continued, "Who would have thought that I would run into those guys in a place like this? Actually, I didn't notice those Taoists from the Tianyi sect before, but they saw me. Then, I fell into their trap and was captured by their leader when I tried to escape." Perhaps Taoist Wu Liang felt that he had lost a lot of face after being captured by those people, so he added another sentence. "If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't use my full strength, these guys would be nothing. I could kill them with a single slap." Lin Feng said, "Alright, stop bragging." Taoist Wu Liang smiled embarrassedly. However, this guy's skin was thick. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. He asked, "What are you doing here in Demon Sky City?" Said Lin Feng. "This time, I came because I wanted to know more about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain, but unfortunately, I didn't find anything useful." Taoist Wu Liang was shocked. Taoist Wu Liang said in astonishment, "You're here to inquire about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain? Hee, you can ask me about that. I know about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain." "Is that true?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Taoist Wu Liang said with a smile. "Of course it's true. Actually, I'm here to find out more about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. Furthermore, I've already found some important clues." "What clues?" Lin Feng asked impatiently. He was in a rush to reach the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. He didn't know what was going on in the 9 mysterious ancient mountain, nor did he know what was going on with Yuji. He had to reach the 9 mysterious ancient mountain quickly to confirm some things. Wu Liang Taoist said, "Recently, I found out something shocking. Do you know about the Earth Temple here? There seems to be something else under the Earth Temple." The Earth Temple, Lin Feng had been there before, but Lin Feng hadn't found any clues there. After hearing Wu Liang Taoist's words, Lin Feng realized that there were clues about the Earth Temple. The clues were hidden underground. Most people wouldn't have thought of this. Lin Feng said, "That's great. Let's go to the Earth Temple and see what's going on." Wu Liang Taoist said, "It's not good to go now. Let me rest. Tomorrow night, we'll explore the Earth Temple." "Alright. Tomorrow night, we'll explore the Earth Temple," Lin Feng said. After dealing with the corpses, Lin Feng and the others quickly left. Late at night, Lin Feng, Wu Liang Taoist, and Xia Donghuang headed to the Earth Temple together. Even at night, there were still many people coming to the Earth Temple to pay their respects. They didn't stop for even a moment. They were like tools for printing money. In the depths of the Earth Temple, there were many guards guarding it. Furthermore, the Earth Temple was protected by powerful restrictions. It wasn't an easy task to sneak under the Temple of Earth without anyone noticing. Lin Feng and the others were trying to think of a way. How about this? Let this kid go to the palaces in front and set a few fires. When the fire starts, those people will have to go and put it out, right? Wu Liang Taoist said. Those people might not go, Xia Donghuang said. The fire isn't big enough. That's because the fire isn't big enough. If the fire is big enough and difficult to extinguish, do you think the people inside would have gone over? Wu Liang Taoist said with a smirk. This Taoist priest had a wicked heart and had a whole basket of rotten ideas. However, this idea was not bad. Lin Feng knew that Xia Donghuang had mastered the true Samadhi fire, which was an extremely terrifying flame. Although it was not the sky fire, its power was not inferior to the sky fire. There was absolutely no problem for Xia Donghuang to set the fire. Lin Feng said, "Donghuang, do as the Taoist priest says. Be careful." "Yes, master." Xia Donghuang replied and left quickly. Lin Feng said, "This time, the big families behind the Earth Temple are going to vomit blood." Taoist Wu Liang said, "So what if I vomit blood? It was originally a good local temple, but these black-hearted fellows turned it into a money-making tool. It's really despicable." Lin Feng nodded. Not long after, a palace in front of them caught fire. Huge fire. It burned fiercely. "It's on fire. It's on fire. Hurry and put out the fire." Panicked shouts could be heard from the front. Then, the sound of countless people rioting could be heard. The guards in the depths also looked forward. It was unknown if it was because the fire was too big, but the fire in the hall was not extinguished. Instead, it burned even more fiercely. Some of the surrounding halls were also ignited. This made the situation even worse. Not long after, a cultivator quickly ran over and said loudly, "Leave 2 people here to guard. The rest of you, go ahead and put out the fire." The guards all replied, "Yes." They didn't dare to stay. They quickly ran forward. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the dozens of guards were left. The fire in front was burning fiercely. Therefore, the rest of the people's attention was on the fire in front of them. No one would pay attention to the Earth Temple in the depths. This was beneficial to Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng used his void travel technique and arrived in front of the 2 cultivators one after another. Without a sound, he froze the 2 cultivators. He then entered the Earth Temple, and Taoist Wu Liang followed suit. Normally, every 15 minutes, there would be patrolling guards coming in. They would definitely find out about the situation here. But there was no need to worry about that now. The fire in front was so big that it would take a long time to extinguish the fire in front. "Let's go," Lin Feng said. He took the lead and used the earth escape technique to disappear without a trace. Taoist Wu Liang followed closely behind and used the earth escape technique to disappear as well. The 2 of them quickly headed down. 3,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 8,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. 40,000 meters. 50,000 meters. All the way until they were 50,000 meters underground. Suddenly, a huge energy barrier appeared below. It was a black energy barrier. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang looked at each other. Both of them revealed looks of joy. There really was another world below. This was interesting. They quickly entered the inner world of the black light barrier below. After entering, they discovered that there was a huge temple here. Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually a temple below. What was going on with this temple? He and Taoist Wu Liang landed in front of the temple and found that there was no plaque. The door was closed. Lin Feng walked forward, pushed the door open, and took the lead to enter. Taoist Wu Liang followed closely behind and walked in. After entering, they found that the god worshipped in this temple was also an earth god. However, this earth god was a little special. As the earth god, the image of the earth god was very glorious. Usually, it would create a golden body. However, the earth god in front of them was not like that. The earth god in front of them turned out to be a black body. Different types of Dharma idols were different. For example, the golden body Dharma idols. What kind of person could create a golden body Dharma idols? For example, some eminent monks, orthodox gods, such as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and so on could create a golden body Dharma idols. The black body Dharma idols generally represented evil and darkness. But now, this earth god created a black body Dharma idols, which was enough to explain too many problems. This earth god absorbed the power of faith. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the earth god built in the earth temple above was actually the earth god in front of them? This was its true appearance. The statue above. It was just to confuse the world. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After Taoist Wu Liang entered, he began to search the hall to see if he could get any other treasures. However, after searching around, he couldn't find anything. Taoist Wu Liang said speechlessly, I thought this guy was a rich god, but now it seems that he's also a poor, (*NT). Lin Feng ignored Taoist Wu Liang. His gaze was fixed on the statue of the earth god. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a little absent-minded, as if his soul was about to fall into endless darkness. Fortunately, Lin Feng was strong, otherwise, he would have fallen for it. He hurriedly activated Luya's star chart. Lin Feng's spirit recovered. He said solemnly, this earth god statue is not simple. It launched a soul attack at me earlier, and I almost fell for it. Taoist Wu Liang was shocked when he heard that. He knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Even Lin Feng had almost fallen for the earth god statue's trick. From this, one could see how strange the statue was. Let's suppress this earth god statue first. Taoist Wu Liang said as he sent out countless runes to suppress the earth god statue. Suddenly, the earth god statue opened its eyes. It was a pair of incomparably evil eyes, and two beams of light shot out from its eyes. The light from its eyes instantly destroyed the runes that Taoist Wu Liang had formed. Who are you people? How dare you trespass on my cultivation grounds, the earth god statue said coldly. Taoist Wu Liang said. Oh, you can even speak. If my guess is correct, you should be a false god from the era of titled gods, right? False gods were existences that had not been crowned by the investiture of the gods. These existences were not necessarily weaker than true titled gods in terms of cultivation. Perhaps it was because he felt that his cultivation was not inferior to those true titled gods, but his status was far inferior to those true titled gods. And so, during this era, many false gods could not stand this difference in mentality, and they began to do evil everywhere. Of course, not all false gods were like this. However, at least half of the false gods were not good people. As for the remaining false gods, some were righteous and some were evil. The earth god statue coldly glanced at Taoist Wu Liang and said, leave this place immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Lin Feng sneered. You schemed against me earlier, but you didn't succeed. Based on my temper, I should have completely destroyed this statue of yours. However, I feel that the heavens are benevolent, and I've decided to spare your life. However, the precondition is that you cooperate with me. If you don't, I don't mind destroying you right now. How laughable. You dare to speak such shameless words in my territory? I admit that the two of you are somewhat capable, but this is not a place for you to act so atrociously. The statue of the earth god sneered. Its lips began to move. A moment later, whoosh, a flash of light, the scene before their eyes changed. Lin Feng discovered that he and Taoist Wu Liang had disappeared from the earth god temple. They had appeared in a special and mysterious world. This world was filled with a gloomy and cold aura. This feeling made Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang feel somewhat uncomfortable. Taoist Wu Liang said, these false gods are quite capable. Lin Feng nodded and looked around, trying to find the earth god statue's whereabouts. However, he did not find anything. The earth god statue's concealment technique was truly unfathomable. I can't find this guy. Taoist Wu Liang frowned. Lin Feng said, I can't find this guy either. The earth god statue did not say a word from the beginning to the end. It was probably worried that if it spoke, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang would discover some clues. At that moment, a strange scene occurred. Lin Feng discovered that an extremely strange power was surging out from the ground of this world. This power began to devour his lifespan. Taoist Wu Liang also discovered this and shouted in shock, this broken place is too strange. My lifespan is being absorbed by the earth. Lin Feng said, the earth is the mother of all things and the origin of all things. It's not surprising that it can devour our lifespan. Taoist Wu Liang said, what do we do now? We can't continue like this. We'll be trapped in this broken place until we die. Let me use my eye of origin to see what's going on here. Lin Feng said. He opened his eye of origin and looked around. However, what made Lin Feng frown was that even with his eye of origin, he was unable to discover where the earth god statue was hiding. Right, this guy was the earth god. It was obvious that he could fuse with the earth. Discovering him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng immediately thought of a possibility. Could Great Immortal Sacred Martin be able to deduce where the other party was? Great Immortal Sacred Martin, help me deduce this guy's location. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to Great Immortal Sacred Martin. Great Immortal Sacred Martin said, I need a bottle of 9 Heavens Immortal Dew. Lin Feng had heard of 9 Heavens Immortal Dew before. It was an extremely rare immortal liquid. It was said that this liquid had an extremely powerful restorative effect. Its restorative effect was extremely shocking. Not only could it heal physical injuries, but it could also heal weapon spirits, magic treasures, and so on. This treasure had such a heaven-defying effect. Of course, its value was extremely high. It was not easy to obtain it. However, Lin Feng did not think about these things now. He had to find that Earth God guy first. Lin Feng took out the heart compass, and it began to spin. Finally, the heart compass pointed to a big tree. He's hiding in the big tree? Lin Feng sneered and immediately used the first order. Dense order maxim condensed and formed. The first order swept toward the big tree. Bang! The big tree collapsed. The Earth God statue was blasted out. Crack! Crack! After receiving that terrifying blow from Lin Feng, many cracks appeared on the Earth God statue. How could you have discovered me? The Earth God statue roared in disbelief. Swoosh! With a flash of light, this guy disappeared without a trace. The heart compass spun again. This time, it pointed to a mountain peak. The first order charged toward the mountain peak. The mountain peak collapsed, and the Earth God statue was blasted out again. This time, a few more cracks appeared on the Earth God statue. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the Earth God statue disappeared again. The heart compass spun again. Where the needle pointed, Lin Feng attacked that place. The Earth God statue was sent flying again and again. Dense cracks had appeared on its body. It looked quite miserable. This heart compass is awesome. Immeasurable Taoist looked at Lin Feng's heart compass and almost drooled. This guy had been eyeing Lin Feng's heart compass for a long time, but he had never succeeded. He knew that the heart compass was awesome, but he did not know much about how awesome it was. Now that he saw the heart compass's great power, Immeasurable Taoist had some other thoughts. Lin Feng naturally noticed Immeasurable Taoist's despicable expression. Lin Feng really wanted to kick Immeasurable Taoist to death. This guy, everyone was tricked, he had to guard against this guy. After Lin Feng sent the Earth God statue flying a dozen times, the Earth God statue was about to completely shatter. The Earth God statue took the initiative to fly out, kneeling on the ground and begging, no more fighting, please spare my life. Let's talk outside. Lin Feng said. Shwa. A light flashed. Lin Feng, Immeasurable Taoist, and the Earth God statue all flew out. They once again arrived at the temple. Immeasurable Taoist went up and kicked the Earth God statue away. Immeasurable Taoist cursed, Immeasurable Heavenly Sovereign, your entire family, you caused me to lose over 10,000 years of my lifespan. I really want to kill you right now. Lin Feng patted Immeasurable Taoist's shoulder and said, don't be so flustered and exasperated. We have to be calm when dealing with fellow Taoists who are willing to cooperate with us. Immeasurable Taoist immediately revealed a smile and said, ha 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 ha, I was impulsive just now. Impulsiveness is the devil. Sorry, you will definitely forgive me, right? The Earth God statue was about to cry. His heart said, I don't want to forgive you. But do I dare to say these words? I knelt in the wrong place and accidentally tripped you. The Earth God statue hurriedly said. What the hell, this flattery was awesome, as the saying went, flattery would never work. The Earth God statue's flattery made Immeasurable Taoist feel like he was floating in the air. Lin Feng looked at the Earth God statue and asked, do you know about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain? I do, the Earth God statue hurriedly nodded. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly and said, let's talk about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. The Earth God statue said, the 9 mysterious ancient mountain comes from the Nirvana universe. It's very mysterious. Rumor has it that the 9 mysterious ancient mountain is the ancestral land of a peak power in the Nirvana universe. Immeasurable Taoist said, 70% of the creatures in the 9 continents universe are from the Nirvana universe, 20% are creatures from the time universe, and 10% are creatures from the Kunlun universe. There's a reason why so many creatures from the Nirvana universe are going to the 9 continents universe. It's because the Nirvana universe is too chaotic. Look at other universes, there are always absolute ruling powers, such as the Imperial family, the 5 great clans of the Kunlun universe, and the 7 ancient clans of the Time universe. But it's different in the Nihility universe. It's a chaotic place, and there's no such thing as an invincible group. Wars are always going on, and there's almost no period of peace. Many people want to leave, said Lin Feng. The Kunlun universe is a high-level universe. The creatures from the Nirvana universe don't want to go there. Going from a low-level universe to a high-level universe is extremely difficult. Then we can only go to the Time universe and the 9 continents universe. It's said that the Time universe is very difficult to reach because of the order of time. It's not easy to go to the 9 continents universe, but it's much easier to go to the Kunlun universe and the Time universe. So, a large number of creatures from the Nirvana universe came to the 9 continents universe. Lin Feng smiled icily. When the cultivators from the Nirvana universe arrived in the world of the 9 provinces, they realized that the cultivators of the world of the 9 provinces weren't as strong as them. Therefore, when the cultivators from the world of the 9 provinces came here, they didn't behave themselves. On the contrary, they invaded many great worlds and stole all sorts of resources. They destroyed many worlds and killed many cultivators. That's right. Immeasurable Taoist nodded. The weak would be bullied. This was a principle that hadn't changed since ancient times. This was the cruelty of the world of cultivators. Lin Feng looked at the Earth God statue and asked, "Do you know where the 9 mysterious ancient mountain is?" The Earth God statue's eyes flashed and said, "I don't know where it is." /U0010. You still dare to lie to us? Do you really think we won't kill you? Lin Feng snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. An extremely powerful force bombarded the Earth God statue. Bang! Half of the Earth God statue's body exploded. Spare me! Spare me! The Earth God statue looked at Lin Feng in horror. Now you know how to beg for mercy? What were you doing just now? Lin Feng stared coldly at the Earth God statue. The killing intent emanating from his body made the Earth God statue tremble. Sir, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's that I don't dare. The thick Earth God lives in the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. He controls all the Earth Gods in the world. Even though I'm a fake god, I'm still an Earth God. No matter if I'm a titled god or a fake god, I'm still under his control. If he finds out that I told you about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain, he'll definitely kill me. The thick Earth God? Lin Feng frowned slightly. If there was a thick Earth God, Lin Feng actually knew one. The thick Earth God he knew was the 7th generation thick Earth God, ancient god Xianxia. The 7th god of thick Earth's escape had something to do with him, but he didn't know where the god of thick Earth had gone. The thick Earth God was the 2nd highest god in charge of the Earth. The highest god was Mother Earth. However, it was said that only one Mother Earth had appeared, and she had disappeared without a trace before the era of titled gods. After Mother Earth disappeared, the thick Earth God had become the highest god in name. As the highest god in charge of the Earth, he could naturally command the Earth Gods. Thus, it was normal for the Earth Gods to be afraid of the thick Earth God. If they weren't afraid of the thick Earth God, that would be strange. This thick Earth God is the 3rd generation god of thick Earth. His name is ancient god Xingtai. He used to be the god of justice, but for some reason, he became the god of evil. He's extremely terrifying, and now he's cultivating in the 9 mysterious ancient mountains. Oh? From the god of justice to the god of evil? Why would there be such a huge change? Could it be because of some unforeseen event? For example, the tragic deaths of friends and family, or the betrayal of one's family? Could that have caused the change in ancient god Xingtai's temperament? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. He felt that the possibility of it being true was quite high. I've never heard of such a theory, but I've heard of another theory. It's said that ancient god Xingtai is actually the reincarnation of a supreme being from the Nirvana universe. Before that supreme being's soul seed awakened, ancient god Xingtai was still himself. At that time, he was a kind ancient god. Ancient god Xingtai's soul. Ancient god Xianxia's soul was devoured, and that supreme being's soul seeds to the ancient god's body was to complete. That supreme being, ancient god Xianxia's body to complete. To say. Ahem, I remember that I still have some things to take care of. You can interrogate this guy yourself. We'll contact each other in the future. We'll talk later, said Wu Liang. Wu Liang knew that this was a tricky situation, so he was terrified. Now, it was obvious that he wanted to remove himself from this matter. Lin Feng wasn't going to let the Taoist priest leave so easily. He said, "Don't. What's more important than us going to the 9 mysterious ancient mountain together? Didn't you ask about the 9 mysterious ancient mountain before? There must be some treasures you want there. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance to go there in the future. I'm a person who likes to share treasures with my friends. Therefore, I really can't go to the 9 mysterious ancient mountain alone. I really don't want to take all the treasures in the 9 mysterious ancient mountain for myself. Therefore, even if I have to tie you up, I will bring you there." Shit. That's a shameless reason. The earth god statue couldn't help but mutter. Taoist Wu Liang felt bitter in his heart. Who did I offend? This was simply an unexpected calamity. Thinking about the origin of ancient god Xianxia, Taoist Immeasurable felt his legs go soft. Just how terrifying was the cultivation of such a terrifying existence? If they went there, wouldn't that be suicide? But since Lin Feng had said that, how could he refuse? Wu Liang knew that Lin Feng could really tie him up and take him there. Taoist Wu Liang revealed a smile that was uglier than crying as he said, "Since you want to share the treasures with me so much, I can't refuse you. Therefore, let's go and have a look together." Lin Feng nodded and looked at the earth god statue again. He said, "Tell me how to get to the 9 mysterious ancient mountain." The earth god statue remained silent. Lin Feng smiled coldly. "Aren't you worried that ancient god Xianxia will kill you? It's normal for you to be worried. No matter who it was, they would be worried as well. But you have to remember one thing. If you tell us how to get to the 9 mysterious ancient mountain, you'll at most offend ancient god Xianxia. He won't necessarily know about it. If you don't tell me, I can take your life right now." The earth god statue had a gloomy expression. "Fine, I'll tell you. But we have to have a conscience. We have to be people who keep our promises. You can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. If you kill me after I tell you, wouldn't I have suffered a huge loss?" Lin Feng said. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm a man of my word." The earth god statue said, "The 9 mysterious ancient mountain is in a very strange place. It's roughly equivalent to the 3rd layer of the celestial world. If you want to get there, you have to use a teleportation formation. There's a mountain range in the depths of the Demon Sky Forest. It's made up of 27 peaks, and there's a teleportation formation there." "Alright, take us there and take a look," Lin Feng said. He then suppressed the earth god statue in the 4 vicious cauldrons. The earth god statue's voice rang out. "I can tell you how to find the teleportation formation and how to activate it. If you let me go, I can guarantee that every word I say is true. If I lie to you, I'll die a horrible death." Lin Feng said, "That's a very vicious oath of yours. But it's useless to say that. We have to take you there and take a look. Only then will we be at ease." Lin Feng put the 4 vicious cauldrons into his spacetime continuum. The 2 of them didn't stay there for long. When they came out, they saw that the fire was still burning. The dozens of palaces in front of them had all been set ablaze. What a big deal! Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang looked at each other in dismay. They had thought that Xia Donghuang would set a few palaces on fire. But now, all the palaces were on fire. The major powers behind the earth god's temple were definitely gnashing their teeth in anger. They hated arsonists to the bone, right? The 2 of them quickly rushed forward. Many people were still putting out the fire. Outside, countless cultivators were watching the show. The streets were filled with people, and there were also countless cultivators floating in the sky. Many people were crying and wailing. They were probably believers of the earth god. Seeing so many palaces being set ablaze, sorrow came from their hearts. They were crying incomparably sadly. After Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang met up with Xia Donghuang outside, they quickly left this place. They didn't even stay in Demon Sky City. Instead, they headed straight for the Demon Sky ancient forest outside the city. This was an ancient, primeval forest. Usually, many cultivators would go in and out of it. Because there were many opportunities in the Demon Sky ancient forest, these cultivators basically went there to look for opportunities. Of course, opportunities were accompanied by danger. Therefore, the Demon Sky ancient forest was an extremely dangerous place. It was said that there were many terrifying creatures living there. For example, creatures that lived in groups, creatures with incomparably powerful individual combat strength, and so on. Many cultivators who entered the Demon Sky City in search of opportunities ended up dying in the city. Such occurrences were already common occurrences. In any place with many opportunities, this kind of thing was unavoidable. After Lin Feng, Daoist Wu Liang, and Xiao Donghuang entered the Demon Sky ancient forest, they quickly flew toward the place the Earth God statue had mentioned. Half a month later, they arrived at the mountain range. Upon arriving, Lin Feng discovered that the 27 peaks of the mountain range were very special. However, as for what was special about them, Lin Feng couldn't pinpoint it. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Earth God statue and asked, "Where's the transportation formation?" The Earth God statue replied, "At 3 in the morning, the moonlight will shine on the peaks of the 27 peaks. At that time, formation flags will be placed on the peaks of the 27 peaks. On the flags will be written the words Heaven, Mystery, Earth, Li, Feng, and other ancient characters. When the time comes, these formation flags will emit beams of light. These beams of light will intertwine to form a transportation formation. When the time comes, you can use this formation to enter the 9 mysterious ancient mountain." Daoist Wu Liang said, "It's quite complicated, but the person who designed this transportation formation can be considered a genius." Lin Feng said, "Let's wait patiently for a while." Lin Feng immediately began to make these special formation flags. For someone like Lin Feng, making these formation flags was naturally not a difficult task. Lin Feng easily made 27 formation flags. They soon arrived at the peak of the tallest mountain and waited for 3 in the morning. Time passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 in the morning. Moonlight shone down. Lin Feng discovered that the moonlight had indeed shone on the peak of the mountain. Lin Feng took out the 27 formation flags that he had prepared beforehand and shook his right hand. One of the formation flags landed on the peak that Lin Feng and the others were on. The other 26 formation flags landed on the peak of the mountain. They flew to the other mountain peaks and landed on the other mountain peaks. When the moonlight shone on these formation flags, the formation flags emitted beams of light. Sure enough, these array flags shot out beams of light. These beams of light weaved together to form a teleportation array. Lin Feng and the others quickly flew towards the transportation formation and landed on it. Whoosh, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng and the others immediately disappeared. When Lin Feng and the others reappeared, they found themselves in a beautiful mountain forest. It was extremely quiet here. However, they could occasionally hear the chirping of insects and birds. "Is this the 9 mysterious ancient mountain?" Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Earth God statue. The Earth God statue replied, "That's right. This is where the 9 mysterious ancient mountain is located. If we go deeper, we'll be able to see the 9 mysterious ancient mountain." Lin Feng said, "Let's go in and take a look." Daoist Wu Liang and Xiao Donghuang nodded. After arriving here, their expressions became serious. After all, ancient god Xianxia's deterrence was very strong. They had to be careful of this existence. Before long, Lin Feng and the others saw a mountain range. This mountain range lay horizontally in the forest. It was 40 to 50 miles long, and it looked like a huge dragon resting on the ground. This huge mountain range was the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. In front of the mountain range, there were 2 huge statues. The statue on the left was of a demon with a green face and fangs. The statue on the right was of an extremely beautiful woman. Wasn't this a classic Beauty and the Beast? Lin Feng and the others walked deeper into the mountain range. Before long, the sound of a zither could be heard. It was very pleasant to the ears. Could it be that a beauty is playing the zither? Taoist Wu Liang's eyes shone. Pay attention to your image. Don't forget that you're a monk. Lin Feng was speechless. Taoist Wu Liang said, yes, I'm a monk, but I have the right to appreciate beauty. This damned Taoist Wu Liang really knew how to find excuses for his shamelessness. Taoist Wu Liang was a Taoist Wu Liang. What a misfortune for the sect. Lin Feng and the others increased their speed. In the depths of the 9 mysterious ancient mountain, they saw many palaces. These palaces were scattered all over the mountain range. Many of the palaces were surrounded by clouds. It was as if they had arrived at a place where deities lived. The sound of a zither could be heard from halfway up the mountain. In one of the pavilions, a breathtakingly beautiful woman was sitting. This woman was dressed in white, and she looked like a deity. The pleasant sound of the zither was played by this woman. This woman was none other than the real body of the statue outside. Indeed, the real body was many times more beautiful than the statue. Even if this woman were to be compared to the Empress, she wouldn't lose out in any way. It should be said that each had their own merits. Both of them were extremely beautiful, and they were rare in the world. There was also a very handsome man standing in the pavilion, looking at the woman playing the zither with affection. Lin Feng and the 2 others were in the middle of the forest listening to the song. As for the woman's body, it started to fade. With Lin Feng and the others' cultivation, they could naturally tell that the woman was not a real person. The scene of her playing the zither was just a memory from the past. As for the man, he was a real person. Since you're here, come out and meet me. At this moment, the man spoke. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, hearing the man's words, Lin Feng and the others walked out of the forest and flew towards the pavilion. Lin Feng's group of 3 landed in the pavilion. Lin Feng said, if I'm not mistaken, you should be the famous thick earth god, ancient god Xianxia, right? The man nodded. Correct. I am ancient god Xianxia. Who are you? Lin Feng didn't directly say that he was looking for Yuji, because that would arouse the other party's vigilance. Lin Feng said. It's like this. The rumors of the 9 mysterious ancient mountain have a long history, and we've heard many rumors about it. By chance, we learned of the method to enter the 9 mysterious ancient mountain and gave it a try. To our surprise, we actually managed to enter the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. Since we're here, we plan to look for opportunities here. Who knows, we might be able to find something that can greatly increase our cultivation. Ancient god Xianxia narrowed his eyes at Lin Feng and said, even if you found this place, you shouldn't have known beforehand that I was cultivating here, right? It seemed that this guy was rather vigilant. Thus, he was able to accurately find a flaw in Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng said. It's because we got to know an earth god, and he told us all this information. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, ancient god Xianxia's eyes shone with dense killing intent. It was obvious that he wanted to kill the earth god that Lin Feng had mentioned. However, he quickly concealed his killing intent. Ancient god Xianxia said. So that's how it is. But I wonder which earth god you were talking about. Lin Feng said. I really don't know that guy's name, because we met by chance, and we didn't exchange names. Ancient god Xianxia naturally didn't believe this. However, Lin Feng didn't care if ancient god Xianxia believed him or not. Lin Feng asked. Who was that woman just now? Don't ask what you shouldn't, ancient god Xianxia said. Lin Feng said. I'm just curious. Immeasurable Taoist said, you're not the only one who's curious, I'm also very curious. The statue outside was clearly based on that woman. Now that we've only seen that woman, we haven't seen the owner of the other statue. That's a bit strange. Ancient god Xianxia said. It's just a brand. Many things can happen during the time it takes to form the brand. Who knows what happened to this place in the past? As for the whereabouts of the other statue, I don't know. Actually, it's not just him, the woman doesn't appear here either. I often come here to listen to her play the zither. Many times, I feel sad because what I see is just a mark, not a real person. Taoist Wu Liang smiled and said, what's wrong? Lord Ancient God wants to see this woman's true body. Could it be that he wants to do something with her? Ancient God Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned cold when he heard Taoist Wu Liang's words. He coldly looked at Taoist Wu Liang and said, I see that you are also a Taoist. Don't you know the principle of keeping your mouth clean? In Lin Feng's heart, what kind of Taoist was this guy? He was the scum of Taoism. All the Taoists in the world. They probably wouldn't even want to admit that the Taoism had produced such a disgraceful person. Taoist Wu Liang said. Ancient God Xing Tai, there's no need to get angry. This lowly Taoist was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Humph. Ancient God Xing Tai coldly snorted and ignored Taoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng said, I heard that this place is a mountain range in the Nihilim universe. I don't know how it was moved to the 9 provinces universe. Ancient God, you've cultivated here for many years. Have you discovered any secrets? I've naturally discovered some secrets, but it's not convenient for me to reveal them to you. Ancient God Xing Tai indifferently said. Lin Feng said. Some secrets are indeed inconvenient to reveal, but there are some that can be revealed. For example, the rumors about this mountain range in the outside world. Is this mountain range really in the Nihilim universe? Yes. Ancient God Xing Tai nodded. There was no need to hide such things. Lin Feng continued, I've also heard that some people say that Ancient God Xing Tai is the reincarnation of some almighty expert from the Nihilim universe. I wonder if that's true? Nonsense. Ancient God Xing Tai coldly said. Lin Feng said. If the ancient gods don't want to admit it, they naturally have their reasons. However, there are some things that can't be said for nothing, right? Why don't we make a conjecture? If the rumors are true, then the ancient gods really are the reincarnation of some expert from the Nihilim universe. The 9 mysterious ancient mountain is mysterious and unfathomable. Countless people have tried to find it. Even if some people know about it, they'll at most try to find an opportunity here before quickly leaving. She can't stay here for a long time, but an ancient god has been here for a long time. I've heard that this place is the cultivation place of a very strong cultivator in the Nirvana universe. When I first arrived here, I saw 2 statues and the woman's imprint. It means that back in the days, the woman lived here for a very long time, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. If the main body of the other statue is the rumored almighty expert, does that mean that he and that woman are actually lovers? If that almighty expert reincarnated, and the reincarnation is you, ancient God Xing Tai, then that would explain why ancient God Xing Tai has stayed here for so long. After hearing Lin Feng's analysis, ancient God Xing Tai narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. Your analysis is reasonable, but unfortunately, your analysis is wrong. Lin Feng said. No. My analysis shouldn't be wrong. Ancient God Xing Tai. I don't want to meddle in your affairs, and it's not my business, but you need to hand Yuji over to me. Once you do that, I'll immediately leave this place. I don't know what you're talking about, ancient God Xing Tai coldly said. Lin Feng said, Ancient God Xing Tai, if you say it like that, then it's really pointless. Ancient God Xing Tai's expression flickered, but in the end, he revealed a sinister smile and said, Splendid, truly splendid. I didn't think that you would be able to deduce things so accurately. Since you've already made things so clear, there's no point in continuing to quibble. Indeed, I'm the reincarnation of the statue outside. The reason why I've been here for so many years is because the woman I love is here, said Lin Feng, shaking his head. Lin Feng said. That woman. Ancient God Xing Tai nodded. That's right, it's her. Lin Feng asked, what happened to her? Ancient God Xing Tai revealed a sorrowful expression and said, she died. She died for me. Taoist Immeasurable muttered to himself, this guy doesn't seem like a good person, and that woman doesn't seem like someone who's easy to fool. Why would she die for someone like that? Why do I find it hard to believe, of course. Taoist Immeasurable muttered to himself, but he didn't say it out loud. Lin Feng said. So after you reincarnated, you've been guarding this place by her side? Could her corpse still be here? Yes. Ancient God Xing Tai said. Lin Feng then asked, then why did you capture Yuji? Ancient God Xing Tai said. Because that woman is very special. She was born on a Yin moon, a Yin day, and a Yin hour. This sort of person is extremely rare, and most importantly, her birthday is exactly the same as my lover's. So, I thought of an extremely ancient technique. This technique is called the blood-dissolving evil art. It's said that it can allow a living person to die in place of a dead person, and that dead person will come back to life. Every year, on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, during the Ghost Festival, this evil art can be used, and today is the Ghost Festival. When Lin Feng heard that, his facial expression suddenly changed. In other words, this guy wanted to use this evil art today. How could he allow that? If he succeeded, then whether or not he could revive that woman, Yuji would definitely die. Lin Feng could not accept this. Die. Lin Feng used the human king fist and punched at ancient god Xing Tai. Ancient god Xing Tai hurriedly moved to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang, the two sides clashed. Ancient god Xing Tai was no match for Lin Feng's attack. He was sent flying by Lin Feng, and the arm he used to block Lin Feng's attack was broken. A clone. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Ancient god Xing Tai said. That's right. This is just an avatar that I recently refined. When you arrived, I sensed your auras, so I sent this avatar to stall for time. Although this avatar's cultivation isn't very high, it can imitate my aura. You were deceived, weren't you? Did you think that it was my main body? My main body is currently preparing for a sacrificial ceremony. Once the ceremony is over, I'll use Yuji to use the blood-dissolving evil art. Let's go inside and take a look. Lin Feng sternly said. He quickly flew into the depths of the pavilion, the immeasurable Taoist and Xia Donghuang following close behind. But just as they were about to fly out of the pavilion, suddenly, devilish light erupted around the pavilion. Lin Feng and the others were sent flying back. Ancient god Xing Tai's clone sinisterly said, this ancient pavilion is connected to the earth vein of the 9 mysterious ancient mountain, so the restriction formed by this ancient pavilion cannot be broken. Let alone you, even the strongest heavenly master would need 3 to 5 days to break this restriction. And after 3 to 5 days, my resurrection ceremony will be over, so you can save your breath. You won't be able to save that woman. Once the resurrection ceremony is over, my main body will come back to deal with you. At that time, I'll send you to hell. The 3 of you will die together so that you won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. Let's get rid of this guy first. Taoist Immeasurable angrily cursed. He went straight for ancient god Xing Tai's clone, wanting to kill it. But at this moment, ancient god Xing Tai's clone sneered. Even if I die, I'll die by my own hands, not at the hands of lowly people like you. With these words, ancient god Xing Tai's body began to swell. This fellow wanted to self-destruct. His cultivation was not low, and the pavilion was only so big. Once he self-destructed, the destructive power would be extremely great. Taoist Immeasurable saw that this guy wanted to self-detonate and immediately retreated. Lin Feng hurriedly summoned the glazed heaven shroud. This was a defensive treasure on the level of an ancient weapon, and its defensive power was astonishing. With this supreme treasure protecting Lin Feng and the others, the self-detonation wouldn't harm them. The glazed sky goblet released a huge energy shield, which protected everyone inside. A moment later, ancient god Xing Tai's body self-detonated, and a powerful destructive energy engulfed Lin Feng and the others. But, the destructive energy produced by the self-detonation wasn't able to harm Lin Feng and the others. This was because the energy barrier released by the glazed heaven shroud had completely blocked it. Once the destructive energy dissipated, Lin Feng put away the glazed heaven shroud. Lin Feng's expression was somewhat gloomy. Ancient god Xing Tai's clone wasn't enough, so his current predicament was how to get out of this place. If they couldn't get out, at that time, Yuji would definitely die. What do we do now? Taoist Immeasurable asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng said. The formations and restrictions here are truly terrifying, and it's just as ancient god Xing Tai said. Breaking them is too difficult. With my current level of formations, I'll need at least 7 or 8 days to break them, but what we lack the most right now is time. Taoist Immeasurable and Xia Donghuang's expressions turned grave. Indeed, the current situation was somewhat terrible. What should they do? They were at their wits' end. At that moment, the demon lord's voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Do you still remember the woman that appeared in the demon pearl? Lin Feng's heart trembled. He naturally remembered that woman, a very mysterious woman who had appeared once. Back then, she had devoured Long Outyan's divine energy. Lin Feng had asked the Demon Lord about her identity, but the Demon Lord hadn't said anything. Lin Feng knew that woman's identity was extremely sensitive. Otherwise, the Demon Lord wouldn't have needed to hide it from him. Now, he'd encountered enormous trouble, yet Yao Jun had suddenly mentioned this woman. What did Yao Jun mean by this? Replied Lin Feng. Of course I remember her. Could it be that she can help me break the deployment spells? The Demon Lord said, that's right. She can help you remove the restrictions here, but she's still in a deep slumber. Unless you can wake her up, it won't be easy. Where is she? Lin Feng asked. Although the Demon Pearl was Lin Feng's treasure and name, Lin Feng wasn't able to search for it because it was too mysterious. He had tried to find the woman's whereabouts, but he hadn't been able to find her. If he wanted to wake her up, he had to at least know where she was hiding in the Demon Pearl, right? You don't need to know exactly where she is. You just need to say what you want to say. I'll use a special method to transmit your words to where she is. When the time comes, she'll definitely be able to hear it. All right. Lin Feng nodded. He thought for a moment, then said, Senior, wake up. Can you help me? Beauty, wake up. I need your help. As long as you help me, I'll give you anything you want. Goddess, how about we work together? If you help me, I can promise you anything. Lin Feng listed many conditions. However, the woman ignored Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. This woman seemed to be a little stubborn. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Then, he said, wake up, ugly. Last time I saw you, I was so scared that I couldn't sleep for 3 days. Come up quickly so that I can admire your ugly face again. Are you sure you want me to transmit your words to her? The Demon Lord's tone was strange. I'm sure. Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord did as he was told. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged out of the Demon Pearl. Whoosh, there was a flash of light, and a woman appeared. Although this woman was extremely beautiful, she was still very beautiful. However, she was as cold as ice. At this moment, the woman's eyes were burning with anger. She looked at Lin Feng as if she wanted to kill Lin Feng. The Demon Lord covered his face. After saying so many good things, she didn't even care about Lin Feng. When Lin Feng said she was ugly, she immediately came out. The Demon Lord couldn't understand what this woman was thinking. The Demon Lord couldn't understand because the Demon Lord had always been engrossed in cultivation and didn't understand women's thoughts. However, Lin Feng understood women's thoughts. If you praised her for being beautiful, she might not say anything on the surface, but she might be happy on the inside. Of course, after hearing so much, she might become numb to it. Thus, after hearing it, she wouldn't have any special reaction. However, if you said a woman was ugly, it would be strange if the woman didn't chop you to death with a knife. This had nothing to do with strength or weakness. As long as it was a woman, they would care about their appearance, even if they weren't good-looking. They wouldn't allow others to say that, if they were good-looking. Yet, he was called an ugly freak. How could this be? How could he tolerate this? What did you just say about me? The woman looked at Lin Feng coldly. The aura emitted from her body made Lin Feng feel a little shocked. Who was this woman? Her background was probably so big that it could scare people to death. She had been hiding in the demon orb all this time. What was she trying to do? Lin Feng had too many doubts in his heart. However, he could only suppress these doubts in his heart for now. The most important thing now was to calm this beauty who was on the verge of going berserk. Lin Feng said, I just said that your beauty is earth-shattering. My admiration for you is like the endless torrential river, like the overflowing water of the Milky Way, uncontrollable. Damn, this flattery. Wu Liang muttered. The boundless Taoist priest suddenly realized that he wasn't as good at flattery as Lin Feng. The woman said coldly, but what I heard was ugly. Wake up. After seeing you last time, I was so scared that I couldn't sleep for 3 days. Hurry up and come out. Let me admire your earth-shattering face again. How do you explain this? Lin Feng said, you must have heard wrong. Is that so? Why do I feel like I didn't hear wrong? The woman looked at Lin Feng coldly, as if she wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. He actually dared to call her ugly. What were his eyes? Was he blind? Lin Feng said, "You're so beautiful. How could anyone call you ugly? I can tell you with certainty that I never said you were ugly. Your beauty is enough to shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. After seeing you, I know the meaning of the phrase, a glance and a smile can charm 100 people, and the 6 palaces are no match for the beauties of the 6 palaces. In this world, I'm afraid I won't be able to find another peerless immortal like you." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman's expression changed slightly. The woman's expression turned a little better. She didn't feel embarrassed about it. She felt that Lin Feng hadn't even been able to describe how beautiful she was. He had probably only described 1/10 of it. If Lin Feng knew what she was thinking, Lin Feng would probably vomit 3 liters of blood. "I'm almost at a loss for words. Do you know, in my heart, the Empress, Lu Huaxian, is the most beautiful woman. Do you know?" It was fine to think these words in his heart, but he didn't dare to say them out loud. Otherwise, this woman would definitely go berserk. Disaster comes from the mouth. Remember this. The woman coldly looked at Lin Feng, and her body began to fade. Lin Feng had asked this woman for help. Now that she was gone, who would help him? He couldn't let her get away so easily. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Great beauty, can you do me a favor?" The woman ignored Lin Feng, and her body continued to fade. Lin Feng said, "Don't they say that beauties are always willing to help others? It seems that this saying isn't right." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman's body didn't continue to fade. Instead, she said, "Tell me." Lin Feng was delighted. "Women, oh women, they were vain, heh, the ancients didn't lie to me." Lin Feng said, "It's like this. We're trapped by the formation here. We don't have the ability to break the formation here. Beauty, please help us break the formation here." The woman looked at the formation around the pavilion and said, "It's a piece of cake." She slapped her palm toward the demonic light that enveloped the pavilion. It was unknown if it was because the demonic light had sensed the woman's aura. Because of that, the power contained within the demonic light began to increase crazily. However, this mysterious woman was too powerful. Facing the sudden increase in power of the formation here, the woman's palm didn't slow down at all. Bang! In the next moment, her formless palm energy slapped onto a patch of demonic light. Then, something shocking happened. The formations and restrictions hidden in the demonic light suffered a huge impact. Then, those formations and restrictions were completely shattered. So powerful, Lin Feng was shocked, breaking the formation with brute force. Moreover, it was so easy and casual. He really didn't know how powerful this woman was. Shua, after helping Lin Feng break the formation here, the woman quickly disappeared. Daoist Wuliang opened his mouth, as if wanting to ask about this woman. However, when he thought of how terrifying this woman was, he quickly shut his mouth. Such a woman's background was too mysterious. Who knew if privately inquiring about her would bring about some trouble? Daoist Wuliang didn't want to invite trouble, so it was best if he didn't know. Lin Feng said, "Let's go. Let's go deeper in and take a look." Daoist Wuliang and Xia Donghuang nodded and quickly flew deeper into the mountain. After reaching the depths of the 9 mysterious ancient mountain, Lin Feng saw a massive altar with 2 crystal coffins placed on top of it. The coffin on the left held Yu Ji, while the coffin on the right held the woman that ancient god Xing Tai wanted to revive. Ancient god Xing Tai was in the middle of a sacrificial ceremony. The arrival of Lin Feng's group of 3 naturally couldn't be hidden from ancient god Xing Tai. When ancient god Xing Tai saw Lin Feng's group, he clearly didn't dare to believe his eyes. According to his conjectures, Lin Feng's group of 3 couldn't break out of the formation. Taking a step back, even if they could break out of the formation, it would still take a very long time. However, how long had it been? His sacrificial ceremony had only just begun. Just where had he gone wrong? Ancient god Xing Tai couldn't figure it out. Ancient god Xing Tai, I'm afraid that your scheme will fail. Let's see how you die today. Lin Feng coldly looked at ancient god Xing Tai. Ancient god Xing Tai flew into the air and sneered. "I didn't think that you would be able to break through the formation, but so what? Do you think that you can deal with me? How laughable." Lin Feng mocked. "If my guess isn't wrong, you haven't truly broken through to the Transcendence Realm, right? If you haven't broken through to the Transcendence Realm, what are you trying to show off for? Don't you know that it's easy to get struck by lightning? Ancient god Xianxia coldly said. Don't you know that some people, even if they haven't broken through to the Transcendence Realm, have the power to kill Transcendence Realm cultivators? Lin Feng said. Like me. Ancient god Xianxia fiercely glared at Lin Feng and said, I wasn't talking about you. I'm talking about myself, said Ji Futian. My soul seed contains all sorts of memories from my previous life. In other words, once my soul seed completely awakens, I will have grasped all the fighting techniques and experiences of my previous life. As time passes, I once again cultivate many top-notch immortal scriptures and divine abilities from my previous life. In this epoch, I also obtained many opportunities. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that my soul seed contains a law from my previous life. That is, a law that truly transcends one's realm. Some people truly have the power to fight against Transcendence Realm cultivators before they break through to the Transcendence Realm, but these people are divided into various ranks. The weakest people are those who haven't grasped the Transcendence Law and rely on other methods to increase their strength, temporarily reaching the power of Transcendence Realm. However, this power can't be maintained for long. If I'm not wrong, you should be this kind of person, right? Lin Feng slightly frowned. Ancient god Xianxia's eyesight was very accurate. He was indeed in such a situation, but ancient god Xianxia had actually seen through him. Ancient god Xianxia's lips curled into a cold smile as he continued, but I'm different. Once I grasp the Transcendence Law, my power can be maintained at the Transcendence Realm, unlike you, who can only maintain it for a short period of time. Moreover, the power contained within the Transcendence Law is unimaginable. It's not something that can be compared to the power provided by other things. So, do you still think that you people have the strength to fight against me? Don't be so happy too early. The result isn't something that can be said with words. It's something that can only be obtained after a great battle. I'd like to see just how strong your techniques are. Lin Feng coldly laughed and waved his hand. The Book of Dead Souls flew out. All the undead inside the Book of the Undead flew out at once. The auras coming from their bodies were even stronger than before. Inside the Book of the Undead, these undead were constantly evolving. Their cultivation was rising with every passing moment. Attack together and get rid of this guy. Lin Feng sternly shouted. The moment he said this, all the souls, Lin Feng, Taoist Immeasurable, and Xia Donghuang attacked ancient god Xianxia. But ancient god Xianxia was too powerful. 9 distorted black holes formed around him. These 9 black holes were like the black holes of the universe. No matter what kind of attack was thrown at them, they would be neutralized by the 9 black holes. Fuck. So abnormal. Lin Feng gloomily called out when he saw the 9 black holes revolving around ancient god Xianxia. This bastard. Too terrifying, as expected of someone who had grasped the Transcendence Law. He still hadn't broken through to the Transcendence Realm. If he did, his power would probably far surpass that of cultivators of the same level. In the face of such a formidable existence, Lin Feng and the others felt that things were going to be troublesome. As the battle progressed, more and more powerful souls were being killed. Although the souls on Lin Feng's side wouldn't truly die, once they were killed and revived in the Book of Dead Souls, they wouldn't be able to continue fighting for a short period of time. They would have to rest for a while before they could come out again. This caused the fighting power of Lin Feng's side to constantly weaken. The situation was now developing in an even worse direction. After all, so many people. They were working together to deal with ancient god Xianxia, but they couldn't do anything to him. The main problem was the 9 black holes revolving around ancient god Xianxia's body. If they could break those 9 black holes, the threat of ancient god Xianxia would be greatly reduced. But how to break those 9 black holes was what gave Lin Feng's group the greatest headache. Lin Feng had tried to use his curse arts to deal with ancient god Xianxia, but he had failed several times. Ancient god Xianxia was simply too powerful. Thus, when using curse arts to deal with such a formidable figure, the chances of success were truly not very high. Lin Feng's expression turned gloomier and gloomier, but Lin Feng immediately thought of another method. Could it deal with his soul? If his soul was injured, his thoughts would definitely be in chaos. When the time came, the divine ability he used would definitely be interrupted. Those 9 black holes, which were like black holes in the universe, would definitely dissipate. With this thought, Lin Feng began to use the soul-slaying art of Taiyuan Exalted. Lin Feng planned to use this soul-type divine ability to deal with ancient god Xianxia's soul. Taiyuan Exalted soul-slaying art was a top-class soul divine ability, so Lin Feng was naturally extremely satisfied with the power of this divine ability. He currently had several powerful soul attack techniques, and he had chosen to use Taiyuan Exalted soul-slaying art to attack his opponent because Lin Feng felt that this divine ability could explode with enough power. It was enough to catch his opponent off guard. Lin Feng successfully formed this powerful divine ability, and then an invisible energy shot toward ancient god Xianxia's soul. At this moment, ancient god Xianxia, he was extremely pleased with himself. After all, he was dealing with so many of Lin Feng's people alone, and he wasn't at a disadvantage, so he was naturally pleased with himself. But at this moment, ancient god Xianxia suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. This was an instinctive reaction. In truth, many powerful cultivators had their own instinctive reactions. For example, Lin Feng might not have sensed any danger at all, but he could sense danger approaching. This was an instinctive reaction. And later on, it was proven that danger really did descend. Instinctive reaction was an extremely helpful ability for cultivators, and after sensing the dangerous energy, ancient god Xianxia chose to retreat. But this time ancient god Xianxia had misjudged a few things. If the danger he was facing came from some magical treasure or divine ability, then when he retreated, he would be able to buy himself some time to deal with the danger that might appear. However, the danger he was facing now did not come from the threat of magic treasures or divine abilities. Instead, it was an invisible soul attack. Dodging, retreating, and other methods were all useless unless one constructed a soul defense system or had an extremely powerful soul defense magic treasure. At this time, one could activate the soul defense magic treasure to protect one's soul. But he had never imagined that this danger would come from Lin Feng's soul attack. But ancient god Xianxia was extremely experienced, had a powerful cultivation, and had sharp senses. He quickly sensed that this danger was coming from a terrifying soul attack. Ancient god Xianxia sneered. Laughable. You think you can injure me with a soul attack? You're far from it. He wanted to construct a soul defense system. But he had underestimated the speed of Lin Feng's soul attack and overestimated the speed at which he could construct a soul defense system. His soul defense system was only halfway constructed when Lin Feng's soul attack struck ancient god Xianxia's soul. Ancient god Xianxia immediately let out a wretched scream. Aya! My head's about to split open. Ancient god Xianxia hugged his head and roared in pain. His face was contorted from the intense pain. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly, and his eyes had turned blood red. Soul damage. To any cultivator, it would cause severe injuries. This was the case whether they were strong or weak. Ancient god Xianxia was no exception. Looking at ancient god Xianxia's current appearance, it was clear that ancient god Xianxia had suffered severe injuries. The 9 black holes floating around ancient god Xianxia quickly dissipated. A good chance. Kill him. Lin Feng's eyes twinkled. Multitasking, first order. 6 Dao art. Human King Fist. Lin Feng used all sorts of top-class divine abilities, all of them hurtling toward ancient god Xianxia. Daoist Limitless, Xia Dong Huang, and the remaining 100-some undead also attacked, condensing all sorts of powerful attacks. Everyone's attacks gathered together, forming a torrent of attacks that engulfed ancient god Xianxia. Ancient god Xianxia's soul was injured and his energy was scattered. But in reality, he still had a large portion of his energy focused on this battle. After sensing the attacks of Lin Feng and the others, he didn't dare to be careless. Enduring the pain, he summoned a powerful magic treasure. This was a defensive magic treasure covered in mysterious runes. It looked like a shield, but it also didn't seem like a shield. In any case, it looked rather strange, but its power was astonishing. After the defensive magic treasure was activated, it floated in front of ancient god Xianxia. Bam, there was a fierce sound of collision. The attacks of Lin Feng and the others smashed into the defensive magic treasure. The attacks of Lin Feng and the others were incredibly powerful, but the defensive magic treasure was also extremely formidable. The attacks of Lin Feng and the others were actually unable to destroy the defensive magic treasure. However, the attacks of Lin Feng and the others were simply too powerful. The defensive magic treasure was sent flying after enduring such a powerful blow. And then, it smashed into ancient god Xianxia's body. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Several of ancient god Xianxia's bones were broken. Ancient god Xianxia couldn't help but vomit blood. He had suffered an extremely severe injury. Ha 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 ha, ancient god Xianxia, I just told you that it's easy to be struck by lightning if you show off. Now that you've been beaten to the point of vomiting blood, do you think that what I said before makes sense? Lin Feng said with a hearty laugh. You used a despicable sneak attack to injure me, and now you're so smug about it? You're truly the epitome of a vile character intoxicated by success. Ancient god Xianxia coldly stared at Lin Feng. It seemed like this fellow also had a poisonous tongue. Lin Feng sneered. Haha, no matter what, you were one of the big shots of the Nirvana universe in the past. What sort of battle have you not seen? Don't you know the principle behind a battle of life and death? There's no need for strategy, only results. It seems like you've lived for so long that you can't even understand such a simple principle. Ancient god Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned cold. He coldly said. Brat, I won't argue with you. Today, I'll let you know just how formidable I am. As soon as he said this, ancient god Xianxia began to chant an incantation. After ancient god Xianxia finished his incantation, a law flew out. This nomological law caused the surrounding void to distort violently. It was a law. This was the law of transcendence that ancient god Xianxia had grasped. This law of transcendence was rather special. It was no ordinary law of transcendence. After all, in the past, ancient god Xianxia's cultivation had been very profound, not something an ordinary transcendence realm cultivator could compare to. Ancient god Xianxia's law of transcendence was naturally extremely powerful. Although with the passage of time, his law of transcendence was definitely not as powerful as it had been in the past, that was only in relative terms. By itself, it was still incredibly powerful and could not be underestimated. Upon seeing the law of transcendence floating in the air, Lin Feng immediately became grave. He could sense an energy that made him feel like he was suffocating from the law of transcendence. This was the energy contained within the law of transcendence. It was absolutely unimaginable. Retreat! Lin Feng sternly barked. But it was already too late to retreat. The law of transcendence trembled. Terrifying energy. It immediately surged forward. This terrifying energy ruthlessly slammed into the bodies of Lin Feng and the others. The bodies of the undead exploded one after another. Lin Feng, Taoist immeasurable, and Xiaodong Huang had powerful defensive treasures protecting their bodies, so they had not been struck. But even so, their blood was constantly roiling. It was extremely unbearable. There were still a few extremely powerful departed souls that had yet to be killed. But there were only 20-some of them left. Ancient god Xianxia's attack just now had managed to kill more than 100 departed souls. If not for the fact that these departed souls had neutralized the majority of the energy, ancient god Xianxia's attack would have dealt even more severe damage to Lin Feng, Taoist immeasurable, and Xiaodong Huang. This law of transcendence was awesome, it was truly too awesome. It was no wonder ancient god Xianxia was so confident. If Lin Feng had grasped such a formidable law of transcendence, he would also be fearless. It's no good. There's no way we can deal with this fellow. He's truly too powerful. Taoist immeasurable gloomily said. Lin Feng's expression was also very unsightly. But in the current situation, only one of them could survive. Ha 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 ha, now you know how powerful this god is? What are you ants in front of this god? Ancient god Xianxia laughed heartily, indescribably arrogant and smug. He was just about to continue using the law of transcendence to deal with Lin Feng and the others. But, at this moment, a figure silently appeared behind him. It was the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord had made his move. The Demon Lord was skilled in concealment and concealment techniques, and he also had an extremely deep understanding of the Tao of space. Thus, the Demon Lord had many astonishing techniques. The demon lord had made his move without making a sound. But ancient god Xianxia was too sensitive. Even though the demon lord hadn't made any movements, ancient god Xianxia still sensed danger. He turned around and sent a palm strike at the demon lord. Bang! With a fierce sound of collision, the demon lord and ancient god Xianxia's palms collided. Hastily, ancient god Xianxia was sent flying. Ancient god Xianxia wanted to recall his law of transcendence. Swoosh, Lin Feng's figure flickered, and he arrived in front of the law of transcendence. Activating the human king fist, he threw a punch at the law of transcendence. Lin Feng collided with his opponent's law of transcendence. Lin Feng immediately felt as if he had been violently hit by a giant moving planet. That feeling, it was truly painful. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough. Otherwise, that blow would have been enough to take his life. First Order, Lin Feng continued to attack, condensing the First Order. The First Order condensed a dense mass of Order Maxims. Those Order Maxims condensed into chains of order, and those chains of order were all wrapped around the law of transcendence. Layer by layer. Layer by layer. It completely enveloped the law of transcendence. But the law of transcendence was too powerful. With a sudden jolt, many of the First Order Maxims began to crumble. It couldn't hold on for long at all. It's impossible for you spare parts to deal with me. You're all going to die. You're all going to die. Ancient god Xianxia roared furiously. He had mastered the law of transcendence, but he had still been injured twice. This was something he couldn't accept. Right now, he was mad with hatred. Ancient god Xianxia didn't fight with the demon lord. Instead, he took the initiative to fly toward his law of transcendence. The closer he got to the law of transcendence, the stronger the power he released. If he fused with the law of transcendence, then, it would be extremely dangerous. Right at this moment, Immeasurable Taoist flew over. Immeasurable Taoist was holding a porcelain bottle in his hand. Who knew what exactly was inside the bottle? Get lost, ant. Ancient god Xianxia coldly looked at Immeasurable Taoist and punched at him from a distance. An invisible power ruthlessly bombarded Immeasurable Taoist's body. Immeasurable Taoist immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Before his body flew backward, a ball of powerful magic power wrapped around the porcelain bottle and flew it toward ancient god Xianxia. The porcelain bottle arrived above ancient god Xianxia. Ancient god Xianxia liked to use the simplest, most direct, and most domineering method to destroy everything, just like how he had punched Immeasurable Taoist until he spat out blood. Against this porcelain bottle, ancient god Xianxia used the same move. He punched out. The invisible power of the fist slammed into the bottle. The bottle was unable to endure this powerful force. Thus, the bottle exploded. When the porcelain bottle exploded, a dark green liquid immediately gushed out from within. A portion of the liquid splashed onto ancient god Xianxia's body. The liquid quickly fused into ancient god Xianxia's body. Ancient god Xianxia's body began to rapidly rot. Aya! Ancient god Xianxia let out a pain scream. Fuck, this poison is awesome. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This damned Taoist truly did have some formidable items. Whether it was a magic treasure or something else, they all had astonishing uses. For example, this poison. At this moment, it was playing an enormous role. Who knew if it would poison ancient god Xianxia? Buzz. At this moment, the law of transcendence broke apart the first order chains coiling around it. It then drilled into ancient god Xianxia's body. Ancient god Xianxia tore through space and fled. Where do you think you're going? Lin Feng's expression was ice cold as he used a spatial shackling art to try and stop ancient god Xianxia. This was a great opportunity to kill ancient god Xianxia. Thus, Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Kill ancient god Xianxia. When the time came, he might even be able to obtain the law of transcendence that ancient god Xianxia controlled. If he could control that law of transcendence, Lin Feng's fighting power would explosively increase. Moreover, Lin Feng's transcendence realm fighting power would no longer be limited by time. Thus, ancient god Xianxia's law of transcendence was extremely important to Lin Feng. Lin Feng sealed space, and ancient god Xianxia was sent flying by the powerful backlash. Kill him. Lin Feng roared, and together with the demon lord, Taoist immeasurable, Xiaodong, and the 20-some powerful undead, they all charged at ancient god Xingtai. They wanted to kill ancient god Xingtai in one fell swoop. Lin Feng and the others attacked ancient god Xingtai with even more frightening attacks. In the face of their attacks, ancient god Xingtai was in an extremely passive position. By relying on his powerful defensive treasure, he was able to temporarily block the attacks of Lin Feng and the others, but ancient god Xingtai knew that this was not a long-term solution. Once this defensive treasure lost its power, he would be in an even worse situation. Ancient god Xingtai knew this, and so did Lin Feng and the others. The attacks of Lin Feng and the others were getting stronger and stronger, and cracks were even appearing on ancient god Xingtai's defensive treasure. Ancient god Xingtai grimaced at this sight. Put in more effort, Lin Feng sternly said. Their attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Gotcha! Gotcha! Finally, ancient god Xingtai's defensive treasure couldn't hold on any longer. Above the defensive treasure, numerous cracks appeared on the surface. This sight left ancient god Xingtai dumbstruck. After blocking another 3 or 4 waves of attacks, the defensive treasure was completely destroyed. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent explosion, there was a loud sound. After this defensive magic treasure withstood a powerful force, it directly exploded. It was completely destroyed. Ancient god Xingtai, your time of death has come. Lin Feng coldly stared at ancient god Xingtai. It had truly not been easy for the battle to reach this point. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the help of many powerful undead. Or else, just him, the demon lord, Taoist Limitless, and Xiaodong were no match for ancient god Xingtai. Just as Lin Feng and the others were about to launch a new attack, suddenly, ancient god Xingtai's body began to swell. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me, ancient god Xingtai roared. He had locked onto Lin Feng. The person he wanted to kill the most was Lin Feng. Thus, he flew toward Lin Feng. Fuck, a madman. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. A strong cultivator like ancient god Xingtai had self-destructed. How destructive was that? It was simply unimaginable. Lin Feng turned around and ran. As for Taoist Wuliang and Xiaodong, they ran in different directions. The demon lord returned to the demonic orb. Under Lin Feng's command, the remaining 20-some powerful undead helped him intercept ancient god Xingtai, who wanted to self-detonate. Bang! A loud explosion shook the heavens, ancient god Xingtai's swollen body exploded, sending out destructive energy. The undead were instantly obliterated by the terrifying power of ancient god Xingtai's explosion. Those undead. They died one after another. Even the void exploded. Before the destructive power hit Lin Feng successfully activated the glazed sky goblet, the armor of domination, the phoenix shield, and the sacred armor. The destructive power then struck Lin Feng's defensive treasures. Lin Feng's treasures, as well as Lin Feng himself, were sent flying by the tyrannical power. Fortunately, Lin Feng's treasures were shockingly powerful. In addition, Lin Feng was already quite a distance away from the center of the explosion. Thus, Lin Feng only had a few bones broken and coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. This sort of injury naturally wasn't anything serious to him. The energy dissipated. The shattered void closed. Everything returned to normal. Fuck, he really is a madman. Taoist Wuliang cursed. He had almost been scared to death just now. Fortunately, that guy hadn't locked onto him, but Lin Feng. If he had been the target, wouldn't he have died? Lin Feng observed his surroundings. His expression wasn't too good. He had discovered that the transcending law had disappeared. Where did the transcending law go? Lin Feng asked. Only now did Taoist Wuliang and Xiaodong notice this. Indeed. The transcending law. It had actually disappeared without a trace. Truly strange, transcending law, how could it disappear without anyone taking it? It couldn't have been destroyed by ancient god Xingtai's self-detonation, right? That couldn't be right. Ancient god Xingtai's self-detonation shouldn't have been able to destroy a law of this level. However, it was also a fact that the transcending law had disappeared. Lin Feng thought of a certain possibility. Taoist Wuliang. Xiaodong had also thought of this possibility. Fuck, that guy isn't completely dead. Daoist Wuliang said with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng nodded. Ancient god Xingtai shouldn't be completely dead. Lin Feng guessed. After ancient god Xingtai self-detonated, a portion of his remnant soul should have grabbed that transcending laws and escaped through the explosion. At that time, no one had noticed this. What a pity about the transcending law. Lin Feng sighed. He was prying into that transcending law and urgently wanted to obtain it. It was simply too important to him. But sometimes, you couldn't do whatever you wanted. Thus, Lin Feng felt rather helpless about this. But he didn't feel too much regret. Some things were in the past. One shouldn't dwell on the past. Otherwise, sooner or later, one would become sentimental and emotional. How could a man act like a woman in this world, sentimental and emotional, men? They had to look forward. Lin Feng immediately flew towards Yuji. He carefully checked Yuji's body and found that Yuji was not seriously injured. She was just unconscious. As for the other woman, Lin Feng also examined her. He was shocked to find that, this woman, she wasn't a corpse. She was a living corpse. What's going on? Didn't ancient god Xingtai say that she was already dead? Lin Feng frowned. He felt that something wasn't quite right. Immeasurable Daoist said, that guy never spoke the truth. He might have lied to us. Of course, it could also be because that guy used some evil blood transformation technique to resurrect this woman, and then turned her from a dead person into a living corpse. This, Lin Feng frowned slightly. After thinking about it carefully, Immeasurable Daoist's words made a lot of sense. Immeasurable Daoist looked at Lin Feng and asked. What do you plan on doing with this woman? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I feel that this woman's relationship with ancient god Xingtai isn't what ancient god Xingtai said, so I plan on temporarily putting her in my minor world and seeing if she can be revived in the future. Oh, that's fine. Immeasurable Daoist nodded and said, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go take a look around. Lin Feng knew that Immeasurable Daoist had been searching for the 9 mysterious ancient mountain, so he most likely had some inside information or clues. Xia Donghuang followed Immeasurable Daoist to search for opportunities. Lin Feng tried to wake up the sleeping Yuji. Yuji! Wake up! Yuji! Wake up! Yuji, I'm Lin Feng. I'm here to save you. Wake up! However, no matter how Lin Feng called out to Yuji, she didn't move at all. This situation caused Lin Feng to frown slightly. Yuji still hadn't woken up. What was going on? Could it be that there was a problem with her soul? Lin Feng decided to search for Yuji's soul. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded Yuji's mind. Then, he saw Yuji's soul body. Yuji's soul body floated above her mind and fell into a deep sleep. When a person's soul was in a deep sleep, it was impossible to wake them up. No wonder he hadn't been able to wake Yuji up. Lin Feng tried to wake Yuji's soul. If Yuji's soul woke up, then she would be able to wake up very quickly. However, Lin Feng still failed. What was going on? Why couldn't Yuji's soul wake up? Could it be that her soul was injured? Demon Lord, take a look at Yuji. What's going on? After Lin Feng's divine sense returned, he immediately sent a sound transmission to the Demon Lord, asking about Yuji's situation. The Demon Lord said, there are indeed some problems with Yuji's soul. From the looks of it, it seems like she has been hit by the soul-sealing curse. Soul-sealing curse? What kind of sacred art is that? Lin Feng frowned. The Demon Lord said, the soul-sealing curse is an extremely evil sacred art. A cultivator who has been hit by the soul-sealing curse will have their soul fall into a deep sleep and will not be able to wake up. At this time, even if someone takes over her body, she will not be able to wake up. Then how do we remove the soul-sealing curse? Lin Feng asked. You need to use the soul-sealing grass. The Demon Lord said. Soul-sealing grass? Lin Feng frowned. He had never heard of this kind of spirit herb, but it should be relatively rare. Perhaps he could go to a larger city and ask about it. He wanted to see if he could find the whereabouts of the soul-sealing grass. Perhaps he would be able to obtain some useful information. Lin Feng then sent Yuji and the other woman into the spacetime continuum. He did not continue to stay in the spacetime continuum. Instead, he went to look for Wuliang Daoist. Not long after, Lin Feng found Wuliang Daoist. Wuliang Daoist was looking for something in the forest. Lin Feng asked, "What are you looking for?" Wuliang Daoist said, "I heard that this place has nirvana crystals unique to the nirvana universe. I want to see if I can find them." Nirvana crystals? What can they be used for? Lin Feng asked curiously. Wuliang Daoist said, "Nirvana crystals are good stuff. Rumor has it that they can help a cultivator's natal treasure to a higher level." What? There's such a thing? Lin Feng was shocked. A transcendent treasure? That means it's an ancient weapon. Although Lin Feng had a few ancient weapons, they were not forged by him. Because he hadn't made those weapons himself, Lin Feng couldn't use them as he wished. He couldn't release the full power of those weapons. If his natal treasure could break through to the ancient weapon level, Lin Feng would be able to fully unleash its power. At that time, Lin Feng's battle prowess would increase greatly. Therefore, Lin Feng could not help but feel excited. He had to find the nirvana crystals. This was simply too important to him. There was also one more thing. If he could obtain 9 ancient weapons, Lin Feng could use them to form several powerful formations. Then, he could use the heavenly fire formation to support the formations. At that time, not to mention ordinary transcendent cultivators, even some of the more powerful transcendent cultivators would be killed by Lin Feng. As of now, Lin Feng had 7 ancient weapons. The 7 ancient weapons were Epical War Spear, City of Darkness, Ancient Demon Weapon, Ancient Slaughter Weapon, Pengu Axe, Ho Yi's Bow, and Sunslaying Arrow. Together, they could also reach the ancient weapon level. The Glazed Sky Cup. He only needed 2 more to gather the 9 ancient weapons he needed. If Lin Feng could find a few pieces of nirvana crystals, he would be able to upgrade his weapons to the level of ancient weapons. At that time, Lin Feng would not be afraid even if he encountered a few heavenly lords who had broken through to the transcendent realm. Lin Feng even felt that he could kill a few transcendent realm heavenly lords with the heavenly fire formation and the ancient weapon formation. Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wuliang and asked, "You still don't have any leads?" "Yeah, I don't have any leads at all." "How strange. Could there be a mistake with the information I received?" Daoist Wuliang seemed to be vexed. Lin Feng said, "Perhaps we can use my heart compass to search for it. Perhaps we can find it." Daoist Wuliang's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Lin Feng's words. Indeed, they could try using the heart compass. After all, the heart compass did have many unimaginable abilities. Perhaps they could really find the nirvana crystal. Lin Feng took out the heart compass. Sage Martin appeared. This time, before Lin Feng could say anything, the Martin said, "I can help, but I have a condition. If you really find the nirvana crystal, you have to give me a piece." Lin Feng asked, "What? Do you need a nirvana crystal to evolve as well?" Sage Martin said. "Not me. It's the heart compass." Lin Feng said, "If the heart compass becomes stronger, its abilities should increase greatly, right?" "Yes." Sage Martin said. Lin Feng was delighted. That was because the heart plate was extremely important to Lin Feng. Many times, Lin Feng could use that precious heart plate. Naturally, it was necessary to improve the heart compass's abilities. "Daoist, do you think there's a problem?" Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wuliang. "No problem." Daoist Wuliang said. Sage Martin said, "Wait a moment." Next, the sacred Martin Great Immortal concealed its figure and the heart plate spun rapidly. Every spin it made would send out an incomparably violent energy fluctuation. The heart compass was indeed extraordinary. The current heart compass was much more powerful than it was before. The heart compass had been constantly improving. It was just that the rate of improvement was not very high. However, after accumulating for so many years, it was still very shocking. After spinning a few dozen times, the heart compass pointed in a certain direction. The eyes of Lin Feng and the others immediately lit up. Did the heart compass really find the nirvana crystal? Lin Feng and the others quickly walked in the direction indicated by the heart compass. Soon, they arrived at that location. There was actually a cave there, a very hidden cave. Previously, Lin Feng and the others did not notice this cave. Lin Feng and the others entered the cave. They discovered that the cave was actually not very big. It was only 3 meters deep and 2 meters wide. "Let's dig here and see if we can find the Nirvana crystal," Lin Feng said. "Yes." Taoist Wu Liang nodded and took out some special tools. One should know that it was not easy to excavate the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. These stones were very special. Moreover, they had fused with the power of the order principle. Excavating these stones was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, there were some special tools that could be used to excavate these stones. For example, Taoist Wu Liang's tools could be used to excavate and pry open even the rocks of the Forbidden Zone, let alone the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. This guy was in this line of work, so he naturally had all kinds of tools. The boundless Taoist priest took out many tools, such as shovels, hoes, and so on. Lin Feng grabbed a hoe and started digging. The 3 of them dug for a few dozen meters, but they still did not find anything. This situation made the 3 of them frown. Sacred Martin said, "Let's go. We won't find what you want here." After Lin Feng and the others came out, Lin Feng asked, "Why did you say that we won't find what we want here?" Sacred Martin Great Immortal said, "I discovered that the Nirvana crystal seems to be able to move. It just left that area and moved to another place." "What? It can move? That's strange." Lin Feng and the others were shocked. After all, no matter how extraordinary the Nirvana crystal was, it was still just a crystal. Why could it move? There was something fishy about everything. Lin Feng was puzzled. It couldn't have become a spirit, right? If the Nirvana crystal had become a spirit, then it would be troublesome. It would be very difficult to capture a spirit. Taoist Wu Liang said, "Search again. Let's see where the Nirvana crystal is hiding." The heart compass spun again, searching for the Nirvana crystal. In the end, the heart compass stopped. The heart compass pointed in a new direction. Lin Feng and the others went to dig in that direction again, digging out a 30-meter-long tunnel. At this time, Sacred Martin said, "There's no need to dig anymore. The Nirvana crystal has moved again." "Damn, are they messing with us?" Taoist Wu Liang shouted gloomily. When he thought about it carefully, this might be the case. After all, the Nirvana crystal could be moved away. Why didn't it move away when Lin Feng and the others were digging? Why did it have to wait for Lin Feng and the others to dig for so long before moving it away? It was obviously messing with them. This was intolerable. Xia Donghuang said, "Looks like the Nirvana crystal has really become a spirit." Lin Feng thought of another problem. How many Nirvana crystals were there? It couldn't be just one, right? If there was only one, it wouldn't be easy to distribute it. As for how many Nirvana crystals there were, it seemed that they would have to wait until they actually found the Nirvana crystal to know. However, Lin Feng and the others didn't act immediately. They knew that even if they acted now, they would definitely be played for a fool by the Nirvana crystal. They had to think of a way to prevent the Nirvana crystal from being moved. This was a difficult task. How could they prevent the Nirvana crystal from being moved? Lin Feng didn't know what to do. "I can help you." At this time, the Earth God statue's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. "You can help me? Are you serious?" Lin Feng was surprised. This guy was the Earth God, not the Mountain God. How could he help him? However, Lin Feng didn't think that the Earth God statue would speak without thinking, right? Perhaps he could listen to its opinion. Perhaps it really had a good idea. With that thought, Lin Feng summoned the Earth God statue. "I can change the structure of the 9 mysterious ancient mountains so that the Nirvana crystal won't be able to move within." "You're just an Earth God. How can you do that?" Lin Feng asked in surprise. "You're underestimating the Earth God, aren't you?" Lin Feng said, "No, of course I know that the Earth God was a top-tier titled god during the era of titled gods. However, shouldn't the ability to change the structure of the mountain be controlled by the Mountain God? That's why I was surprised to hear you mention this. The Mountain God is only a subordinate of the Earth God. The Mountain God has many abilities, so the Earth God can naturally use them as well." The Mountain God was a subordinate of the Earth God. Lin Feng hadn't thought of that. Lin Feng sighed. It seemed that the Earth God, who was regarded as a lesser god, really was a powerful existence during the era of titled gods. Even if the Earth God in front of him was only a false god. However, some of the methods that he had grasped made people feel extremely shocked. Alright, let's do it now. If you can help us obtain the Nirvana crystal, I'll return your freedom when we leave this place. After saying that, Lin Feng removed the restrictions on the Earth God statue. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the Earth God statue immediately became excited. It was as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and it was full of motivation. The Earth God statue began to form hand seals and chant an incantation. Lin Feng immediately sensed that some changes had occurred within the 9 mysterious ancient mountain. However, he wasn't familiar with the structure of the mountain, so he wasn't particularly familiar with the changes that had occurred within it. However, Lin Feng didn't need to familiarize himself with these changes. His goal was to obtain the Nirvana crystal, not to study the structure of the mountain. The heart compass rotated again, and this time, it pointed towards the northeast. Lin Feng and the other two took their tools and walked over. Wu Liang said, "This 9 mysterious ancient mountain is very special. If it was an ordinary mountain in the outside world, it wouldn't be easy to destroy it with a single punch. The 9 mysterious ancient mountain was an extraordinary mountain that couldn't be destroyed. At least, Lin Feng and the others didn't have the ability to do so. If it was an ordinary mountain in the outside world, there wasn't only one way to destroy it. How about, if they didn't want to destroy the mountain, they could use the great metal elemental technique and travel through the mountain. They should be able to obtain the Nirvana crystal very quickly." Lin Feng said, "Let's dig. This time, we should be able to dig out the Nirvana crystal." Wu Liang and Xia Donghuang nodded. The three of them started digging again. At the location where the heart compass pointed, they dug out a 20-meter-long tunnel. Then, they really found the Nirvana crystal. There were a total of 3 Nirvana crystals. Lin Feng quickly took out the 3 Nirvana crystals. The immeasurable Taoist obtained one, while the great immortal sage obtained another. There was still one left. It seemed that Xia Donghuang didn't have a share. However, Xia Donghuang's natal magic treasure was still far from breaking through to the Transcendence realm. He couldn't use it for the time being. When he used it in the future, he might be able to find other treasures that could help his natal magic treasure break through. After Sage Martin obtained the Nirvana crystal, he quickly disappeared. Lin Feng kept the Nirvana crystal that belonged to him. "Let's go," Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. They left the parallel world where the 9 mysterious ancient mountain was and returned to the 3rd level of the heaven realm. The Earth God statue looked at Lin Feng pitifully. Said Lin Feng, "Remember, don't do evil and don't do good. Since you're the Earth God, it doesn't matter if you're a titled god or a fake god, you should do good. If I find out that you're a criminal, I'll kill you," said Lin Feng. Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely do good. I will definitely not do evil," the Earth God statue hurriedly promised. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he released the Earth God statue. This fellow directly drilled into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng and the other two also needed to find a place to seclude themselves for a period of time. They rented a house in a small town. Lin Feng returned to his room and sealed it with restrictions. Then, he entered the space-time continuum. The next step was to refine a natal magic treasure into a natal magic treasure that surpassed his realm. Which natal magic treasure should he refine? The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp? The Primal Chaos Stone? 36 bamboo swords? The Requiem Bell? The Sacred Armor? Lin Feng didn't think about the Holy Armor. This was because he already had an ancient weapon-level defensive treasure, the Glazed Sky Cup. For the time being, he did not need a defensive treasure of this level. He should refine an attack-type natal magic treasure that surpassed his realm. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was a very comprehensive natal magic treasure. It could release powerful attacks and also protect the soul. The Primal Chaos Stone was a wide-open offensive treasure that leaned towards suppression. 36 bamboo swords were natal magic treasures of extreme yang. They were most effective against evil and ghost-type creatures. The Requiem Bell was a soul-type offensive treasure. Why don't I upgrade the Requiem Bell to a transcendent realm? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. There was a reason for his choice. First, Lin Feng already had 7 ancient weapon-level natal magic treasures. Among them, there were no soul-type offensive natal magic treasures. Therefore, Lin Feng needed to fill in the gaps in this aspect. After making up his mind, Lin Feng summoned the Requiem Bell. In the following period of time, Lin Feng focused all his energy on refining the Requiem Bell. It took him 3 months. The Requiem Bell. It finally broke through to a transcendent realm. The Requiem Bell emitted a powerful aura of tribulation. Clearly, the Requiem Bell needed to undergo tribulation to break through to a transcendent realm. Normally, these natal magic treasures rarely underwent tribulation. This was Lin Feng's first time seeing a natal magic treasure undergo tribulation. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. At this time, Taoist Wuliang was still in seclusion. Xia Donghuang had already come out. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. Then, he flew into the distance. Xia Donghuang followed Lin Feng to the place where the Requiem Bell was undergoing tribulation. Above the 9 heavens, lightning rumbled. The densely packed thunderclouds seemed to cover the sky and cover the sun. The Requiem Bell soared into the sky. The first lightning tribulation struck. It was very difficult for a natal magic treasure to undergo tribulation. This was also the reason why there were so few ancient weapon-level natal magic treasures. It was the same for the Requiem Bell. Throughout the process, Lin Feng was on tenterhooks. He felt that the Requiem Bell would not be able to withstand the tribulation. However, the result was not bad. The Requiem Bell had successfully undergone tribulation. It had successfully reached the transcendent realm. The Requiem Bell quickly flew toward Lin Feng. "Congratulations, Master. Your natal magic treasure has reached the transcendent realm," Xia Donghuang said. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. He put away the Requiem Bell. In the next half a month, Lin Feng spent a lot of time repairing some of the damage on the Requiem Bell. The damage caused by a natal magic treasure's tribulation was different from the damage caused by a cultivator's tribulation. When a cultivator was injured, they could use pills to treat it. They could even heal on their own. However, when a natal magic treasure was damaged, it needed to rely on some top-grade materials to repair it. If it could not be repaired, the natal magic treasure's grade might even drop over time. A month later, Taoist Wuliang came out of seclusion. His natal magic treasure also began to undergo tribulation. The whole process was also full of ups and downs. Taoist Wuliang was shocked. When the tribulation was completed, this guy was so tired that he took it off. Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. Those who did not know would think that this damn Taoist had gone to undergo tribulation. Taoist Wuliang looked at his life-bound magic treasure lovingly, unwilling to part with it. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Taoist Wuliang and said, "I heard that ancient magic treasures are divided into different grades and grades. I wonder how they are divided." Taoist Wuliang said, "Treasures that transcend realms can be considered ancient magic treasures. It's said that there's a realm above transcendental magic treasures called the Creation Realm. The power of a magic treasure of this level will be even more terrifying." The Creation Realm? The grades of treasures are divided according to the cultivator's level. Since transcendental magic treasures have Creation Realm treasures above transcendental magic treasures, does that mean that there's another realm above transcendental magic treasures? Is that the Creation Realm you mentioned? Lin Feng thought of a possibility and asked. Taoist Wuliang said, "From what I know, the peak of a realm is transcendental magic treasures. Although there's a close relationship between transcendental magic treasures and cultivators' realms, there's a saying in the world of cultivators that transcendental magic treasures are one level higher than transcendental magic treasures." Lin Feng nodded. He had heard of this saying before. Lin Feng began to ponder. What level were the ancient weapon-grade magical treasures that he had obtained? Lin Feng couldn't tell. Taoist Wuliang also didn't know much. Perhaps it was only when one reached the transcendental magic treasures would they be able to determine the level of ancient magic treasures. Lin Feng planned to inquire about the whereabouts of the soul seal grass and see if he could find it. He went to a few large trading companies in the ancient cities to inquire, but the results weren't ideal. None of the trading companies had the soul seal grass. At the last trading company, Lin Feng inquired about something. It said that it was the Soul Goblin clan. There should be something like the soul seal grass. Lin Feng asked about the Soul Goblin clan in detail. The Soul Goblin clan was an ancient clan that spanned 3 epochs. Although this clan wasn't a particularly ancient clan among the lost races of the epics, the methods this clan had were very terrifying. Therefore, even many ancient lost races of the epics didn't dare to offend the Soul Gobbling clan. The Soul Gobbling clan was currently located in the Soul Gobbling ancient forest in the fourth layer of the Heaven Realm. It was said that the Soul Gobbling clan didn't interact much with the outside world. The Soul Devouring ancient forest was also a forbidden area in the fourth layer of the Heaven Realm. If anyone dared to trespass into the Soul Devouring ancient forest, they would be punished. Then, there was an 80% chance of death. After learning this news, Lin Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Soul Gobbling clan wasn't easy to deal with. Where there was a will, there was a way. The cultivators in this world valued benefits. As long as the benefits could satisfy the other party. Naturally, the other party wouldn't refuse to cooperate with Lin Feng. A month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at a teleportation channel in the third layer of the world. Lin Feng, Daoist Wuliang, and Xiaodong Huang took the teleportation channel to the fourth layer of the Heaven Realm. After coming out of the teleportation valley, Lin Feng and the others went to the ancient city closest to the teleportation valley. This ancient city was called Guyang City. After arriving here, Lin Feng found that countless people were discussing a matter. This matter was about the Mystic Fairy. The Mystic Fairy had successfully broken through the Transcendence Realm, causing a huge commotion. And the Mystic Fairy's clan was in the fourth layer of the Heaven Realm. After learning this news, Lin Feng was also very shocked because he had some dealings with the Mystic Fairy. In the past, the 7th generation Heavenly Master Mu Shohan temporarily woke up and used his supreme divine ability to let his and Lin Feng's divine consciousness descend into the Heavenly Court. Then, Mu Shohan went to a place where cherry blossoms bloomed in the Heavenly Court. That place was where his former lover, Xianxia, lived. However, when Lin Feng and the others went there, the owner of that place had already become the Mystic Fairy. This Mystic Fairy's clan was very powerful, and she herself was also very terrifying. Her status in the Heavenly Court was extremely respected, second only to the Lord of the 33 Heavens. Therefore, she had such a large cherry blossom forest in the Heavenly Court. This place also became one of the forbidden areas of the Heavenly Court, and trespassers were killed. Later, the Mystic Fairy discovered the virtual bodies formed by Lin Feng and Mu Shohan's divine consciousness. Because of this, the Mystic Fairy wanted to kill Lin Feng and Mu Shohan. Mu Shohan even exchanged a palm strike with the Mystic Fairy. As for Lin Feng, at that time, in a pavilion in the cherry blossom forest, he carved the words Lin Feng, young master Lin Feng, was here to purposely provoke this vicious and merciless woman. At that time, the Mystic Fairy hated Lin Feng so much that she gnashed her teeth. She couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. The two of them became complete enemies. Many years passed. This Mystic Fairy actually broke through the Transcendence Realm. Now, only 3 of the Lords of the 33 Heavens had broken through the Transcendence Realm. This Mystic Fairy had some heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. She was actually the first to break through the Transcendence Realm before the other 30 Heavenly Masters. P.S. There is a mistake in the previous chapter. Among the 7 ancient weapons, there is an ancient demonic weapon, obtained by killing Di Wu Dao. It is not the Hoi Bao or the Shooting Sun Divine Arrows. The Hoi Bao is the prerequisite for the Shooting Sun Divine Arrows to reach the level of an ancient weapon. Lin Feng only has 2 Shooting Sun Divine Arrows, which cannot reach the level of an ancient weapon. After breaking through, the Black Moon Fairy returned to her family and didn't stay in the Heavenly Court. She seems to be on guard against the Masters of the 33 Heavens. Why is she on guard against the Masters of the 33 Heavens? Isn't she working in the Heavenly Court? She does work in the Heavenly Court, but she broke through earlier than most of the Masters of the Heavens. It's hard to say what the Masters of the Heavens are thinking. Countless cultivators were still talking about the Mystic Fairy. When Lin Feng, the boundless Taoist priest, and Xiaodong Huang were eating outside, all the cultivators around them were talking about the Xianxia celestial being. Back in the day, the Black Moon Fairy and I were once apprenticed to the same expert. Unfortunately, my talent wasn't as good as the Black Moon Fairy's. A cultivator at the next table sighed. F*CK, this can't be true, right? His companion was extremely shocked. The cultivator replied, "Of course it's true. I didn't tell anyone about this because I was afraid that the mysticking fairy would find out about my whereabouts. If she sent someone to find me, I wouldn't be able to face her." "You wouldn't be able to face the Black Moon Fairy? What does that mean? You were originally from the same sect. Could it be that the Black Moon Fairy had a relationship with you?" Another one of his companions said in surprise. "That's not true. The reason why I didn't face the Black Moon Fairy was because she was my senior sister. She took good care of me and often gave me cultivation resources. She also explained some of the problems I encountered in cultivation. However, I haven't achieved anything in all these years, so of course I wouldn't be able to face her." The cultivator sighed and said, "So this brother is the Black Moon Fairy's junior brother. May I ask if we can talk for a bit?" At that moment, a middle-aged cultivator at another table stood up and cupped his fists. "Haha, no problem, no problem," the cultivator who called himself the Black Moon Fairy's junior brother said with a smile. "Let's go to the private room upstairs," the middle-aged cultivator said, and the group of people walked up to the private room upstairs. Wu Liang Daoist said, "He's most likely a swindler." Lin Feng nodded. There weren't many such swindlers in the world of cultivators. The main reason was that in the world of cultivators, there were many people who would kill without batting an eyelid. If one were to cheat, once they were exposed, there was an 80% chance that they would be killed by the other party. Therefore, very few people would come out to cheat. However, that didn't mean that no one had ever done such a thing. There were still some people who took the risk out of desperation and came out to cheat. In Lin Feng's opinion, the guy who claimed to be the junior brother of the mysterious fairy was a liar. The middle-aged cultivator and his companions probably wanted to get to know the mysticking fairy through the swindler, but they obviously wouldn't succeed. They would probably be swindled out of a lot of treasures. However, this did not have much to do with Lin Feng, so Lin Feng did not expose the other party. Suddenly, Lin Feng gave a quick glance and saw tens of cultivators coming down from upstairs. They must be the guests who had finished their meal and were about to leave. Lin Feng saw a woman in the crowd. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched when he saw the woman. He quickly turned his head away and stopped looking at her. "What's wrong?" Wu Liang Daoist noticed Lin Feng's abnormality and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Lin Feng shook his head. Wu Liang Daoist tactfully stopped asking and looked at the group of people coming down the stairs. The group of cultivators quickly left. "Who is that woman surrounded by so many people?" Wu Liang Daoist asked curiously. He felt that Lin Feng might know the woman. Lin Feng said, "She's the mysticking fairy." "What? She's the mysticking fairy?" Wu Liang Daoist exclaimed. "Who's the mysticking fairy?" Many people heard Wu Liang Daoist's exclamation and asked one after another. "Could the mysticking fairy have been here earlier?" "What I mean is, I'm the mysticking fairy," Wu Liang Daoist said proudly. "Why don't you just die? This damned Daoist is too shameless." Many people cursed. Wu Liang Daoist ignored them. He looked at Lin Feng and whispered, "How do you know this woman?" Lin Feng said, "My soul descended to the heavenly court earlier and had some conflict with this woman." Wu Liang Daoist couldn't help but mutter when he heard Lin Feng's words. He now felt that Lin Feng was a dangerous person. Following Lin Feng around, he had to worry about his own safety at all times. Wu Liang Daoist wondered if he should find a time to quickly slip away. After breakfast, the three of them went to find a place to stay, washed up, and went to rest. The next day, Wu Liang Daoist went out for breakfast and didn't see him. Xia Donghuang went to call Wu Liang Daoist but found that he wasn't in the room. "He's gone. I don't know where he went," Xia Donghuang said. Lin Feng said, "That damned Daoist must have slipped away. Let's go have breakfast first and then go find out where the soul-devouring forest is." Xia Donghuang nodded. The two of them had a simple breakfast and then went to the trading company to find out where the soul-devouring forest was, as well as some information about the soul-devouring clan. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. After gathering information, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang flew towards the soul-devouring forest where the soul-devouring clan was located. 3 months later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the soul-devouring forest. Inside the soul-devouring forest, there were powerful beasts everywhere. Logically speaking, there should be many adventurers exploring such a primeval forest. However, because the soul-devouring clan viewed this place as a forbidden area, so, very few cultivators dared to enter this place. Lin Feng and the others didn't see any foreign cultivators along the way. 5 days later, when they passed by a mountain range, suddenly, arrows were shot out from the forest one after another. Those arrows landed at the feet of Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. Halt! At this moment, a voice was heard. It was a woman's voice. Next, a tall woman dressed in black walked out. She had a quiver of arrows hanging from her waist. She held a huge bow in her hand. She had an oval face that was exquisite and beautiful. Other than this woman, the others hidden in the surrounding forest did not come out for the time being. However, Lin Feng guessed that this woman should be a leader. This is the territory of the soul-devouring clan. Unrelated people, leave at once, the woman said. These people were obviously cultivators of the soul-devouring clan. It seemed that some of the rumors about the soul-devouring clan could not be fully believed. For example, the rumors about the soul-devouring clan killing without batting an eyelid did not seem to be reliable. If the soul-devouring clan was really that cruel, then there was no need for this woman to say so much to Lin Feng. She could have just attacked and killed Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. Lin Feng said, "We want to see the patriarch of the soul-devouring clan. We have a big deal with the soul-devouring clan." Oh? A big deal with the soul-devouring clan? What kind of deal? The woman asked in surprise. Xia, you can't believe this kid's words. What kind of big deal could someone like him have with our clan? At that moment, a young man walked out and looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Lin Feng ignored the young man. There were snobs everywhere, and there were self-righteous people everywhere. In Lin Feng's opinion, this young man was probably one of those people, so there was no need to get involved with someone like him. Lin Feng looked at the woman and said, "My name is Lin Feng. I haven't asked for your full name yet." "I'm not a fairy." "My name is Dong Xia," the woman said. "So it's Miss Xia. Miss Xia is valiant and beautiful. Those so-called fairies in the outside world can't compare to Miss Xia," Lin Feng said with a smile. Dong Xia was actually quite happy to hear Lin Feng's praise. She was a woman after all. She liked to hear others praise her beauty. Dong Xia. She was no exception. When the young man saw that Lin Feng wasn't paying attention to him, his expression became unsightly. He looked at Dong Xia and said, "Xia, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He has an ulterior motive." Lin Feng said, "I was just praising Miss Xia for being beautiful, but you said that I was talking nonsense. Are you saying that Miss Xia is ugly? Your eyes are pretty big. Why are you blind? Miss Xia is such a beautiful girl, yet you think she's ugly? You're really making me speechless." When the young man heard Lin Feng's words, the young man was furious. The man suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. He had been wrongly accused. He had been wrongly accused. He had only wanted to say that Lin Feng had an ulterior motive. However, Lin Feng found a flaw in his words and changed the topic to whether Dong Xia was beautiful or ugly. Dong Xia's expression became increasingly unsightly. The young man even wanted to kill Lin Feng. He had been pursuing Dong Xia. There had been no progress. But at least Dong Xia didn't hate him, right? This meant that he still had a chance to catch up to Dong Xia in the future. However, after being stirred up by Lin Feng, how could there be any hope in the future? He had to explain this matter clearly. The young man hurriedly said, "Xia, this guy is slandering me. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to express that this guy must have ulterior motives for coming here. We can't fall for his trick." Dong Xia said expressionlessly, "I know how to deal with the situation in front of me." When Lin Feng heard Dong Xia, he understood that Dong Xia was the one who made the decisions. She wasn't the one who thought that she was infallible and that arrogant man. The young man nodded, but his face was gloomy. He looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze from time to time. Facing this person's cold gaze, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. What the hell, he really thought he was a big shot. Dong Xia looked at Lin Feng and said, "It's not that easy to see my clan's patriarch. You need to pass my clan's test." "What test?" asked Lin Feng. He was intrigued. "Follow me," Dong Xia said. She quickly flew towards the depths of the forest. The young man glared fiercely at Lin Feng and quickly flew towards the depths of the forest. As for the rest, a portion of them stayed behind. A portion of them followed Dong Xia into the depths of the forest. These people were extremely fast. Their clan seemed to be quite good at speed. However, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang both looked calm and relaxed. No matter how fast these people sped up, they couldn't shake the two of them off. Interesting. Dong Xia narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang behind her. Soon, they arrived at a cliff that was shrouded in clouds. There was a stone bridge here. Dong Xia and the others stood beside the stone bridge. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang landed. Dong Xia said, "My soul-devouring clan is good at all kinds of soul techniques. This stone bridge is called the Bridge of Nightmares, and it is a test set by my clan. Anyone who wants to enter my clan's land must cross this bridge. However, I'm warning you here. Once you enter the Bridge of Nightmares, illusions will appear and inner demons will cause trouble. Therefore, many people are unable to cross it. Under the stone bridge is a bottomless abyss, and there are many terrifying underground magical beasts living there. If you are confused by your inner demons, you will not be able to control your body. Once you fall into the abyss, you will definitely become food for those underground magical beasts. Therefore, you'd better think carefully about whether you should try to cross this stone bridge or not. The two of you should carefully consider this matter now. We'll wait for you on the other side." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Xia and the others walked towards the Bridge of Nightmares. They were cultivators of the soul-devouring clan, so they naturally wouldn't be affected by the stone bridge. This clan's methods are quite powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He then turned to Xia Donghuang and asked, "Will you be all right?" "Of course," Xia Donghuang said confidently. Lin Feng didn't think that Xia Donghuang was boasting. He wasn't the type to boast. Moreover, as the reincarnation of Donghuang Tai, Xia Donghuang was really amazing. At the very least, when Lin Feng was Xia Donghuang's age, his cultivation was worlds apart from Xia Donghuang's. However, the two of them couldn't be compared like this. First, they were in different eras. When Lin Feng was Xia Donghuang's age, the world hadn't changed yet. Everyone was affected by the laws of order, so their cultivation speed was relatively slow. Second, Xia Donghuang was a reincarnated body. In his awakened memories, there were many divine abilities, immortal sutras, opportunities, and so on that helped him quickly improve his cultivation. On the other hand, Lin Feng wasn't a reincarnated body. He had to rely on himself for everything, so his cultivation speed couldn't compare to Xia Donghuang's. However, to be honest, Lin Feng's overall cultivation speed was extremely fast. He wasn't even 300 years old, but he had already reached the sage immortal realm. In the entire universe, this kind of cultivation speed was extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, Lin Feng's accumulation was too great. The difficulty of breaking through was dozens or even hundreds of times more difficult than others. Therefore, for someone his age and the difficulty of breaking through, it was very difficult for him to cultivate to his current level. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang walked onto the Bridge of Nightmares. Then, endless inner demons began to grow. However, Lin Feng condensed the image of a Vairocana Buddha in his mind. This Vairocana Buddha image was solemn and dignified, dispelling all inner demons. This Vairocana Buddha image was condensed by Lin Feng using the present Sutra of Buddhism. It was very extraordinary. Lin Feng glanced at Xia Donghuang and found that there was a layer of golden light around Xia Donghuang's body. This layer of golden light protected Xia Donghuang. Xia Donghuang wasn't affected in the slightest. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang crossed the Bridge of Nightmares without any hindrance and came to the opposite side of the cliff. How is this possible? Dong Xia and the others saw that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang crossed the Bridge of Nightmares so quickly. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. They knew how difficult it was for outsiders to smoothly cross the Nightmare Bridge. However, as soon as they had crossed the bridge, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang had followed them. Wasn't this all too strange? Even if they could cross the nightmare bridge, how could they do it so quickly? You must have cheated, said the guy who had targeted Lin Feng coldly. His name was Fong Zipping. The soul-devouring clan had 8 great surnames, and the Fong clan was one of them. Although it wasn't as noble as the Dong clan, it still had a very high status in the clan. He was used to everything going smoothly, and now that he had suffered a loss in front of Lin Feng, he hated Lin Feng. Moreover, he had noticed that Dong Xia's attitude towards Lin Feng was different from how she treated the others. He was very jealous, and his hatred for Lin Feng grew even more. As for Lin Feng, he didn't bother to guess what Fong Zipping was thinking. Lin Feng was very busy every day, so how could he have the time to pay attention to what a nobody was thinking? If a nobody jumped out and made Lin Feng pay more attention to them, then Lin Feng would be exhausted to death. Lin Feng said indifferently, "You can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever you want. Especially if you don't have proof. It's best if you don't say anything." Fong Zipping sneered, "You must have some treasure that can suppress inner demons. We'll know once we search you." Lin Feng sneered, "It doesn't matter if we have it or not. Do you think you have the right to search us? What a joke. Do you really think you're someone important? Don't embarrass the soul-devouring clan here. Brat, you're too presumptuous. This is the soul-devouring clan. You're not allowed to behave atrociously here." Fong Zipping said coldly. He had long wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Lin Feng didn't even bother to make a move on someone like Fong Zipping. Xia Donghuang said coldly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of my master?" Master? Everyone was slightly stunned. They originally thought that Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were friends. They didn't expect that Lin Feng was Xia Donghuang's master. Even Dong Xia was a little confused. Lin Feng was less than 300 years old. At such a young age, even if his cultivation level was extraordinary, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. It was impossible for him to be proficient in the understanding of Tao, Dharma, scriptures, divine abilities, and so on. Lin Feng was such a young cultivator, yet he accepted someone else as his disciple. Wasn't this misleading? The corner of Fong Zipping's mouth suddenly revealed a disdainful smile. What a strange pair of master and disciple. Fong Zipping felt that he could get rid of Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang with one hand. He was about to say something sarcastic to Xia Donghuang. It would be best if he could take action and teach them a lesson, but at this time, Dong Xia said, "Since you've passed the Bridge of Nightmares, I don't care how you crossed it. You've passed the test. Now, follow me to the soul-devouring clan's territory." Hearing that Dong Xia was really going to bring Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang to the soul-devouring clan's territory, Fong Zipping was a little unhappy. He said, "Xia, if you really bring them there, many elders will be unhappy." Dong Xia said, "I don't think they're the kind of people who would speak without thinking. Perhaps they really do have some big business to discuss with the clan's upper echelons." Lin Feng thought, Dong Xia might be a woman, but she's quite a character. On the other hand, this Fong Zipping is full of himself and is useless. No wonder Dong Xia didn't treat him well no matter how much he tried to curry favor with her. Dong Xia is quite a good judge of character. Seeing Dong Xia's insistence, Fong Zipping didn't say anything else. Dong Xia brought Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang deeper into the clan. 2 hours later, they arrived at the soul-devouring clan's gathering place. The soul-devouring clan's forces with different surnames were scattered in different places. However, there was a large palace built in the central area. This was where the soul-devouring clan's main branch was located and where the upper echelons of the clan handled their official business. As for the soul-devouring clan's main branch, it was the Dong clan that Dong Xia belonged to. Among the soul-devouring clan's major clans, the Dong clan was the most powerful. There was a reason why the Dong clan was so powerful. It was said that the Dong clan had a transcendent realm ancestor. This transcendent realm ancestor was an expert from 3 eras ago. The soul-devouring clan was good at all kinds of soul techniques, so this clan was very terrifying. A transcendent realm expert who was good at soul attacks was definitely in existence that everyone feared like a tiger. Such an expert. He could often kill countless experts without making a sound. However, Lin Feng's research on soul techniques was quite deep now. In addition, his natal magic treasure, the soul-suppressing bell, had reached the level of an ancient weapon. Therefore, if he really faced the soul-devouring clan's ancestor, Lin Feng was actually quite confident that he could wrestle with such an expert. Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang were arranged in a living room by Dong Xia. Then, Dong Xia sent someone to invite an elder over. She stayed here to accompany Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang. As for Feng Ziping, this guy was very thick-skinned. Although Lin Feng did not like this guy, he just did not want to leave. Lin Feng could not be bothered with him. As long as he did not look for trouble, everything was negotiable. It seems that Miss Xia's identity in the soul-devouring clan is not simple. Lin Feng looked at Dong Xia and said. Dong Xia smiled and said, "Actually, I don't have any special identity." "What is your identity?" Lin Feng asked. Lin Feng's straightforwardness did not arouse Dong Xia's disgust. Instead, it made her feel better. This was related to Dong Xia's personality. Dong Xia was a straightforward person. She would say whatever she wanted to say. Dong Xia definitely wouldn't say anything sarcastic. Feng Ziping, on the other hand, liked to sarcastically mock others. This was also the reason why Dong Xia did not like Feng Ziping very much. However, they were both cultivators of the soul-devouring clan after all. Although she did not like Feng Ziping very much, Dong Xia would not express the disgust in her heart during their usual interactions. Although she had a straightforward personality, she still knew how to deal with people. To put it bluntly, this was how a person should be. If one did not know how to deal with people, they would not be able to survive in the world of cultivators. Unless one was always a loner. Dong Xia did not intend to hide it from Lin Feng. She said, "I am the granddaughter of the Dong clan's great elder." Lin Feng nodded. He had already guessed Dong Xia's identity. Although his guess was not particularly correct, it was more or less the same. All he needed to know was that Dong Xia was the direct descendant of the Dong clan of the soul-devouring clan. Dong Xia said, "With my authority, I am not qualified to call the clan leader. My authority is only to call some elders. Just now, I have already sent someone to the hall on duty to call the elders on duty over. Elders are fine too," Lin Feng said. Next, Lin Feng and Dong Xia started chatting. Lin Feng talked about many things he had seen and experienced outside. Dong Xia listened very attentively. Feng Ziping, who was standing to the side, was so angry that his face turned ashen when he saw Lin Feng and Dong Xia chatting so happily. Not long after, an elder arrived. It was a middle-aged cultivator. He was thin and had a pair of inverted triangular eyes. Those eyes they were like the eyes of a poisonous snake. Being stared at by those eyes was like being stared at by a poisonous snake. 13th uncle. After seeing this person, Feng Ziping hurriedly stood up and shouted excitedly. He remembered that 13th uncle was not on duty today. However, 13th uncle had appeared in this place. Perhaps he had switched shifts with someone else. Normally, Feng Ziping would not be so enthusiastic when he saw 13th uncle. But today, he was so enthusiastic because he wanted to use 13th uncle's authority to chase Lin Feng away. It would be best if he could make Lin Feng lose face. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. The elder, who was called 13th uncle by Feng Ziping, nodded when he saw Feng Ziping greet him. This person was called Feng Jian. He was one of the 5 elders on duty. This hall was mainly responsible for patrolling. Of course, he would also help mediate some conflicts between the clans. Elder Feng. Dong Xia stood up and bowed to Feng Jian. "No need to be so polite," Feng Jian said. His voice sounded a little sharp. He then asked, "May I know why Commander Dong has called me here?" Dong Xia was the patrol commander. Therefore, Feng Jian addressed Dong Xia as Commander Dong. Dong Xia said, "This young master said that he has a big business deal, and after some consideration, I brought him here. I don't know what kind of business it is, and I will only know after you discuss it with him." At this time, Feng Ziping said, 13th uncle. What kind of important business deal could this kid have? I think he's here to cause trouble. Feng Jian looked at Feng Ziping with some disdain. No wonder Dong Xia did not like him. What an idiot. What kind of place was the soul-devouring clan? There was nothing important there. How dare he come to the soul-devouring clan? He did not use his brain at all. Although his cultivation and talent were not bad, he was too arrogant. However, if one was too envious and self-righteous, their future prospects would not be too ideal. Of course, he did not say that. Feng Jian didn't say it out loud. It was fine to just think about it. Could it be that he had to say it out loud? If he said it out loud, it would cause a huge uproar. Feng Jian looked at Lin Feng and asked, "How should I address you, young master?" "My surname is Lin." Lin Feng introduced himself without saying his name. Feng Jian did not mind. After all, cultivators often liked to give themselves a codename when introducing themselves, rather than using their original names. This was a common occurrence. Sometimes, a name was just a codename. Feng Jian asked, "What kind of business deal does Lin Gongzi want to discuss with our soul-devouring clan?" Lin Feng said, "What I want to talk about is related to the soul-sealing grass." Hearing Lin Feng mention the soul-sealing grass, the cultivators of the soul-devouring clan frowned slightly. The soul-sealing grass was one of the sacred items of the soul-devouring clan. It was incomparably precious. It was very difficult for even the cultivators of the soul-devouring clan to obtain such an item. Thus, they would not sell it. When they heard that Lin Feng was interested in the soul-sealing grass, many people looked at Lin Feng with unfriendly gazes. They wanted the soul-sealing grass, but they could not obtain it. And yet, Lin Feng wanted to obtain the soul-sealing grass that the soul-devouring clan did not have much to begin with. Wasn't this the same as robbing them of their resources? If Lin Feng really did obtain some of the soul-sealing grass, it would be even more difficult for them to obtain the soul-sealing grass. Even Xianxia frowned as she looked at Lin Feng. It was unknown what she was thinking at that moment. Lin Feng's perception was very strong. He could clearly feel the changes in everyone's expressions and emotions when he mentioned the soul-sealing grass. It seemed that the soul-sealing grass had a very special status in the soul-devouring clan. That was why the soul-devouring clan valued it so much. However, no matter how important the soul-sealing grass was to them, Lin Feng had to talk to them about it today. It was related to whether Yu Ji could wake up. There were still more than 140 years before the end of the era. How could there be so much time to waste? The sooner Yu Ji woke up, the sooner she could improve her cultivation. When the war came, her chances of survival would also be higher. Hee, kid, do you know what the soul-sealing grass means to my clan? Feng Zipping looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. Do you really think any Tom, Dick, or Harry can talk to my clan about the soul-sealing grass? Feng Zipping felt very good. He wanted to humiliate and ridicule Lin Feng like this. It would give him the pleasure of revenge. Feng Zipping wanted to see Lin Feng's exasperated look, but he found that Lin Feng's expression was normal. In other words, Lin Feng was not angry. How could this be? Was this guy's self-restraint so good? This made Feng Zipping feel very uncomfortable and jealous. He was jealous that others surpassed him in certain aspects. Teach him a lesson, Lin Feng said. Yes, master. After receiving the order, Xia Donghuang's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Feng Zipping. Fast. Too fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Xia Donghuang was very direct. He slapped Feng Zipping. Slap. The slap landed hard on Feng Zipping's face. Feng Zipping was stunned by the slap. Feng Zipping could not believe what was happening in front of him. He had been slapped in front of so many people. He had lost all his face. How could he survive in the future? I'm going to kill you. Feng Zipping roared and slapped Xia Donghuang. However, Xia Donghuang was even faster. He kicked Feng Zipping's abdomen. Bang! With a loud crash, Feng Zipping was sent flying by Xia Donghuang's kick. He fell to the ground and fainted. Everyone was shocked. Xia Donghuang's strength was terrifying at such a young age. Feng Zipping's cultivation was also extremely powerful. However, compared to Xia Donghuang's strength. What about Lin Feng? Those people were trying to figure out how strong Lin Feng was. They had the feeling that they didn't understand Lin Feng at all. Feng Jian's expression darkened. He said coldly, "This is the soul-devouring clan, not a place for you to behave atrociously." How dare you injure a member of the soul-devouring clan in our territory? Do you think our clan is a pushover? Lin Feng said, that guy had a foul mouth and didn't know the rules. I'm just teaching him a lesson on behalf of your clan. Why are you so angry? Feng Jian said angrily, since when did an outsider have the right to teach a member of my clan? Lin Feng said, you're the one who didn't want to teach him a lesson. The soul-devouring clan is such a powerful clan, but your people don't know the rules. If word of this gets out, it'll affect your clan's reputation greatly. So, I'm teaching this guy a lesson on your behalf. You shouldn't blame me. What the F***CK? Are they trying to turn black into white? The cultivators of the soul-devouring clan were dumbfounded. They were speechless at Lin Feng's shamelessness. He was too shameless. Although it was true that Feng Ziping did not know the rules, and his character was somewhat self-righteous and arrogant, he was still a member of the soul-devouring clan. Being beaten up by someone in the soul-devouring clan was equivalent to slapping the soul-devouring clan's face. If they were outsiders watching the show, they would probably clap and cheer. But they were not. They were all cultivators of the soul-devouring clan. Internal conflicts could be resolved internally, but when facing outsiders, they had to be united against them. So, the cultivators of the soul-devouring clan looked at Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang with unfriendly expressions. How dare you? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that the soul-devouring clan is not a place where you can be so presumptuous. Feng Jian's voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped toward Lin Feng. Humph. Xia Donghuang snorted and punched at Feng Jian. Junior, don't be so arrogant. Supervisor Feng shouted coldly and similarly struck out a palm at Xia Donghuang. He was naturally confident in dealing with a young cultivator like Xia Donghuang. In fact, Feng Jian was indeed very powerful. This was because he was an expert who was infinitely close to surpassing his cultivation level. An expert at this level was naturally terrifying. Feng Jian slapped out with his palm. Billions of demons appeared in Feng Jian's palm. Those billions of demons seemed to want to kill their way into this world. As for Xia Donghuang, an ancient great emperor of the demon clan appeared behind him. That great emperor of the demon clan. Wearing an imperial robe. Wearing a crown on his head. Pointing at the sky and trampling the earth. Who could compete with him, that great emperor? It should be Donghuang Tai. According to what Lin Feng knew. The current Xia Donghuang. He had already merged with the Grand Orient Sword. This was a special cultivation method. The Grand Orient Sword had become a part of his body. And the Grand Orient Sword, as an ancient weapon-level treasure, had become a part of his body. Xia Donghuang's battle strength had risen to a shocking level. The Great Emperor stepped forward. Billions of demons collapsed. Bang! In the next moment, Xia Donghuang and Feng Jian collided. Xia Donghuang still didn't move. Feng Jian, on the other hand, was sent flying. His arm trembled violently. His face was pale. His magic power was in chaos. That strike just now. He had actually suffered serious injuries. Everyone was shocked, this Xia Donghuang. He was actually terrifying to such an extent, it was too unbelievable. Was this the battle strength of a person who had less than 60 years of life in the world? How could there be such a heaven-defying figure? I'm afraid ordinary elders are not qualified to discuss this matter with me. Find your patriarch or ancestor-level existences to talk to me. Lin Feng looked at Dong Xia. What an arrogant junior. As soon as Lin Feng finished talking, a voice came from behind him. A voice suddenly came from outside. Everyone looked over. They saw an old man arrive. Ancestor, everyone was shocked. It was actually the Soul Devourer clan's ancestor. The Dong clan's expert who surpassed the realm had appeared. This ancestor was even lured out. It could be seen how big the commotion today was. It was no wonder. It had been a long time since anyone dared to make a move in the Soul Devourer clan. This time, Lin Feng and the others were going to be unlucky, right? Everyone felt that the order of the world seemed to have changed. Then, everyone discovered that they had disappeared from the hall and arrived in a sea. At that moment, they felt as if they had become ordinary people. And the Dong clan's ancestor. He had become a god, an immortal, and they needed to look up and worship him. This was the use of mental power. The Soul Devourer clan was extremely good at the use of mental power, and an ancient existence like the Dong clan's ancestor was even more so. The Dong clan's ancestor used his mental power to construct a world. He wanted to use this world to deal with Lin Feng. Countless huge waves swept across the world. All of them flooded towards Lin Feng. In front of those huge waves, everyone felt as insignificant as ants. It was so scary. That guy's spirit wouldn't be instantly destroyed, right? However, at this time everyone saw that Lin Feng waved his right hand. In the blink of an eye, the sea, the huge waves, and so on, everything disappeared. They returned to the hall again. What was going on? Everyone was a little confused. Could it be that he broke the ancestor's mental world? Suddenly, everyone thought of a possibility. Then, they all looked at Lin Feng. In everyone's heart, they were all deeply shocked. They couldn't believe this guess. However, there was a voice in their hearts telling them. They guessed this. It was right. It's true that there are talents in every generation, each leading the world for hundreds of years. I'm Dong Qingyun, how should I address you, little friend? The Dong clan's ancestor walked over, looked at Lin Feng, and said with a smile. He was very enthusiastic, as if the person who attacked before wasn't him. When the others heard the ancestor take the initiative to introduce himself, it was as if monstrous waves were set off in their hearts. Did this mean that? The ancestor acknowledged this cultivator surnamed Lin in front of him. Was he in existence at the same level as him? This person was less than 300 years old. How could he be so powerful? My surname is Lin, and my name is Feng. Lin Feng introduced himself. So it's Lin Gongzi, you want to exchange the soul-sealing grass with my clan? The Dong clan's ancestor asked. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Then he said, you can state your conditions. The Dong clan's ancestor glanced at Dong Xia and the others and said, there's nothing for you to do here, you can go out and do your work. Yes. Dong Xia and the others replied and bowed to the Dong clan's ancestor. Then, they quickly left. One person said, I really didn't expect that Lin Feng to be so powerful. He can even break through the ancestor's spiritual world. I wonder how he cultivates. Another person said, at the very least, that person's battle prowess surpasses his cultivation level, right? Hehe, I'm afraid it's not an ordinary battle prowess surpassing his cultivation level, a third person said. A female cultivator from the Soul Devouring clan said, more importantly, he's not that young and handsome. He's practically my ideal Prince Charming. One of her companions reminded her, wake up, wake up. Stop daydreaming. How could someone like that be interested in you? Only you would be able to catch the eye of such a person. The woman who was being teased had a fiery temper, and she immediately cursed, bastard, what are you talking about? I'm also as beautiful as a flower. How could that Lin Gongzi not be interested in me? I'll chop you up. The woman took out a kitchen knife and charged at the male cultivator who was teasing her. Damn, big sister, I was wrong. Spare me. The male cultivator's face was pale with fright, and he begged as he ran away. The others laughed as they watched the two of them tear each other apart. As for Dong Xia, who was innocently implicated, Lin Feng's figure appeared in her mind. This person is so mysterious. Dong Xia couldn't help but mutter to herself. In the living room, the host and the guest were seated. The Dong clan's ancestor smiled and said, Lin Gongzi, because this soul-sealing grass is too precious, our clan basically never makes deals with outsiders. However, if Lin Gongzi agrees to one thing, then after the deal is done, I can give Lin Gongzi a stalk of soul-sealing grass as his reward. Lin Feng knew that the Dong clan's ancestor wanted him to agree to something that wasn't simple. Lin Feng asked, may I know what fellow Taoist is talking about? The Dong clan's ancestor said, it's like this. A few years ago, one of our clan's treasures was stolen by someone. Our clan has always been looking for that person, and we even injured him, but in the end, he still escaped. We originally thought that the person had concealed his identity and was hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on our clan. However, we later found out that the person had died because his injuries were too severe. However, the place where he died was a forbidden area called Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. In myths and legends, there were stories about Mount Buzhou. For example, the Classic of Mountains and Seas recorded this. The Classic of Mountains and Seas, beyond the Northwest Sea, in the corner of the Great Wilderness, there is a mountain that doesn't fit, and it's called Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou symbolized incompleteness and disaster. In other words, it was an amalgamation of incompleteness and disaster. Lin Feng had heard a few stories about Mount Buzhou. The first version was when Yu the Great was controlling the flood. At that time, the flood was monstrous and swept across the heavens and earth. Countless living beings suffered from the flood. At that time, the flood was said to have happened because Quafu rammed into Mount Buzhou in anger, causing the mountain to collapse. Mount Buzhou was an immortal mountain in the heavenly realm. It was connected to the myriad worlds and withstood the water of the Milky Way. Mount Buzhou was destroyed by Quafu, and the water of the Milky Way flowed down, drowning countless worlds. Many people felt that this version of the legend was not true. Lin Feng thought so too. Lin Feng was more willing to believe in another version of the legend. This version was called Gonggong ramming into Mount Buzhou in anger. According to the legends, Xianxia was the grandson of the Yellow Emperor. He was intelligent and resourceful, and had great prestige. During Xianxia's time, there was a leader of a tribe called Gonggong. According to the legends, he had the head of a human and the body of a snake. He had a head full of red hair, and his mounts were 2 dragons. It was said that Gonggong's surname was Jiang, and that he was a descendant of the Flame Emperor, Shennong. He attached great importance to agriculture, especially water conservancy, and invented the method of building dams to store water. At that time, humans were mainly engaged in agricultural production, and the use of water was crucial. Gonggong was another person who contributed to the development of agricultural production after Shennong. Gonggong had a daughter called Hutu, who was also proficient in agriculture. In order to develop agricultural production and manage the water conservancy well, they investigated the land of the tribe together. They found that some places were too high, and watering the fields was too laborious, some places were too low, and could easily be flooded. Because of these reasons, it was very unfavorable for agricultural production. Therefore, Gonggong made a plan to move the soil from the high ground to the low ground. He believed that raising the low ground could expand the area of cultivation, and flattening the high ground was good for irrigation, which was very beneficial for agricultural production. Xianxia's tribe did not agree with Gonggong's plan. Xianxia believed that the supreme authority in the tribe was himself, and the entire tribe should only listen to his orders. Gonggong could not make decisions on his own. He used the reason that doing so would make the heavens angry as a reason to oppose Gonggong's plan. Therefore, a fierce fight broke out between Xianxia and Gonggong. On the surface, it seemed to be an argument about how to control the flood, but in fact, it was a fight for the leadership of the tribe. Gonggong was stronger than Xianxia in terms of strength, but in terms of intelligence, he was not as smart as Xianxia. Xianxia instigated the people in the tribe with the story of ghosts, telling them not to trust Gonggong. Many people were fooled by Xianxia, believing that Gonggong would truly anger the ghosts and bring disasters if he flattened the land. Therefore, Xianxia gained the support of most people. Gonggong couldn't gain the support and understanding of the people, but he firmly believed that his plan was correct, and refused to compromise. For the benefit of the people in the world, he decided to sacrifice himself, to sacrifice his own life for his own cause. He came to Mount Buzhou and wanted to knock down the peak of Mount Buzhou to show his determination. Gonggong rode on the flying dragon, flew into the air, and fiercely bumped into Buzhou Mountain. A short while later, a sky-shaking bang was generated. Buzhou Mountain was abruptly bumped into by Gonggong, and was immediately broken. The entire mountain collapsed rumblingly. The world changed dramatically. In the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars all changed their positions. On the ground, the mountains moved, and the rivers changed their flow. It turned out that Buzhou Mountain was the pillar between heaven and earth. When the pillar broke, the rope tied to the ground broke as well. The ground collapsed towards the southeast. The sky collapsed towards the northwest. Because the sky collapsed towards the northwest, the sun, the moon, and the stars rose from the east and set in the west every day. Because the ground collapsed towards the southeast, the water of the great rivers flowed towards the east, flowing into the sea in the east. Gong Gong's heroic actions were respected by the people. After his death, the people worshipped him as the god of water, one of the gods recorded in the investiture of gods, the main god position. His son, Hutu, was also worshipped as the god of earth. Later on, when people swore, "In the name of Hutu, in the name of Hutu, in the name of Hutu," the people were talking about him. Of course, some things in myths and legends might not necessarily be true. However, Buzhou Mountain did exist in the heavenly realm. But what was the connection between Buzhou Mountain in the heavenly realm and the legendary Buzhou Mountain in the legends? Lin Feng wasn't particularly sure, but he was quite interested in Buzhou Mountain. He could use this opportunity to ask Patriarch Dong about it. He should know quite a bit about Buzhou Mountain, right? Lin Feng said. The classic of mountains and seas and other ancient books have recorded some legends about Buzhou Mountain. It even implicates Gong Gong and many other figures. I just don't know if these legends are true. Patriarch Dong said, "It's true that Gong Gong rammed into Buzhou Mountain in anger. Buzhou Mountain is infinitely high and infinitely large. The current Buzhou Mountain in the heavenly realm is only a part of it." A part of it? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Patriarch Dong nodded and said, "After Buzhou Mountain was destroyed, it was scattered throughout the universe. A part of it landed in the fourth layer of the heavenly realm. Mount Buzhou is a strange place. The laws of order there are different from the laws of the outside world. Many evil things happen there. After my clan's enemy died there, we sent some strong cultivators there to look for his corpse," said Lin Feng. But the results were terrible. Everyone had died inside. Later on, I went there as well. To tell you the truth, Lin Gongzi, I also suffered some serious injuries there. Lin Feng said, "So, fellow Daoist, you want me to go there and help you find the treasures that were stolen from your clan?" "That's right." Patriarch Dong nodded. Lin Feng couldn't help but slander him. This old man's wishful thinking was quite good. The soul-devouring clan couldn't handle such a dangerous place. Yet, he wanted him to take the risk and go there to help the soul-devouring clan find their lost treasures. However, Lin Feng couldn't refuse the soul-devouring clan. Lin Feng said, "I can agree to your condition." A smile appeared on the Dong clan's ancestor's face. He was not willing to take the risk now, but Lin Feng's cultivation was tyrannical, so he was willing to help. If he could really find the treasure, the value of the soul-sealing grass could not be compared to it. If Lin Feng could not obtain the treasure, the soul-devouring clan would not lose anything. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, the soul-devouring clan had the upper hand in this matter. The Dong clan's ancestor smiled. "Lin Gongzi is really a decisive person. I admire you." Lin Feng was not interested in listening to the Dong clan's ancestor's flattery. He just wanted to hurry up and settle this matter. Lin Feng asked, "What is the treasure of the soul-devouring clan?" The Dong clan's ancestor said, "It's a painting." "What kind of painting?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "It's a painting of a world of clouds," the Dong clan's ancestor said. The Dong clan's ancestor did not tell Lin Feng about the painting's origins, but since the soul-devouring clan was so obsessed with it, it must have been something that the soul-devouring clan could not forget. The painting must be incomparably precious. He just did not know what secrets it hid. However, this did not seem to be something Lin Feng should be concerned about. Lin Feng said, "Then it's settled. I'll head to Mount Buzhou now." The Dong clan's ancestor said, "There's no need to rush. It's already late, so you can rest in the clan for the night and set off tomorrow." Lin Feng thought about it and agreed. That night the Dong clan's ancestor hosted a banquet for Lin Feng. The various clan leaders and ancestors of the soul-devouring clan, as well as the clan leaders elected by the various clans, all attended the banquet. However, Lin Feng noticed that there were people at the banquet who were hostile towards him. They looked at him with cold gazes. They were from the soul-devouring clan's Feng clan. After all, Feng Ziping and Feng Jian had been taught a lesson by Xia Donghuang. Therefore, these people hated him. He was hated by the other party. Lin Feng looked indifferent. The Feng clan did not have any experts who had surpassed their cultivation level, so they were not much of a threat to him. He should have known better than to provoke him. Or else. That was simply courting death. The next day, Lin Feng and Xia Donghuang planned to leave. The ancestor of the Dong clan and many other higher-ups sent Lin Feng and the others off. At this time, the ancestor of the Dong clan said, "It's a long journey. Many things may happen on the way. Someone must deal with some trivial matters. How about this? Let Xia follow Lin Gongzi to Mount Buzhou. If there's anything you need to deal with on the way, you can tell Xia." The Dong clan's ancestor had clearly informed Dong Xia of this matter in advance, so when Dong Xia heard the Dong clan's ancestor mention this matter, her expression was very calm. But this was only on the surface. In fact, her heart was not calm at all. She was a little nervous. She did not know if Lin Feng would agree to the ancestor's suggestion. In the depths of Dong Xia's heart, she seemed to hope that Lin Feng would agree. Although she did not know why she had such thoughts. Lin Feng glanced at Dong Xia, then retracted his gaze and said, "All right, let Dong Xia go with us." Dong Xia was a little happy. Lin Feng and the others left the soul-devouring clan's territory. In fact, Dong Xia was not the only one who left with Lin Feng. There were 10 other cultivators who were basically young cultivators of the soul-devouring clan. Moreover, these young cultivators were all under Dong Xia. They were considered Dong Xia's trusted subordinates in the clan. After Lin Feng and the others left the soul-devouring ancient forest, they flew in the direction of Mount Buzhou. A month later, they stopped in a small town to rest. They settled on a place to stay. After washing up, then the group went to find a place to eat. Lin Feng was a foodie. He ate wherever he went. He tasted the delicacies of various places. This was Lin Feng's favorite thing to do. Although the town was not big. However, they could also find special delicacies. Lin Feng and the others came to a place called Virtuous Restaurant to eat. They asked for a private room. Halfway through the meal, they heard cursing outside, the sound of fighting, and even the sound of a donkey's braying. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Bang! The next moment, a cultivator knocked over the door of the private room that Lin Feng and the others were in, and that cultivator fell to the ground. Following that, a big fatso that was more than 300 jin ran in, directly riding on that cultivator, and both fists smashed over like raindrops. While hitting the other party, at the same time, he cursed loudly, F***ck, don't you know who this fat lord is? You even dared to lie to this fat lord, see if this fat lord doesn't hammer you to death, you bastard. Fatso cursed as he continued to teach that cultivator a lesson. That cultivator repeatedly begged for mercy. Fatso, Lin Feng shouted. He really did not expect to see Zhuge Fatso here. Damn. This was really fate. The two of them had not seen each other for more than 100 years. Zhuge Fatso raised his head and saw Lin Feng. He could not help but be shocked, and then became excited. He said, "Lin Feng, why are you here?" Lin Feng said, "Of course I'm here to eat, where's brother donkey?" "Damn donkey, hurry up and come see who we met." Fatso shouted loudly. Little donkey ran over. He saw Lin Feng. He immediately shouted excitedly, "Brother Feng, long time no see. We actually met here, we are really fated, later we must not return until we are drunk." Many of the cultivators who were watching the show muttered, this donkey had become a spirit. And it was a rather awesome little donkey. Previously, they saw this little donkey directly fainting more than 10 cultivators with a fart. It could be called the world's #1 smelly donkey, right? Haha, that's right, later we will not return until we are drunk. But what's going on here? Why are you chasing after this person? Lin Feng looked at Zhuge Fatso. Fatso said, "Don't mention it. This brother wants to buy a few stalks of spirit heartgrass to concoct pills. Then, someone introduced us to this bastard, and this bastard said that he has a way to get spirit heartgrass. So, we started the trade here. Spirit heartgrass is very expensive, a stalk is worth more than 100,000 high-grade immortal stones. This guy took out a stalk of spirit heartgrass, but it's not spirit heartgrass at all. It's called spirit moongrass. This spirit moon grass is only worth a few dozen high-grade immortal stones, and it doesn't have the same effect as the spirit heart grass. But because it looks too similar, it can be mistaken for the real thing. That bastard thought that I, Master Fatty, was easy to trick. After Master Fatty exposed him, he actually tried to force me to buy it. So, we started fighting. At first, I thought this bastard was very awesome, but after we fought, I realized that this bastard is just good-looking but useless. After saying that, he still didn't seem to vent his anger. Then, he gave the cultivator's head a vicious slap. Lord Fatty, I was wrong. I'm willing to compensate you. I have 1,000,000 high-grade immortal stones in my storage ring. They're all yours. The cultivator who was restrained by Fatso immediately begged for mercy. Fatso directly took the cultivator's storage ring. The cultivator's face turned green. He only agreed to give Fatso 1,000,000 high-grade immortal stones. In fact, there were more than 1,000,000 high-grade immortal stones in his storage ring. Apart from those high-grade immortal stones, there were also many other treasures. But now, Fatso directly took away all his treasures. Of course, he was depressed. But, he didn't dare to say anything. Fatso was a bastard. If he dared to say anything else, he didn't know what would happen to him. Scram! Fatso stood up and said fiercely. Okay. I'll scram now, the cultivator hurriedly said. When he turned around, his eyes flashed with deep resentment. Fatso took out a high-grade immortal stone and threw it to the shopkeeper, who had a bitter expression on his face. He said, "This is your compensation." "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, young master." The shopkeeper received the high-grade immortal stone and immediately thanked him profusely. Fatso and Little Donkey walked over. Fatso's dream in life was to bring a fairy home and make her his wife. However, because his image was too bad, he hadn't succeeded yet. This guy saw Xianxia. His eyes suddenly lit up. She's beautiful. Beautiful. Fatso's mind was active again. He looked at Lin Feng and revealed an expression that he thought was handsome but was actually very cheap. He said, "Brother, who is this beauty? Introduce her to your fat brother." Lin Feng knew what Fatso was thinking. He was really persistent. He pitted Fatso for 3 seconds. Lin Feng introduced, "This is the great beauty Xianxia of the Soul Devourer clan." Lin Feng then introduced Fatso to Xianxia. "This guy is my good friend, Zhuge Fatso. You can call him Fatso." "Nonsense, I'm not Fatso. There's something I want to say. Although I'm very fat, I'm still very good-looking," Zhuge Fatso said proudly. He didn't have any self-awareness at all. Pfft, Xianxia spat out the mouthful of water she had just drunk. Fatso, how could he be so shameless? How could he be considered good-looking when he looked like this? A shameless person was invincible. Lin Feng then introduced Little Donkey and said, "This is also my brother, Little Donkey." Naturally, no one looked down on Little Donkey. In fact, a little donkey could become a spirit. This was an extremely rare thing in itself. Moreover, this little donkey in front of them was obviously extraordinary. "Miss Xia, nice to meet you," Fatso said in a manner that he thought was very gentlemanly. Little Donkey kicked Fatso and said, "Damn Fatso, don't have any ideas about this little sister. If you're not blind, you can tell that you're not her cup of tea." "What are you talking about? Are you looking for a beating?" Fatso didn't give Little Donkey a good look. These two guys were used to fighting each other. Therefore, Lin Feng was already used to it. It would be strange if these two fellows got along well one day. Lin Feng said, "Stop talking. Let's eat." Fatso and Little Donkey took their seats. There were some things that couldn't be said in front of Xianxia and the others. Therefore, although there were many things in his heart that he wanted to have a good chat with Fatso and Little Donkey, Lin Feng restrained himself and didn't say these things at the dining table. After dinner, Fatso and Little Donkey followed Lin Feng back to his residence. Then, they talked about many things that had happened over the years. Fatso and Little Donkey had been in the heavenly realm for more than 50 years. During these years in the heavenly realm, they had encountered many opportunities, so their cultivation had improved very quickly. Then, Fatso asked Lin Feng about his next plans. Lin Feng talked about going to Mount Buzhou. Fatso and Little Donkey happened to have nothing to do, so they planned to follow Lin Feng to Mount Buzhou to take a look. The next day, Lin Feng and the others set off and continued to head in the direction of Mount Buzhou. Along the way, it was rather smooth and they didn't encounter any trouble. A month and a half later, they arrived at the famous Buzhou city. Buzhou city was only 3,000 miles away from Mount Buzhou. Countless cultivators came because of its reputation. They wanted to see Mount Buzhou. And these cultivators would choose to rest in Buzhou city. Lin Feng and the others were no exception. Buzhou city was extraordinarily lively. Lin Feng and the others planned to find a place to stay first. Main Street. 10,000 Heaven Restaurant, Private Room A1. A female cultivator looked at Lin Feng and the others through the window. The female cultivator's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. She revealed a surprised expression. Then, her eyes revealed a dense killing intent. Lin Feng seemed to sense something and looked around, but he didn't find anything. This made him feel a little strange. Could it be that he sensed wrongly? Lin Feng retracted his gaze and quickly left with Fatso and the others. The woman in the private room was none other than Su Yueshi. Besides Su Yueshi, there were 5 other cultivators sitting there. 3 men and 2 women. Among the 3 men, the skinny one was called Wang Jian. The fat cultivator was called Sun Wentao. There was also an extremely handsome man called Duan Muyangi. Of the 2 women, the frosty beauty was called Fairy Ling Xian. The charming woman was called Yu Chening. Duan Muyangi looked at Su Yueshi and smiled. Fairy Su, who was that person you were observing just now? Su Yueshi said, I'm sure you've heard of his reputation. Oh? They all looked at Su Yueshi. Su Yueshi didn't keep them in suspense and said, this person is Lin Feng, who is wanted by the Heavenly Court. What? He's Lin Feng? The group was very surprised. Yes. Su Yueshi nodded. She didn't say anything else because Su Yueshi knew that the families of these people were inextricably linked to the Heavenly Court. For example, Duan Muyangi. His father was the city lord of Buzhou city. His family had a very close relationship with the Heavenly Court. Duan Muyangi's sister was the concubine of the Heavenly Master of Xianming Gonghua Heaven. Moreover, she was a very favored concubine. Therefore, after knowing Lin Feng's real identity, how could those people not tell their clans about it? If their families knew Lin Feng's identity, would they not act against Lin Feng? Of course not. Lin Feng, let's see how you die now. Su Yueshi sneered inwardly. Lin Feng didn't know that Su Yueshi was here, and he didn't know that Su Yueshi was plotting against him. He, Fatso, and the others found an inn to stay for the night. They went to eat a big meal and didn't stay outside. They directly returned to their residence. That night, the Duanmu family of Buzhou city was the leader of more than a dozen forces. The higher-ups gathered together. For example, the Wang family, the Sun family, and the Yu family were all present. These people were discussing how to deal with Lin Feng. Actually, they had a certain understanding of Lin Feng, but they also didn't know much about him. They knew about Lin Feng's background. They didn't know about Lin Feng's cultivation level, but they had heard that Lin Feng had killed Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones. Now, these people revolved around this matter and discussed how to deal with Lin Feng. Duan Muyang's father, Duan Muqing, said, I'm sure everyone has heard a lot about Lin Feng. Now that he has come to Buzhou city, this is a good opportunity for us to deal with him. If we miss this opportunity, it won't be easy to find another one. The others nodded. They knew. If they could really capture Lin Feng, then, to them, it would be a great contribution. At this time, Wang Liren, the patriarch of the Wang family, said, if this person really has the battle strength to kill a transcendent cultivator, then it won't be easy to deal with him. Sun Haiqing, the patriarch of the Sun family, said, I heard that this Lin Feng is less than 300 years old. How could he have the battle strength to kill a transcendent cultivator? Moreover, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones had the battle strength of a transcendent cultivator, but compared to a transcendent cultivator, there is still a big gap. Moreover, I heard that the reason why Lord Crimsonbright and Lord Yang Tian's stone golem avatars were killed was because they fell into that brat's trap. It seems like they were teleported into the forbidden devil abyss. That place restricted magic power, and Lord Crimsonbright and Lord Yan Tian Stone Golem avatars were unable to use many of their techniques, which was why they were killed. Gongsun Su, the patriarch of the Gongsun family, said, I also heard about this matter, so with the power we have, we don't need to be afraid of the slightest thing. No matter how strong this Lin Feng is, how strong can he be? After all, his age is right there. Many people nodded in agreement. Indeed. Even the most monstrous person's cultivation was limited. How strong could he be? With the help of some methods, he might be able to reach a fighting strength that surpassed his realm. But this was probably the limit. In these people's eyes. If Qi Ming and Yang Tian stone clones hadn't been schemed against, Lin Feng would have been a dead man long ago. Since that's the case, then mobilize the cultivators and surround Lin Feng tomorrow. It would be best if he obediently surrendered, but if he doesn't, regardless of life or death, we definitely can't let him escape. Duan Muqing said. All right. The upper echelons of the great clans all agreed. Then. These people quickly left. Lin Feng had a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, he heard urgent knocks on the door. Lin Feng, something happened, wake up quickly. Then, Fatso's voice came. Lin Feng woke up. He got up and put on his clothes. He went to the door and opened it. He asked, what happened? We're surrounded by a large number of cultivators. Fatso said. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Feng said. He and Fatso went outside. Xia Donghuang, Little Donkey, Dongxia, and the others were all in the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, it had long been surrounded. There were about 5,000 to 6,000 cultivators. Those people looked over with cold expressions. Further away, there were many cultivators who were watching the show. Many people were still discussing what had happened. They didn't know what had happened that had alarmed almost all the great clans and factions in Buzhou City. This was the first time such a thing had happened in Buzhou City. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen. They wanted to see what would happen next. Lin Feng, you've been surrounded. Surrender, you have no other choice. Duan Muqing looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Which Lin Feng? It should be that Lin Feng who is wanted by the Heavenly Court. Is he Lin Baitin's son? No wonder the great factions are making such a big fuss and mobilizing so many experts. It's because they want to deal with Lin Baitin's son. Lin Baitin's son came to the celestial realm for no reason. Isn't he just courting death? He won't be able to escape this time. Many people guessed Lin Feng's identity when they heard Duan Muqing's words. Then, they began to whisper to each other. Lin Feng looked mockingly at Duan Muqing. He sneered and said, Are you all lackeys of the Heavenly Court? Apart from the Heavenly Court. Lin Feng couldn't remember. Who else in the celestial realm would dare to deal with him so openly? Duan Muqing's expression sank. Be more polite. Heh. Lin Feng sneered. I don't need to be polite to people like you. Duan Muqing sneered and said, Lin Feng, those people beside you are your friends, right? There's also that woman. She's very pretty. Is she your woman? I know you're quite strong. If you try to break out of this encirclement, you might have a chance to escape. However, have you thought about the people around you? If you give up resisting, we can let them go. I've heard that you're a righteous person. I don't think you'll just watch them die miserably, right? Lin Feng said. You've studied me quite thoroughly, said Duan Muqing. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated, said Lin Feng. That's a good plan, but unfortunately, even though you have a lot of people, you don't have any top-notch experts. You can't threaten me with so many people. Duan Muqing sneered and said, You think too highly of yourself. Since you're so stubborn, we have no choice but to attack. Attack, shouted Duan Muqing. Attack. 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 The other patriarchs of the big families also shouted coldly. 5,000 to 6,000 cultivators attacked at the same time. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were launched toward Lin Feng and the others. The energy waves created by the convergence of so many divine abilities were too terrifying. It felt as though the void was about to shatter. Many cultivators who were watching the show from afar. They could not help but tremble. Fear. Trembling. An attack of this level. It was their first time seeing it. In the face of so many people's attacks, Lin Feng waved his hand. The glazed sky goblet flew out. The ancient weapon-grade artifact hovered in midair and formed a defensive light shield that protected Lin Feng and the others. No matter what kind of powerful spirit techniques came crashing down, they were all blocked by this defensive light shield. An ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact, there were many people who knew what was good for them. Many of them exclaimed in surprise. Then, the higher-ups of many major forces, such as Duan Muqing, looked at each other. His eyes immediately revealed an incomparably fiery gaze. An ancient weapon-grade artifact was very rare. Even their clans did not possess one. An ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact was even rarer. In fact, in the world of cultivators, an ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact was far more precious than an attack artifact. There was a reason for this. The first reason. Many people preferred to use artifacts to increase their combat power. Therefore, if they wanted to use artifacts to increase their combat power, they would definitely forge an attack artifact. It was the same for an ancient weapon-grade artifact. There was another reason. An ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact was more difficult to forge. For example, the difficulty of forging an ancient weapon-grade offensive artifact from a certain material was much lower than the difficulty of forging a defensive artifact of the same level. This was because forging was more difficult. Many people were not willing to take the risk of forging an ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact. Things were precious when they were rare. There were so few ancient weapon-grade defensive artifacts. Naturally, they were more precious. The second reason. An ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact could often make a cultivator invincible for a certain period of time. This point. It was actually very important for cultivators. It was possible to use this time to counterattack or escape. Many people might not even see an ancient weapon in their lifetime, let alone a defensive magic treasure among the ancient weapons. When these people saw that Lin Feng even had such a treasure, their killing intent towards Lin Feng became even stronger. Duan Muqing said, even if he has an ancient weapon-grade defensive artifact, there's no need to worry. This level of defensive artifact consumes too much of his body, he won't be able to hold on for long. Now that everyone has activated their artifacts to deal with him, we don't necessarily have to break through that artifact's defense, we can stall him and slowly exhaust his magic power. Duan Muqing was obviously an extremely experienced person. Although his method was a bit shameless, it was extremely effective. 5,000 to 6,000 cultivators summoned their artifacts one after another. Then, powerful magic power continuously poured into their magic treasures. One artifact after another. It shook out a terrifying energy fluctuation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, those cultivators took out their artifacts one after another. Those powerful artifacts quickly charged towards Lin Feng and the others. The scene of 5,000 to 6,000 experts activating their artifacts to attack together was still very shocking. 9 syllables mantra. Weapon control art. Lin Feng's face revealed a cold smile. The 9 syllables mantra of the Taoist sect. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Shen, Lai, Zai, Qian. Lin Feng had cultivated the Lin word mantra and the Bing word mantra. Among them, the weapon control art was recorded in the Bing word mantra. It could forcefully control other people's artifacts. Counterattack. After Lin Feng used that skill, the crowd was astonished. Countless people saw it. One by one, the powerful artifacts suddenly turned around. Those artifacts. They charged towards their master. Puff, 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 the sound of tearing could be heard one after another. One by one, the powerful cultivators were killed by their own artifacts. What's going on? Countless spectating cultivators exclaimed. They could not believe what they were seeing because everything that had happened was too strange. It's Lin Baitian's son. He must have used some powerful technique to take away the control of many cultivators' Dharma treasures. That's why those cultivators were killed. A cultivator said. That's right. I saw Lin Baitian's son attack just now. This Lin Feng is really powerful. Another cultivator said. Countless people exclaimed. The technique that Lin Feng used just now was really too powerful. It deeply shocked everyone present. The effect of Lin Feng's technique was also very shocking. He controlled 5,000 to 6,000 Dharma treasures. In the blink of an eye, about 1,400 people from the enemy side were killed. In fact, if they had faced a similar attack head-on, these people might not have been killed. However, this time, they were suddenly attacked by their own Dharma treasures and were caught off guard. Many people did not even understand what was going on. They were already killed. Their deaths were too humiliating. Other than those who were killed, there were more than 1,000 people who were injured. Therefore, the other party's losses were too great. Quickly put away your Dharma treasures. Duan Mucheng's expression became extremely gloomy. He quickly shouted. Lin Feng's ability to control other people's Dharma treasures was too terrifying. This ability made him tremble in fear. No one dared to hesitate for a moment. One by one, they quickly put away their Dharma treasures. First order. Lin Feng's expression was cold as he continued with the second wave of attacks. The terrifying thing about the first order was not in a single combat. It was in a group battle. This was because the first order could cause large-scale destruction. This scale was not something that other divine abilities could compare to. Densely packed sequence laws condensed in the void. The first order's attack was extremely powerful. Each sequence law was equivalent to a top-tier divine ability's destructive power. Different sequence laws could be linked together. They increased each other's power. That was why the first order divine ability was so powerful. Bang, 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 the cultivators of those influential groups and clans collided with Lin Feng's first order cultivators, and there was a loud explosion. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. Lin Feng's combat strength was too terrifying. He was like the Grim Reaper from hell, constantly reaping the lives of these cultivators. I misjudged. This person's combat strength surpasses his level. Duan Mucheng's face became extremely pale. Although they had many people on their side, they only had 5,000 to 6,000 people. If it was an army of 100,000 cultivators or a few 100,000 cultivators, they might be able to deal with Lin Feng. But they were too far away from that. The upper echelons of the other factions and major families were also killed by Lin Feng. Run! The upper echelons of these large forces and families shouted loudly, wanting to escape. You all on your way out? Lin Feng on the first order, on Earth. No one was able to escape. In an extremely short period of time, more than half of the 5,000 to 6,000 people were killed. The rest were pale, filled with fear and despair. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at the devil. This Lin Feng is too terrifying, isn't he? Another Lin Badian. Both father and son are like dragons. His lineage is really terrifying. Countless cultivators exclaimed. Bang, 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 Lin Feng's attacks became more and more intense. Under the attack of the first order laws, the cultivators' bodies exploded and they died on the spot. Amazing. Lin Feng is really amazing. The fatty cried out loudly. He was extremely shocked in his heart. The battle prowess that his good brother had displayed had moved him greatly as well. Little Donkey, on the other hand, shouted excitedly, my brother Feng is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Brother Feng is awesome. Brother Feng is invincible. Believe in Brother Feng and you'll live forever. Little Donkey had the potential to be a fraud. Lin Feng, are you really going to kill us all? We have hidden powerhouses behind us. We're not to be trifled with. Duan Mucheng shouted angrily. Agreed, this was too agreed. These forces were usually the overlords of their own regions. Now, they were being suppressed by Lin Feng alone. They were so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. Lin Feng took out the Hou-Yi Bao and Sunshot Divine Arrow. He sneered at Duan Mucheng and said, do you think I'm afraid of the forces behind you? You don't have the right to participate in the feud between me and the Heavenly Court. However, you're courting death by joining in. As soon as he finished speaking, he knocked the bow and shot the arrow. Whoosh, the Sunshot Divine Arrow shot toward Duan Mucheng with a long tail of light. Duan Mucheng shouted angrily, you're underestimating me. He held the saber in his hand and slashed at the sunshot divine arrow. In fact, he did not know that the sunshot divine arrow was the famous sunshot divine arrow. If he knew, he would not have said such a thing. The combination of the Hoi Bao and the 10 sunshot divine arrows was equivalent to an ancient weapon. Although Lin Feng did not have the 10 sunshot divine arrows, the Hoi Bao and the 2 sunshot divine arrows that Lin Feng had now formed a connection. Its power was infinitely close to an ancient weapon. In addition, Lin Feng's cultivation had skyrocketed. The power released was naturally terrifying to the extreme. When the sunshot divine arrow shot toward him, the saber in Duan Mucheng's hand slashed at the sunshot divine arrow. However, what shocked everyone was that, the sunshot divine arrow did not even change its direction. On the other hand, Duan Mucheng's arm was in trouble from the powerful recoil. In the next moment, puff, the sunshot divine arrow shot through Duan Mucheng's neck. A bloody hole appeared on Duan Mucheng's neck. The powerful recoil instantly shattered Duan Mucheng's soul. Duan Mucheng fell from the sky. Dead, Duan Mucheng is dead. He is the city lord of Buzhou City and the current clan leader of the Duanmu family. He was killed by Lin Feng with one arrow. Lin Feng is really cruel. Isn't that so? He's really cruel. Compared to his father, his methods are even more terrifying. Countless people discussed animatedly. They all had the same thought in their minds. They definitely could not provoke Lin Feng. They had to solemnly inform their clansmen, friends, fellow disciples, and anyone who was related to them. They had to inform everyone. Wasn't offending someone like Lin Feng courting death. Many people begged Lin Feng for mercy. However, Lin Feng had no intention of showing mercy. Some people had to be killed. This was called killing the chicken to warn the monkey. At the same time, it could also serve as a deterrent and make countless cultivators wary of him. In this way, it could save them a lot of trouble. 2 hours later, 5,000 to 6,000 people. They were all killed. Corpses were everywhere. Blood was like a sea. A strong smell of blood filled the air. It was incomparably pungent. In the surroundings, countless cultivators looked at the situation here, their minds in a daze. A single person had killed so many experts. Was he still human? Everyone looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a high and mighty, invincible god. He was too strong. It made people worship him. When the Lord of the 33 heavens was at this age, he was worlds apart from him. A cultivator sighed. This kid has already completely grown up. If we want to kill him, I'm afraid we'll need experts who surpass our realm. Another cultivator said. That's right, such a person is too terrifying. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely become a powerful expert who can intimidate the world. A cultivator sighed. Countless people were amazed. Lin Feng's strength made many people's souls tremble. But fortunately, they were not enemies with Lin Feng. Let's go and take a look at these families, Lin Feng said. Then, he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Is he going to kill all the forces who attacked him? Someone said with a trembling voice. It's very likely that he's thinking that way. This Lin Feng has a strong cultivation and is decisive in killing. He's really an extraordinary person. Now I finally know why he's been in the heavenly realm for so long and has been safe and sound. An existence like him is really difficult to deal with. Lin Feng and the others killed their way to the city lord's mansion. Actually, this was not the ancestral land of the Duanmu family. Usually, the ancestral land of some top forces was more hidden. Some forces were established in ancient cities. Usually, they were only forces on the surface. Even if they were destroyed. But as long as the ancestral land was still there, the clan would not be truly cut off. In fact, the people of the Duanmu family had already received the news. Many people had already escaped. However, there were still many people who did not escape. Lin Feng was standing at the top of the government building. He threw a punch at the palace. A huge energy palm condensed in the void. It descended from the sky. It charged towards the city lord's mansion. No. Many cultivators of the Duanmu family who did not escape cried out in fear. Bang, the energy palm struck down and the city lord's mansion was instantly destroyed. Those who did not leave. They were all killed. Don't be merciful to your enemies. Because being merciful to your enemies was being cruel to yourself. Lin Feng destroyed more than a dozen large families and forces. In a restaurant, more than a dozen young cultivators gathered here. These young cultivators looked through the window at Lin Feng in the distant sky. In their eyes, they were flashing with dense killing intent. They hated it, they hated Lin Feng to the bone. This Lin Feng deserves to die 10,000 times. Duan Muyangyi roared with resentment. His face became distorted. Other than Duan Muyangyi, Wang Jian and the others were all here. Even Su Yueshi. She was also here. Su Yueshi's expression was also very ugly. Although the current Su Yueshi had awakened a lot of memories. However, the soul was still her own and not the ninth heavenly maiden's. Su Yueshi was an extremely ambitious woman. She only wanted to obtain all the abilities and cultivation of the ninth heavenly maiden. She did not want the ninth heavenly maiden's soul to recover because she knew that if the ninth heavenly maiden's soul recovered, her soul would be devoured. All these years, Su Yueshi had been making some preparations to deal with the ninth heavenly maiden's soul. This time, she met Lin Feng by chance. Su Yueshi originally thought that she could use the large forces of Buzhou City to kill Lin Feng. But she did not expect. Lin Feng had become so powerful. Lin Feng was not a reincarnation. How could his strength increase so quickly? This made Su Yueshi, she was extremely jealous and angry. At this moment, Lin Feng seemed to sense something and looked at a restaurant in the distance. He came from the restaurant. He felt a lot of killing intent. Lin Feng sneered. He did not know how to hide his emotions. Were they the remnants of these forces that had escaped? Since they had already escaped, they should be honest and not expose their emotions. Now. But exposed the killing intent in his heart. Wasn't this seeking his own death? For those who wanted to die, Lin Feng did not mind taking their lives as well. Swoosh. Lin Feng disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Lin Feng appeared in the private room of the restaurant. Originally, many people here were cursing Lin Feng. But when they saw Lin Feng appear here, they suddenly became silent. One by one, their bodies were trembling. Everyone's eyes. They were filled with fear and despair. Lin Feng had come. They did not even have the courage to attack. Su Yueshi. Lin Feng came here and instantly saw Su Yueshi. He had been searching high and low for her. He had found her without any effort. He had finally found Su Yueshi. Su Yueshi stood up, coldness flashing in her eyes, and said, "Yes, it's me. I didn't expect to meet in this way." Su Yueshi frowned slightly. As the reincarnation of the ninth heaven Xianxia, she had awakened the most memories, supernatural powers, and power. Su Yueshi used some special means to feel an extremely familiar aura from Lin Feng. That was the aura of the ninth heaven Xianxia. In other words, Lin Feng had met the reincarnation of the ninth heaven Xianxia. Or, Lin Feng's small world might be suppressing the reincarnation of the ninth heaven Xianxia, it had to be said. Su Yueshi was not a simple woman. She had even thought of such a thing. Lin Feng sneered at Su Yueshi and said, "In that case, you played a big role in these forces attacking me?" Su Yueshi sneered, but did not answer Lin Feng. Duan Muyangyi and the others were stunned for a moment before coming back to their senses. Su Yueshi was the one who had told them about Lin Feng's social status. Then, they had told their clans about it, but their clans had been annihilated. Originally, they thought that they were friends with Su Yueshi. Therefore, Su Yueshi gave them an opportunity. But now, it seemed that this matter was not so simple. Su Yueshi was not so kind. She even had ulterior motives. Su Yueshi, you have a grudge against Lin Feng, so you schemed against us and let our families deal with Lin Feng, right? Duan Muyangyi looked at Su Yueshi with hatred. Su Yueshi said, "It's meaningless to say that. It's true that I have a grudge against Lin Feng, and it's also true that you want to kill Lin Feng and receive the heavenly court's reward. It's a mutually beneficial thing, but you didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong, which led to a result that was different from what everyone expected." Wang Jian said angrily, "Shut up, you be *tch. You're the one who harmed us and our families." Sun Wentao looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Gongzi, we don't want to be enemies with you. We were tricked by that B*tch Suyueshi. If we capture Suyueshi and hand Suyueshi over to you, can you let us live? The others also looked at Lin Feng. Anticipation, nervousness, and apprehension. Lin Feng said, all right. If you can really capture Suyueshi, then I can spare your lives. Hearing this, the dozen people in the private room became excited. One by one, they pounced towards Suyueshi. These people's methods were extraordinary. They also knew the principle of a lion hunting a rabbit. Therefore, although there were many of them, however, when dealing with Suyueshi, they still did not have any carelessness. One by one, they attacked with all their might. They wanted to take down Suyueshi. And Suyueshi. She had a smear on her face. 9. Mysterious, blood, hell, technique, at this moment. Suyueshi's cold voice suddenly rang out. She used a supreme sacred art passed down by the mysterious lady of the ninth heaven. When this sacred art was used, the dozen or so cultivators who surrounded Suyueshi immediately felt that something was wrong. They felt as if the blood in their bodies was about to burst out. Their expressions were filled with shock. They hurriedly channeled their blood. They wanted to control the blood in their bodies. But after working hard for a long time, they failed to get what they wanted. No. Many people cried out in fear. Bang 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 bang, in the next moment. One by one, the blood of the cultivators exploded. When their blood vessels exploded, their bodies, they were also blown into pieces. One by one, they died tragically on the spot. I can't accept this. Duan Muyangi, Wang Jian, and the others were relatively strong. Their blood did not immediately explode, but they could not hold on any longer. They were unwilling to die like this. They really wanted to live. However, they knew that all of this was just wishful thinking. Bang bang bang, in the next moment. Duan Muyangi, Wang Jian, and the others' blood exploded. Their bodies were also torn into pieces. They died tragically on the spot. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the box was dead, leaving only Lin Feng and Suyueshi. A very powerful sacred art. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Suyueshi. Of course, have a taste of the power of my sacred art. Suyueshi sneered, and then activated the 9 mysterious blood prison technique to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the blood in his body flowing quickly. And the blood seemed to have become berserk. This kind of berserk power. It was as if it was about to explode in an instant. Lin Feng was shocked. It was only after he personally experienced the attack of this divine ability that he realized how bizarre it was. Lin Feng sighed. This mysterious lady of the ninth heaven. It was not without reason that she was able to stir up so much trouble in the past. The sacred art created by this woman. It was indeed extremely strange. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art. He suppressed the blood in his body. Then, Lin Feng punched towards Suyueshi. Blood, explosion, technique, Suyueshi attacked again, and the remaining blood essence of Duan Muyangi and the others quickly gathered together. It condensed into a blood-red ball of energy. That blood-red ball of energy instantly exploded. The destructive energy flooded towards Lin Feng. The entire restaurant was destroyed in an instant. Suyueshi, on the other hand, flew out and stared coldly at the exploding restaurant. She did not see Lin Feng's figure. Logically speaking, Lin Feng could not be killed so easily, right? Of course, this was hard to say. After all, this sacred art of hers, combined with the blood essence of so many people, the power released was indeed terrifying. But in the next moment, Suyueshi felt an extremely dangerous aura. Lin Feng silently appeared behind Suyueshi, and punched towards Suyueshi. Bang! This punch landed on Suyueshi's body. Suyueshi's body actually turned into a golden puppet. Suyueshi herself appeared 200 meters away. As for the golden puppet, it shattered into pieces. Puppet art, Lin Feng frowned slightly, and then sneered. This kind of puppet art to die for the body was different from the puppet art to block attacks. This kind of puppet art to die for the body could not be used continuously. In other words, the next time Suyueshi's life was in danger, she would not be able to use this puppet art to save her own life. Suyueshi, it's time to settle our grudge. Lin Feng looked coldly at Suyueshi. First-rank condensed densely packed first-rank laws. Lin Feng trapped Suyueshi here with first-rank laws. This time, Suyueshi, she could not escape. Who's that trapped woman? Countless people were puzzled. They obviously lacked understanding of Suyueshi. Who's that woman? Xianxia, who was standing outside and watching the battle, looked at Fatso and asked. She knew that Lin Feng and Fatso had a close relationship. Therefore, she might be able to find out some information from Fatso. Fatso shook her head and said, I don't know this woman either. Xianxia nodded. She did not say anything else. Suyueshi looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, It's indeed time to settle the grudge between you and me. For so many years, I've been living under your shadow, thinking about killing you all the time. Now is indeed an opportunity. Lin Feng said, If you can combine the 9 reincarnations, you might have a chance to kill me, but now, I'm afraid you're still far from it. As soon as he finished speaking, the First Order attacked Suyueshi. Lin Feng did not know what technique Suyueshi had mastered, but he could use this opportunity to test her. When the time came, he should be able to test out what powerful techniques she had mastered. Faced with Lin Feng's attack, Suyueshi made her move. She unleashed an extremely powerful divine ability. This divine ability was called Pangu's Splitting Skies. Rumor had it that it was a divine ability created by Pangu when he created heaven and earth. After the Pangu's Splitting Skies was condensed, terrifying beams of light swept out. Those beams of light, like the light of an axe, they were extremely powerful. Creation of heaven and earth. Clang. Clang. Clang, along with a series of violent collisions, there were sounds of violent collisions. Those beams of light collided with the First Order laws. Those beams of light and the First Order laws began to shatter. In the end, both sides were annihilated. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect Suyueshi, this woman, to have such a powerful unique skill. At this moment, Suyueshi walked towards Lin Feng step by step. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, I'll let you have a taste of the Empress Immortal shaking art created by the Fairy of the Ninth Heaven. Inside her body, Imperial Qi soared to the sky. An illusory figure appeared behind her. That illusory figure. It was actually a woman. However, the woman was wearing an imperial robe and a crown. There was an indescribable nobility about her that couldn't be described with words. This woman was none other than Xianxia of the 9 Heavens when she was at her peak. In the past, the Fairy of the 9 Heavens had ruled the world for a period of time after many big shots had left. In the myriad worlds, she was known as the Empress. When Xianxia of the 9 Heavens was powerful, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had not yet grown up. As for the heavenly court and other forces, they had not even been established yet. Although the Empyrean Fairy was a woman with evil intentions, she was not a woman with a righteous heart. However, there was one thing that he had to admit. This woman. She was indeed a stunning talent. He had created many top-notch divine abilities. Furthermore, she could do many things that men could not do. She could even do it better than men. At this moment, the Xianxia of the 9 Heavens illusory figure that appeared behind Suyueshi opened her eyes. It was as if the real Xianxia of the 9 Heavens had been resurrected. A terrifying aura emanated from the Xianxia of the 9 Heavens illusory figure. After feeling this terrifying aura, countless cultivators who were watching, they all felt how small they were. They felt that when they were facing the Xianxia of the 9 Heavens illusory figure, they were just a bunch of weak ants. The Xianxia of the 9 Heavens illusory figure took a step forward and then merged with Suyueshi. It's the primordial spirit, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. With his knowledge, he could naturally see that the illusory figure was not a real illusory figure. It was the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit was formed by the fusion of power and divine sense. It was very terrifying. So, when the Xianxia of the 9 Heavens primordial spirit and Suyueshi fused together, Suyueshi's aura greatly increased. Lin Feng roughly estimated that Su Yuexi's fighting strength had increased by at least 3 or 4 levels. The current Su Yuexi, with every move, seemed to be able to affect the laws of order between heaven and earth. This Empress vibrating immortal technique was indeed extraordinary. However, so what? Lin Feng was fearless. He strode towards Su Yuexi. A fist blasted towards Su Yuexi. This time, Lin Feng activated the Human King Fist. His battle strength instantly rose to the peak level. Bang! Lin Feng and Su Yuexi fiercely collided. Lin Feng did not move an inch. Su Yuexi was sent flying. However, Su Yuexi was not injured. This made Lin Feng frown. Su Yuexi was more powerful than he had imagined. After all, the attack that Lin Feng had just unleashed was already considered one of his most powerful primordial spirits. It was actually unable to hurt Su Yuexi. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt an intense pain coming from his fist. He looked down and saw that there was actually a cloud of black gas lingering around his fist, and that cloud of black gas was constantly trying to invade Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was shocked, and immediately understood what was going on. It should be when he was fighting with Su Yuexi just now. He had been schemed against by Su Yuexi. Su Yuexi looked at Lin Feng proudly and said, "Lin Feng, this is a dark ball of light condensed from the power of the era's collapse. I have already fused this dark ball of light with my sacred art. I can release this dark ball of light anytime and anywhere. This dark ball of light can forcefully invade a cultivator's body. Once a cultivator's body is invaded by this dark ball of light, the cultivator's life force will be instantly devoured by this dark ball of light." Su Yuexi, you are indeed good at scheming. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Yuexi. To deal with a person like you, if I don't use some special methods, it will be impossible to succeed. Su Yuexi said with an indifferent expression. Lin Feng sneered. Do you think I don't have a way to deal with this dark ball of light? Su Yuexi said, I know you have heavenly fire. Heavenly fire is very mysterious and can burn many kinds of energy. However, the dark ball of light contains the power of the era's collapse. Heavenly fire can't deal with it. Therefore, you will die today without a doubt. Su Yuexi's words caused a huge uproar. Countless people discussed it. They hadn't expected things to develop to this point. Quickly, go and help Big Brother Feng. Little Donkey shouted. Then, Little Donkey, Fatso, Xianxia, and the others wanted to quickly rush over to help Lin Feng. However, Su Yuexi used the Tao of space at that moment. A starry sky world appeared in the void, separating the two sides. No matter how hard they tried to get close to Lin Feng, they couldn't succeed. This caused Little Donkey, Fatso, Xianxia, and the others' expressions to become extremely unsightly. That brat is finally going to die. Some of the remnants of the forces that had been destroyed by Lin Feng saw that Lin Feng was going to die and became excited. This Lin Feng is also a stunning figure. I didn't expect him to die like this. Who said otherwise? If he really dies like this, it'll be too sullen. Countless cultivators were discussing it. Everyone was paying attention to the development of the situation. The situation was indeed very unfavorable for Lin Feng. However, many people felt that Lin Feng wouldn't be killed so easily, right? After all, if such a heaven-defying figure was killed just like this, wouldn't it be too easy for him to die? However, the world was unpredictable. Some seemingly impossible things could happen. Everything was unpredictable. For example, this time, Lin Feng might be killed. If he was really killed, it was indeed unexpected. However, it wasn't impossible. Seeing the painful expression on Lin Feng's face, Su Yuexi became more and more pleased with herself. Let's see how you'll die. The corners of Su Yuexi's mouth curved into a sinister smile. In her opinion, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. There was naturally a reason why Su Yuexi was so confident. This method of hers was indeed terrifying. It was almost unsolvable. At this moment, Lin Feng said coldly, Su Yuexi, I can only say that you're really too naive. In this world, regardless of whether it's a divine ability, immortal technique, poison, or any other method, there's a way to neutralize it. It just depends on whether you find the right method or not. If you find the right method, everything will naturally be solved. Suyueshi sneered. Is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to neutralize the epical collapse force in your body. If you can't neutralize this force in 15 minutes, then you can only go to hell to think of a way to neutralize this force. At this moment, Suyueshi's face was filled with undisguised pride. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. He began to neutralize the strange epical collapse force in his body. Lin Feng's method. It was very simple. He was using the heavenly flames to neutralize this force. Suyueshi felt that Lin Feng couldn't neutralize this epical collapse force because Suyueshi didn't know how many heavenly flames Lin Feng had mastered. 1 or 2 heavenly flames. Or even 3 or 4 heavenly flames. He might not be able to neutralize this epical collapse force. However, Lin Feng had 9 heavenly flames. The power of 9 heavenly flames repeatedly forging was not something that 3 or 4 heavenly flames could compare to. Just ask, in this world, since ancient times, how many people had collected so many heavenly flames? After all, there were a total of 72 heavenly flames. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the 9 heavenly flames would definitely be able to burn the epical collapse force that had invaded Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng began to activate the 9 heavenly flames. When the 9 heavenly flames were completely activated by Lin Feng, the epical collapse force that Suyueshi felt couldn't be neutralized began to burn rapidly. Suyueshi obviously noticed the situation as well. Her face instantly turned ugly. She was originally full of confidence. She originally thought that she could watch Lin Feng die in front of her. However, everything that was happening now, her wish was going to be dashed very soon. Suyueshi absolutely couldn't accept this. Go to hell, Suyueshi charged toward Lin Feng quickly. She wanted to kill Lin Feng while Lin Feng was neutralizing the epical collapse force. This was indeed a good time to deal with Lin Feng. After all, when Lin Feng was neutralizing the epical collapse force in his body, a lot of energy would be involved. In that case, his battle prowess would drop by a large margin. A Dharma treasure appeared in Suyueshi's hand. The Dharma treasure was surrounded by holy light. No one knew what kind of Dharma treasure it was. Suyueshi activated the Dharma treasure. The aura that belonged to the ancient weapon dissipated. Suyueshi was the leader of the 9 reincarnations of Xianxia of the 9 heavens. In other words, according to Xianxia of the 9 heavens plan, Suyueshi would devour the other 8 reincarnations. Therefore, the great opportunity that Xianxia of the 9 heavens left behind. 80% of it was occupied by Suyueshi alone. As such, Suyueshi indeed had a lot of good things here. The power that Suyueshi released when she activated the ancient weapon was naturally extremely powerful. But Lin Feng was not afraid. To deal with Suyueshi, why would he need to be in 100% condition? Lin Feng took out the epical war spear. Epical spear technique, the spear's shadows were like a forest. Lin Feng stabbed towards Suyueshi across the void. The dense spear shadows condensed and each spear shadow seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was really terrifying. After feeling the terrifying aura of those spear shadows, Suyueshi's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly activated the Dharma treasure to block the dense spear shadows. Countless spear shadows were neutralized by Suyueshi. However, there was still a spear shadow. It was not neutralized by Suyueshi. Puff, that spear shadow pierced through Suyueshi's immortal robe. Then it pierced through Suyueshi's chest. Suyueshi's body flew out. Her face was pale. She did not have Lin Feng's undying bloodline, so such an injury was considered extremely serious for her. Such a reversal left countless people dumbfounded. Lin Feng held the epical war spear and charged towards Suyueshi. Lin Feng, do you really want to kill me? No matter what, the two of us were once together. Do you have the heart to kill me? Suyueshi looked at Lin Feng with a pale face. Hee, you still have the nerve to talk about the past. Since you are a whore. Don't pretend to be chaste. Lin Feng sneered and stabbed towards Suyueshi with his spear. Everything should be over. However, just as Suyueshi was about to be stabbed to death, something unexpected happened. A woman appeared without a sound. The woman's hands were in the shape of a crescent moon. There seemed to be a terrifying magnetic field formed between her hands. She stood in front of Suyueshi. When Lin Feng's spear stabbed towards her, it fell into the magnetic field. "It's you," when he saw the woman who suddenly appeared. Lin Feng's face changed slightly. Because the person who appeared was none other than someone else. It was the mystic moon fairy, who had broken through the transcendence realm not long ago. Lin Feng had seen the mystic moon fairy some time ago. He really did not expect this woman to appear in this place and save Suyueshi. She might not know Suyueshi, but she definitely knew him. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. She saw him fighting with Suyueshi and saw that Suyueshi was about to be killed by him. She came to save her. It was normal. I didn't expect that the little ant whose soul descended to the heavenly court would grow to such a level. How shocking, said the Xianxia celestial being, looking at Lin Feng disdainfully. Lin Feng was actually quite afraid of the mystic fairy. After all, the mystic fairy was a true transcendent realm cultivator. Even if she was a transcendent realm cultivator, she was still far from being comparable to the mystic fairy. This was because the mystic fairy's life had undergone a huge change. She was completely different from the cultivators below the transcendent realm. Her comprehensive qualities, such as Dharma power, soul power, physical strength, speed, perception, etc., had greatly improved compared to the cultivators below the transcendent realm. There was no way to make up for the difference. Hee, do you think you're awesome just because you broke through the transcendent realm? Don't you know how old you are? Lin Feng retorted. Pfft, Dong Xia burst out laughing. Lin Feng's mouth was too sarcastic. What were the two things that women hated the most? First, people calling her ugly. Second, people calling her old. Lin Feng cursed the Xianxia celestial maiden for being old. No matter how well-mannered the mystic fairy was, she couldn't help but be angry. You're courting death. The mystic fairy's eyes flashed with killing intent as she slapped at Lin Feng. Whoosh. At this moment, a light flashed and the glazed heaven cup flew out and floated in front of Lin Feng. The mystic fairy's palm hit the glazed heaven cup. Her attack was blocked by the glazed heaven cup. Because she attacked Lin Feng, the power of the magnetic field she condensed was greatly reduced because she was distracted. Naturally, it couldn't continue to imprison Lin Feng's epic war spear. Lin Feng's right hand suddenly shook. The epic war spear broke free from the magnetic field. Lin Feng then used a sweeping army of 1,000 men skill and moved towards the Xianxia celestial maiden. The mystic fairy's eyes suddenly turned cold. She raised her left hand and slapped at Lin Feng's epic war spear. Her left hand was surrounded by holy light. The next moment, she collided with Lin Feng's epic war spear. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. Even the mystic fairy was sent flying. However, the moment the mysterious fairy was sent flying, Suyueshi made her move. Suyueshi took out the ancient weapon-grade treasure. The power of this treasure was completely activated by Suyueshi. This treasure shot towards Lin Feng at high speed. Suyueshi really knew how to seize the opportunity. When she was rescued by the mysterious fairy, she had already begun to plan how to deal with Lin Feng. Of course, the Black Moon Fairy was very powerful. Perhaps she would be able to take care of Lin Feng without even lifting a finger. This was the most ideal situation. However, Suyueshi was a cautious person. Suyueshi's analysis of human nature was extremely accurate, such as the analysis of the mysterious dark fairy's character. In Suyueshi's eyes, the mystic fairy was too powerful. Such a person. They were usually very confident. Of course, to put it nicely, it was confidence. To put it bluntly, it was arrogance. But who asked him to have the strength? He had the strength. Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted. But sometimes, this so-called confidence also depended on the person. When dealing with other practitioners, it was not a big problem for the mysterious fairy to look down on the other party. But when dealing with Lin Feng, she couldn't keep this attitude. Because Lin Feng was too extraordinary. Others might not know much about Lin Feng. They didn't know how powerful Lin Feng was. But Suyueshi knew it clearly. Suyueshi knew Lin Feng too well. However, the mysterious fairy obviously didn't know much about Lin Feng. So Suyueshi thought. The mysterious fairy might pay a price for her arrogance. This kind of thing really happened. The mysterious fairy was sent flying by Lin Feng. In the eyes of a strong person like the mysterious fairy, this was definitely an extremely humiliating thing. Su Yueshi didn't care about what the mysterious fairy thought. She just wanted to kill Lin Feng. Her caution, her understanding of Lin Feng, it played a huge role. So, Su Yueshi seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to deal with Lin Feng. Su Yueshi's ancient weapon was too fast. Lin Feng wanted to activate the glazed sky goblet to block Su Yueshi's attack, but it was obviously too late. The situation was very dangerous. Lin Feng was locked on by Su Yueshi's ancient weapon. He felt an extremely dangerous aura. When any cultivator faced an ancient weapon, they would not be able to resist it. They couldn't let down their guard. Or else, they might die miserably. At the critical moment, Lin Feng performed the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. Su Yueshi's well-planned attack missed. Damn it. Seeing this situation, Su Yueshi couldn't help but curse. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but she didn't manage to kill Lin Feng. This made Su Yueshi extremely depressed. It wouldn't be easy to find such a good opportunity again. Su Yueshi planned to take back her ancient weapon. But at this moment, a broken jar flew out of the void. That broken jar. It was Lin Feng's magic treasure, the heaven-swallowing jar. An extremely powerful devouring power surged out of the heaven-swallowing jar. Perhaps it was because of the birth of the heaven-swallowing devil emperor. The power of the heaven-swallowing jar had increased a lot. This was very likely. After all, although the heaven-swallowing jar was now Lin Feng's, it was still a magic treasure forged by the heaven-swallowing devil emperor. There was still some karma between it and the heaven-swallowing devil emperor. The heaven-swallowing devil emperor's cultivation increased. Then, because of this karma, the power of the heaven-swallowing jar would also increase correspondingly. The terrifying devouring power released by the heaven-swallowing jar directly enveloped the powerful ancient weapon. Although they didn't know what kind of ancient weapon this ancient weapon was, it didn't stop the heaven-swallowing jar from devouring this ancient weapon. This ancient weapon didn't want to be devoured by Lin Feng's heaven-swallowing jar, so it began to struggle. It was indeed difficult for the heaven-swallowing jar to devour this ancient weapon. It looked like this ancient weapon was about to break free and escape. But at this critical moment, Lin Feng appeared beside this ancient weapon. He shot out dense sealing runes. Those sealing runes were all imprinted on this ancient weapon. The ancient weapon that was originally struggling violently. It suddenly became quiet. Then this ancient weapon was devoured by the heaven-swallowing jar. After seeing her ancient weapon being taken away by Lin Feng, Su Yueshi felt like she was about to go crazy. She screamed angrily, "Lin Feng, bastard, son of a bitch, give me back my ancient weapon." Heh, Lin Feng sneered. Then he said, "An ancient weapon level magic treasure, I love this level of magic treasure the most, I want this ancient weapon of yours." Su Yueshi was so angry that her whole body trembled. But at this time, she had no way to take back her ancient weapon. Interesting, no wonder Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones were killed by you. You are indeed the son of Lin Beidian. At this time, the Black Moon Fairy walked towards Lin Feng step by step, her eyes were extremely cold. But if you think you can escape from here, you are very wrong. Today, you are destined to become a trapped beast. When she finished talking, the Xianxia celestial being attacked Lin Feng again. This time, the Black Moon Fairy condensed an illusory world. She wanted to use this illusory world to trap Lin Feng. If she could trap Lin Feng in this illusory world, then she could deal with Lin Feng however she wanted. But Lin Feng did not give the Black Moon Fairy this opportunity. When Lin Feng saw the Xianxia celestial use that skill against him, Lin Feng was stunned. He quickly put away the heaven-swallowing jar, glazed sky goblet, and epic war spear. Then, Lin Feng used the space Dao. Lin Feng mainly used void travel, which was easy for him to do, but the Black Moon Fairy's divine ability was too powerful, so it took more time to use it. Therefore, Lin Feng's empty space Dao was a bit faster than the Xianxia celestial fairy. Lin Feng disappeared directly. When the Black Moon Fairy used her divine ability, Lin Feng had already left the area. Lin Feng knew that with the Black Moon Fairy here, it was impossible for him to kill Su Yueshi. He had suppressed Su Yueshi's ancient weapons. This was a huge gain. After he subdued Su Yueshi's ancient weapons, he had mastered 9 ancient weapons. When the time came, he would form the ancient weapon array and then support the heavenly fire array. Lin Feng was confident that he could fight against the Xianxia celestial being, who was a real cultivator of the surpassing layer. Lin Feng, Fatso, Little Donkey, Xianxia, and the others gathered together. Then Lin Feng took them through the void and disappeared instantly. Stay, the Black Moon Fairy's voice was cold. She wanted to use her space Dao to force Lin Feng and the others to stay. However, in reality, although her cultivation was strong, her use of the space Dao was far inferior to Lin Feng's. Therefore, the Black Moon Fairy was unable to use her space Dao to force Lin Feng and the others to stay. A surpassing realm expert is only SOSO. Black Moon Fairy, do you know what your only advantage is compared to me? Lin Feng's voice came from the void. After asking this question, Lin Feng didn't intend to let the Black Moon Fairy answer. Lin Feng continued, your only advantage is that you are older. You can't escape. The Black Moon Fairy was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She directly traveled through the void. She chased after Lin Feng and the others. Su Yueshi's ancient weapon was suppressed by Lin Feng. This ancient weapon was too important to Su Yueshi. Su Yueshi naturally couldn't watch this ancient weapon be taken away by Lin Feng, so she quickly chased after him. This Lin Feng's mouth is really sarcastic. The Black Moon Fairy is about to die from anger. A cultivator sighed. Then, another cultivator said, the Black Moon Fairy is a cultivator of this era. Actually, she's not that old. Yeah, she's really not that old. However, this Lin Feng is really awesome. Even a powerful existence like the Black Moon Fairy couldn't take him down. He hasn't even broken through to the surpassing realm, and he's already so terrifying. If he breaks through to the surpassing realm, how powerful will he be? Another cultivator said. Countless cultivators were discussing the battle just now. They were discussing Lin Feng, the Black Moon Fairy, and even Su Yueshi. At this moment, Lin Feng flew out of the void. They arrived in an ancient forest. This ancient forest was very large. It was vast and boundless. The huge mountain range between the middle and the depths of this ancient forest was Mount Buzhou. Lin Feng used the Great Fate technique to conceal their aura. So, it wouldn't be easy for the Black Moon Fairy to find them. However, the Black Moon Fairy's methods were heaven-defying. Who knew if she had some powerful methods to find the whereabouts of Lin Feng and the others? Lin Feng felt that it was necessary to subdue Su Yueshi's ancient weapon now. He wanted this ancient weapon to become his own ancient weapon. As a result, his battle prowess soared. When he faced the Black Moon Fairy again, he had the confidence. Not to mention, Mount Buzhou was an extremely evil place. Even the Dong ancestor had suffered serious injuries when he entered, but he had still managed to escape. The Dong ancestor was an expert that surpassed the realm. So, one could imagine how dangerous this place was. Going to such a dangerous place, he naturally had to be careful. Therefore, before entering Mount Buzhou, he had to increase his battle prowess. This was a very necessary thing to do. End of chapter 62-69. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.